In the beginning, I found myself traversing the Galar region, accompanied by Jirachi. Xiaohua exclaimed in sheer delight, immediately wishing for the mightiest dragon, the legendary Black Rayquaza from the cinematic universe. His ordinary attack was the Dragon Starfall, while his no-cooldown skill was agility, allowing him to unleash powerful moves at will. He would decisively overpower the Houndoom. He aimed to dominate Galar. He would seize control of the Rose Tower. He aspired to become the ultimate Pokémon trainer. Chapter 1. The Arrival of the Black Rayquaza. A single punch to vanquish the Houndoom. In the Galar region, within the misty forest, amidst the fog-laden woods, a figure descended from the heavens. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Xiaohua rubbed his backside, grimacing in confusion over his predicament. He had been engaged in a Pokémon battle on his switch against the champion Dan. Suddenly, a blinding light engulfed him, drawing him in. It happened so swiftly. In the next moment, he found himself in this bizarre place. What was this? A transference? At the very least, he hoped for a system to assist him. Greetings, dear traveler. What is happening? A sweet, childlike voice resonated in his ears. Xiaohua instinctively jumped back. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a Pokémon, with a star-shaped head, a white body, and two cloth-like appendages on its back. Its abdomen resembled a pair of closed eyes, while the tips of its star points bore teal wish tags, complemented by beautiful teal, triangular patterns beneath its eyes. This appearance unmistakably revealed to Xiaohua. This was the mythical Pokémon Jirachi. Legend has it that it possesses the power to fulfill any wish. This also indicated that Xiaohua had indeed entered the world of Pokémon. To traverse into the Pokémon realm and start off with a Jirachi was nothing short of exhilarating. A wish for a Groudon. Without hesitation, Xiaohua made his wish. Since he had arrived, he would embrace this new world above all. Pokémon were of paramount importance. The three Guardians of Hoenn could revert to their primal forms and mega-evolve. Delivering overwhelming power, they were among Xiaohua's favored Pokémon. Thus his wish was naturally prioritized. Your wish has been received. Jirachi nodded, responding in its charmingly childish tone. The eyes on its abdomen slowly opened. A radiant light akin to the cosmos erupted forth. This was Jirachi's true eye, capable of manifesting any desire within its luminous glow. Amidst the brilliance, the silhouette of a Pokémon gradually materialized before him. Wow, is it coming? The god of the land. It doesn't fly. Xiaohua was already brimming with excitement, eagerly anticipating the sight of that crimson behemoth. As the light dissipated, what emerged was a colossal tortoise with an orange-eared body, its rocky shell billowing thick smoke. What is this? A colossal? The first wish has been granted. You still have 2 wishes remaining. Jirachi continued, unfazed by Xiaohua's bewildered reaction, its voice retaining that endearing quality. This left Xiaohua's mind swirling with questions. So there were only 3 wishes, was there? Or was this a magic lamp? Most importantly, wishing for a Groudon and receiving a colossal, instead what nonsense was this? Surely this cannot be the end of it. With my second wish, grant me a Kyogre. Your wish has been received. As the second wish was made, the Eye of Truth opened once more. A radiant light burst forth, revealing the shadow of a fish-like Pokémon. Oh wow, was that merely a jest before? Kyogre is indeed a powerhouse, a veritable artillery in terms of damage output. Its primal form in the Origin Sea is nothing short of divine. The excitement surged through Xiaohua once again, as she eagerly anticipated the appearance of the tempestuous sea deity. As the light dissipated, a golden Pokémon materialized before her. Its moniker was the terrifyingly ferocious. It bore the title of the weakest Pokémon in the realm. Indeed, it was the shiny Magikarp. The Magikarp, lying supine on the ground, suddenly leapt into action. It attempted to use Splash, yet nothing ensued. The second wish has been fulfilled. You still possess 1 final wish. The last one. Kara turned around Xiaohua, announcing with delight. Just as Kara was about to take flight back, a pair of large hands suddenly gripped its head. Gradually, its body was turned around. Kara swallowed nervously, observing Xiaohua's exceedingly benevolent smile. What do you intend to do to me? If the third wish is equally improbable, I shall stuff this foul fish into your eyes. With one hand gripping the Magikarp, Xiaohua maintained her warm smile and proclaimed her third wish. For my third wish, I desire a shiny Rayquaza. Rayquaza, the mightiest of the Hoenn deities, reigning supreme over the skies with its Delta Stream ability. Especially in the animated film, where it achieved fame in an Union 6 showdown. The Eye of Truth opened for the third time, as Xiaohua witnessed its body erupting in a dazzling white light. Most notably, the aura was entirely different from before. It was evident that Kira was now earnest. Amidst the white glow, bright yellow symbols began to materialize. The pattern of interconnected rings emerged. Instantly, Xiaohua recognized it as the silhouette of Rayquaza. A fierce whirlwind enveloped the forest, dispelling the thick fog with powerful currents. A thunderous roar echoed in her ears as the colossal black dragon appeared before Xiaohua. It slowly extended its head, its ring-like golden pupils fixating on her. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. That Xiaohua's breath, quickened wishing and gaming were one thing. But facing Rayquaza, in reality, was an entirely different experience. Even in its non-mega form, the oppressive aura of Rayquaza was suffocating. Yet for Xiaohua, it was an uncontainable thrill. Rayquaza's size was markedly different from the descriptions in the game's Pokédex. Just its head was nearly half the size of Xiaohua. This was the true stature of a deity. Instinctively, she reached out to touch the face of the black dragon, and to her surprise, Rayquaza closed its eyes, displaying a look of sheer enjoyment. "Ah, there's no need for astonishment. This is my utmost summoning," Kira gleefully exclaimed, circling around the shimmering Pokémon and the imposing Rayquaza, her face radiating a desire for praise. Yet, Xiaohua's mind was consumed by the astonishing fact that Rayquaza was willing to approach her, leaving her little room for concern about Kira's antics. However, in that very moment, a voice pierced through the tranquility. "What on earth? What Pokémon is this?" That irksome tone, engraved in her DNA, instantly triggered a response from Xiaohua. She whipped around to see a boy clad in a gray t-shirt, with two tufts of spiky black hair, holding a redanned white Pokeball in hand. "It's that infuriating Xiaohua." Xiaohua cursed inwardly in exquisite sea language at the boy not far away. He was none other than the most detested character from the Pokémon anime, affectionately dubbed Dog Xiaohua by fans, due to his unbearable personality and his notorious ability to capture Pokémon with a 100 success rate using his Pokeball, alongside a series of outrageous feats. What is he doing here? Before Xiaohua could process the situation, Xiaohua had already approached her. Gazing at the now hostile Rayquaza, he coldly inquired, "Is this your Pokémon? Why can't my Pokédex scan it?" Xiaohua shook the smartphone in his hand. From the design on the back, it appeared to be a Rotom Pokédex. But most importantly, he was as insufferable as he was in the anime. Just the tone of those two sentences was enough to irritate Xiaohua. "It's my Pokémon, merely a mutated Caterpie," she replied without a second thought, harboring no fondness for Xiaohua and hoping to dismiss him with a casual remark. From his word about the Pokédex, it seemed that the people of this world were not yet familiar with Rayquaza, at least not recorded in the Pokédex. If that's the case, she could simply refer to it as a mutated Caterpie, feigning ignorance while saving herself the trouble of concealment. Xiaohua, upon hearing her response, was not surprised. Instead, he stroked his chin, nodding as if he understood, then turned to Xiaohua and said, "Well, my first Pokémon must be Mew. I'm quite intrigued by the mutated Caterpie. This phenomenon is worthy of research. Why not sell it to me? Just name your price." Roar. Rayquaza let out a low growl. Kira, who had been hiding behind it, also displayed an angry expression. Still, Xiaohua maintained his nonchalant demeanor, looking at Xiaohua with a hint of confusion, wondering why she regarded him with such disdain. "Don't you want money? Pokémon aren't fine to anything you desire." Xiaohua's words utterly enraged Xiaohua. Her initial intention to merely brush him off transformed into a desire that she often entertained while watching the anime, to deliver a thorough beating to Dog Xiaohua. "Have you ever seen a fist as large as a sandbag?" Xiaohua smiled as she raised her fist, causing Xiaohua to tilt his head in puzzled curiosity. Just as he was about to inquire, her fist flew towards his obnoxious face. Bang! Xiaohua crumpled to the ground, unconscious. What an absolute disgrace. Did he treat Pokémon as mere commodities for trade? The hops grumbled a few words in irritation. Without hesitation, they seized Xiaohua's Pokédex and an empty Pokeball. "Bring it here, you." Chapter 2. The opening scene. 20 minutes later, in the Whispering Woods. Amidst the fog, discerning the right direction proved to be a formidable challenge. Xiaohua found herself perpetually lost, and Dialga was equally unreliable in this regard. Rayquaza had already been ensconced within its Pokeball, and as Xiaohua had mentioned, the Pokédex yielded no information whatsoever. However, after Xiaohua revoked Xiaohua's credentials and altered the ownership of the Pokédex to herself, it automatically displayed the status of the Pokémon she possessed. For instance, Rayquaza was at level 20, had the ability Airlock, and boasted impressive dual offensive stats with its dragon and flying attributes. When Xiaohua inquired about the level with Dialga, she was informed that the Rayquaza in this world was safeguarding the ozone layer and was not the black variant she desired. Thus, it was a Rayquaza summoned from an alternate parallel universe. Having been awakened from slumber, attaining level 20 was commendable. Conversely, both Turtwig and Magikarp were only at level 10. Nonetheless, Turtwig possessed the ability Solar Power, making it a viable choice for a low-speed weather setter. The shiny Magikarp could be a collector's gem and could evolve into Gyarados, which was also promising. As for levels, Xiaohua was not overly concerned. After all, experiencing the genuine joy of being a trainer derived from growing alongside one's Pokémon. The essence lay in the journey of mutual growth, rather than merely attaining maximum levels through cheats, which was not the hallmark of a true player. As for Dialga, it too had awakened from slumber and discovered that its powers had been subject to certain restrictions. It could only grant 3 wishes and summon an ally to assist it. Thus, Xiaohua was summoned to this world, having inadvertently been the recipient of 2 wishes wasted by this mischievous entity. However, Dialga explained that despite the limitations on its powers, a voice had conveyed to it that should the summoned individual triumph over the gym leaders and assist Dialga in fulfilling a wish of the gym leader, it would regain the ability to realize 3 additional wishes. Moreover, if the summoned individual were to become the champion, Dialga would restore its full strength. It appeared that this voice's owner had imposed the power restrictions on Dialga, evidently using this method to entice Xiaohua into challenging the gyms and ultimately becoming the champion. Naturally, achieving the status of champion was already among Xiaohua's aspirations. Fulfilling her pre-transmigration goals was only to be expected. Furthermore, this was the world of Pokémon. Thus, her current objective was straightforward, to continuously challenge the gyms, proving her prowess while earning wishes. In addition, Xiaohua gleaned further insights. Although this world was indeed a Pokémon realm, it diverged from the game world she was familiar with, effectively constituting a parallel universe. The worldview and timeline here amalgamated elements from both the game and the anime. For instance, there were no limitations on the number of moves, nor did a few buildings constitute an entire town. Most strikingly, however, was the presence of the already incapacitated Dog Howl, a character who originally existed solely within the anime's narrative yet now appeared in this game world. Hence, the region in which Xiaohua found herself was unmistakably the Galar of the original game. In the midst of the game's narrative, I found myself within the enchanting realm of the Slumbering Forest, where I encountered the legendary Sword Dog or Shield Dog. I pondered the nature of this timeline. If only I could align with the opening moments of the game, I would be able to select Pokémon alongside my companions, Yu and Hep, and obtain the coveted recommendation letter from Chairman Rose, thus qualifying for the gym challenge. With a hint of anticipation in her voice, I recalled the information gleaned during my gameplay. The Galar region is renowned for its Pokémon battles, and the gym challenge follows a unique protocol. Only with recommendation letters from specific individuals can one aspire to challenge the gyms. In the game, one must first acquire a Pokédex, meet the professor, and engage in a battle to receive such a letter. However, for me, the task was simply to defeat Yu and Hep, showcasing my prowess to Chairman Rose. Of course, all these conditions hinged upon the timeline aligning with my expectations. What if the timeline were to diverge? Before I could finish my thoughts, I caught sight of 2 familiar figures collapsed in the distance, shrouded in mist. To my astonishment, a massive creature resembling a wolf-like Pokémon burst forth from the fog. Its blue mane unmistakably identified it as Zamazenta. Though it vanished in an instant, I recognized it as the king of the sword from the game. The mist, Zamazenta, and the fallen figures. This was the very introduction of the game. Lying there were Yu and Hep. The timeline truly aligned perfectly. I felt incredibly fortunate. Without a second thought, I sprinted towards the mist, and indeed, I found a male and female unconscious on the ground. The girl, adorned in a gray sweater and knitted cap, with her chestnut hair framing her exquisite features, was unmistakably Yu, the character I had chosen during my gameplay. The uncanny sensation washed over me as I beheld her lying before me. I quickly turned to see Hep on the other side. With his purple hair styled in a peculiar fashion, complemented by a casual short-sleeved jacket, fitted trousers, and a green backpack. There was no doubt, this was my dear friend Hep. Suddenly, from nearby, a fluffy white creature rolled towards me, colliding with my leg. It looked up, revealing its adorable sheep-like visage and bleeding twice. How utterly charming. I couldn't help but exclaim. This was clearly the Wooloo that had disrupted the fence in the storyline. Yu and Hep had ventured into the slumbering forest in pursuit of it, leading to this very scene. Zacian, awaken them, I commanded the Wooloo, cradling it in my arms without hesitation. Why should I? It retorted, seemingly annoyed at the waste of 2 wishes. With a mere phrase, I reverted Zacian to its original form, compelling it to flutter over and rouse the unconscious duo. Gazing at the gentle and amiable Wooloo nestled in my embrace, I recalled that Chairman Rose would soon arrive to search for them. Therefore, I instructed Zacian to awaken Yu and Hep so that we could exit together. This way, We would conveniently encounter Chairman Rose, sparing me the need to explain my presence beside the unconscious pair. Wake up, I urged. What is happening? Xiaoyu struggled to open her eyes, and upon seeing the starry-headed creature, she was taken aback, instantly springing to her feet. Who are you? She exclaimed. Do not be afraid. It is my Pokémon, responded Xiaohua with a smile. As Xiaoyu turned, her hair swayed, revealing her enchanting large eyes. One cannot deny that Xiaoyu was indeed beautiful. Moreover, in this world, she appeared to be around 178 years old, a quintessential beauty. Upon encountering the handsome and dashing Xiaohua, Xiaoyu's fear began to dissipate. Meanwhile, Hep was also awakened, exhibiting a similar reaction. 5 minutes later, it dawned on them. So, you are a traveling trainer from another realm who inadvertently wandered into the dreamy forest and lost your way. Worry not. As long as I, Hep, am here, I shall swiftly and accurately guide you out. He added proudly, by the way, my brother is the mightiest trainer in Galar, Dan D. My aspiration is to surpass him. Hep pounded his chest as he spoke, and rather than expressing doubt regarding Xiaohua's simple explanation, the young lad eagerly extolled the virtues of his elder brother. His demeanor reminiscent of his in-game character. In contrast, Xiaoyu maintained a quieter disposition, simply smiling and thanking Xiaohua for assisting them in locating the Fluffball Pokémon. Xiaohua, cradling the Fluffball Pokémon, exchanged a knowing glance with Jirachi. The plan was set. Next, they merely needed to meet Dan D. Perhaps they might even receive one of the 3 starter Pokémon. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Hualang Town and the dreamy forest, Hep exclaimed, We are finally out. It certainly didn't seem this lengthy when we entered. Relieved, he sighed, while Xiaoyu, rubbing her forehead, was too exhausted to respond. In contrast, Xiaohua, after releasing the Fluffball Pokémon to let it scamper away, displayed an expression of sheer excitement. The expansive pasture, charming cottages, the plethora of Pokémon scattered about, and the welcoming Fluffball herd coming towards them, breathing in the untainted fresh air, Xiaohua couldn't help but marvel. This is the beautiful Pokémon world. Hep, Xiaoyu, a familiar voice called from not far away. Following the sound, Xiaohua spotted a man clad in a black outfit with white trousers and a grand cloak. His greatest rival before his journey, Dan D. Chapter 3. Ordinary attack is the mutated green caterpie of Dragonstar Cluster. Before them stood a tall, robust man adorned in a wine-red cloak covered in sponsor logos, exuding an aura akin to that of a regal lion. This was Dan D, the most formidable opponent Xiaohua had encountered prior to his journey. In this world where anime and gaming merged, Dan D's strength was likely to be even more formidable. You two have truly caused me great concern. It appears you sneaked into the dreamy forest, Dan D stated sternly, noting that the dreamy forest was a forbidden area for all. Xiaohua nodded slightly, aware that according to the plot, they were yet unaware that this was the habitat of the legendary Pokémon, Zamazenta and Zacian. They only knew that terrifying Pokémon resided within, making Dan D's reaction quite reasonable. Surprisingly, Hep remained unfazed, rushing forward with excitement to explain. After a thorough explanation, he concluded, So, you ventured in to find the Fluffball Pokémon and even encountered the rumored Spectre. Moreover, it was this esteemed trainer who discovered you and assisted you in locating the Wooloo. As Dan Emperor spoke, he turned his gaze towards Xiaohua, his previously serious demeanor shifting to one of admiration. Greetings, I am the Dan Emperor, the champion of the Galar region, with the aspiration of strengthening the trainers of Galar. Xiaohua extended her hand, smiling as she introduced herself. Dan Emperor then looked towards Jirachi and instinctively inquired, Is this your Pokémon? It appears to be a new species I have not encountered before. This is an emergency food source, Xiaohua replied without hesitation. Given that the inhabitants of this world were unfamiliar with these legendary Pokémon, it was prudent to conceal their true strength. Not at all. Jirachi is indeed Jirachi. Of course, Jirachi was far from pleased with this response, protesting in a huff. Laughter soon drowned out its objections, although Dan Emperor remained somewhat puzzled. He refrained from pressing further since Xiaohua offered no more explanation. By the way, Xiaohua, you are a trainer as well. Traveling from another region and managing to find a Wooloo in the slumbering weald. Your prowess must be remarkable. Besides Jirachi, I am eager to see your other Pokémon. In essence, he proposed a Pokémon battle. Hep, fist-bumping, declared, while Xiaoyu stepped forward as well, evidently both eager to challenge Xiaohua. Truly, this is the Galar region, where battles thrive. It suits me perfectly. Xiaohua exclaimed with a hint of excitement as she grasped a Pokeball. She had thought she would have to complete the Pokédex before battling them, but this opportunity allowed her to save considerable time. Haha, what a vibrant trainer you are. Let me witness your strength. Dan Emperor cheerfully remarked, leading Xiaohua and her companions toward his battle arena. 5 minutes later, Xiaohua stood on the right side of the battlefield adorned with a Pokeball design. Hep boldly positioned himself on the left, tossing out his Pokeball. Wooloo, you shall be our test. The fluffy Wooloo emerged in a dazzling light, bleeding adorably as Xiaohua scanned it with her Pokédex. Wooloo, level 10, normal type. The sheep Pokémon. Its curly wool is remarkably elastic. Even if it falls from a cliff, it remains unharmed. The Pokédex read out the information, displaying the basic status bar of the opposing Pokémon on the screen. Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised by the convenience of the Pokédex in this world. "Oh, so you already possess a Pokédex. Now I am even more eager to see your Pokémon," urged Hep, prompting Xiaohua to seize her Pokéball. Not only did her aura shift dramatically, but she instinctively executed the throwing motion from the games. "Rayquaza, I entrust this to you." A thunderous roar resonated through the storm. The majestic black dragon appeared before them, even startling Dan Emperor, the strongest champion, momentarily. "What Pokémon is this? It's so impressive. Is this Gigantamax?" Hep's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had never witnessed such a magnificent Pokémon. Dan Emperor, gazing at the question mark on the Pokédex, was filled with astonishment and shock, while Xiaoyu was rendered speechless. However, amidst their astonishment, Xiaohua nonchalantly uttered those words. "There is no need for such surprise. It is merely a mutated green caterpillar, just slightly larger in size." A mutated green caterpillar? Slightly larger? Both Dan Emperor and Xiaoyu were taken aback. Would Xiaohua not feel the slightest embarrassment uttering such a statement? Even if it were a mutated green caterpillar, it was hardly a trivial matter. It was, in fact, an immense one. Yet, young Hep, without a shred of doubt, emitted a peculiar "oh," expressing that such a caterpillar was exceptionally cool and that he too desired to capture one and await its mutation. The probability of mutation was exceedingly low. To ensure 100% success, the caterpillar must be equipped with a stone of permanence. It must be trained to level 100, after which the stone is removed, allowing it to evolve into its mutated form. Xiaohua stated this with utmost seriousness, and Hep nodded vigorously, even pulling out his notebook to take notes. Such an obvious fallacy should not be taken at face value. Why does the green caterpillar possess such a form? Ahem. Matters regarding mutations and evolutions can be discussed further at the Research Institute. Our current focus is on battling. Dan Emperor hastily interjected, fearing that his younger brother might be misled into becoming an insect-catching youth. "Indeed, I am easily distracted. Now then, prepare yourself. Mareep, use Growl," Hep commanded with great enthusiasm. As Mareep lifted its little head and emitted an adorable baa, Rayquaza, intrigued, manifested several question marks above its head, its attention captured, resulting in a decrease in attack power. The effect of the Growl skill is to weaken the opponent's attack, a highly strategic move in battles. Hep even took the time to explain this to Xiaohua, showcasing his enthusiastic and attention-seeking nature. However, against Rayquaza, a mere decrease in one level of attack? This was utterly futile, though it pained him. Xiaohua felt compelled to let young Hep experience the harsh realities of life for the sake of obtaining the invitation. With a light chuckle, Xiaohua snapped his fingers. "Rayquaza, use Draco Meteor." Roaring mightily, Rayquaza tilted its head skyward, unleashing a dazzling shockwave from its gaping maw. The shockwave surged into the sky, casting a shadow over the battlefield. The clouds coalesced into a vortex, flames flickering, and a colossal meteor descended amidst the fiery embrace. Draco Meteor, a dragon-type move with a power of 130, unleashes meteors from the sky to strike the opponent, a quintessential ultimate move of the dragon type. As the meteor struck Mareep, the poor creature instantly transformed into light and returned to its Pokéball. Hep, caught in the shockwave of the meteor, was knocked to the ground, sniffling as he tried to regain his composure. Trembling, he turned to Xiaohua, his eyes clearly reflecting the word monster. Hey, aren't you being a bit excessive? Who starts with Draco Meteor right away?" Giratina intentionally stepped forward to voice its concern, and Xiaohua promptly caught the burden it cast upon him, feigning indifference as he replied. "Really? This is merely a standard attack." Chapter 4. The Challenge of Dan Emperor. "Really? This is merely a regular attack," Xiaohua remarked nonchalantly, his expression radiating an innocence that could rival that of a child. It was as if he had merely snapped his fingers, yet was being accused of launching a bomb. Meanwhile, Hep and Xiaoyu were at a loss for words regarding this so-called ordinary attack. Hep, however, was overwhelmed with excitement, his eyes sparkling like a constellation of dragons as he exclaimed, "This is astonishing. A regular attack can unleash such a magnificent dragon pulse. I recall this being an exceptionally powerful dragon-type move. Please, take me as your apprentice, Master Xiaohua." Hep clasped his hands together in reverence, his eyes and words brimming with enthusiasm and admiration. Dan D was left speechless, bewildered by the unwavering support of the world's #1 fan. Xiaohua could only smile in exasperation. It was merely a display of bravado, yet somehow he had gained an apprentice. "Ahem, Hep. Let's discuss these matters after the battle concludes. Engaging wholeheartedly in combat is the most fundamental form of respect," Dan D interjected, his tone revealing his realization of the challenges faced by novice trainers. Most importantly, Xiaohua's Pokémon was evidently no ordinary creature. The Pokédex had registered it at a mere level 20, yet it could wield a move as formidable as Dragon Pulse. My elder brother is right. Now, I shall summon my second Pokémon. Master, allow me to witness your other skills." Hep exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he produced a second Pokéball, effortlessly enunciating the term master. Naturally, Xiaohua found Hep's lively and earnest demeanor endearing, especially when compared to a certain other individual. As Hep tossed the Pokeball, Xiaohua mused that, according to the narrative, this should be one of the starter Pokemon. Observing Hep's choice would allow him to predict Xiaoyu's selection, and the remaining one would naturally belong to him. With a familiar cry, a water-blue creature emerged from the light. Its azure skin, slender limbs, large, watery eyes, and curled tail, complemented by what looked like a tuft of yellow fins, unmistakably identified it as the timid water-type starter, Sobble. Sobble, level 7. A water-type Pokemon known as the Water Lizard Pokemon, releases tears containing the equivalent of 100 onions worth of tear-inducing compounds when frightened, causing opponents to weep uncontrollably. As the Pokédex relayed this information, Sobble's status appeared on the screen, revealing that this little one was indeed quite weak at this stage. It seemed evident that Xiaoyu had opted for the grass-type Grookey, considering the final evolution of the mighty Rillaboom combined with a charming female trainer. It certainly presented a humorous image. The remaining fire-type Scorbunny, evolving into the powerful Cinderace, would undoubtedly be striking in its Gigantamax form. Most importantly, Cinderace was Xiaohua's ace Pokemon prior to his journey, as he had originally chosen the fire-type starter. The thought of concluding this battle and subsequently requesting Scorbunny from Dan D ignited a fierce determination within Xiaohua. Let us resolve this swiftly. Hep. Rayquaza, utilize Dragon Pulse. Hop hesitated not to issue commands as Rayquaza opened its colossal maw, channeling vibrant energy amidst a resonant dragon's roar. Confronted by such overwhelming pressure, the weeping lizard was paralyzed by fear, sitting on the ground and bursting into tears, utterly unresponsive to Hop's commands. Meanwhile, the colorful energy had erupted forth, coalescing into the form of a dragon that lunged toward the weeping lizard. With a resounding crash accompanied by the dragon's roar, the weeping lizard succumbed to defeat. It transformed into a radiant light and soared back into its Pokeball, while stars danced in Hop's eyes, nearly bursting forth. Master, that move was so cool. Is this what the Dragon Pulse looks like on television? It is said that only formidable Dragon-type Pokemon can manifest energy waves into a dragon form. Hop had completely transformed into an awestruck admirer, eagerly racing over to observe Rayquaza up close. Xiaoyu stood by, smiling and applauding, seemingly uninterested in stepping in to battle Xiaohua. This was only natural. After witnessing the preceding match, anyone could surmise that even if Xiaoyu were to intervene, it would still result in a swift defeat by Dragon Pulse. Such an utterly predictable battle held no intrigue or necessity. Most importantly, Dan D had approached the left side of the battlefield, standing opposite Xiaohua with his Pokeball in hand. Brother, are you going to battle, Master? What a jest. You are the strongest champion. Hop was taken aback by Dan D's sudden movement. Despite Xiaohua's strength, their Pokemon were both level 20. And it was uncommon for a newcomer to challenge a champion right from the outset. Moreover, the entire scenario seemed as if the champion were the one challenging the novice trainer. A former rival had once informed me that if one could condense the energy of Dragon Pulse into a dragon form, it would amplify the original move's power of 85, a feat achievable only by powerful dragon-type Pokemon. Yet, I believe that such a feat was beyond the capabilities of a level 20 Pokemon. Nevertheless, this world harbors many unknowns, and I yearned to test it myself. No sooner had I uttered these words than Dan D had already thrown his Pokeball. In a burst of light, a crimson-skinned Charmeleon, its tail ablaze, emerged, its roar carrying a hint of adorability. This is also a level 20 Charmeleon. I shall pit it against your mutated Caterpie. If you manage to triumph, I shall deem you worthy of my recommendation letter to participate in the Galar Gym Challenge. Recommendation letter. Xiaohua's eyes sparkled with newfound excitement. This opportunity was indeed fortuitous. It was the perfect moment to inquire about the starter Pokemon as well. With this thought, Xiaohua chuckled softly, gesturing for Hop to step aside, advancing a step forward with an air of confidence. If I can defeat you, in addition to the recommendation letter, I desire a Scorbunny. Haha, so that is your true intention. Dan D laughed heartily. He preferred Xiaohua's straightforward approach to the elusive sense of mystery. Of course, Scorbunny is one of the finest novice Pokemon in the Galar region. Provided you can defeat me, Dan D declared, his fist clenched, embodying the spirit of the strongest champion, ready to give his all in any battle. From the glint in his eyes, it was evident that he was serious. Xiaohua chuckled softly. To engage in battle with a familiar adversary from the very outset of this realm also prompted him to adopt a serious demeanor. His mind raced as he began to leverage his profound knowledge of Pokemon to devise a strategic analysis. Firstly, considering Dan D's perspective. Although both Pokemon were of equal level, he would undoubtedly perceive the disparity in raw strength. Thus, he would alter his usual combat approach, ensuring that Charmeleon and Rayquaza did not clash head-on. Next, analyzing the potential skills that Charmeleon could possess and learn. It was highly probable that Charmeleon would initiate with Smokescreen to diminish Rayquaza's accuracy. Following that, he might employ Slash, a move adept at striking critical points for doubled damage. Finally, coupling this with Dragon Rage, a fixed damage move, would prove devastating for a level 20 Rayquaza, with the preceding critical hit damage. The 40 fixed points of damage would suffice to reduce it to a mere sliver of health. Subsequently, it would be a matter of executing guerrilla tactics, even intentionally sustaining minor injuries to amplify fire abilities through the blaze trait, ultimately delivering a decisive blow to Rayquaza. With this in mind, it was time to play the ruse and feign an attack to draw him in. Rayquaza used Dragon Pulse. Xiaohua commanded with a wave of his hand. Charmeleon utilized Smokescreen. Dan D executed the maneuvers precisely as Xiaohua anticipated. Chapter 5, Xiaohua's Victory. Rayquaza unleashed Dragon Pulse. Charmeleon employ Smokescreen. Both sides issued their commands simultaneously. Charmeleon opened its mouth, spewing forth a billowing cloud of black smoke, generated by igniting flames within its body. The smokescreen enveloped the battlefield, resembling the detonation of a smoke bomb. And Xiaohua's eyes sparkled with revelation. In the game, Smokescreen merely reduced the opponent's accuracy by 1 level. To his surprise, in this world, its effect was remarkably potent. It seemed every skill was worthy of exploration. Of course, the primary focus remained on the battle, as an energy wave, not yet coalesced into a draconic form, erupted from Rayquaza's maw. The smoke was dispersed by the energy wave, revealing Dan D, but Charmeleon was nowhere to be seen. Just as Xiaohua had predicted, a flicker of flame suddenly ignited amidst the lingering smoke on the right side. Simultaneously, Dan D's second command arrived. Charmeleon used Dragon Claw. Dragon Claw, a dragon-type move with a power of 80, inflicted physical damage. Due to type advantage, it would deal double damage to Rayquaza, while Slash could target critical areas. It was ultimately a matter of probability. Moreover, even a critical hit would only yield 1.5 times damage, rendering it less favorable than Dragon Claw in terms of efficiency. One could only commend Dan D. His tactical acumen as a champion was undeniably astute. However, even Dragon Claw would not suffice, as Xiaohua had no intention of allowing Charmeleon an opportunity to strike. Rayquaza employed Dragon Tail. Dragon Tail, a dragon-type skill with a power of 60, inflicted physical damage. In the game, its effect was to send the opponent flying, forcibly bringing their reserve Pokémon into the fray. Its priority was even the lowest. Yet, in this world, skills clearly did not adhere strictly to their game counterparts. What Xiaohua sought was precisely the sweeping attack range and the launching effect. As anticipated, when Xiaohua issued the command, Dan D's expression shifted dramatically. After utilizing Dragon Pulse, the pressure from the move should have rendered the Sky Pillar momentarily incapacitated. Coupled with the smoke screen's concealment, it was expected to yield a surprising effect. Yet, why did Xiaohua seem as though she had foreseen the actions of both herself and the Charizard? Dan D was correct. Xiaohua had indeed predicted their every move. Thus, the Dragon Pulse from the Sky Pillar had failed to materialize into a dragon form. One could even argue that it was merely a feigned attack, lacking any true power even if it connected. The genuine assault lay in the subsequent combo following the Dragon Tail. A kaleidoscopic energy enveloped the immense tail of the Sky Pillar, sweeping through the air with such force that it created a turbulent gust. The colorful energy clinging to the Charizard's claws was neutralized upon contact. The colossal tail struck its body, sending the Charizard flying. The skill landed, and the Charizard plummeted. Seizing the advantage, the Sky Pillar pressed the attack, leaving no opportunity for recovery. Employing Meteor Shower, Xiaohua resolved to conclude the battle. This would surely etch an indelible first impression in Dan D's mind. Whether in the game or this world, the legend of his invincible championship would be shattered by none other than herself. The Sky Pillar roared, reminiscent of its battle against Hep, as shockwaves surged into the air. From the swirling dark clouds, meteors descended, striking the Charizard, which was attempting to rise. Boom. The move connected. The Charizard lost its fighting capability. Xiaohua emerged victorious. My heavens, how could my brother possibly lose? Hep could scarcely believe the unfolding events. His once invincible brother, who had never tasted defeat in official tournaments, had succumbed to the novice trainer Xiaohua. Yet, one could hardly categorize Xiaohua as a mere newcomer, given her prowess. The approach to battle, strategic calculations, and skill selection were far beyond what a novice would exhibit. It was akin to a top-tier trainer deliberately honing their skills with a lower-tier Pokémon. If that were the case, how astonishing it was. Someone had actually triumphed over his brother. Truly, Xiaohua is masterful. Please, teach me how to become a formidable trainer like you. Hep's admiration for Xiaohua surged like an unstoppable torrent, leaving Dan D's heart awash with a chill of awe. However, after a brief moment of shock, Dan D suddenly broke into an exuberant laugh, rushing forward to embrace Xiaohua's shoulders. This is incredible. Although utilizing lower-tier Pokémon, this marks the first time anyone has managed to defeat me. Xiaohua, you possess the potential to become my rival, perhaps even surpass me. Strive to grow. I shall await you in the finals of the Champion Cup. As Dan D laughed heartily, he produced 2 items. In his left hand, he held a letter of recommendation, and in his right, a Pokeball containing a fire rabbit. I hope you can thoroughly enjoy every battle in Galar alongside it. With a smile, Xiaohua accepted the invitation and Pokeball, outwardly maintaining a composed demeanor that exuded the essence of a formidable champion. while inwardly, she was overflowing with joy. The recommendation letter and the fire rabbit had come to her so effortlessly. It was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Humph, one should consider who stands beside you. Perhaps this is the auspicious fortune I have brought to you. Jirachi, as if perceiving Jinhua's thoughts, unabashedly took credit for the luck. Meanwhile, Hep was not about to concede, rushing over to grasp Dandy's arm and shaking it vigorously. Brother, this is utterly unfair. Why is it only Master who receives a recommendation letter? We both want one too. Moreover, I am the one destined to surpass you and emerge as the strongest trainer. While asserting this, Hep exchanged knowing glances with Jinhua, seemingly seeking her support in his plea. Jinhua smiled and nodded. After all, the little brother had called Master so many times, it would be remiss not to assist him. It is through motivation that one continuously gains strength. Did not Mr. Dandy proclaim that he wished for all trainers in Galar to become stronger? Jinhua approached Dandy and gently patted his shoulder, though this indirect approach seemed less effective on him. Several seconds passed before Dandy finally responded, affectionately ruffling Hep's hair. I completely understand your sentiments, which is precisely why I entrusted the Pokémon to you and Xiaoyu. I hope the three of you can become rivals, with me as your ultimate goal, constantly motivating one another to become the strongest or even greater trainers. However, to obtain the recommendation letter, you still lack a Pokédex. You should head to the Research Institute in Woodpole Town. Dandy pointed towards the northern direction, indicating the location of the institute. Hep, filled with excitement, called out that he would race there, and he dashed off with Dandy. Xiaoyu exchanged a glance with Jinhua, smiled for a moment, and then joined in a light jog after them. Jinhua leisurely returned the Rayquaza to its Pokeball, unhurriedly matching their pace. Since she had traversed into the Pokémon world, she intended to savor the local customs and the exquisite scenery. A race? There was truly no need for that. How beautiful it is, this charming town of Galing, a pastoral gem. Perhaps I should capture a Wooloo. It appears exceedingly adorable, and the texture is delightful. The thought of the Wooloo she had carried back from the dreamy forest made Jinhua unable to suppress her laughter. Hey thief, return my Pokédex and Pokeball. An unpleasant voice shattered the tranquility of the moment. Jinhua turned around to see, indeed, the repugnant figure. Dogeo, Chapter 6, a renewed confrontation with Xiaohua. Hey thief, return my Pokédex and Pokeball. Xiaohua's voice disrupted the peace, prompting Jinhua to turn around, unfazed, and feign confusion. What a joke. Not to mention the dense fog in the dreamy forest, it was impossible for this guy to easily recognize her. Even if Xiaohua recognized him, lacking any tangible proof and with the Pokédex destroyed, he would be unable to provide evidence. Most importantly, this was Dogeo? Since he could effortlessly capture others' Pokémon in the anime with a single ball, what was the issue with Xiaohua taking his Pokédex and Pokeballs? There was none. Thus, it was time to play another trick on him. Thief, do we know each other? Xiaohua tilted her head and feigned confusion. This nearly caused Xiaohua to explode with rage. Having taken the Pokédex and Pokeballs, and even striking himself, he was now denying it. Before Xiaohua could organize his thoughts, Xiaohua spread her hands, sighed in resignation, and said, I asked, do we know each other? Do not unfairly tarnish someone's reputation here. If something is lost, you should seek Miss Junsha, not randomly accuse others of theft. Truly concerning behavior. With that, Xiaohua shook her head and turned to leave. Of course, this was a tactic to provoke him. Xiaohua even mentally counted down, betting on Xiaohua's instinct to chase after her. The reasoning was simple, based on the anime's portrayal. He seemed calm and collected, in essence, a pretentious individual. When challenged, he would immediately defend himself vehemently. Therefore, as long as he pursued her, Xiaohua would set another trap, tricking him out of several Pokeballs and items. Xiaohua raised her finger and began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, come here. Hey, stop right there. Xiaohua dashed forward and grabbed Xiaohua's shoulder. Jirachi was left dumbfounded. It had just seen Xiaohua deliberately raise her finger and count down, and she was spot on. Any further comments? Xiaohua turned to pry Xiaohua's hand away, maintaining her expression of confusion and innocence. You shouldn't play the victim, since he refused to admit it. Let us battle, Xiaohua shouted, and it was evident he was infuriated to the point of irrationality, proposing such a logically flawed challenge. Xiaohua understood his intent. If he won, he would regain his Pokédex and Pokeballs. If he lost, the matter would be dropped. Naturally, Xiaohua would agree, but the conditions would not be so simple. Am I obligated to battle you? Even if I win, what benefits would I gain? Xiaohua provocatively remarked, prompting Xiaohua to remove his backpack and slam it onto the ground. With an air of arrogance, he declared, if you can defeat me, this dimensional backpack and everything inside it is yours. Xiaohua only saw an opportunity for vindication, having lost all rational thought. Moreover, in his eyes, Xiaohua was merely a sneaky little thief who ambushed him. Even if the mutated green caterpillar appeared impressive, it was still just a caterpillar. How formidable could it be? Capturing a Pokémon at random would easily allow him to outclass her. Xiaohua, however, was unconcerned with Xiaohua's thoughts, her attention fixated on the backpack. Initially overlooked, upon closer inspection, she realized that this sky blue backpack was entirely different from the one Xiaohua carried in the anime. This is the latest product from the Guangdu region, a dimensional backpack capable of holding an infinite number of items. Inside, various tools are stored, with Pokeballs being the most abundant. If you desire them, challenge me to a battle. Xiaohua's tone reverted to his usual arrogant demeanor. For him, the Pokédex and Pokeballs were trivial. He was merely irked by the unexpected ambush. Thus, he intended to showcase this backpack to demonstrate the magnitude of his wealth, asserting to Xiaohua that his dignity was at stake. However, upon hearing this, Xiaohua's mind was occupied with a singular thought. Xiao had come to bestow spatial tools and resources. A mere provocation had coaxed such treasures from him. Was this fellow a mere child? Xiaohua's dignity was unwittingly humiliated once more. Without further ado, let the battle commence. Xiaohua was already exhilarated. Such spatial tools were akin to divine artifacts in novels and games. Regardless of any pretense, since Xiao had taken the bait, swift resolution was paramount. Securing the items was the priority. In Xiaohua's eyes, this was an unexpected thrill. He began to perceive Xiaohua as less formidable. If he could elegantly defeat Xiaohua in battle and nonchalantly bestow a few items, Xiaohua would likely submit as his underling. Nonetheless, Xiao was genuinely eager to study Xiaohua's mutated green caterpillar. With this thought, Xiao unabashedly tossed a Pokeball. Blue Crow, it's time to feast. In a flash of light, Xiaohua's Pokémon emerged, a raven adorned in deep blue feathers. Its black plumage around the eyelids giving it the appearance of wearing a dark feathered mask, exuding a strikingly handsome presence. Blue Crow, level 18, a flying-type Pokémon, had learned to accurately assess the strength of its enemies after enduring countless arduous battles. In front of Xiaohua audaciously scanned the Pokémon with the Pokédex that rightfully belonged to him. This action shattered Xiaohua's facade once again, igniting an urge to reclaim it immediately. However, when Xiaohua released his Pokeball and the formidable Rayquaza materialized, an overwhelming aura of pressure caused Xiao to retract his outstretched foot in silence. What, are you afraid? Xiaohua disregarded Xiaohua's pride and delivered a cutting remark. Nothing is more devastating than such a psychological blow. Who's afraid? Xiao retorted defiantly, insisting that no matter what, it was merely a green caterpillar, while Blue Crow was a bird Pokémon. Moreover, being a flying type, it had a perfect advantage over the caterpillar. If he lost, he would dutifully return the Pokédex to me. I understand, Xiaohua interrupted, growing nauseated by Xiao's incessant chatter. Before Xiao could even express his annoyance at being interrupted, Xiaohua had already commanded Rayquaza to unleash Dragon Meteor. Waves of energy erupted from its massive maw, sending forth a barrage of basketball-sized meteors that coalesced in the swirling clouds above. Though not as potent as a single massive meteor, the extensive area of effect would yield significant damage. As Xiaohua had calculated, the meteors descended like a tempest, leaving Blue Crow with no opportunity to evade. Bang, 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 bang. The cacophony echoed as Blue Crow plummeted dramatically, teetering on the brink of defeat. As for Dogeo, he was utterly astonished. Karaki, resting her forehead in exasperation, had intended to advise against using Dragon Star Cluster so recklessly, but now, it had left everyone dumbfounded. Jinhua, rein it in a bit. Can't you see that the flock over there is completely stunned? Karaki admonished. Jinhua nodded, snapping her fingers. It was not worth frightening the Moppet sheep. So she decided against using Dragon Star Cluster. Rayquaza, let's just use Thunder instead, she commanded. Chapter 7, The Overlord Jinhua. With a single hand raised, Jinhua snapped her fingers, a smile gracing her lips. As her words faded, the sky darkened ominously, and the special symbols on Rayquaza's body began to glow. Yellow lightning erupted from the clouds, striking directly at the Blue Crow. The skill hit its target, and the Blue Crow lost its fighting capability. As the Blue Crow transformed into light and returned to its Pokeball, Xiaohua was left completely dumbfounded. What had Jinhua just uttered? Just a casual strike? Was her casual strike, in fact, the Thunder skill? That was a formidable electric-type skill with a power of 120. This was utterly absurd. The Caterpie could not only use Dragon Star Cluster, but also Thunder. What on earth was happening? Was it truly just a mutation? This seemed more like a species mutation. You've lost. I shall take that backpack, Jinhua declared cheerfully as she approached to collect the bag, disregarding the astonished gaze Xiaohua cast upon her. Her eyes were solely focused on the wondrous spatial item, and after dusting it off, she eagerly opened it. Unzipping the bag, Jinhua beheld an infinitely vast white world within, filled with an array of floating items. Just as Xiaohua had described, the most abundant were Pokeballs, diverse in types, leaving one quite dazzled. It was akin to Doraemon's fourth-dimensional pocket. Such a remarkable item, so easily wagered. What a quintessential spendthrift. Jinhua did not hesitate to lavish praise upon herself. While Karaki could not conceal her amused laughter, Xiaohua stood rooted in place, watching Jinhua excitedly retrieve items from the bag, his mind spiraling further into chaos. Wasn't this a quintessential example of someone who had never seen the world? Why did such a person possess such formidable Pokémon? How could he lose to someone like her? It was merely a Caterpie. The self-important facade he had constructed shattered in an instant, and Jinhua seemed to hear the sound of its collapse. Instinctively turning her head, she met Xiaohua's eyes, which were on the brink of despair. Regardless, he was still just a boy. Thus, Jinhua's response was, "Ha ha ha, your defenses have crumbled. Karaki, look, the pretentious one has broken down. Take a moment to reflect. What can a talentless, self-absorbed braggart like you possibly use to defeat me?" Jinhua chose to rush over and mock him first before revealing her villainous side to deliver a final taunt. Since Xiaohua was just a child, she could not let him off easily. He must be crushed in his infancy. In the face of Jinhua's ridicule, Xiaohua surprisingly did not react much at all. He clenched his teeth and picked up the Pokeball, attempting to salvage some dignity as he remarked that even the Pokemon he casually captured was of this caliber. "Indeed, my first Pokemon must be Mew. I shall not concede easily. I shall leave my backpack with you, but when we meet again, I will decisively bring you all to your knees." With that, Xiaohua pressed the button on the Pokeball, releasing the unconscious and battle-weary Blue Crow. He then turned and walked away. This fellow abandoned his Pokemon on the spot. "What are you doing?" The Pokemon, Jirachi, called out to Xiaohua, seemingly part of his plan. When Xiaohua turned around, he had already resumed his usual impassive expression and dismissively replied, "I'm merely releasing it. After all, wild Pokemon will regain their vitality over time. Besides, I never regarded it as my Pokemon. My first Pokemon must be Mew." As soon as he finished speaking, Jirachi was about to rush over to teach him a lesson, but was held back by Jinhua. With her small arms and legs, how much strength could she possibly possess? Jinhua shook her arm and walked over with a smile. Her intention was simple. Having already given Xiaohua a punch in the Microdream Forest, what harm could there be in having a repeat performance here? None at all. A scoundrel capable of uttering such words was beyond redemption. It was better to let him seek Mew in his dreams. However, Xiaohua remained blissfully unaware of what he was about to face, still wearing an arrogant demeanor. "You only ambushed me in the forest. Do you think I would fear you in a face-to-face encounter?" Xiaohua pursed her lips and nodded, deliberately feigning a contemplative expression. In the anime, Xiaohua's character is portrayed as an all-around athlete. Perhaps he truly was not afraid of a fight. At that moment, from a nearby flock of fleeced sheep, one suddenly transformed into a fluffy cloud of cotton candy, rolling swiftly towards Xiaohua. "If you wish to settle this, do so honorably with Pokemon. Your actions are merely those of a defeated coward." Before Xiaohua could finish his retort, he emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, dropping to his knees before Jinhua. "Oh, such a grand gesture. If I weren't so resilient, I would truly fear enduring this kneeling." The words slipped out before Jinhua could comprehend the situation. Initially pondering how to devise a cunning plan, she found herself victorious without a fight. "Baba." The adorable bleating of the little sheep resonated from behind Xiaohua, and Jinhua witnessed the cotton candy revert back to a fleeced sheep. Seeing Xiaohua clutching his dairy with a pained expression, she had already guessed the sequence of events. The fleeced sheep bounced over to Jinhua, nuzzling her leg with its cute little head and emitting delightful sounds. Xiaohua struggled to raise a hand, his finger trembling as he pointed at Jinhua. "You actually plotted against me again." The fleeced sheep's affectionate demeanor towards Jinhua was misinterpreted by Xiaohua as her instigation, and he immediately accused her. "Indeed, this is my flawless plan." In response to Xiaohua's slander, Jinhua openly admitted it, even with a hint of pride. "Do you not know that a handsome man's words are the least trustworthy? You should rewatch the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber a couple more times." Before Xiaohua could utter another word, Jinhua raised his fist and struck at Xiaohua's increasingly unsightly face. Having already admitted to the underhanded tactics, it would be foolish not to capitalize on this moment. Thus, Jinhua unleashed the full force of his punch. Bang! The impact was astounding. Xiaohua fell into unconsciousness, rendered incapable of further combat. Jinhua cradled the brayed sheep in his arms, recognizing it as the very creature he had brought from the Whispering Woods. Jirachi, observing the scene of one boy and one sheep basking in triumph, was utterly dumbfounded. The Jinhua summoned to this world bore no resemblance to a legitimate trainer. He was, in fact, a villain. Before them knelt the defeated youth, while Jinhua struck a victorious pose beside him. Behind loomed the majestic Sky Dragon, alongside Jirachi, who possessed the wish-granting abilities akin to a divine artifact. This combination was no mere villainy. It was the manifestation of a supervillain from another world, with one hand cradling the brayed sheep and the other pointing towards the distant, enigmatic Lu's mansion. Jinhua declared, "In the Pokémon world, in the Galar region, I shall fulfill every unaccomplished goal from my previous life. Jirachi, do you see that mansion? Its future master shall be none other than I." Chapter 8, Capturing the Blue Crow, Encountering the Scientific Fatty. 2 minutes later, Jinhua retrieved a spray-type healing potion from his backpack and gently sprayed it on the Blue Crow, which had been released by Xiaohua. Thanks to the healing potion, the Blue Crow soon opened its eyes, flapping its wings before soaring into the air. It circled a few times, glanced at the still unconscious Xiaohua, and promptly turned to fly towards Jinhua. Perching on Jinhua's shoulder, the Blue Crow affectionately nudged Jinhua's cheek, seemingly expressing its docility. "Jinhua, it appears that the Blue Crow desires to be captured by you." Jirachi quickly interjected, noting that as a Pokémon, the Blue Crow could sense its trainer's abandonment upon awakening. Thus, after being swiftly defeated, it unhesitatingly chose the stronger Xiaohua and began to display its compliance. This creature truly knew how to assess the situation. Jirachi, observing the blue crow's feigned innocence, couldn't help but voice a remark. Xiaohua, however, found no disdain for it. In fact, he felt an increasing fondness. A wise bird selects its perch wisely. This indicates its recognition of my strength, and its eagerness to appear obedient signifies its intelligence. Xiaohua spoke with conviction, yet the most crucial factor remained the blue crow's inherent abilities. While the evolved steel-wing crow may not boast high stats, it only had 2 double weaknesses, electric and fire. Moreover, considering the types that are not entirely ineffective, such as ground and poison, it possessed a remarkable 7 resistances. Not only did it boast aesthetic appeal post-evolution, but it also had the potential for Dynamaxing, making it an excellent choice for physical defense. Hence, without hesitation, Xiaohua retrieved a Pokeball from his bag. The blue crow even instinctively pecked at the button. As the Pokeball opened, the blue crow transformed into light and flew inside, shaking thrice in Xiaohua's palm before bursting forth with stars. Blue crow, capture successful. Ba ba ba. Suddenly, the brayed sheep beside him began bleeding, tugging at Xiaohua's sleeve incessantly. It seemed this creature also wished to be captured by him. Jirachi expressed her astonishment, remarking on the unexpected allure of the buzzleflower. Even the buzzleflower itself seemed taken aback. If only she could capture the fluff sheep, along with the Skarmory, Magikarp, Colossus, and the Fire Bunny, it would form a complete team of Pokémon. What a divine beginning. Observing the adorable fluff sheep, she unhesitatingly produced her second Pokeball. Although the fluff sheep lacked strength in the game, in this Pokémon world, cuteness reigns supreme. Beauty is justice. With a gentle shake of the Pokeball in her palm 3 times, she successfully captured the fluff sheep. Jirachi recalled her Skarmory into its Pokeball and opened her Pokédex to examine the basic status of her Pokémon. Skarmory, level 20. Colossus, level 10. Magikarp, level 10. Fire Bunny, level 5. Blue Jay, level 18. Fluff Sheep, level 10. It appears that the overall training levels are rather low. First, she decided to train the Fire Bunny, facilitating its evolution to ensure it possesses some combat capability. Jirachi pursed her lips and nodded, making a simple analysis before arriving at her decision. Training, after all, equated to battling. This world, much like the game, allowed for experience gained through victories in battle. Leveling up is relatively easy in the early stages, but the amount of experience required increases as one progresses. Upon inspecting her backpack for items, Jirachi discovered an object resembling a tablet. This was a learning device, a tool invented by humans, seemingly capable of enhancing a Pokemon's experience. Jirachi leaned in as Jirachi explained, albeit somewhat vaguely, but Jirachi's eyes sparkled with excitement. The learning device, this was indeed an item found in the game. Though its appearance differed slightly, its effects were evidently the same as in the game, once activated. All Pokémon in the party would receive corresponding experience points after a battle, especially for a trainer like Jirachi, whose overall training levels were low and who began with 6 Pokémon. This was nothing short of miraculous. Activating the learning device. The Pokémon status and experience bars appeared on the screen. By clicking on experience sharing, the Pokédex emitted a confirming beep. Jirachi was informed that the device was now operational. Although the serene and beautiful Hualang town was a pleasant place to linger, it was time to venture to Mugan town. Jirachi stowed the learning device back in her bag, rose, and stretched lazily. According to the storyline, after Hep and the others obtained their Pokédex at the research facility in Mugan town, they would proceed to Dr. Mulan's residence. Following a battle, they would each receive a recommendation letter from Dandy. Simultaneously, a wishing star would descend from the sky. The Gigantamax band, crafted from the wishing star, was an item that enabled Pokémon to Gigantamax, even achieving the Super Gigantamax form. It was immensely useful and absolutely necessary to acquire. The map mirrored that of the game. One simply needed to traverse Route 1 from the south. While the journey was not as exaggeratedly brief as in the game, standing at this crossroads, Jirachi could already faintly discern the Mugan town station and the Pokémon research facility. The power of science was remarkable. Just a few steps could lead to trading Pokémon or engaging in battles. Not far away, a voice of astonishment echoed, causing Xiaohua to instinctively glance in that direction. There stood a stout man with short hair. Upon witnessing this figure, Xiaohua was instantly enveloped by an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This was the scientific chubby character from the game. In every generation of the game, he would utter exclamations regarding the powers of science in the initial novice village, gradually becoming a symbol in the hearts of players. To think that in this world, one could encounter such a familiar old friend. Just as Xiaohua was preparing to approach and greet him, the scientific chubby man suddenly picked up a Pokeball and spoke. I wonder if this remotely exchanged ice stone goose will adapt to the environment of Hualing Town. If only someone could battle me, it would reveal the little penguin's strength and adaptability. Should that person defeat the penguin I acquired through scientific prowess, I shall bestow upon them this wishing star. As he spoke, the scientific chubby man produced a meteorite radiating a deep purple glow from his pocket. Xiaohua, that's it. exclaimed Jirachi in surprise, as a smile gracefully curved Xiaohua's lips. How fortuitous. It seems that my desires have manifested today. Is this my lucky day? Xiaohua jested, striding directly toward the scientific chubby man. Undoubtedly, the meteorite he held was the so-called wishing star. This object could be utilized to craft the Gigantamax band, one of the items Xiaohua currently coveted. Following the narrative, one could not guarantee that several wishing stars would fall from the sky. The uncertainty was far too great. Yet now, the opportunity lay before him. Defeating the scientific chubby man would grant him the wishing star. Hello, would you care for a Pokémon battle? Xiaohua deliberately raised his voice, waving his hand. The scientific chubby man looked up to see Xiaohua tossing a Pokeball, while beside him, Jirachi stood with arms crossed, exuding a similarly confident smile. What a curious combination. Is that also a Pokémon? The scientific chubby man murmured. Hearing this, Xiaohua promptly replied, this is an emergency food supply. Fished right from the river. Hey, what do you mean by emergency food? Jirachi retorted, marching forward to point at the scientific chubby man's Pokeball. It's decided. I shall battle his Pokémon. Allow me to demonstrate my legendary prowess. Let us see if you dare to call me an emergency food again. Chapter 9. The Power of Jirachi. It's decided. I shall battle his Pokémon. Allow me to demonstrate my legendary prowess. Let us see if you dare to call me an emergency food again. Jirachi declared, pointing at the scientific chubby man. As a legendary Pokémon, its strength in the anime was formidable, with its exclusive move, Doom Desire, boasting an impressive power of 140 in the game. The scientific chubby man gazed at Xiaohua in surprise, astonished both by Jirachi's ability to speak and questioning whether this was truly acceptable. Xiaohua shrugged, spreading his hands in a gesture of indifference, for he too was eager to witness just how formidable Jirachi, a Pokémon unrecognized by Pokeballs and thus unable to be captured, truly was. Upon receiving a response from the hops, the scientifically inclined individual cautiously stepped back 2 paces before tossing forth a Pokeball. Go forth, Ice Brick Goose. As the Pokeball opened, a small penguin, standing over a meter tall, emerged from the radiant light. The most striking and amusing aspect of this creature was its head, rather than simply a head. It appeared to be a large, square block of ice. This icy mass bore 2 concave ovals and a protruding beak-like formation, topped with a whimsical antenna resembling a tuft of hair. Ice Brick Goose, a level 7 ice-type Pokémon, perpetually chills its heat-sensitive face with its icy crown, often dipping the tuft atop its head into the sea to fish for sustenance. As the Pokédex recited the information, the individual recognized that while this Pokémon might not be formidable in battle, it certainly possessed a charming allure. Its ability, Frozen Head, allows it to completely withstand a single physical attack, after which it transitions to its defrosted head form, wherein the icy block shatters, revealing its true head. The artistry of the hidden head was remarkable, rivaling even that of the all-seeing Swampert. Unfortunately, with Karachi's expertise in psychic attacks, the opportunity to witness the defrosted head form seemed unlikely. With a resigned shake of the head, the individual prepared to retrieve Karachi's powers for the next moment. After all, this Ice Brick Goose was merely level 7, and Kirachi was not likely to succumb to defeat. Behold my prowess. Use Comet Punch, Kirachi exclaimed with great fervor, eliciting anticipation from the individual. Comet Punch, a steel-type move with a power of 90, inflicts physical damage with a chance to elevate its own attack by 1 stage. As a true wishing star, Jirachi commanded the forces of the cosmos, promising an impressive display with its Comet Punch. One could envision the spectacle of a single punch shattering the ice block while rendering Ice Brick Goose incapacitated. As the starry sky enveloped the battlefield, both the individual and the scientifically minded companion gasped in awe. Is this the power of the universe? I too wish to wield such strength. I have decided. I shall become an astrologer. The power of magic is truly magnificent. The scientifically inclined individual even abandoned his scientific pursuits, transforming into a magical enthusiast. The cosmic energy coalesced around Karachi's raised fist, while Ice Brick Goose stood obliviously, unresponsive to its surroundings. The scientific individual was so utterly astonished that he forgot to issue commands. With a determined huff, Jirachi charged forward like a shooting star, its fist colliding with the icy head of Ice Brick Goose. It struck true. Yet, nothing happened. In the next moment, Ice Brick Goose raised its wing and swatted Jirachi away. Astrologers are utterly unreliable. I shall strive to pursue the path of science. The scientific individual scratched his head in bewilderment. The individual gently patted Karachi's head to rouse it from its daze. Did I win? Did you see my might? Jirachi mumbled incoherently, clearly still in a stupor. You were just knocked away. Hops could no longer contain a chuckle, half-jokingly inquiring what was amiss. The legendary Pokémon, Jirachi. In a sudden flutter, Jirachi soared into the air, noticing that the ice cube goose was scratching at an ice block with its webbed foot. Appearing even more bewildered than Jirachi itself. That is merely because my powers have yet to be restored. Jirachi hastily defended itself, while the scientific chubby fellow scratched his head in perplexity. What could this seemingly Pokémon-like creature and that individual be engaged in? What restoration of powers was being spoken of? After all, it had been sent flying with a single slap. But upon reflection, the ice cube goose, which he had traded for, was indeed impressive, boasting such formidable strength. With this thought, the scientific chubby fellow's confidence surged. He adjusted his pants and, pointing at Hops and Jirachi, declared with pride, "It seems your Pokémon is utterly incapable. Admitting defeat now would be perfectly acceptable. After all, my ice cube goose is so powerful. I could consider it a narrow victory for you. Ha ha ha." The chubby fellow's words brimmed with arrogance, prompting Hops to immediately grasp the Ultra Beast Pokeball, unveiling a benevolent smile. However, Jirachi raised a hand to halt Hops, serious in both tone and expression. "Hops, I have an idea. Quickly, make a wish for me. If I can sense the power of your wish, I might just succeed in using my ability." Hops furrowed his brow in confusion, asking, "Haven't the 3 wishes been exhausted already? According to your words, I must help the gym leader fulfill a wish to restore your powers, right?" "Indeed. That is a limitation on my abilities," Jirachi replied. Only by Hops defeating the gym and successfully aiding the gym leader in realizing a wish could Jirachi regain the capacity to fulfill 3 wishes. However, Jirachi shook its head and, mimicking Hops, mustered a confident smile, saying, "Using my ability and fulfilling a wish are 2 entirely different matters. The principles are beyond my explanation. But just make a wish." Jirachi left everything ambiguous, merely instructing Hops to wish upon it to unleash its power. Though still somewhat doubtful, Hops chose to trust his companion, clasping his hands in earnest and making a serious wish. "Jirachi, I hope you can use the Comet Punch ability. Your wish has been heard." Jirachi exclaimed, spreading its arms wide as its true eye suddenly opened. A surge of white energy flowed into the true eye, and the starry sky once again enveloped the arena. Of course, having witnessed the previous failure, the scientific chubby fellow was unfazed, casually commanding the ice cube goose to charge forward. The ice cube goose shook its icy head, opened its webbed foot, and waddled over. Simultaneously, the celestial power coalesced once more in Jirachi's hands, propelling it forward to deliver a powerful punch. "Are you attempting that move again? It will be futile." The scientific chubby fellow's words trailed off, his astonishment palpable. Not just him, even Hops was taken aback. As Jirachi's fist connected with the ice cube goose, nothing seemed to transpire upon its icy head. Moreover, Jirachi itself was struck by the ice cube goose's charge, sent hurtling backward. Yet, the crucial moment lay in the instant Jirachi was knocked away. The starry sky that enveloped the arena converged, and countless starlights coalesced into a massive, crystal blue comet. As if imitating the dragon starfall used by Rayquaza, a colossal comet crashed directly into the ice-flying goose. The icy head was pulverized beneath the comet. Yet its ability mitigated the impact. Was this the end? Certainly not. The comet shattered alongside the ice, transforming into a dozen or so yellow stars enveloped in starlight, all directed towards the ice-flying goose. This was the high-speed star move. Chapter 10. I wish to see your mutated green caterpillar. The shattered comet morphed into several yellow stars cloaked in starlight, simultaneously launching at the ice-flying goose. This was the high-speed star move. The bartending flower exclaimed in astonishment. The skill effect of Comet Punch had indeed transformed into a real comet, and to add on high-speed stars was simply extraordinary. Surely, Jirachi was a monster. The scientific chub was utterly dumbfounded. The ice-flying goose lost its combat capability and was returned to its Pokeball in a flash of light. How terrifying. I understand now. The pinnacle of science leads to theology. It seems I must pursue the path of an astrologer. The scientific chub had once again morphed into a magical chub. Truly a fickle-minded soul. Come now, a bet is a bet. Here's the wish star for you. After all, I am not participating in the gym challenge, and the wish star would be of no use to me. The scientific chub handed over the wish star, displaying a hint of arrogance. Yet his willingness to honor the bet was commendable. Truly, he was a steadfast companion to players in the game. The bartending flower accepted the wish star, silently giving a thumbs up to the scientific chub. With the wish star secured, the next step was to deliver it to Dr. Mulan, so she could craft it into a Gigantamax band. Thus, it was time to head to Woodpole town to reunite with Hep and the others. Perfectly timed to visit Dr. Mulan's residence on Route 2. After bidding farewell to the scientific chub, the bartending flower, along with the somewhat wobbly Jirachi, set off towards Route 1. Little did they expect that utilizing such a skill would drain so much energy. Next time, it would be better to let Rayquaza handle it. Jirachi rubbed its head and decided to nestle into the bartending flower's backpack for some rest. Having not yet regained its strength, amplifying the skill to that degree was excessive. It would take at least half an hour to return to its original state. The bartending flower shrugged. It would indeed be strange if Jirachi did not react in this manner. That skill of his should be reserved as a trump card. Moreover, with the temporary absence of Jirachi's incessant chatter, the bartending flower could truly savor the allure of this world. In the game, traversing from Hualing Town to Woodpole Town took less than a minute through Route 1. In this world, while not as exaggerated as in the game, the distance was still manageable. After less than 5 minutes of walking, the bartending flower faintly spotted the prominent purple building of the Pokémon Research Institute in Woodpole Town. According to the game's narrative, Hep and Xiaohua would be at the Institute, acquiring their Pokédex before heading to Route 2 to find Drive Milan. However, at this moment, they were likely waiting for the bartending flower, as it had been agreed that the three would travel together. Given Hep's personality, he would wait for the bartending flower to arrive before proceeding. Route 1 was much like in the game, featuring a straight path alongside a patch of grass on the side. In the grassy area, wild Pokémon abound, and to Xiaohua, these creatures represent nothing less than moving experience points. Furthermore, even if a wild Pokémon is defeated, it will regain its vitality over time, alleviating any concerns about inflicting real harm upon them. Thus, while Hep and others lingered at the Research Institute, Xiaohua opted to traverse the grassy area, diligently accumulating experience. The thought of watching experience points slip away before her eyes was simply unbearable. 10 minutes later, in Mugan Town, Xiaohua crossed the small bridge at the town's entrance, and the Mugan Town station came into view, where Dandy's Charizard entertained the children. Not far to her right stood the unmistakable purple structure of the Pokémon Research Institute. She had initially hoped to evolve her Fire Rabbit in one go. But to her dismay, after defeating only 3 Pokémon, the rest scattered like frightened prey. With a hint of frustration, she remarked that she had anticipated at least leveling the Fire Rabbit to level 12. However, after vanquishing 3, the remaining Pokémon fled at the mere sight of her. Resembling a scene from a horror tale, it could be said that while the real world offers certain advantages over the gaming realm, it also presents its own set of disadvantages. Nevertheless, the Fire Rabbit successfully reached level 8, marking a promising beginning. "Oh, Master Xiaohua, over here." Hep's voice called out from a distance. Turning around, Xiaohua noticed the young boy at the entrance of the institute waving enthusiastically. A small yellow dog rushed toward her, circling around and barking excitedly. It resembled a short-legged corgi, and Xiaohua instantly recognized it as the electric-type Pokémon, Piku. Clearly, this was the companion of Sonia, the owner of the Research Institute. Barking excitedly, Piku spun around Xiaohua before darting a few steps toward Hep, glancing back as if to convey that she should follow. With a light chuckle, Xiaohua leisurely trailed behind Piku. Hep, brimming with excitement, rushed over, waving his Pokédex enthusiastically. Master, I've obtained the Pokédex. Now I, too, am a trainer with a Pokédex, just like you. My next goal is to secure a recommendation letter from Brother and participate in the gym challenge." His tone and eyes radiated hope and ambition, reflecting his fervor for the upcoming challenge. Xiaohua smiled and patted Hep on the shoulder, reassuringly saying, "Rest assured, Dandy will grant you the recommendation letter." After all, according to the storyline, he merely needed to battle Xiaohua in front of Professor Mulan's home to obtain it. Naturally, Hep was unaware that with Xiaohua's endorsement, the recommendation letter was as good as his, filling him with unbridled confidence. As they conversed, Xiaohua reached the entrance of the Research Institute. Upon pushing the door open, a high-pitched female voice pierced the air as she directed her ire toward Dandy. "I've told you, Caterpie cannot mutate, let alone mutate into something capable of using Draco Meteor. Dandy, if you continue to tempt me with tales of powerful Pokémon I've never encountered, I shall be quite upset." The speaker was a striking woman clad in a brown trench coat, her orange hair tied back in a neat side ponytail. Standing assertively before Dandy, the waves of her curls and the heart-shaped headpiece reveal her penchant for beauty, while a pair of black-framed glasses perched atop her head adds a touch of vivacity. "Sonia, in this world, there exists a plethora of powerful Pokémon that we have yet to encounter. The mutated Caterpie is one such creature. Encountering it would surely elucidate this." Dan, with a dismissive smile, conveyed through his words that this enchanting lady is none other than the owner of the Research Institute, Sonia. Indeed, her appearance mirrors that of the game, untouched in its design. Xiaohua nodded internally, marveling at how this Sonia appeared even more beautiful than her digital counterpart. Before she could finish her reverie, Hep waved enthusiastically, calling out, "Master Xiaohua has arrived. Miss Sonia, you are bound to be astonished by Master S mutated Caterpie." Sonia turned at the sound, scrutinizing Xiaohua with a hint of skepticism in her gaze. "Greetings, I am Sonia, a researcher. You must be Xiaohua." She approached, extending her hand politely despite her lingering doubts. Xiaohua nodded and reciprocated the gesture, offering a brief introduction. "Yes, they have informed me about you. Let us get straight to the point. I wish to see your mutated Caterpie." Chapter 11, Sonia's Challenge. Let us be direct. I am eager to see your mutated Caterpie. Ahem. Although Xiaohua's thoughts remained innocent, the presence of such a stunning beauty before her, suddenly requesting to see the mutated Caterpie, rendered her somewhat bashful. Just aside, business must be attended to. As Sonia approached, Xiaohua had already formulated her plan. First, she needed Sonia to deliver the wishing star to Dr. Milan, requesting the creation of a Gigantamax band. Additionally, Xiaohua harbored a hypothesis that required the expertise of a researcher like Sonia. In this reality where the game intertwines with the anime, could Pokémon combine skills and abilities to execute moves akin to combination attacks? If feasible, Xiaohua's extensive knowledge of Pokémon would provide a significant advantage in double or even triple battles. Of course, but I require your assistance with 2 minor tasks. Miss Sonia, Xiaohua said with a light chuckle, retrieving the Pokeball containing the Lottie S. Sonia nodded, responding nonchalantly, certainly, as long as it falls within my capabilities. However, should you dare inquire about any Pokémon I have yet to encounter, akin to what Dan does, I shall have Electrike nip at your rear. After uttering this, Sonia shot Dan a glare, which elicited nothing but a dismissive chuckle in return. It was evident that Dan had caused Sonia no small amount of trouble regarding this matter, leaving her with a psychological scar. This space is too confined. Let us step outside, Xiaohua suggested with a grin, sensing Sonia's reaction, thus feeling no urgency to present her requests just yet. It's merely a caterpie. Do we truly need to go outside? Sonia inquired, albeit she complied obediently, making her way towards the door. I am eager to unveil the enigma that has shrouded this situation. Outside the door, as Sonia's words lingered in the air, the Pokeball of the wine flower was cast forth, unleashing a powerful gust that swept across the scene, with a roar resonating under an unparalleled sense of oppression. A colossal black figure emerged before the crowd, evoking a profound sense of danger even in the Charizard. In an instant, it soared from its position at the station, spreading its arms to shield the Emperor Dan. Do you see this, Sister Sonia? This is Master S mutated caterpie. It bears the magnificent name, Rayquaza. Hep could scarcely contain his exhilaration, even more animated than the trainer of the wine flower. Sonia stood frozen in place, gazing up at Rayquaza, utterly transfixed. Her mouth agape as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. The overwhelming presence, visibly potent, reminded her of her childhood encounter with 2 Pokémon in the misty forest. This is impossible. This cannot possibly be a caterpie. Sonia abruptly regained her composure, resolutely asserting her conviction. Yet, Hep interjected once more, pointing at the patterns on Rayquaza's body. The patterns on Rayquaza's body are nearly identical to those of an ordinary caterpie, and its physical structure is similar as well. You cannot dismiss its identity simply because the colors differ. A mutated caterpie could never attain such power. That would be a grave injustice to caterpie. With Hep's words, Sonia clenched her fists, her frustration palpable, yet she found herself at a loss for a retort. In truth, she believed that a caterpie could not mutate to such an extent, at least not to rival those 2 Pokémon. However, before she could voice her counterpoint, Hep had already undermined it. The townsfolk began to gather, intrigued by the spectacle. If Hep were to bring up discrimination, Sonia, as a researcher, would find herself in a precarious position. The wine flower stifled a chuckle, patting Hep on the shoulder, secretly commending his efforts. Without uttering a word, the young lad had filled the role of an excellent supporter. Was this not the epitome of assistance? Although the Pokédex indicated it could not be identified, Sonia remained skeptical and promptly grasped the Pokeball. The simplest method to ascertain its true might was through battle. Though I am a researcher, I am also a researcher of the Galar region's battle arena. Wine flower, let us engage in combat, Sonia declared, challenging the wine flower, while Hep cheered, reveling in the unfolding drama. His sole desire was to witness the wine flower commanding Rayquaza, employing an array of dazzling skills to overwhelm Sonia. The wine flower's eyes lit up at the prospect of battle. This was the perfect opportunity to test the combination skill she had devised. Just as she was about to propose a double battle, Little You came sprinting from a distance, breathless and inquiring about the commotion. Oh, Little You, have you seen Dr. Milan? Hep asked with a smile, while the wine flower nodded, realizing that Little You had been searching for Dr. Milan. But you've arrived just in time. Sister Sonia is about to battle Master. Come and witness it, Hep said, casually patting Little You on the back, showing no regard for her being a girl. Although Hep may appear to lack emotional intelligence, his words struck a chord with Xiaohua. With Xiaoyu also present, it was a perfect opportunity for her to team up with Sonia, while he paired with Hep. The notion of combining skills was merely a hypothesis. It was prudent to start with simpler tactics. Thus, he decided to have Rayquaza team up with the Sobbles, while Xiaoyu's Noivern would partner with Sonia's Pokémon. This approach not only diminished the complexity of executing combination skills, but also allowed for a clear analysis of the advantages and disadvantages when pitted against non-combination skills. With this thought in mind, Xiaohua waved his hand and deliberately raised his voice, addressing Miss Sonia. How about we engage in a double battle? I shall team up with Hep, and you can join forces with Xiaoyu. Before Sonia and Xiaoyu could respond, Hep leaped up in excitement. Can I fight alongside my master? This is incredible. Xiaoyu, hurry over there and prepare for battle. Hep enthusiastically guided Xiaoyu to Sonia's side before rushing over to Xiaohua, clutching a Pokeball. Hep, you Sobbles, Xiaohua said with a light chuckle. Hep, seeing Xiaoyu take out her Pokeball, looked somewhat puzzled. Well, it is possible, but Xiaoyu's Pokemon is Noivern, which has a type advantage over Sobbles. Although puzzled as to why Xiaohua seemed oblivious to such a straightforward type disadvantage, Hep complied and tossed his Pokeball, summoning Sobbles amidst a radiant glow. Xiaoyu Noivern, Sonia declared, raising her hand. Since Xiaohua was eager for a double battle, she was determined to match his enthusiasm. However, The thought of Dan D and Hep's smug expressions ignited a fire within her. She resolved not to allow Xiaohua an easy victory. Yet, a standard double battle seemed rather dull. She decided to add some intriguing rules. First, I will use a level 20 Pokémon, just like you, but while we battle, we must also ensure the safety of Noivern and Sobbles. If we defeat Sobbles, you lose. Conversely, if you manage to defeat Noivern, I lose. The loser must unconditionally grant the winner one request, one that must be fulfilled. Do you dare? Chapter 12, Combination Skills. The loser must unconditionally grant the winner one request, one that must be fulfilled. Do you dare? Sonia proclaimed confidently, even if she believed that the massive black Pokémon before her was a mutated Caterpie. It remained just a Caterpie. Although, as a Pokémon researcher, she shouldn't think this way. The Caterpie was undeniably weak in terms of data and species. Even with its mutation to dragon and flying types, it could still be countered by ice-type moves. As long as the ice-type skills immobilized the mutated Caterpie, she could command Noivern to attack Sobbles. Victory would be within her grasp. Then Xiaohua would have to acknowledge that it was not a mutated Caterpie, but merely a new species of Pokémon. She eagerly anticipated the expressions on Dan D and Hep's faces at that moment. With a triumphant glance at Dan D, Sonia's face radiated with pride. Witnessing this scene, Xiaohua nearly burst into laughter. Sonia's expression had laid bare her intentions. It was evident that she could hardly conceal her thoughts. If one were to speak candidly, Sonia was indeed correct. How could the Sky Dominator truly be a mutated green caterpillar? That was merely a jest from Xiaohua. Thus, in the forthcoming battle, Xiaohua was determined to let Sonia experience the true might of the Sky Sovereign. A clash of titans, indeed. Frostland Bear, do ensure the safety of the noisemaker. Sonia tossed her Pokeball, closely followed by Xiaoyu. The two Pokeballs flew through the air, summoning their respective Pokemon. On the left was a charming little green monkey, its prominent green leaves and stick-like appendages catching the eye. The two wooden sticks sprouting from the ground in its grasp resembled diminutive drumsticks. This was Xiaoyu's Pokemon, the grass-type starter, Noisemaker. In contrast, the Pokemon on the right exuded a far more fearsome aura. Standing nearly 3 meters tall on its hind legs, it resembled a polar bear. Its fierce expression accentuated by a layer of ice covering its lower jaw to its chest. Clearly, this was Sonia's Pokemon, Frostland Bear. Xiaohua furrowed her brow. In her recollection, Frostland Bear was the evolved form of Sneezing Bear, which evolved only at level 37. Hadn't Sonia claimed to be using only Pokemon at the same level of 20? Upon scanning the Pokédex, Xiaohua's confusion only deepened. Frostland Bear, level 23, Ice-type. Frozen Pokemon. Its icy breath produces fangs harder than steel, and it roams the frigid seas in search of sustenance. Level 23? What could this possibly mean? Sonia seemed to notice Xiaohua's bewilderment. Blushing, she coughed lightly and remarked, "Is it possible to be precisely at level 20? A mere 3-level discrepancy warrants your gentlemanly demeanor to concede." Sonia had mistakenly assumed that Xiaohua's frown was due to the level of Frostland Bear, which made her feel a tad embarrassed. Xiaohua found Sonia's misunderstanding both amusing and perplexing. Mimicking her cough, she responded, "You've misunderstood. I am curious as to why Sneezing Bear evolves into Frostland Bear only at level 37, yet yours is." Sonia quickly grasped the situation and eagerly explained. "I discovered it in the snowy plains, where it was besieged by other Pokémon. In a moment of desperation, it must have awakened its latent potential and forced its evolution. Thus, I captured it to study how it surpassed the level constraints." With her hands on her hips, Sonia spoke with pride, as if to boast about her ability to capture a Pokémon that had forcibly evolved. Impressive, indeed. However, Xiaohua was far less concerned with Sonia's achievement in capturing Frostland Bear. What truly captivated her was the fact that this Pokémon had managed to break through the level limitations to evolve. Did this not signify the limitless possibilities inherent in the world of Pokémon, as well as in the combination of skills? Enough chit-chat, let us commence the official battle. "Miss Sonia," Xiaohua urged, her eagerness to witness the successful execution of combination skills palpable. Sonia let out a triumphant laugh, immediately issuing her command. "That's exactly what I've been waiting for. Frostland Bear, unleash Blizzard." Blizzard, an ice-type move with a power of 110, inflicts special attack damage. Its effect is to unleash a fierce blizzard against the opponent, with a chance of freezing them in place. Moreover, ice-type moves deal quadruple damage to Rayquaza, making it seemingly the perfect choice. However, this very selection revealed to Xiaohua that Sonia was woefully unskilled in Pokémon battles. Not only did she opt for such a wide-ranging move, denying Noivern the opportunity to attack, but Blizzard itself is a special attack move while Frostland Bear is unequivocally a physical attacker. Additionally, Blizzard has only a 70 accuracy rate, making it prone to evasion. Given Frostland Bear's significantly low speed, it would have been wiser to initiate with Hail to trigger its snow warning ability, thereby doubling its speed. Following this, it could have utilized Ice Punch or Ice Hammer, both physical ice-type moves. Thus, it became evident that researchers are indeed researchers. Sonia is far more suited to studying Pokémon than to engaging in combat. Even if she had followed Xiaohua's anticipated strategy of starting with Hail, it would have merely squandered her advantage. Xiaohua would undoubtedly command Rayquaza to swiftly eliminate her Pokémon by choosing to use Blizzard. Sonia unwittingly provided Xiaohua with the opportunity to showcase Rayquaza's mastery over airflow. Xiaohua's strategy was straightforward, to exploit Rayquaza's absolute command of the winds, coupled with the tear-inducing effect of the Cryogonal's tears, to create a powerful storm. This storm would serve to control both Frostland Bear and Noivern, followed by a flurry of consecutive attacks. Hep, let the Cryogonal weep. The more tears, the better. Rayquaza, shield the Cryogonal with your body, Xiaohua commanded. As Rayquaza soared down beside the Cryogonal, enveloping it in a protective embrace, the overwhelming pressure required no further command from Hep. The Cryogonal was already in a state of fright, bursting into tears. Now, Rayquaza, use Hurricane. Whirl the Cryogonal's tears away with the winds. Xiaohua immediately directed. Hurricane, a flying-type move with a power of 110, inflicts special attack damage and has a chance to confuse the opponent, just as Xiaohua had envisioned. He intended for Rayquaza to utilize its mastery over airflow to transform the Cryogonal's tears into a colossal tear bomb. Not only could it disperse the oncoming blizzard, but it could also successfully propel the tears forward, truly a twofold victory. As the skill began to manifest, Frostland Bear opened its mouth wide, inhaling deeply, its belly swelling to the size of a cow. Simultaneously, an icy blue radiance began to coalesce in its mouth. The air it inhaled, upon being exhaled, would encounter the icy blue glow, instantaneously transforming into a raging blizzard aimed directly at Rayquaza. However, let us not forget Xiaohua's initial analysis. Frostland Bear possesses alarmingly low speed. As the blizzard erupted in a tempestuous display, the colossal tornado birthed by Rayquaza roared forth, ensnaring the tears of the weeping lizard and hurtling them towards the frigid bear with a fierce howl. Chapter 13. Combination Technique, Tear Gas. The horrifying tornado surged forth, colliding violently with the blizzard unleashed by the frigid bear. The resulting gale ravaged the faces of the onlookers, causing many to squint against the onslaught. The girls in skirts were in a state of panic, desperately clutching at their hems to prevent them from soaring away. Xiaoyu and Hep had become utterly transfixed, feeling as though they were participants in this battle, yet simultaneously disengaged from it. Was such a spectacle truly possible between Pokémon of merely level 20? Was this the experience meant for novice trainers who had only just acquired their Pokémon less than a day prior? Such scenes were only ever witnessed on television. Yet, those were orchestrated by trainers of immense prowess. Dan Emperor stroked his chin, unable to suppress a chuckle. To this esteemed champion, the more astonishing Xiaohua's performance became, the greater his delight. Clearly, he anticipated Xiaohua's evolution into a formidable rival in the future. Only by battling stronger trainers could one glean greater wisdom and evolve in strength. Moreover, the move Xiaohua had employed was peculiarly unique, ingeniously combining her skill with the tears of the weeping lizard. However, at present, it merely appeared as a straightforward clash between tornado and blizzard, with the tear's significance remaining unexpressed. Or perhaps, was it merely an unintentional oversight? Was this mere spectator overthinking the situation? Just as Dan Emperor pondered this, the true purpose of the tears was about to unveil itself. The frigid bear, merely a tornado, must not falter in strength. Sonia called out emphatically, and the frigid bear, as if spurred by some unseen force, emitted a thunderous roar. Its belly, once large enough to accommodate a cow, instantaneously transformed into a taut expanse. Accompanying this was the astonishing outcome of the blizzard dispersing the tornado entirely. Press the advantage. Do not grant that creature any opportunity, Sonia exclaimed triumphantly, completely oblivious to Xiaohua's serene smile. She remained unaware that as the tornado was scattered, the tears, now assimilated into vapor by the gusts, would likewise disperse. And now, as the frigid bear sought to capitalize on its momentum, at the moment it inhaled, the tears swirling around its head would be drawn in with unprecedented swiftness. The consequences of this action were on the verge of revelation. Under Sonia's command, the frigid bear indeed commenced its inhalation, preparing to unleash a blizzard to annihilate Rayquaza. It would then employ its powerful claws to crush the frail weeping lizard. Yet, in that moment of inhalation, it felt as though 2 bottles of chili oil had been squeezed into its small black eyes. Or perhaps, it was akin to being pricked by 20,000 needles simultaneously. The intense sensation compelled it to unleash a heart-wrenching wail. The frigid bear emitted a cry of agony, instinctively raising its paw to shield its eyes. Abruptly halting its inhalation midway, it found itself not only besieged by excruciating pain in its eyes, but also its entire body deflating like a punctured balloon. The sensation of air surging from the depths of the belly to the throat, then erupting from the mouth, is undeniably unpleasant. The frosted bear, with its eyes covered, emitted a thunderous belch, rolling on the ground in agony, wailing as if it were experiencing the utmost distress. Before the bewildered Sonia could inquire, Xiaohua snapped his fingers and spoke. The tears of the tearful lizard contain potent tear-inducing components. A single drop is equivalent to the effect of 100 onions. When it senses danger, it cries out, dispersing this substance, causing its adversaries to weep uncontrollably, allowing it to escape in the turmoil. The initial weeping of the tearful lizard, in a whirlwind of tears, certainly amounted to hundreds of drops. In an instant, the frosted bear's eyes and belly absorbed them all, and the sensation was quite exquisite. Concluding his remark, Xiaohua deliberately inhaled sharply, shaking his body and emitting a hissing sound, a clear display of mockery. I understood. This is the fabled combination skill. Truly deserving of the title of master, effortlessly achieving what others cannot. Hep raised his hand in excitement, realizing that the most significant contribution to the recent combination skill was indeed the tears of the tearful lizard, an overwhelming sense of involvement. Hearing Hep's words, Dan Emperor's eyes brightened, his gaze towards Xiaohua filled with admiration. He was certainly familiar with the concept of combination skills and had even attempted them. However, Pokémon skills seemed to possess certain limitations, making combination difficult. Even if it were possible, it would merely involve low-power basic skills undergoing the simplest fusion reactions, incapable of producing the transformations and precise attacks akin to Xiaohua's. It appears that Xiaohua is not only unique among Pokémon, but he can also be considered a genius. The prospect of such a person becoming a formidable rival in the future is exhilarating. I long to engage him in a full-force battle right now. Dan Emperor and Hep, being brothers, easily became excited, perpetually in a state of joy. In contrast, Sonia's emotions were far more volatile and lively. Seeing that the frosted bear had no chance of victory, Sonia let out a defeated cry, retrieving it into its Pokeball. She patted Xiaoyu's shoulder, signaling her to recall her Pokémon as well, indicating that the battle was over. Then, with a sullen expression, she turned and walked towards the research institute, as though she had endured a tremendous setback. Dan Emperor laughed heartily, approaching Xiaohua and reassuring him that Sonia would soon recover, as she always does. Yet, the surprises you have brought me are beyond measure, and I eagerly anticipate that you will stand before me as a true rival in the future. With that, Dan Emperor also made his way towards the research institute, aware that even with low emotional intelligence, he should comfort Sonia. After all, she had just lost to the indomitable rival, so it was only fair. Haha, Xiaohua, observing Dan Emperor's retreating figure, felt a surge of confidence, silently declaring that in the future, he would not merely stand as a rival, but as a victor. The unfinished business from before his crossing would be accomplished in a more perfect manner. With that thought, Xiaohua couldn't help but desire to strike a striking pose. In the realm of anime and novels, it is customary for the male protagonist to deliver a powerful internal monologue, often accompanied by dramatic lighting to enhance their grandeur. However, before such a display could be executed, the character Xiaohua found himself encircled by a throng of admirers. The previous display of skill had been nothing short of spectacular. What exactly was that ability? What is the nature of your relationship with Dandy? Why do your gazes convey such profound understanding? Some have claimed that your Pokémon is a mutated Caterpie. Is there any truth to this? How can a Caterpie possibly mutate? The gesture of snapping fingers followed by an explanation was incredibly elegant. Might you perform it once more for a photograph? And perhaps, could you grant me an autograph as well? As Xiaohua was engulfed by the crowd, the majestic Rayquaza hovering above appeared somewhat bewildered. Having regained consciousness, Jirachi fluttered to its side, nonchalantly shrugging and commenting that Xiaohua had brought this upon himself by reveling in the attention and drawing the inquiries of those with trivial questions. Instead, why not discuss the cosmos of your world? Is there another version of me existing there? Are there as many stars as there are here? Is the other me formidable? Chapter 14, Data Simulation. After 5 arduous minutes, Xiaohua finally extricated himself from the crowd. His first act upon entering the research facility being to lock the door behind him. Dandy and Hep were still laughing heartily, while Sonia sat glumly in a chair, and Xiaoyu stifled her laughter behind her hand. Xiaohua was the sole casualty in this peculiar world. It was only during his entrapment by the throng that he recalled that Mugan Town was, in essence, a hub for starstruck enthusiasts. In the game, the majority of the townsfolk were fervent admirers of Dandy, and witnessing the interaction between Xiaohua and Dandy had undoubtedly incited the crowd's fervor. Coupled with Rayquaza's formidable dragon-like presence, it was hardly surprising that they could not restrain themselves. Though most inquiries were directed at Dandy, there were also those who found Xiaohua impressive and charismatic, with even some young women seeking his autograph. Fame can indeed be a double-edged sword, and thankfully, Xiaohua had cleverly disguised Rayquaza as a mutated Caterpie. Had the denizens of this world discovered that it was, in fact, one of the legendary Pokémon, the sovereign of the skies, it would have undoubtedly invited a deluge of trouble. Reflecting on this, Xiaohua nodded to himself, silently commending the astuteness of his strategy. Oh well, a loss is a loss. I am not one to shy away from it. Suddenly, Sonia rose from her chair, stretching and revealing her genuine smile as she approached Xiaohua, extending her hand. Let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Sonia. A pleasure to meet you, Xiaohua. Her intentions were clear. Initially, she had harbored doubts about Xiaohua and Rayquaza. However, the battles outside had dispelled her skepticism, prompting her to reconsider Xiaohua as a friend. I am equally pleased to meet you, Sonia. Xiaohua replied with a smile, extending his hand in return. After all, one does not become acquainted without a bit of conflict, and Sonia was not a villain. He would undoubtedly require her assistance in the future, particularly regarding the legendary Pokémon Zamazinta and Zacian, who had saved Galar. By the way, didn't we agree that the loser must unconditionally fulfill a request from the winner? I see you have yet to decide what you wish for. Perhaps I could assist you in determining that. Sonia's words interrupted Xiaohua's thoughts. Before Xiaohua could respond, Sonia smirked and said, "You could allow me to assist you in studying the mutation of the green caterpillar. That way, you could ascertain the reasons behind its transformation. Not only that, but I could also utilize the research findings to validate my own capabilities, thus paving the way for my advancement to a doctoral position. No longer merely a researcher or assistant. It's a win-win situation." Xiaohua's head was filled with question marks, leading her to promptly retract her earlier impression that Sonia was not a bad person. In truth, she was indeed a wicked woman. Clearing her throat, Xiaohua hastily interrupted Sonia, fearing that if she allowed her to continue, even the legendary Pokémon Rayquaza might end up stranded in the research institute. The actual request had been conceived from the outset, and Xiaohua stated with unwavering conviction, "I would like to ask Sonia to help me simulate whether Pokémon can execute combination moves." Combination moves? Sonia raised her hand, tracing circles near her ear with her finger, puzzled as to whether she had misheard. Was it possible that Xiaohua, a trainer with such a genial disposition, would pose a question that had previously vexed the champion? Indeed, this was not the first time Sonia had encountered this query. Not long ago, the champion had inquired about it as well. Moreover, he had conducted a series of practical experiments in the battle arena of the Research Institute. However, the results from those numerous trials indicated unequivocally that combination moves were unattainable. Thus, when Xiaohua posed this question, Sonia immediately thought of the champion. Could it be that this fool had led Xiaohua astray? Just as Sonia was about to turn and glare, Xiaohua began to explain that Sonia had indeed witnessed the recent battle. The combination of the move Hurricane and the tears of the Pokémon Weepinbell had successfully produced the effect of tear gas. I wish to utilize the Institute's equipment to input the skill data of Rayquaza and combine it with the skill data of other Pokémon. By conducting multiple simulations in the direction of combination moves, we can obtain the most accurate data results. Upon hearing this, both the champion and Hep were momentarily taken aback. Though they could not fully grasp the intricacies, they sensed the brilliance of the concept. Xiaoyu, who often assisted Sonia at the Research Institute, mirrored Sonia's astonishment. Exchanging glances, both were filled with delight. Xiaohua was indeed correct. During the battle, everyone had witnessed Rayquaza combining its skill with the tears of Weepinbell. This perhaps indicated that Rayquaza possessed a unique and exceptional quality. If Xiaohua's proposal were to be executed, it might yield several successful results in simulation. Most remarkably, this youth, who merely appeared to have a natural talent for battling, could articulate such scientific theories. It was truly astonishing. Unbeknownst to them, this was merely Xiaohua's playful banter, drawn from her gaming experiences and anime observations. Furthermore, she had often encountered combination skills and elemental reactions in various anime and games. Hence, the notion of combination moves had struck her as plausible. As for the concepts of data input and simulation, if Xiaohua were to speak the truth, she would confess that she had gleaned these ideas from Marvel movies, merely uttering them in passing. It seems that Sonia's surprise may be shattered in an instant. However, witnessing Sonia's reaction, the feasibility of such data simulation fills Hop with a sense of astonishment. Although Rayquaza and the Tearful Lizard indeed executed a combination move, it merely capitalized on the effect of tears, rather than being a true skill or characteristic. It is simply a racial ability of the Tearful Lizard as a Pokémon, much like Rayquaza's absolute dominion over currents and skies. Therefore, it is the combination of skills or traits that Hop aspires to realize. Utilizing practical combat for experimentation would incur excessive time costs. Thus, data simulation undoubtedly emerges as the optimal choice. 15 minutes later, Sonia donned her glasses, slipped into a lab coat, and settled before the computer to commence her operations. The data for Rayquaza and Hop's other Pokémon had already been inputted. This was Hop's suggestion, to initially conduct simulations on a small scale. This approach not only conserves time, but also allows Hop to visually ascertain the myriad possibilities within his team. Champion Diantha clapped Hop on the shoulder and smiled, expressing that she had once entertained a similar notion. However, she cautioned that there remain countless secrets about Pokémon that humanity has yet to uncover. Due to certain unknown limitations, the realization of combination moves is exceedingly challenging, and she urged him not to lose heart. She acknowledged Hop's innate talent for battles, asserting that even without combination moves, he could evolve into a formidable trainer. Although Diantha harbored doubts regarding the feasibility of combination moves, she feared that discouragement might impede Hop's potential. Her words served as a precautionary measure to assure Hop that he would still be impressive, even without such skills. Regrettably, Diantha's concerns proved to be entirely unfounded. While Hop maintained a smiling facade, he was entirely indifferent to her reassurances. He firmly believed in Rayquaza's capabilities. He was convinced that the Rayquaza summoned by Giratina was undoubtedly no ordinary Pokémon. The simulation was a success. Oh my. The Fire Rabbit could actually combine its skills with Rayquaza's Draco Meteor. Chapter 15. May I make you my research subject? Goodness. The Fire Rabbit could indeed combine its skills with Rayquaza's Draco Meteor. Sonia covered her mouth, her expression and eyes brimming with astonishment. Champion Diantha, who had just encouraged Hop, was left dumbfounded. What was happening? Upon seeing Hop's confident smile and clenched fist, did he foresee this success all along? The true fool was me. Hep, standing nearby, exclaimed in excitement, while the simulation results displayed on the screen revealed that the Fire Rabbit, upon evolving into the Blazing Ace, could even propel Rayquaza's Draco Meteor, enhancing it with a secondary boost and applying an additional layer of Fire-type energy. Most importantly, the simulated power data of Draco Meteor equated to that of Rayquaza using the move at level 70. This implies that henceforth, as long as the Fire Rabbit's kicking strength is adequately trained and Rayquaza's Meteor impact is controlled, they could consistently utilize this combination move until they surpass level 70. Miss Sonia, the data from Magikarp. Before Hop could fully revel in his excitement, the small you suddenly called out softly from the other side. Everyone gathered around her, their eyes fixated on the screen displaying the escalating values of the Magikarp. What on earth is happening? Sonia exclaimed softly, promptly taking the seat vacated by Xiaohua. As she began her operations, the keyboard emitted a series of crisp, rapid sounds. With each action, Sonia's astonishment intensified, until she ultimately realized that she could no longer maintain control. Resolutely, Sonia halted her efforts, stood up, and turned to Xiaohua, struggling to find the right words before asking in disbelief, "Xiaohua, where did your Pokémon come from? Are they all monsters?" This question left Xiaohua momentarily dumbfounded, instinctively glancing at Jirachi. After all, it was she who had summoned it. However, Jirachi quickly waved her hands, vehemently denying any connection, insisting, "Don't look at me. It's not my doing. It's just an ordinary Magikarp. It must be this." Xiaoyu's voice suddenly chimed in from a short distance away, standing beside the apparatus housing the Pokeballs. The Pokeballs within were all Xiaohua's, naturally containing the likes of Rayquaza. The data had been extracted through this apparatus and subsequently fed into the computer database. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the Magikarp's Pokeball was situated right next to Rayquaza's. As the crowd approached, they observed dark currents of electricity flickering between the two Pokeballs, as if connecting them. I understand now. This device inadvertently triggered Rayquaza's power, which fortuitously linked with the Magikarp, directly enhancing and mutating it. Jirachi exclaimed, clapping her hands in realization. This explanation was indeed compelling. Here were the strongest of the legendary Pokémon, the Sky Dragon, and the creature dubbed the weakest, Magikarp. At first glance, they seemed worlds apart. Yet, astonishingly, the Magikarp could absorb the power of Rayquaza. It was even genuinely undergoing a mutation. The phrase "Carp leaps over the Dragon Gate" suddenly flashed in Xiaohua's mind. Incredible. So, the Magikarp was harnessing the power of the Sky Dragon in a bid to leap over the Dragon Gate and ascend to greatness. This was simply astounding. The plethora of surprises Xiaohua brought forth captivated Sonia entirely, engrossing her in these extraordinary phenomena. As a researcher, what could possibly be more worthy of her attention than such a fascinating research project? Since the database had already recorded the data of Rayquaza and the others, there was no need for the physical Pokémon, enabling a series of simulated studies. Consequently, Xiaohua and her companions were unceremoniously ushered out of the research facility, including Dan Di, Hep, and Xiaoyu. Sonia decisively expelled them and locked the door to the laboratory. She declared that she needed to thoroughly investigate these phenomena and that no one could disturb her until she reached a conclusion. So, where shall we go next? Hep scratched his head, glancing around in confusion before settling his gaze on Dan Di. Xiaohua discerned that Hep was hoping Dan Di would provide a recommendation letter for him and Xiaoyu, allowing them to participate in the gym challenge. However, Dan Di merely stroked his chin in contemplation, showing no inclination to issue a recommendation letter. As Hep cast another pleading glance towards Xiaohua, Xiaoyu interjected once more, saying, "By the way, I returned to invite Hep and Xiaohua to find Dr. Milan. She mentioned she has prepared gifts for us, but we must go together to receive them." Xiaohua nodded slightly, realizing that the main storyline was about to unfold, albeit with some minor alterations. Upon hearing about the gifts, both Xiaohua and Hep were filled with anticipation. Hep, momentarily forgetting the matter of the recommendation letter, leaped into action, performing a couple of warm-up exercises before darting outside, exclaiming a playful challenge to see who would arrive first. "Forget it. No point in pondering over perplexities. Hep, hurry up. I'm coming to catch up with you." Dan Di suddenly spread his arms wide, laughing heartily as he joined the race outside. It must be said that these two truly embodied the bond of brotherhood, their personalities remarkably similar. However, such exuberance is always a welcome sight. Just as Xiaohua prepared to sprint after them, Xiaoyu unexpectedly grasped Xiaohua's arm, once again interrupting the moment. Observing Xiaoyu's bashful demeanor, Xiaohua found himself both amused and exasperated. He had already lost count of how many times he had been interrupted. In fact, he felt compelled to declare something. Xiaoyu is undeniably the #1 Garen in the national server. Her silence is unparalleled. Xiaohua, would you be willing to become my research subject? Before Xiaohua could voice his thoughts, Xiaoyu dropped a bombshell. Research subject? Isn't that a bit excessive? Now it was Xiaohua's turn to be puzzled, mimicking Sonia's initial gestures by twirling a finger near his ear. Xiaoyu did not respond immediately, but took a deep breath to calm her excitement, then spoke with heightened enthusiasm. Because Miss Sonia said that one must first find a research subject worthy of all efforts, and only by achieving the most perfect results can one become a qualified researcher. I have discovered that both your Pokémon and your unique thought processes in battle are truly astonishing. Therefore, I wish for you to be my research subject, allowing me to study you and your Pokémon. Xiaoyu's fervent declaration startled both Xiaohua and Jirachi, who stood nearby. Who would have imagined that this seemingly quiet and reserved girl harbored such fervor? Forget about Xiaohua being remarkable. The contrast within Xiaoyu herself was enough to astonish anyone. In certain genres of films and anime, upon such declarations from a main female character, the next scene might very well feature Xiaohua and Jirachi on an operating table, transformed into scientific monstrosities. However, this was the delightful world of Pokémon, where such dark occurrences were entirely implausible. Thus, Xiaohua chuckled softly, gently ruffling Xiaoyu's hair, and replied, "But, I must decline. One of my favorite pastimes is to assert myself against those I consider capable." Chapter 16, The Nemesis of the Boy in Shorts. But, I must decline. One of the endeavors that brings me the utmost joy is to address those I deem capable. Suddenly, I adopted an unusual demeanor, my entire presence transforming into that of a formidable figure. As my words faded into the air, before Xiaoyu could respond, I seized Jirachi and fled. It would be folly to linger here and discuss research subjects. Such conversations could lead her to transform into a deranged maiden, wielding a chainsaw and drill, cheerfully proclaiming, "I'm here to study you." The mere thought of such a scenario sends shivers down my spine. 5 minutes later, at the eastern exit of Mukong Town, Dr. Mulan's residence is located at the end of Route 2, accessible from this eastern exit. Squinting my eyes, I could faintly discern a similarly violet structure in the distance. Dr. Mulan's home. According to the narrative of the game, Xiaoyu and Hep would engage in a Pokémon battle here. Upon the battle's conclusion, they would receive a letter of recommendation from Dandy, along with 2 wishing stars. These wishing stars would be crafted by Dr. Mulan into the coveted Gigantamax band, which is my ultimate goal. Speaking of Galar, its most distinctive feature is undoubtedly the phenomenon of Gigantamaxing. Thus, the Gigantamax band is the most crucial item. Route 2 is abundant with patches of grass and wild Pokémon, as well as several trainers. In the game, they simply stand idly, challenging players who pass by. To many players, this is seen as a sheer waste of time. Consequently, most resort to cheat codes to bypass them effortlessly. However, for me, whether in the game or in this realm, these trainers represent the finest opportunity for gaining experience. Pokémon must battle to level up and grow stronger, and the levels of wild Pokémon are quite inconsistent. Thus, challenging these trainers proves to be more reliable. So, when I spotted a little boy in shorts not far off, the poor child was already marked as my target. What lay ahead for him would be the legendary nemesis of the shorts-wearing boys, the nightmare of the bug-catching youth, the merciless creditor of the young lady, the beautiful huntress. I approached with a Pokeball in hand, outwardly resembling a novice trainer ready to venture into the grass, my face etched with innocence. Yet, deep within, I emitted the laughter of a dark overlord, a presence so palpable that even Jirachi could sense the villainous aura surrounding me. Just as I prepared to step into the grass, the boy in shorts called out, "Halt!" A trainer's gaze demands a battle. Accept my challenge, you inexperienced novice. I shall make you aware that I am the ruler of Route 2. The boy rushed toward me, his heart singing with joy at finally encountering a naive opponent. The rule of Route 2 dictates that the stronger the trainer, the further back they stand. Thus, he, being in the front, was undoubtedly the weakest. Upon seeing the familiar visage of Hep, he turned his head away. When Dandy sprinted past him, he nearly fainted from shock. As the sovereign of Route 2, he found himself lamenting the fact that he encountered trainers he could not contend with. At that moment, Xiaohua appeared, exuding the unique freshness and excitement of a novice. The eagerness to venture into the grass, coupled with a hint of trepidation, rendered him the epitome of an utterly inexperienced newcomer. Thus, as a mentor who had been a trainer for a full 5 days, he felt compelled to impart the survival rules of Route 2 to Xiaohua. The boy in shorts seized a Pokeball and, without hesitation, hurled it forward, releasing his Pokémon amidst a radiant glow. It was a large-tailed fox, predominantly cloaked in fiery red, with black markings adorning its eyes, ears, and tail, resembling a mischievous mask. This was a thief fox, level 6. A dark-type Pokémon that thrived by pilfering food from other Pokémon, its soft, padded feet allowing it to tread silently. The Pokédex revealed that the thief fox is a common wild Pokémon on Route 2, possessing overall stats that could be deemed rather weak. In the realm of the game, a handful of playful players might catch one for amusement, as its ability, Escape, guarantees a successful retreat from wild Pokémon battles. Naturally, this trait holds no merit in trainer battles. Xiaohua, gazing at the little fox, hesitated over which Pokémon to deploy. The opponent before him was the first boy in shorts he encountered since traversing into this world, thus rendering it a moment of significance. Although Xiaohua yearned to send out his fire rabbit to gain experience, he pondered the prospect of trying his mutated Magikarp instead. However, in the eyes of the Route 2 king, Xiaohua's indecision was merely a manifestation of a novice's fear, igniting within him an unparalleled sense of confidence and satisfaction, prompting him to taunt without reservation. If you're afraid, just concede. Losing to the king of Route 2 is no shame. Your toll is merely a lollipop. The innocence of a child's words is always endearing. A lollipop as a toll truly encapsulates the beauty of the Pokémon world. Thus, Xiaohua boldly tossed out the Pokeball containing his Rayquaza. How audacious it was to provoke Xiaohua and demand a toll. Even if this so-called toll was merely a lollipop, it was unreasonable for a great demon king to be extorted. As Rayquaza emerged, its immense form cast a shadow over the boy in shorts. The king found himself stumbling to the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably. Rayquaza, be a tad friendly. Greet him politely with your most magnificent Dragon Meteor, Xiaohua remarked with a smile, while Jirachi had already closed its eyes and covered its ears, unable to bear the scene. Most importantly, the cries of a child could be quite deafening. Massive meteors plummeted from the clouds, and before the boy in shorts could comprehend the unfolding events, the thief fox was swiftly returned to its Pokeball in a flash of light. Mommy, someone is bullying me. Just as Jirachi had anticipated, the boy sat on the ground, wailing. Meanwhile, Xiaohua, embodying the role of the great demon king, could not help but unleash a heartless laugh. Foolish boy in shorts. Hate me if you must. Only when you grow strong enough to conquer me shall you truly reign as the champion of Route 2. With a smug satisfaction, Xiaohua continued onward, having uttered a rather cliché line reminiscent of a middle school anime. Gazing ahead, she mused that at least 3 or 4 trainers awaited her further down the path. Since she relished challenging passing trainers, she thought it fitting to let them experience the harshness of reality, chuckling to herself in delight. Rayquaza, use extreme speed. Rayquaza, unleash Dragon Pulse. Cinderace, execute Flame Charge. Magikarp, perform Splash. 15 minutes later, not far from Dr. Mulan's residence, Xiaohua concluded her bout with the last trainer, only to realize she had arrived at her destination. Hep was waving at her from a distance, indicating he had been waiting for some time. She felt slightly disappointed that she had not accumulated enough experience yet. It seemed too soon to reach the destination. Oh well, I'll challenge you all again on the way back. Be sure to use the healing spray I provided. Xiaohua playfully patted the shoulder of the last boy in shorts and hummed a tune as she made her way to Dr. Mulan's abode. The boy in shorts stood there, feeling a mix of despair and frustration as he watched the imposing figure of the Demon King retreat. It was one thing to have his Pokémon brutally defeated by a creature he had never seen before, but to be left with a bottle of healing spray was a cruel twist. The notion of being challenged again upon their return, while having to heal his Pokémon, added an insult to his injury. This individual was no ordinary trainer. Chapter 17, Dr. Mulan. Master, you are rather slow. It appears I can still outpace you in a race. Hep proclaimed with a hint of pride. Xiaohua smiled and gave him a thumbs up, which sparked a burst of excitement in her younger companion. One could not help but notice that despite being transported to this new world, Hep's youthful demeanor remained rather immature. However, his lively nature was refreshing, especially in comparison to a certain tedious pretender. Have you seen Dr. Mulan? Is Mr. Dondi inside? Xiaohua inquired, gesturing towards the house behind her. Dondi was not outside, implying he was likely conversing with Dr. Mulan within. Hep shook his head, his radiant smile unwavering as he replied. Not yet. I've been waiting for you here. It seemed Dondi had yet to arrive, likely lost once again. Jirachi, amused, had begun to chuckle, prompting Xiaohua to rub her forehead in an effort to suppress her laughter. If it weren't for Hep's reminder, she might have forgotten that Dondi indeed had a reputation for being directionally challenged in the game. However, given the simplicity of the game's pathways, Dandy's level of cluelessness seemed exaggerated and somewhat awkward. To her surprise, in this world, Dondi appeared to be genuinely that lost, having followed Hep outside just moments ago. Let us not worry about him. He'll be fine. We can head inside as soon as Xiaoyu arrives. Hep declared nonchalantly, placing his hands behind his head. Indeed. Assessment complete. This is my little brother. Xiaohua mused. Just moments after Hep's declaration, Xiaoyu came jogging up, her expression indicating she had returned to normal. Xiaohua felt a sigh of relief escape her lips. Had she transformed into her Yandra self once more, Xiaohua might have instinctively hurled Hep at her. To sacrifice one's most devoted disciple for the sake of granting the master a fleeting opportunity to escape. Indeed, a testament to their profound bond. However, the young lad clad in shorts, stationed not far from Dr. Mulan's abode, was far from ordinary. After enduring the attentions of the formidable beer flower demon, He unearthed the disconcerting realization that Xiaohua had previously converged with the very same tyrant. Instantly, he was besieged by a resurgence of terror, prompting him to produce $300. He hastily thrust the money into Xiaoyu's hands, his voice trembling as he implored, "I concede. Spare me. No more healing potions. I vow never to tread road number 2 again. Mother, save me." With that, the lad turned on his heel and fled, leaving one to surmise that he would be haunted by today's psychological torment for a considerable while. Poor lad, if he were to endure my comet punch once more. The psychological aftermath would be even more excruciating, such a pity. Jirachi shook his head, extending heartfelt sympathy for the boy's plight. Indeed, every trainer possesses their corresponding Pokémon. Xiaohua approached, clutching the $300, her small eyes brimming with profound confusion. Just as she was about to inquire about the situation, Beerflower unceremoniously snatched the money from her grasp, stowing it away in his pocket, declaring, "Nothing of consequence, merely a meteor shower spectacle during the battle, accompanied by a wish. He forgot to pay the admission fee and asked you to deliver it." Beerflower spoke with unfiltered candor, and though Xiaohua remained perplexed, she tentatively accepted the explanation with a nod. Hep scratched his head, still grappling with the situation. He pondered, why did the lad offer money? Was this a new regulation in Pokémon battles? Did that mean he too had to compensate for the match he lost to his master? To divert attention and prevent the two from dwelling on the matter, Beerflower cast a glance, prompting Jirachi to fly over and knock on the door. Remarkably, as he entered, the door swung open automatically, and a gentle voice emanated from within, "I've been watching you all along. Please, come in, the cake is ready." Beerflower glanced up, noticing the camera at the entrance rotating slightly, as if greeting them. Upon entering, the surroundings resembled those in the game, furniture and arrangements strikingly ordinary. At a nearby table sat an elderly woman, undoubtedly Dr. Mulan, the very individual they sought. Her khaki hair was elegantly coiled atop her head, and her green eyes radiated a subtle wisdom, accentuated by uniquely shaped triangular glasses. The white lab coat she wore bore a resemblance to Sonia's attire, though most lab coats share that commonality. The moment she came into view, relevant information flooded Beerflower's mind. Dr. Mulan, Pokémon professor of the Galar region, Sonia's grandmother, renowned for her research into the mysteries of Dynamax phenomena. A sudden curiosity struck Beerflower. What would Dr. Mulan's reaction be if she were informed that Dynamaxing was, in fact, the result of energy leakage from the Ultra Wormhole? One could be certain that Beerflower would promptly ascend to the ranks of a Pokémon professor of Mulan's caliber. Or rather, she would soon find herself pursued by the current president of the Galar Pokémon League, Rose. Of course, Xiaohua was merely contemplating this. After all, in the later stages of the narrative, Professor Magnolia would also uncover these matters. Why disrupt the flow of the story by revealing them at the outset? Hep greeted Xiaohua, while Xiaohua smiled and introduced herself. At Professor Magnolia's invitation, the three of them made their way over to sit down, each in front of a plate adorned with a slice of cake. Hep rubbed his hands together and, without hesitation, picked up his fork to dig in. Xiaohua, in contrast, exhibited a bit more decorum, first thanking Professor Magnolia before uttering a polite "let's eat," and then finally grasping her fork. Xiaohua, on the other hand, cheerfully nudged the cake towards Jirachi, allowing the creature, who was practically salivating, to indulge. Professor Magnolia chuckled, remarking that had she known, she would have prepared an extra serving. Her gaze lingering on Jirachi for a moment, while watering the flowers at the door. "I overheard those children discussing a trainer they had never seen before arriving in Woodstick Town. They claimed that his Pokémon could Dynamax in Woodstick Town, and that it was a colossal dragon." To Professor Magnolia's surprise, she did not inquire about Jirachi, perhaps considering matters of Dynamaxing Pokémon to be of greater significance within her research. Clearly, Professor Magnolia was referring to Rayquaza. Given the numerous spectators during Xiaohua's battles in Woodstick Town, it was only natural for those on Route 2 to engage in discussion. Xiaohua understood Professor Magnolia's intent. She wished to observe Rayquaza. With a flick of her wrist, she produced a Pokeball and, with a light laugh, suggested they step outside to take a look. However, it was not a matter of Dynamaxing. Rather, it was simply due to its mutation that it possessed such immense size. Even in the presence of Professor Magnolia, Xiaohua maintained her terminology of mutation. After all, no one in this world had ever laid eyes on Rayquaza. This phrasing would help evade numerous unnecessary complications. Professor Magnolia nodded, rising with her blue crow-shaped cane, her expression radiating satisfaction. Clearly, Xiaohua had already garnered a favorable impression from Professor Magnolia. Hep and the others, accustomed to Rayquaza, chose to remain inside and continue enjoying their cake. As the Pokeball was thrown, Rayquaza emerged amidst a tempest, its thunderous roar sending all nearby wild Pokémon fleeing in terror. Upon witnessing the magnificent black dragon, Professor Magnolia even removed her glasses, excitedly striding forward. How astonishing. It was simply too similar. Is it truly you? Chapter 18, The Prism Meteor. Is it truly you? Professor Magnolia, visibly exhilarated, extended her hand, her breath quickening, leaving both Xiaohua and Rayquaza perplexed. In the next moment, Upon her hand making contact with Rayquaza, she astonishingly released her cane and embraced it wholeheartedly. Rayquaza, lifting its neck in surprise, gazed at Xiaohua as if questioning the situation. However, Xiaohua was equally bewildered, her mind flooded with questions. What is happening? This scene wasn't even in the game. After a considerable pause, Professor Magnolia finally regained her composure, releasing Rayquaza. After gently patting it twice, she shook her head with a self-deprecating smile. I lost my composure. I sincerely apologize for allowing you to witness me in such a state. Doctor. Mulan spoke with a hint of apology as she handed over the cane that had long been picked up by Xiaohua, who was eager to inquire but found herself at a loss for words. However, Doctor. Mulan discerned the confusion on both Xiaohua's and Rayquaza's faces and gestured for them to remain calm. She adjusted her glasses and took 3 deep breaths, regaining her composure as a Pokémon researcher before pointing her cane towards the position of the young boy in shorts. I noticed it during your battle. The mutated green caterpillar, as you have named it, correct? Sonia has already informed me over the phone, though the child spoke in such haste that our conversation was brief. Dr. Mulan chuckled and shook her head before turning to Rayquaza, continuing, in my youth, I encountered a Pokémon remarkably similar to it. At that time, Galar was gripped by peculiar celestial phenomena. The sky was filled with swirling black and purple clouds, resembling an endless night. Yet, this bizarre occurrence lasted only a few seconds, during which a gigantic Pokémon, much like it, emerged from the clouds. I could vaguely see a green dragon, its power formidable enough to dispel the darkness and restore light to the sky amidst the storm. After its departure, I discovered a strange meteorite, radiating with a spectrum of colors. I felt an intrinsic connection to it, sensing that it belonged to the dragon and was of utmost significance. As she spoke, Dr. Mulan retrieved a fist-sized meteorite from the inner pocket of her lab coat, adorned with intricate symbols. Xiaohua's pupils constricted in an instant, her body frozen as if struck by lightning. Rayquaza also tilted its head and let out a roar, as though it had witnessed something extraordinary. Indeed, this was the meteorite capable of facilitating Rayquaza's evolution. Though the game lacked specific visual depictions, Xiaohua recognized the emblem associated with Rayquaza. Coupled with Rayquaza's reaction, there was no doubt that this was the very meteorite that could enable its transformation. The unusual celestial phenomena Dr. Mulan described undoubtedly coincided with the brief awakening of the Ultra Beast Nihilago. Furthermore, the Pokémon she referenced, the green dragon amidst the storm, was undoubtedly Rayquaza from this world. This implied that during Dr. Mulan's youth, Nihilago had awakened momentarily, only to be subdued by Rayquaza of this realm, which subsequently left behind this meteorite. Yet, it appeared to lack the vibrant colors Dr. Mulan had mentioned. The kaleidoscopic brilliance had only manifested for a fleeting moment. Once the storm subsided, it became an ordinary meteorite. Seemingly perceiving Xiaohua's lingering confusion once more, Dr. Mulan smiled and added, and in the very next moment, the meteorite found its way into Xiaohua's hands. Dr. Mulan had bestowed the meteorite upon Xiaohua. My instincts have always been remarkably accurate. Just as I sensed this meteorite belonged to it, I can also feel that you and your mutated green caterpillar require this meteorite. Dr. Mulan's gaze softened, resembling a kind grandmother delivering a birthday present to her grandchild. Xiaohua held the meteorite, appearing outwardly dazed, yet internally, she was already jubilant, even envisioning herself rushing over to envelop Dr. Mulan in a heartfelt embrace. This is indeed a meteorite capable of evolving Rayquaza. Rayquaza, the eternal deity of the cinematic universe. Well, this is my singular gift to you. However, a gift is not without its price. Dr. Mulan turned to look at Xiaohua, her smile holding a mysterious significance. Speak. Whatever it may be, I shall see it through for you. Xiaohua replied without hesitation. Despite being a formidable adversary, he understood the principle of repaying even the smallest favor. Moreover, what Dr. Mulan offered was not merely a drop of kindness, but an invaluable tool. Once he figured out how to utilize the meteorite and facilitate Rayquaza's evolution, he would become invincible. Thus, at the moment he uttered this sentiment, Xiaohua was already prepared to assist Dr. Mulan in undertaking seemingly impossible tasks. Yet, in the next instant, Dr. Mulan's request elicited an uncontrollable laugh from Xiaohua. I need you to investigate the peculiar celestial phenomenon I described. My intuition tells me it pertains to the safety of the entire Galar region, and only you can avert or alter the course of events. Xiaohua couldn't help but chuckle. Is it really that simple? Just uncovering the nature of the Dark Night? Isn't that already part of the plan? How could Xiaohua possibly allow the mythical Pokémon, Wujita, to remain in slumber without attempting to capture it? In a sense, Dr. Mulan had made no substantial demands. She had merely bestowed upon Xiaohua the most crucial piece of equipment. It was akin to being gifted by an angel. Xiaohua took a deep breath, calming his emotions while suppressing the urge to embrace Dr. Mulan. He approached her, extending his hand, and with a serious demeanor declared, "Rest assured, I shall not betray your expectations or trust." Dr. Mulan smiled with satisfaction, nodding before turning to depart. As Xiaohua recalled Rayquaza into its Pokeball, Dr. Milan turned back, playfully stating, "Do not worry, I one team mentioned the mutated caterpie to Sonia. I believe it to be just that." With a playful wink, she turned and walked back into her house. Xiaohua could even hear her chuckling, remarking on Hep's thoroughness in cleaning the plate. It must be said that Dr. Milan had surprised Xiaohua immensely. He had not anticipated such a side of her. Indeed, compared to the criticism faced online, branding the Sword and Shield original game as half-baked, Xiaohua found himself far more enamored with this authentic world where anime and games intertwined. Just as he approached the door, intending to rest, the main entrance suddenly swung open once more. Xiaohua saw Hep burst out, his face alight with excitement, remnants of cream still smeared on his lips. Following closely with Xiaoyu, her expression appearing rather off, particularly in her eyes. It seemed reminiscent of her obsessive mode at the Research Institute's entrance. "Master, Dr. Mulan has tasked us with battling you in a double match. Regardless of the outcome, we shall receive the elder brother's recommendation letter, officially participating in the gym challenge." Chapter 19, The Terrifyingly Fierce Battle. "Master, Dr. Mulan has arranged for us to engage in a double battle with you," Hep exclaimed excitedly. Dr. Mulan nodded, adding that the Dan Emperor had already prepared a letter of recommendation. He originally intended to make a decision after observing Hep's battle with Xiaoyu. This was to test their understanding and conviction regarding Pokémon battles after familiarizing themselves with Pokémon. However, due to an unforeseen matter, he could not be present, so I shall bear witness on his behalf. At this point, Dr. Mulan glanced at Xiaohua, "But to make the battle more intriguing, you shall face both of them, utilizing 2 Pokémon. To ensure fairness, you are prohibited from using the mutated caterpie in battle." After stating this, Dr. Mulan deliberately winked at Xiaohua, mimicking her single wink upon entering. Goodness, was that intentional? She explicitly emphasized the mutated caterpie. Is this truly the demeanor one expects from a Pokémon professor? Despite the teasing, upon witnessing Hep and Xiaoyu's excitement, Xiaohua earnestly grasped 2 Pokeballs. Hep's determination was palpable, regardless of his opponent. He was always entirely serious. Naturally, battling his own master would only heighten his enthusiasm. As for Xiaoyu, perhaps the previous encounters at Hep's doorstep and in front of Sonia's research institute had deprived her of a genuine contest. After awakening her Yandra attributes, she could no longer contain her emotional outburst. "Against my master, I shall unleash my strongest Pokémon. Go, Tearful Lizard," Hep proclaimed, throwing the Pokeball. And Tearful Lizard materialized in a burst of light. Xiaoyu, though visibly excited, remained unusually quiet, merely tossing out her Pokeball to summon her Sound Monkey. Sound Monkey, level 10, Grass type. The little monkey Pokémon possesses the ability to imbue flowers and plants with vitality through its special wooden stick, transforming that energy into sound waves. Upon scanning, Xiaohua realized that both Xiaoyu's Sound Monkey and Hep's Tearful Lizard were at level 10. Indeed, they were the protagonists of the original game, both exhibiting substantial potential, albeit less conspicuous in Xiaohua's presence. Xiaohua then released her own Pokeball, revealing the Fire Bunny, now at level 12, alongside the level 10 Magikarp. Indeed, Xiaohua intended to employ Fire Bunny and Magikarp in this double battle. "Oh, I know. Master would never recklessly deploy Pokémon," Hep exclaimed. "This Magikarp was mutated at the Research Institute. Master is about to harness its mutated power." Hep's insight struck a chord, and a flicker of surprise danced in Xiaohua's eyes. Perhaps the young lad's intellect shone brighter than anticipated. As Hep indicated, the Magikarp had successfully mutated after absorbing the powers of the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza. It was no longer the weakest Pokémon merely adorned with a shiny effect. It now truly lived up to the name Terrifyingly Fierce. Indeed, Xiaohua had genuinely renamed her Magikarp to Terrifyingly Fierce. And now, given that this was a double battle, Xiaohua was eager to unveil her inventive combination skills. Thus, the Hops must utilize the combination skill of the Fire Rabbit and the Magikarp. Xiaoyu, prioritize taking down the Master's Magikarp. Its mutated power is undoubtedly formidable, so let us attack in unison. The Tearful Lizard, execute a bounce. As Hep assumes the mantle of command, he takes the initiative, allowing the Tearful Lizard to launch its assault. The bounce, possessing a power of 85, is an aerial attack with physical damage. Its effect involves leaping high into the air, then crashing down to inflict harm upon the opponent. Akin to the effect of the levitate move in the game, Hops chuckles softly, perfectly orchestrating the battle while meticulously calculating the opponent's thought processes. Commencing analysis. Firstly, while the Tearful Lizard is a special attacker, the focus here should be on the skill that allows it to leap into the air. The Tearful Lizard advances aerially, distracting the Sound Monkey with a ground attack, thereby diverting Hop's defensive measures. The strategy is to engage in a 2-on-1 scenario, eliminating one opponent before tackling the other. This approach, though simplistic and blunt, effectively reduces the frequency of the opponent's attacks. If Hops directs the Fire Rabbit to defend against the Grass-type Sound Monkey, it would be unable to counter the airborne Tearful Lizard. Even if Magikarp could retaliate, the same type Tearful Lizard would not suffer significant damage. Conversely, should the Tearful Lizard successfully close in on Magikarp, Hep would be presented with numerous offensive opportunities. For instance, he could first employ the binding move, allowing the tearful lizard to restrain Magikarp with its tail, limiting its mobility. Then, as Hops had done when battling Sonia, the tearful lizard could unleash its tear-based attack. Once Magikarp is subdued, the tearful lizard would have the chance to strike the Fire Rabbit from behind with a Water-type skill. At that moment, the Fire Rabbit would be preoccupied with thwarting the Sound Monkey, exposing its vulnerable rear. Thus, while Hep ostensibly claims to prioritize attacking the mutated Magikarp, the true target is the Fire Rabbit. It must be said, the young lad possesses an innate talent for battle. This merits reiteration. They are indeed the original protagonists of the game. Alas, they have encountered the formidable villain, Hops. It is essential to clarify that after acquiring the power of the Sky Pillar, Magikarp's mutation transcends mere numerical enhancements. The true emphasis lies in its skills, notably the Water Splash. Hops inadvertently discovered during the battle on Route 2 that Magikarp's Water Splash can synergize with the environment, items, and even objects to trigger an entirely different skill. For instance, if it were to ingest a bar of soap and a bottle of water, utilizing Water Splash with vigorous leaps could unleash the foam beam. Now, Hops intends to employ 3 bottles of mineral water to enable Magikarp to execute the Water-type skill. Tidal Surge. Tidal Surge, with a power of 35, is a Water-type skill that inflicts special attack damage. Its effect ensnares the opponent within a fierce whirlpool of water, delivering sustained attacks for 45 turns in the game. Although this world lacks turn-based mechanics, the effect is quite similar. Therefore, Hops aims to utilize this skill to counteract the already airborne Tearful Lizard, which is poised to descend for an attack. Meanwhile, under Xiaoyu's command, 2 wooden spikes are summoned, charging towards Magikarp, preparing to execute the Wood Spike skill, which Hops decides to temporarily disregard. The reason is quite simple. Infernape must collaborate with Magikarp to execute a combination skill. With a powerful kick, it immobilizes the teary-eyed lizard, sending Magikarp flying like a ball. By utilizing a high-speed spinning attack, it neutralizes the Sound Monkey's abilities. Though it may sound intricate, in practice, it all occurs in an instant. Swiftly uncapping 3 bottles of mineral water, the trainer flings them directly at Magikarp, simultaneously issuing the command for a fierce assault. The moment the command is given, Magikarp's previously lifeless gaze sharpens with newfound intensity. Coupled with the aura it exudes, it no longer carries the slightest semblance of being the weakest Pokémon. The mineral water splashes upon its form, its agile body spinning midair, moving so swiftly that it leaves an afterimage. Before Hep and Xiaoyu can utter expressions of astonishment, the trainer has already delivered a second command. Infernape, execute a double kick. 1 foot accelerates the spinning, while the other propels it skyward. Chapter 20, Combination Skill, Steam Euro. Infernape, unleash the double kick. The trainer's second command aims to exploit the non-turn-based advantage of this world to its fullest. The 2-footed kick, with a base power of 30, is a fighting-type move that inflicts physical damage. The effect entails launching the opponent with 2 successive kicks, thus the actual power should total 60. Here, the trainer seeks the skill effect of the double kick, combined with Infernape's inherent advantages in kicking prowess. Following the trainer's guidance, Infernape delivers a fierce kick to the rapidly spinning Magikarp, causing it to spin even faster, and in that fleeting moment, directs Magikarp towards the airborne teary-eyed lizard. Launching a second, powerful kick, the trainer recalls a childhood game called Spin the Top. Under the relentless strikes of a whip, a spinning top not only gains speed but also increases in power. Now, the high-speed spinning Magikarp resembles that top, while Infernape serves as the trainer's whip. Magikarp spirals upwards. The Tidal Whirl skill is activated. The teary-eyed lizard is caught in the tidal vortex. The jump skill fails. Now is the moment. Infernape, leap and unleash a flame kick. Amidst the astonished gazes of Hep and Xiaoyu, the trainer issues a third command. Fresh from executing the double kick, Infernape leaps into the air, its right leg igniting in flames, striking fiercely towards Magikarp. Flames envelop the vortex surrounding Magikarp, completing the coverage amidst its rapid spin, rather than extinguishing or evaporating it. Magikarp resembles a fiery top, hurtling towards the Sound Monkey, who stands frozen, having dropped its wooden spike. Boom! A thunderous roar emerges from the swirling mist. And as the fog dissipates, all that remains are the incapacitated teary-eyed lizard and Sound Monkey. Meanwhile, Magikarp hovers before them, its gaze still sharp, living up to its fierce reputation. Hep, Mouth Agape, finds himself at a loss for words, while Xiaoyu, shocked, transitions from her deranged demeanor back to her usual quiet self. It is utterly terrifying. Are these truly 2 Pokémon with an average level of merely 11? One could easily be convinced that they are legendary creatures. The most astonishing aspect is not their performance, but rather the calm and confident laughter of Xiaohua, as if he possessed an innate knowledge of the outcome, devoid of any sense of surprise. It is worth noting that this is his first time commanding Pokémon to execute such a combination of skills. Moreover, the Water-type Tidal Swirl, seamlessly merging with the Fire-type Flame Kick, is utterly preposterous. Dr. Mulan adjusted his glasses, retrieving his astonishment, and raised his hands in applause. In the face of such formidable opponents, your complete defeat is hardly unexpected. However, throughout the entire process, I witnessed your conviction and tactical arrangements. Hep has evolved from merely caring about the aesthetics of throwing Pokeballs to becoming a trainer who understands the intricacies of strategy, while Xiaoyu, despite being a novice, managed to keep pace with Hep's thoughts. Dr. Mulan generously praised them, smiling as he produced 2 letters from his bag. Without a doubt, they were recommendation letters from the champion. Seeing Hep dash forward, bouncing with excitement while clutching the recommendation letter, Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Dr. Mulan was indeed correct. Both Hep and Xiaoyu possess remarkable talent, merely hindered by the circumstances of their beginning. Most importantly, it is essential to relish in the battles and to engage earnestly. This is the essence of the Pokémon world and embodies the spirit of Galar. Xiaohua, you have truly surprised me once again, not only with your combination skills, but also with the unconventional fusion of fire and water types. After handing the second recommendation letter to Xiaoyu, Dr. Mulan turned his gaze toward Xiaohua. As his words fell, Xiaohua had already anticipated the forthcoming inquiry and answered without hesitation. In my homeland, there exists an intriguing notion. While water and fire appear to be opposing forces, they can also harmonize, potentially giving rise to transformative phenomena. Naturally, Xiaohua refrained from disclosing to Dr. Mulan that this idea stemmed from a whimsical piece of gossip he encountered on a fortune-telling website, suggesting that the combination of water and fire would engender a revolutionary change. The spontaneous idea of integrating it into Pokémon skills unexpectedly yielded success. Moreover, the results were so impressive that he couldn't resist the urge to dance with his Fire Rabbit and Magikarp. Indeed, this was merely a spontaneous combination conceived on the spot, intended as an experiment. Regardless, even if the flames of Flame Kick were extinguished, the force of the Fire Rabbit's kick could still propel Magikarp away. At worst, it would not achieve an instant knockout, requiring an additional series of moves to inflict further damage. Surprisingly, Xiaohua himself had not anticipated such an extraordinary effect and power. As for the perspectives of the other 3, Xiaohua's so-called calmness and confidence were undoubtedly the hallmark skills that a qualified traveler must master. To forego such a splendid opportunity would be akin to playing the fool. Furthermore, this opportunity was crafted through his own prowess, not like certain individuals who merely feign sophistication. The evidence spoke for itself. Xiaohua not only succeeded in his combination skills, but also in projecting an air of confidence. Hep's admiration for Xiaohua deepened, and Dr. Mulan felt increasingly satisfied with his choice. Even Xiaoyu, in her demure demeanor, displayed a glimmer of aspiration in her eyes, a testament to the effectiveness of the performance. The battle has concluded. Please allow me to restore your Pokémon, and I shall present you with the gifts I have prepared. Dr. Mulan chuckled warmly as she turned and entered the house. It was then that Xiaohua recalled that when Xiaoyu visited the laboratory, she had mentioned Dr. Mulan's preparations for gifts. Initially, Xiaohua assumed that the gift was the meteorite already stowed away in her backpack. However, it appeared that Dr. Mulan had other plans. This delightful surprise for beginners was indeed quite abundant. As Xiaohua stepped inside, her gaze was immediately drawn to Jirachi, who was seated at the table indulging in various snacks. This creature exhibited neither decorum in eating nor poise in sitting, utterly shattering any semblance of sophistication it had attempted to maintain. Xiaohua could only smile in exasperation as she approached and gently flicked its starry head with her finger. In response, Jirachi appeared indignant, hovering before Xiaohua with a serious expression, petulantly whispering, "Is this how you treat your benefactor? Humph. Let me tell you, without the cosmic power I bring, your Pokémon would not be able to execute such combination skills. The cosmos is the mightiest force in this realm, encompassing all and capable of uniting everything. Do you understand?" Xiaohua was momentarily taken aback. The implications of Jirachi's words were profound. Essentially, Jirachi was implying that due to its presence, Xiaohua's Pokémon possessed a uniqueness that allowed them to perform previously impossible combination skills. Moreover, Jirachi's assertions were not without merit. As a Pokémon hailing from the cosmos, it was akin to a wishing star capable of granting all desires, and thus, wielding cosmic power was not beyond the realm of possibility. Furthermore, its proclamation that cosmic energy could embrace all and combine all seemed to hold a kernel of truth. Could it be that Jirachi was indeed the key to this phenomenon? Sensing Xiaohua's shift in perception, Jirachi instantly adopted a more confident and arrogant demeanor. With hands on its hips, it tilted its head slightly back, closed its eyes, and let out a dismissive snort. It then declared that if Xiaohua wished to express her gratitude to the esteemed Jirachi, she should offer all her snacks. Nodding at its words, Xiaohua unhesitatingly presented a piece of popcorn, despite contemplating the audacity of Jirachi's demand, especially since it would require her assistance to regain its power. How dare it behave so arrogantly before the mighty Xiaohua? Chapter 21. Dr. Mulan's gift. While Xiaohua and Jirachi were engaged in their playful banter, Dr. Mulan had successfully restored the Pokémon. Given that she possessed a recovery device akin to that of the Pokémon Center in her home, the process was remarkably convenient. As the Pokeballs returned to their respective holders, Dr. Mulan emerged from the adjacent room with several items. The most striking among them were 3 cylindrical capsule boxes, each a different color: purple for Hapu, pink for Xiaoyu, and black, naturally, for Jiuhua. A Pokemon box, Jiuhua instinctively exclaimed, prompting Dr. Mulan to tilt her head in surprise, her eyes sparkling with newfound admiration. The knowledge this young individual possessed surpassed her expectations. Could it be that they hailed from a remote area? Indeed, this was a Pokemon box, and Jiuhua recognized it from the game's storyline. Gifted to her by Sonia as she departed from the town of Woodenrod. The effect allows for a connection to the Pokemon storage system, enabling the transfer of Pokemon in and out, akin to a portable Pokemon Center computer. In the game, should a trainer possess more than 6 Pokemon, any excess will be dispatched to the storage system during selection or swapped with one in the current party. It was unexpected to discover that such a mechanism exists in this world. Could there truly be a limit of 6 Pokemon here as well? Dr. Mulan's words swiftly resolved Jiuhua's curiosity. With a smile, she remarked, "You are all aware of the League's regulations, are you not? Trainers may hold no more than 6 Pokemon simultaneously. Any additional ones must be sent to the storage system or exchanged with one in the party. This rule not only ensures fairness in Pokemon battles, but also aligns with the natural order." In the ensuing 5 minutes, Dr. Mulan meticulously elucidated the origins of this rule and the rationale behind its enforcement. In summary, the regulation emerged in the ancient epics of this world. A time devoid of Pokeballs and maximum capacity limitations. Pokemon could serve as companions, tools, or even instruments of conquest. The rampant capture and exploitation of Pokemon as armies for territorial expansion incited the wrath of the divine. According to Dr. Mulan's account, that divine entity appeared as a resplendent white steed, radiating a luminous blend of white and gold, with 1,000 arms. Clearly, this was Arceus. In Jiuhua's humorous inner monologue, it seemed more akin to an alpaca than a horse, eliciting a chuckle. To put it simply, humanity's actions had provoked the alpaca, which delivered divine retribution, decreeing that each individual could possess no more than 6 Pokemon and must regard them as equal partners. However, as time progressed, the invention of the Pokeball provided a superior means of capture. This advancement led to unscrupulous individuals contemplating that, with Pokeballs in hand, they could capture 100 Pokemon and wield an overwhelming number of Pokeballs to dominate the realm. The outcome for such a person was transformation into a foraging woolly creature under the alpaca's divine punishment. Though the transformation into a woolly creature was undoubtedly adorable, it struck fear into the hearts of humanity. Consequently, subsequent inventions and productions of Pokeballs incorporated this limitation. An individual may hold no more than 6 Pokeballs containing Pokemon at once. Jiuhua was not particularly affected by this restriction. In fact, it merely addressed a long-standing grievance. For instance, why do villains adhere to the League's regulations when they do not compete in gyms? They could easily wield hundreds of Pokeballs and obliterate the League. Upon reflection, the grievances seemed far less substantial, and everything appeared to fall into a logical order. The restriction of 6 Pokemon, seemingly a limitation, instead presents boundless possibilities. Players within the game have, because of this constraint, conceived numerous intriguing teams and strategies. For instance, the most representative teams, the Sandstorm team, the Snow team, and the Space team, are all manifestations of the boundless ingenuity of the players within the established rules. Hence, concerning the limitations articulated by Dr. Mulan, it did not significantly affect Jiuhua. Instead, she silently gave a thumbs up to the alpaca. Pokemon and humans should inherently coexist as equals. And it is precisely because of the existence of rules and constraints that today's Galar can flourish as a harmonious realm where humans and Pokemon live together in unity. Therefore, alpaca, what you are doing is commendable. Receiving the Pokemon box, Dr. Mulan then produced 2 additional items that resembled wristbands, one pink and the other purple. Clearly, these were the Gigantamax bands prepared for Hep and Xiaoyu. Jiuhua was initially puzzled. According to the narrative progression, stars should have fallen after the battle, but they had yet to appear. It soon dawned on her that Dr. Mulan had already made the necessary preparations, rendering the starfall unnecessary. Eagerly, Hep and Xiaoyu donned the wristbands on their wrists, their faces alight with excitement. "This is fantastic. Now my Pokemon can become gigantic just like my brothers," Hep exclaimed, spreading his arms wide and gesturing animatedly in the air, much to the amusement of those around him. Dr. Mulan turned to Jiuhua, mentioning that she had only just learned of Jiuhua's involvement. Due to insufficient materials, she had not prepared a band for Jiuhua, requesting her to wait a couple of days until the wish star arrived for its creation. In response, Jiuhua smiled, shaking her finger as she produced the wish star earned from her battle with the scientific heavyweight. "There's no need for any trouble. I have already prepared it. So I entrust it to you, Dr. Mulan." Dr. Mulan regarded the wish star with mild surprise, but quickly resumed her initial smile, nodding as she took the wish star and headed towards the workshop. In Dr. Mulan's mind, Jiuhua had already attained a special status. This young individual not only exhibited commendable battling prowess, but also possessed a mastery of Pokémon knowledge that rivaled her own as a Pokémon researcher. Most importantly, Xiaohua had brought forth a plethora of surprises and marvels: the flying, speaking star, the mutated Caterpie, and the combination skills. Along with his remarkable familiarity with the Galar region despite being a newcomer, Xiaohua's secrets were abundant and intriguing, yet Dr. Mulan was unfazed. For her intuition assured her that Xiaohua was not a malevolent individual. She could even entrust to him what Sonia was reluctant to inherit without a second thought. However, the time for that had not yet arrived. As Dr. Mulan busied herself crafting the Gigantamax band for Xiaohua, Hep and Xiaoyu dashed outside to engage in battle, eager to keep pace with Xiaohua and devise their exclusive combination skills. Although Xiaoyu appeared somewhat reluctant to explore combination skills with Hep, she could not resist his enthusiasm and was thus pulled outside to battle. Now, a sudden tranquility enveloped the atmosphere. Just a few hours had passed since Xiaohua's arrival, yet she felt a long-lost sense of peace and comfort. Without Hep beside me, nor the overly gentle gaze of Dr. Mulan, and certainly devoid of the bothersome Xiaohua, the aftermath of a few battles provided a fitting opportunity to unwind and relish the beauty of this tranquil afternoon. Yet, it is not yet time to indulge in the pleasures of retirement. Xiaohua retrieved her backpack, extracting the meteorite of the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza. In Chapter 22, the event unfolds at the station in Mugan Town. The meteorite lay silently upon the table, its symbols still prominently displayed, yet devoid of any radiant glow, lacking even the promised spectrum of colors. I sense an immense power emanating from it, akin to the boundary delineating the cosmos from Earth. Jirachi withdrew her hand from the meteorite, opening her eyes to speak. Xiaohua nodded slightly, understanding that the boundary Jirachi referred to likely pertained to the atmospheric ozone layer, where Rayquaza resides. However, this meteorite had not yet revealed its inherent brilliance. For the time being, it remained an ordinary stone. Perhaps, once Rayquaza attains a certain level, it will awaken the meteorite's latent powers. Jirachi clapped her hands, affirming Xiaohua's thoughts. After all, at this juncture, no other plausible explanation could be found. Most importantly, within the game, Rayquaza must learn the specialized skill Dragon's Touch to facilitate the evolution with the meteorite. Yet, Xiaohua noted that this skill was conspicuously absent from Rayquaza's current repertoire. This implies that when Rayquaza eventually masters the Dragon's Touch, it may indeed awaken the meteorite's power and enable its evolution. Contemplating this, Xiaohua nodded and stowed the meteorite back into her backpack, deciding to let nature take its course, for a path will surely reveal itself when the time is right. With these thoughts settled, Xiaohua finally allowed herself to relax, beginning to savor the serenity of the afternoon in this quaint town. Outside the window, she observed Hep engaged in a battle with Xiaoyu, where this young lad had the audacity to pit his tearful lizard against Xiaoyu's sound monkey, resulting in the tearful lizard being soundly defeated. Following that, he switched to a woolly goat, utilizing its advantageous wool to defend against the sound monkey's strikes. The strategy proved effective, yet it was soon countered by Xiaoyu's fledgling Sky Sparrow, which took the aerial advantage to claim victory. It is worth mentioning that the evolved form of the Sky Sparrow is the Blue Crow, and Xiaoyu's Pokémon selection is commendable. After all, the subsequent evolution into the Steel Crow showcases remarkable strength. However, in a certain city, the Steel Crow is regrettably utilized as a peculiar mode of transportation, a true waste of its potential. Before long, Dr. Mulan emerged from the inner room, now wielding a Gigantamax band adorned in black and gold, clearly tailored for Xiaohua, reflecting the colors of Rayquaza's physique. With this Gigantamax band, one can enable Pokémon to Gigantamax or even Super Gigantamax near the energy points scattered throughout Galar. Dr. Mulan provided a brief introduction, opting not to elaborate further, believing that Xiaohua should discover these details during her journey, as reiterating them would hold little significance. Indeed, Dr. Mulan was correct. Xiaohua was well aware of the intricacies surrounding Gigantamaxing. After completing the first gym challenge, one must beseech Kira for a wish, granting the ability to Gigantamax Pokémon without the necessity of being near an energy point. Although Xiaohua harbors reservations about resorting to such cheats, as a transmigrator, this translates into a character akin to that of a system holder in novels. Failing to grant oneself some unparalleled advantage would be a disservice to the very essence of being a transmigrator. Subsequently, it seems imperative to embark on an adventure alongside others. Participating in the annual gym challenge, Dr. Mulan smiled, and a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in her eyes as she spoke of the gym challenge, indicating that she, too, harbored her own tales. Xiaohua nodded, though he yearned to settle in a serene and picturesque locale like Hualang Town or Mugan Town, where he could leisurely tend to sheep, wander through the grass, and perhaps tease the local boy in shorts. Yet, he must assist Kira in regaining her strength, making participation in the gym challenge essential. The envisioned retirement life described is only attainable after accomplishing all objectives. In such a vast world, how could one possibly begin by leading a life of leisure? Therefore, the gym challenge is an unavoidable pursuit for Xiaohua. Since that is the case, you should head to the station. Dan D is there attending to matters. Lend a hand. As he has not returned for some time, suggesting something unexpected may have transpired, Dr. Milan stated, rising and taking a seat on the sofa, turning on the television, clearly indicating she did not intend for Xiaohua to linger for afternoon tea. With a smile, Xiaohua stood, slung his backpack over his shoulders, and playfully snatched Kira, who was shamelessly rummaging through the refrigerator. According to the game's narrative, once he acquires the Gigantamax band, he must set forth towards the first city. Departing from Mugan town, one must take the tram to the station. However, a malfunction would occur en route, halting at a rural station. At this juncture, players can disembark to explore the wilderness, experiencing the new settings of grassy patches, Gigantamax dens, and luminous pillars. From Dr. Mulan's words, it seems something untoward has occurred with the tram ahead of schedule. Dandy's absence is not due to getting lost, but rather his assistance at the station. Given his prolonged absence, it is evident that unexpected circumstances have arisen. Dr. Mulan's message was clear. Xiaohua should go and help, serving as both the commencement of Xiaohua's adventure and an opportunity for Dr. Mulan to observe him. Although Xiaohua found it hard to fathom how he could be of use in a situation even the champion could not resolve, Dr. Mulan's intentions were unmistakably conveyed, prompting him to at least take a glance. Exiting, he exchanged a few words with Hep and Xiaoyu, instructing them to wait, and thus began Xiaohua's solitary adventure. As a gamer, while one might complain during gameplay about the inability to travel in the company of others like in anime, once actually transmigrated, Xiaohua found himself more accustomed to solitary endeavors. This not only afforded him a sense of freedom, but also eliminated the risk of dragging others down. After all, in novels and anime, whenever the protagonist travels with companions, it invariably leads to peril for the allies, burdening the protagonist with the same tiresome, glitch plotlines. The most classic argument is exemplified in Journey to the West. One can observe that in each of the 81 tribulations, Tang Sung invariably endures suffering. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Xiaohua had already approached the vicinity of the Woodpole town station. The entrance to the station was crowded with onlookers, seemingly engrossed in the commotion within. Security personnel struggled to maintain order, and from a distance, Xiaohua could hear the voice of the Dan Emperor. Please exit in an orderly fashion. The tram has encountered a malfunction, and there are certain hazards during the inspection. For your safety, please refrain from gathering. Upon hearing the Dan Emperor's voice, Xiaohua couldn't help but chuckle. He truly was inept at fabricating lies, and his excuse was rather flimsy. It was evident that the public shared her skepticism, chattering about how it was the Pokémon that had caused the incident. Seizing a splendid opportunity to witness the Dan Emperor in action, one must admit, such fervor in idolizing a figure to this extent is quite outrageous. Despite knowing that this was a Pokémon-related event fraught with danger, they harbored no fear whatsoever. Rather, they were eager to witness a live championship battle. However, from the townsfolk's chatter, it seemed that a supernatural occurrence had ensued, resulting in the tram losing control. Fortunately, the tram had just departed the station and was not stranded in a desolate area, nor were there any injuries reported. The inspection proved challenging, as the crowd's presence hindered the Dan Emperor's ability to act decisively, plunging the situation into a stalemate. Xiaohua, what a splendid opportunity. With the Dan Emperor preoccupied, it is your time to shine, exclaimed Karaki, donning a look of gleeful anticipation. Xiaohua nodded in agreement. She had come to resolve the matter, and Karaki was indeed correct. This was the moment. Thus, Xiaohua squeezed her way through the throng, raising her hand to call out, Mr. Dan Emperor, allow me to take charge. Chapter 23, The Cowardly Karaki. Mr. Dan Emperor, let me handle this. Xiaohua. The Dan Emperor's eyes sparkled with surprise as Xiaohua emerged from the crowd, arriving at the perfect moment. Security personnel were blocking the enthusiastic townsfolk, and the Dan Emperor endeavored to converse with Xiaohua as best as he could amid their line of sight. Thankfully, the townspeople were so loud that their chatter obscured the content of their dialogue. Xiaohua glanced around the station. The scene was not dissimilar from that in the game, with scarcely any signs of damage. Except for the entrance gates, which exhibited a malfunction, the indicator lights flickered incessantly between red and green, and the gate arms repeatedly opened and closed, suggesting a significant fault. Mr. Dan Emperor, what exactly transpired? Xiaohua inquired, redirecting her gaze back to him, as she did not believe that a mere gate malfunction warranted the involvement of a champion. The Dan Emperor rubbed his forehead, an expression of exasperation crossing his face as he sighed. As they mentioned, the tram has encountered a supernatural event. Some witnesses reported seeing plates and utensils floating in the dining car, accompanied by eerie laughter in the regular compartments. It appears to be the mischief of ordinary ghost-type Pokémon, yet they have disrupted the tram's operation, necessitating a halt for safety reasons. With another sigh, the Dan Emperor continued, undoubtedly, this is not merely a case of ghost-type Pokémon causing mischief. According to reports from investigators, these ghost-type Pokémon seem to be under the direction of a certain Pokémon, transporting food and various items to the wilderness. As she contemplated the matter, Xiaohua grasped that the wilds were indeed the great outdoors, teeming with a myriad of wild Pokémon, including those residing in Dynamax dens. From this perspective, It seemed likely that a Pokémon within one of these dens was orchestrating the actions of these ghost-type Pokémon to procure sustenance. It was evident that an ordinary person might struggle against such threats or encounter peril. The words of Dan Emperor illuminated this truth, as evidenced by the demeanor of the townsfolk, too conspicuous, indeed, making it nearly impossible to act without arousing suspicion. Thus, Xiaohua's mission was to venture into the wilds and assist in locating the den of this Pokémon. Once identified, she would promptly inform Dan Emperor, allowing him to address the situation. Dan Emperor's subsequent remarks echoed Xiaohua's thoughts precisely. Currently, there were several ghost-type Pokémon within the vehicle, and Xiaohua needed to follow them discreetly, ensuring she remained undetected. Dan Emperor had stressed the importance of not engaging in battle upon discovering the mastermind Pokémon, insisting that she notify him immediately. 5 minutes later, Xiaohua had slipped into the rear compartment of the vehicle, concealing herself behind a seat. Not far off, she observed a fork and a spoon levitating in midair, clashing against one another as if engaged in a fencing duel. The sight was quite alarming. "What on earth is happening?" whispered Jirachi, the legendary Pokémon, trembling in fear. Witnessing this timid creature's reaction, Xiaohua stifled a laugh and retrieved a pair of spectacles from her backpack. This item, bestowed upon her by Dan Emperor, was known as the Ghost Revealing Glasses. True to its name, wearing these glasses allowed one to perceive ghost-type Pokémon that typically remained hidden from view. The invention of these glasses stemmed from the popularity of 3 Pokémon in Galar: Charizard, Machamp, and Gengar. Among them, Gengar, a ghost type, inspired the creation of these glasses to seek out the playful spirit. Thus, their application here was most fitting. Upon donning the glasses, Xiaohua initially experienced a moment of blurred vision, but it quickly normalized, revealing the specters before her. More precisely, there were 2 diminutive Pokémon clad in wooden masks. With their obsidian bodies and oversized masks adorned with leafy branches, they clutched the fork, their fixed oval mouths obscuring their smiles. Yet, their large crimson eyes suggested they were thoroughly enjoying themselves. Xiaohua recognized them as simply the ghost and grass-type Pokémon, Flapple. Indeed, this was the realm of Pokémon, where genuine horror was non-existent. At most, it was merely the antics of mischievous ghost types. Flapple, level 5, ghost and grass type, the stump Pokémon, mimics the voices of children to lead individuals deep into the forest, intending to befriend them. Within the silent mode of the Pokédex, only relevant text and information would appear on the screen. However, in this context, merely reading these words while hiding felt rather unsettling, akin to scenes from a horror film. Yet, it was only Jirachi who was truly frightened, as it beheld a description of a lost child in the forest, parasitically dwelling upon a tree stump. It transformed into the Pokémon known as Trevenant. Are Xiaohua and her companion truly lost children? How terrifying and profoundly pitiable. They must have been lured by other lost children who had become Trevenant and subsequently joined their ranks. "Kira," she said, trembling, while Xiaohua struggled to stifle her laughter, opening her backpack to let the timid creature slip inside. Indeed, the Pokédex merely reflects the perspective of its recorder in portraying Pokémon. It is implausible that children genuinely become Pokémon when lost. If that were the case, what then of the evolved Trevenant? Are they merely grown children? With so many Trevenant in existence, could it be that each one is a lost child? One must admit, it is rather refreshing to vent such thoughts under these circumstances. After all, while engaged in the game, Xiaohua often yearned to critique certain Pokédex entries. Nonetheless, venting aside, there remain essential matters to attend to. The Pokédex scan revealed that these 2 Trevenant were merely at level 5, indicating they were but children of their kind, which explains their playful antics in this place. Yet, from these 2 alone, one could deduce that the Pokémon pilfering food are likely of low overall levels, not yet warranting a call for Dan to intervene. Noticing that the 2 Trevenant had no intention of returning anytime soon, Xiaohua resolved to explore a different carriage. Just as she was about to rise, an eerie laughter suddenly emanated from the speakers at the opposite end of the carriage. Upon hearing the jarring laughter, the 2 Trevenant instantly became serious. They exchanged a nod, seized a few knives and forks from the nearby table, and soared toward the window. Clearly, the laughter served as a signal, summoning them back. Xiaohua retrieved her Honchcrow's Pokeball and pressed the button, causing Honchcrow to materialize. She gestured for silence, indicating that it should refrain from making noise and alerting anyone. Then, she pointed towards the 2 Trevenant outside, softly instructing Honchcrow to follow them. Honchcrow nodded in understanding and promptly flew out the window. Although it lacked spectacles, Honchcrow was, after all, a Pokémon with sharp vision and was capable of seeing them. The rationale behind this approach was straightforward. Following them directly would render Xiaohua too conspicuous and easily detectable. By allowing Honchcrow to track closely, she could proceed more stealthily. Once Honchcrow located their nest, it would return to guide Xiaohua. Moreover, apart from these 2 Trevenant, Xiaohua noticed no other ghost-type Pokémon outside the window. Evidently, only these little ones had strayed and failed to return due to their playful nature. It was their guardians who had come searching for them. With so much food and cutlery pilfered, what could they be planning? A feast or a celebration? Chapter 24, The Ghostly Feast. 20 minutes later, in the wilderness, This area marked the outskirts of Mukha town. A considerable distance remained to the nearest city on the map, Mijing City. True to its name, the wilderness was a stunning expanse, as beautiful as depicted in the game. Not far off, Xiaohua observed a small hole in the ground, from which a beam of red light erupted skyward. This is a Pokémon den in the wilderness, and according to the game's lore, a den marked by a beam of light signifies the presence of a Gigantamax wild Pokémon within. By approaching and making contact with the beam, one can enter the den to challenge or capture the Pokémon inside. The beams can be red or purple. A red beam indicates that the Pokémon in the den is relatively ordinary, while a purple beam is more likely to harbor rare Pokémon, including those that are shiny or possess hidden abilities, and a successful battle will yield superior items. However, within the game, a party of 4 is required to engage in these den challenges, known as Gigantamax raid battles. In this world, though, such constraints do not apply, yet. Based on Dan's informative insights to Xiaohua, it is advisable for a solitary trainer to avoid approaching a den with an energy pillar alone, as it can be perilous. Companionship is recommended for such endeavors. While Xiaohua is eager to experience the thrill of a Gigantamax raid battle in this world, her immediate task is to locate the den housing the small wooden spirit. After trailing for 20 minutes, the absence of Lanya, who was supposed to lead the way, is quite telling. This den is indeed quite distant. Along the way, Xiaohua spots a den with a faint glow emanating from it and approaches without hesitation. There are 4 types of dens: empty, those with a slight flow of energy, and those emitting red or purple beams. This one clearly falls into the second category. Investigating it will not trigger a Gigantamax raid battle, but will yield a special currency instead. As Xiaohua reaches towards the entrance, red energy coalesces in her palm, forming a golden coin. The coin bears the inscription 50, indicating 50 watts, a unique currency in Galar. One can acquire watts by investigating energy-emitting dens or by participating in Gigantamax raid battles. Watts can be exchanged for items in special shops, although they are of no use at the moment. This game mechanism, when transposed to the reality of her new world, proves to be quite delightful. Observing the watts materializing into a coin in her hand, only for the den's energy to dissipate and revert to a mundane state, evokes a sense of wonder. The game does not depict what watts look like, making this Xiaohua's first encounter with their true form. She resolves to cherish this, her very first watt, with utmost care. Rising to her feet, Xiaohua clenches the watt in her hand. Puffed, you look like a child collecting bottle caps. Jirachi chuckles, covering its mouth. Having been teased by Xiaohua for its timidity, it seizes the opportunity to retaliate. Xiaohua, undeterred by the playful mockery, quietly stows the watt in her pocket, aware that Pokémon cannot comprehend the joy of a traveler from another world. At that moment, accompanied by a resounding call, Lanya returns, landing on Xiaohua's shoulder and chirping merrily before darting ahead. It conveys that the den has been located and instructs her to follow, cautioning her to be wary of the numerous Pokémon within. Jirachi acts as a translator, and Xiaohua nods in agreement, following Lanya towards the den. The journey is not long, taking approximately 5 minutes, and excitement awaits at the conclusion of the path. Xiaohua observed a radiant purple pillar of light in the distance, emanating a soft golden glow. This purple beam, accompanied by a golden aura, signified the presence of a rare Pokémon within, perhaps even one with a shiny quality. Xiaohua, we have located the lair. Quickly, inform Mr. Dandy. As the intensity of the pillar's energy washed over him, Jirachi's timid nature resurfaced. The mere thought of the Pokédex description he had seen on the train sent shivers down his spine. Surely, the beings within were ghost-type Pokémon. Perhaps vengeful spirits transformed from human souls. With exasperation, Xiaohua playfully tapped Jirachi on the head, questioning how a legendary Pokémon could frighten itself so easily. Ghost Pokémon are merely Pokémon. Stop demonizing them. If you're so afraid, believe me, if you leap into that light and unleash your Comet Punch, you might frighten them into becoming true souls, Xiaohua remarked, pointing toward the entrance. Jirachi tilted its head, suddenly recalling its abilities, and exclaimed, "You're right. I completely forgot I had skills. Huh, what ghost Pokémon? They shall all fall before my Comet Punch." The once timid creature now brimmed with confidence, while Xiaohua chose to ignore its exuberance. First, a message was sent to Mr. Dandy. After all, one must ensure that responsibilities are fulfilled. Then, Xiaohua extended a hand towards the pillar of light. Upon contact, an exhilarating surge of energy coursed through Xiaohua's arm, connecting with his entire being. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes, embracing this communion. A violent sensation of distortion enveloped him, and in an instant, both he and Jirachi were drawn into the light. Though the feeling of distortion lasted but a moment, it was quite disconcerting. Rubbing the back of his neck, Xiaohua grimaced in pain as he opened his eyes, only to find himself in a vast expanse. The somber sky was shrouded in mist and violet auroras, and beneath him lay a desolate wasteland devoid of life. Not far off stood an enormous Pokémon, its massive maw wide open as it unleashed a thunderous roar. Its lower half was entirely concealed, leaving only its head visible on the ground. With pale gray skin, a gaping mouth, and a long, protruding tongue, Its disproportionately small arms added to its peculiar appearance. Most striking, however, was the purplish-red vortex atop its head, accompanied by 3 dark crimson clouds. The unique form and all these elements clearly indicated to Xiaohua that this was a Gigantamax Pokémon, specifically a shiny Gengar. Xiaohua was astounded. What incredible fortune! To encounter a shiny Gengar right from the outset was nothing short of extraordinary. Notably, surrounding the colossal Gengar were numerous ghost-type Pokémon, including the little Trevenant that Xiaohua had seen on the train, as well as Yamask, Galar, and even a Rotom. Moreover, before them lay a banquet table, complete with utensils and chairs. There was even a candlelit wick serving as a candle, alongside a Swablu acting as a party balloon. Upon further examination of the neatly arranged delicacies upon the dining table, the perception of hops was once again revolutionized. They were, indeed, reveling in a celebration, a ghostly soiree of Pokémon. What a whimsical world this is. Rather than succumbing to fear, hops expressed an exhilarating cheer, for such captivating scenes were absent from the game. In stark contrast, Jirachi, the timid soul, was nearly overwhelmed by fright. Yet, before succumbing to unconsciousness, it prudently unfastened Hop's backpack and quietly nestled within, only to let out a shriek before completely losing consciousness. Chapter 25, The Gigantamax Gengar. "Oh, I am perished," Jirachi exclaimed, subsequently fainting within the confines of Hop's backpack. This unexpected act startled the ghostly Pokémon, sending them into a frenzy of shrieks as they scurried behind stones, trembling in fear. Hops utilized a Pokédex scan, discovering that the highest level among them was a mere level 8, rendering it astonishing that Jirachi could be frightened by them. Roaring in indignation, the colossal Gengar seemed to issue a warning to Hops to retreat. However, Hops, undeterred, shook her head dismissively, scanning the creature while retrieving the Pokeball containing Rayquaza. Gengar, level 30, a ghost and poison type, is known as the Shadow Pokémon. Its form filled with cursed energy, and legend has it that its enormous maw connects to the realm of the deceased, as it was in its Gigantamax form. The scan reflected this transformation. The Pokédex description was indeed formidable, with the notion of a mouth linking to the afterlife displaying a vivid imagination on the part of the writer. Enraged by Hop's audacity, Gengar unleashed its first move, Shadow Ball. In the dynamic of Gigantamax battles, Pokémon like Gengar can freely alternate between Gigantamax and standard moves. Thus, as the dark orb coalesced within its massive mouth, Hops instantly recognized it as Gengar's signature ability, Shadow Ball. Shadow Ball, with a power of 80, is a ghost-type move that inflicts special attack damage. Its effect involves hurling a shadowy sphere at the opponent, with a chance to lower their special defense. In the game, paired with Gengar's exceptional special attack and the move's 100 accuracy, it is undeniably an essential signature skill. The Shadow Ball was clearly aimed at Hops, and at that instant, she released her Pokeball while issuing a command. Rayquaza, use Energy Ball. Energy Ball, boasting a power of 90, is a grass-type move that also inflicts special attack damage. Its effect entails launching a sphere of life energy gathered from nature, with a chance to reduce the opponent's special defense. Rayquaza roared into existence, its own monumental form standing resolutely against the Gigantamax Gengar. Its body shimmered with golden symbols as a colossal green energy ball coalesced within its mouth, launched directly at Gengar's Shadow Ball. The clash of life energy against spectral force erupted in a magnificent explosion. Despite the 10-level disparity, this was the sky's sovereign among the nature deities. The natural energy employed was surely beyond the capability of a mere Shadow Ball to withstand. Boom! The collision resounded through the air, sending a shockwave that overturned the banquet spread across the table as Rayquaza roared, asserting its dominion. As the ghostly Pokémon witnessed the food being upturned, they reacted as if a most terrifying event had transpired. One by one, they scurried towards Xiaohua, seemingly seeking her protection. Goodness gracious! It seems that in training them to pilfer food, she has frightened them quite thoroughly. It was merely food that had been toppled, yet look at how terrified they are. Xiaohua scooped up a small wood spirit that flew over to cling to her leg, and with a bemused expression, she addressed Gungue, the overturned food. The fleeing little Pokémon, combined with Xiaohua's words, thoroughly incensed Gungue. With a jarring, eerie roar, a potent curse energy erupted from its large head. Its wide-open mouth let forth a bellow, accompanied by the undulating of Gungue's elongated tongue. Xiaohua observed as the cursed energy coalesced into massive chairs, teapots, hats, and other purple-hued objects. Her eyes brightened. This must be Gungue's signature max move, Max Phantasm. The effect is to impose Shadow Tag, rendering the opponent unable to flee or switch Pokémon. Gungue's tongue lashed out once more, hurling the cursed energy constructs directly at Rayquaza. Upon impact, a pillar of purple energy surged skyward, and beneath Rayquaza, the ground even bore the reflection of Gungue's wide mouth. The move struck true, and Rayquaza let out a roar of pain, the Pokédex indicating a reduction in its status, entrapped in Shadow Tag. Xiaohua's mind raced. With her understanding of Pokémon, employing Shadow Tag was to prevent Rayquaza from escaping or switching out. This was merely the Shadow Tag, and without a doubt. The next move would be Perish Song. This creature is so extreme. In its anger, it seeks mutual destruction. As anticipated, the moment Xiaohua predicted this, Gung Gue emitted a most peculiar sound, a melody entirely unbefitting of its visage. Blue notes swirled around Rayquaza and itself, and as the melody concluded, it transformed into a shocking dark red, the notes inverting and shattering. Perish Song, a ghost-type move in the game, causes the Pokémon that hears the song to lose its fighting capability after 3 turns. Although this world lacks a turn-based structure, the effect should be comparably significant. They must resolve this in 3 swift attacks. Rayquaza, do not grant it an opportunity, unleash Draco Meteor. With this thought, Xiaohua disregarded any further complaints or frivolity. Since this creature was intent on mutual destruction, she would engage with utmost seriousness. Rayquaza nodded vigorously, roaring as it summoned a dark cloud, even obscuring the aurora and light of the lair. Enormous meteors emerged from the cloud, engulfed in flames, hurtling towards Gung Gue's mouth. This maneuver, Xiaohua would dub as the punishment of the devouring stone. The meteors struck Gung Gue's mouth, unleashing a barrage of explosive impacts, eliciting a cry of agony from it as it prepared to retaliate. Xiaohua, of course, would not afford it any chance for a counterattack and promptly issued her command. Rayquaza, charge forth and use Outrage. Simultaneously, employ Shadow Claw. Outrage, a formidable dragon-type move, boasts a power of 120, inflicting substantial physical damage. The effect is a temporary loss of rationality in exchange for immense offensive power. After the skill concludes, the Pokémon will succumb to a state of confusion. However, in this scenario, where swift resolution is paramount, the concern for confusion becomes trivial. Moreover, under the guidance of Xiaohua, even the formidable Rayquaza is instructed to amplify the attack power of its dragon ascent to be unleashed through the ghost-type move, Shadow Claw. The rationale is simple. Gengar is doubly weak to ghost-type attacks, allowing for significant counter damage. Given that combination techniques can be executed in this realm, it is only natural to enhance physical attacks through skills that bolster bodily strength. With the command relayed, Rayquaza roars, its originally golden body symbol transforming instantaneously into a vivid crimson as it dashes forth, leaving behind a trail of blood-red afterimages. By the time Gengar comprehends the situation, Rayquaza has already materialized behind it, its claws enveloped in a swirling mass of purplish-black, ghostly energy. The claws descend, and Xiaohua witnesses purplish-black scratch marks materializing in the air as Gengar emits a pained roar. The skill lands with exceptional efficacy, and Gengar loses its combat capability. Brilliant flames erupt from Gengar's body, a manifestation of the Din's punitive measure against Gigantamax Pokémon, presenting the perfect opportunity for capture. Just as Xiaohua reaches for a Pokeball to seize the moment, Gengar, which had been bowing its enormous head forward, suddenly stirs. What is happening? The cursed energy surges forth, and amid the dazzling violet light, Xiaohua observes Gengar's Gigantamax form being dispelled, revealing a standard version of Gengar leaping forth. Right before Xiaohua's eyes, Gengar sticks out its tongue and makes a face, and before Xiaohua can react, it vanishes through the walls. Can even Gigantamax Pokémon escape in this world? Furthermore, a strange and ethereal voice resonates in the surrounding air. Hee hee hee. Silly human. Thank you for freeing me from my energy restraints. Being trapped here in such a gigantic form, unable to wreak havoc, was quite suffocating. Human, you are amusing. I shall follow you as long as you pique my interest. If you can capture my fascination, I shall willingly appear as your Pokémon. Hee hee hee. Chapter 26. Poison Chicken Soup with Shrimp and Pork Heart. The laughter of Gengar fades, leaving Xiaohua momentarily stunned. What on earth is this? Even in the real world, it shouldn't be this surreal. Moreover, from Gengar's words, it seems it was forcibly transformed by the Gigantamax energy of this place, and thus bound here. By defeating it, Xiaohua inadvertently liberated it, granting it an opportunity to escape and cause mischief. What have I done? Open Pandora's box. However, that Gengar also claimed it would follow Xiaohua and would manifest as her Pokémon if it found her intriguing. Upon reflection, that doesn't sound too bad. After all, that would be a shiny Gengar capable of Gigantamaxing. And if it accompanies Xiaohua, it likely wouldn't cause mayhem everywhere. Hee hee hee. Rest assured, I shall only play harmless pranks. The voice of Gengar suddenly echoed from behind, as if it were conversing directly behind Xiaohua. If it had been Giratina, perhaps it would have peacefully departed from this beautiful world. Xiaohua suddenly had a thought, donning the ghostly reveal glasses, yet upon surveying the surroundings, she could not discern Gengar's presence. It seemed this creature was rather unique, invisible even to the revealing glasses. However, the more elusive it was, the more delighted Xiaohua became. Why? Quite simply, Gengar had proclaimed that as long as Xiaohua piqued its interest, it would willingly manifest as her Pokémon. The mere utterance of that statement indicated Gengar's intention to become her Pokémon, making the prospect of capture a certainty. The stronger Gengar was, the more elated Xiaohua, its future trainer, would be. The more challenging the capture, the greater the sense of accomplishment upon success. This is what one might call an optimistic approach to life. viewing matters from a different perspective. As Xiaohua contemplated these thoughts, the ghostly Pokémon had already dashed away through a nearby violet beam of light. Clearly, that was the exit. The method of departure should mirror that of entry. Simply approach and touch the beam, retrieving her Rayquaza into its Pokeball. Xiaohua approached and extended her hand to touch the beam of light. A familiar sensation of distortion washed over her again, though it was not as uncomfortable this time. Perhaps the initial discomfort was a rite of passage. Once accustomed, it would cease to be bothersome. Upon reappearing in the wilderness, the beam of light dissipated behind her. The residual energy coalesced on the grass before her, transforming into several golden coins and a Pokeball. The coins were evidently watts. And among the Pokeballs was a Premier Ball. Quite a fortunate find. 300 watts, 1 Premier Ball, and 2 Ultra Balls. This could be considered a bountiful harvest, indeed. With a cheerful disposition, Xiaohua remarked as she stowed the watts and Pokeballs into her backpack. Just then, she noticed a Charizard soaring toward her from a distance. Its powerful wings created gusts strong enough to uproot the grass. Moreover, atop Charizard stood a tall man who leaped down, landing before Xiaohua. Without a doubt, it was the approaching champion, Dan. Is this the place? I'll leave the rest to the invincible Dan, he exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. As the responsible champion, it filled him with a sense of accomplishment to resolve issues for others. However, Xiaohua's subsequent words shattered Dan's expectations entirely, leaving the invincible champion wide-eyed with astonishment. Mr. Dan, there's no need for concern. I've already dealt with them. It was a Dynamax Gengar, along with some ghostly Pokémon. They merely stole food, along with cutlery and furniture, but it was all in the spirit of throwing a party. 3 sentences left the invincible champion utterly dumbfounded. Xiaohua was a master at creating awe, adept at leaving her audience in a state of astonishment. You just said you dealt with a Dynamax Gengar and some ghostly Pokémon? Dan inquired, bewildered. Xiaohua merely tilted her head, dismissively replying, yes. It was just a level 30 Gengar. I managed to handle it without much trouble. Is it merely a level 30 Gengar? Can he barely manage it? This fellow. That is a Gengar in its Gigantamax form. Moreover, it is a whole 10 levels above his Rayquaza. Though he appears relaxed and composed, he still insists on downplaying the situation, demonstrating remarkable humility. Indeed, he possesses the potential to become the next undefeated champion. The mind of Dan Emperor is so straightforward that even Zoro would not lose his way. After a moment of astonishment, he audaciously patted the shoulder of Xiaohua with one hand while giving a thumbs up with the other, wearing a satisfied and expectant smile. Does this person harbor any doubts or criticisms? What exactly is he so pleased about? One should not exhibit such expressions without reason. In typical anime, this could signify doom. It almost seems as if he is entrusting a legacy, ready to embark on a journey with complete confidence, which is rather ominous. Of course, the reasoning of an average person cannot fathom the simplicity of Dan Emperor's thoughts. Thus, Xiaohua quickly relinquished any puzzlement regarding this matter. The Charizard flew back to the station in Mukong Town in less than 10 minutes, its speed remarkable. Amid the cheers of the townsfolk, Dan Emperor leaped down, striking the iconic Charizard support pose alongside them. Xiaohua, uninterested in such fanfare, dismounted and made his way directly to the research institute. Previously, Hep had sent a message indicating a rendezvous at the institute. Master, you have returned. How was the adventure? Thrilling? Did you encounter any formidable Pokémon? As soon as he entered, Hep dashed forward, his eyes sparkling with excitement. It was evident how eagerly he anticipated the forthcoming journey. Xiaohua tilted his head slightly, pursing his lips as he recalled his encounter with the Gengar and their battle. Overall, it was indeed exhilarating. Particularly the experience of traversing through the lair via the light column, an addictive sensation, to say the least. With that thought, Xiaohua, as a mentor, vividly recounted the adventures and sights from his inaugural expedition. Not bad, he remarked. Not bad, Hep complained from behind. Xiaohua whistled casually as he strolled towards Sonia, deliberately ignoring his noisy apprentice. So, Miss Sonia, have you uncovered any secrets? Xiaohua asked, plopping down at the corner of the table in a half-joking manner. After all, it was more comfortable to be informal once familiarity was established. Sonia rested her cheek on the keyboard, appearing utterly drained. Even upon noticing Xiaohua seated on her blueprints, she exhibited no inclination to engage. A deep sigh escaped her lips, as if her very soul was being exhaled. One could only wonder what she had endured during that hour. It was due to Dr. Mulan that she, like us, was compelled to set forth on a journey. Xiaoyu approached with a cup of coffee, shaking her head. Sonia accepted the coffee with a weary hand and sighed again, lamenting that spending every day in this place merely led her to study trivial matters and that she ought to pursue the exploration of Gigantamax phenomena. Hep, with a dismissive gesture, replied, his tone reflecting a hint of support for Dr. Mulan. Especially when it comes to trivial matters, Hep deliberately emphasized his tone. What does shrimp and pig heart mean? This is akin to shrimp and pig heart seasoned with salt. Chapter 27, Boarding the Tram. Oh, I see. Jinhua nodded, her smile tinged with a somewhat impolite glee. However, this is part of the game's narrative. In the game, Dr. Mulan indeed has Sonia accompany her on her travels. Upon disembarking from the tram, Sonia will serendipitously encounter the player, presenting them with a Pokémon box, although Dr. Mulan has already bestowed this gift upon Jinhua and the others. Nevertheless, in the city they are heading to, Sonia will also appear, introducing the player to various relevant matters, guiding them through some storyline elements, thus serving as an early mentor. Ultimately, by the end of the game, Sonia has successfully unraveled the mysteries of Dynamaxing, officially establishing herself as an esteemed Pokémon professor. Therefore, rather than languishing here in a half-hearted stupor, it would be more prudent to set forth. The adage not heeding the words of the elder leads to immediate misfortune aptly illustrates this sentiment. Ah, grandmother is truly excessive. How can she claim that my research is entirely futile? I have already identified the direction of my research on combination skills, if I can achieve results. She will surely regard me with newfound respect. Sonia grumbled in exasperation, and in the face of her distress, Jinhua, embodying the role of a motivator, naturally stepped forward to offer guidance. Approaching her, Jinhua gently placed a hand on Sonia's shoulder, took a sip from her untouched coffee with a playful smile, and remarked, "This combination skill, unique to me, will yield no progress even if you study it here until mushrooms sprout." With a resounding impact, she shattered Sonia's last remnants of hope, thrusting her back into the harsh reality. "You are right. I have made my decision. I too shall embark on a journey. While researching, I will also become a formidable trainer," Sonia exclaimed, rising abruptly with clenched fists, her demeanor radiating fervor. Jinhua nodded in satisfaction, surprised by the effectiveness of this unconventional motivational tactic. However, Sonia suddenly shifted her focus, pointing at Jinhua and declaring, "And I shall challenge you. I will bring this arrogant individual to her knees." "Indeed, how exhilarating. Wait a moment. Not just you. I aim to defeat that fool, Champion Dan, as well." Sonia's excitement escalated, her fists tightening as if she were eager to vent her pent-up frustrations. "I shall show him that the powerful Pokémon he has yet to encounter are those I have trained. The Galar Gym, Champion Dan, and you, all of you. Await my triumph. The name Sonia will soon be synonymous with the new champion. Ha ha ha." An invisible flame ignited behind Sonia, as Jinhua and her companions silently made their way toward the exit. The toxicity of the motivational speech proved potent. Sonia had become fervently inspired. Jinhua had not anticipated that a mere bowl of motivational soup would result in a new rival. Yet, it is precisely such challenges that render the journey worthwhile. Galar is a region where battles thrive. Engaging earnestly in combat and relishing the experience is paramount. With worthy adversaries, one's own growth accelerates. Upon exiting the research institute, Hep and Xiaoyu resolved to first visit the Pokémon Center to procure some necessary items. With enough already in his backpack, Xiaohua opted not to join them and instead proceeded directly to the station to await their arrival. Departing from Mugan Town, their first destination was Jiqing City, a sprawling industrial metropolis reminiscent of the steam-powered cities of the First Industrial Revolution. The local gym, a fire-type establishment, was notably the third in succession that they would need to conquer, as challenges against the grass-type and water-type gyms were prerequisites for their return. The narrative dictated that their primary objective in Jiqing City was to attend the grand opening ceremony of the Gym Challenge, an event of considerable significance. The gym leader, a seemingly stern yet exuberantly spirited gentleman, was affectionately dubbed the Unyielding Flame. After contemplating these thoughts, Hep was soon joined by Xiaoyu. And as the trio prepared to enter the station, a staff member approached and called out to Jinhua. "Jinhua, wait a moment. I have something to give you." The staff member cheerfully announced, opening his briefcase to reveal 3 transparent objects resembling Pokeballs, each containing a miniature luxurious tent. These were portable camps, allowing the holder to establish a campsite anywhere desired, simply by tossing them as one would a Pokeball. Although all trainers participating in the gym challenge would receive one, these 3 were special limited editions, a token of gratitude for Jiuhua's assistance at the station. With eyes alight with excitement, Hep eagerly seized the purple tent, exclaiming that he had seen this on a television advertisement and had longed for a set. Naturally, Xiaoyu claimed the pink one, leaving the black tent in Jiuhua's hands. The staff member returned to his post, while Jiuhua examined the portable camp in his possession before stowing it in his backpack. In the game, this was referred to as a camping set, a gift bestowed by one's mother at the outset of the story. It was a delightful surprise to discover such a gift was provided by the local station in this world. Using it was as effortless as tossing a Pokeball, truly befitting the Pokémon realm. Furthermore, according to the staff member, these appeared to be luxurious limited editions. The authenticity of this claim was evident in Hep's reaction. Who could have anticipated that assisting the station in resolving an incident would yield such a splendid camping set as a reward? The trio swiped their cards to enter the station and boarded the electric train, with Hep and Jiuhua seated together while Xiaoyu sat across from them. According to the game's storyline, the train was expected to experience a malfunction in a wilderness area, prompting players to disembark and explore. However, in this reality, it seemed that due to Jiuhua's successful resolution of the incident, The train proceeded smoothly past the station that should have faced difficulties, without any hitches. Unlike the game, the entire journey would span approximately 4 to 5 hours. As 2 hours passed, Hep remained brimming with enthusiasm, gazing eagerly out the window and occasionally uttering sounds of astonishment, much to the amusement of the other passengers. At first, Xiaohua and Xiaoyu felt a bit embarrassed, but they became accustomed to it an hour ago. Now, under the scrutiny of others, they nonchalantly closed their eyes to rest. Xiaohua lacked the vitality of Hep, and considering that she had been up late gaming before her journey, she felt utterly exhausted after a day's travel. The gently swaying tram had a rhythmic motion, and the various noises, in her weary state, transformed into a lullaby. As soon as she closed her eyes, a wave of drowsiness washed over her, seemingly ready to whisk her into the realm of dreams. She hoped to rehearse her battle against the Dan Emperor in her dreams, envisioning herself triumphantly defeating him. Suddenly, a sharp voice shattered Xiaohua's tranquility, disrupting the dream she had just begun to weave. She jolted awake, her eyes darting to the front of the carriage, where a hooded figure stood, flanked by 6 Pokeballs resembling Pokémon. A Pokémon hunter. Robbery. Hand over your Pokémon and money. Chapter 28. The Pokémon Hunter. Robbery. Hand over your Pokémon and money. The hooded man proclaimed himself a Pokémon hunter, surrounded by 6 Pokémon shaped like Pokeballs. Yes, they were indeed Pokeballs, red on top and white on the bottom, yet they bore a pair of menacing eyes, suggesting they were not to be trifled with. Was that a Voltorb? Xiaohua recognized the Pokémon at once, for its appearance was too familiar. Voltorb, level 13, an electric type, was a ball Pokémon that closely resembled a Pokeball. If one mistakenly approached it, they would not only be shocked, but also risk an explosion. Extremely dangerous. Xiaohua quickly retrieved her Pokédex to scan the creature, which confirmed it was indeed a Voltorb, known for its propensity to explode if provoked. It's a Pokémon hunter. I've seen reports on television. Hep exclaimed, his fists clenched, revealing that this notorious thief had recently gained infamy for stealing others' Pokémon. However, he typically robbed novice trainers in the wilderness. What was he doing on a tram? Upon hearing Hep's voice, the Pokémon hunter turned and laughed heartily, declaring, indeed, I am the infamous thief reported on television. A Pokémon hunter. He continued, novice trainers in the wilderness no longer pose a challenge, and their Pokémon are utterly useless. In pursuit of excitement and superior Pokémon, I have chosen to ambush and rob on this tram. The Pokémon hunter spoke with an alarming degree of confidence, revealing a foolishness that was almost pitiable. Yet he was not so naive as to divulge his scheme without reason. His absolute self-assurance led him to believe he would escape unscathed, thus amplifying his bravado to intimidate the already frightened ordinary passengers. After all, the television reports had not depicted a thief targeting novice trainers as a formidable criminal. Clearly, he was merely a bully, mistaking a few easy victories for greatness, and had descended into madness by attempting to rob a tram. As Hep and Xiaoyu exchanged glances, they were about to rise and intervene, but Xiaohua raised a hand to restrain them, shaking his head with a serious expression. Although the opposing Pokémon were merely at level 13, essentially weaklings, one must consider their types and the current environment. First and foremost, the surroundings. Despite being a fool, this individual had evidently done his homework. He had at least secured the train compartment door and employed some items to fortify it, preventing individuals from the adjacent carriage from entering. Thus, the environment was confined to this small carriage, surrounded primarily by ordinary passengers, including several elderly individuals and children. Now, examining his Pokémon, all 6 were Electrode. While their levels were not impressive, the inherent abilities of these creatures were quite formidable, particularly their self-destruct capabilities. Upon seeing them, Xiaohua was reminded of a player he had encountered in online battles, one who had used magic to manipulate Pokémon. In Pokémon Sword and Shield, Electrode and its evolution, Voltorb, were absent, yet this player's team was composed entirely of Voltorb, employing skills solely aimed at causing annoyance, primarily via massive explosions. Indeed, this player had unleashed 3 explosive attacks in quick succession, and despite Xiaohua emerging victorious, he had felt as though he had ingested something foul. Thus, the sight of this individual brought back memories of that deliberately irritating opponent. If Xiaohua's assumptions were correct, all 6 Electrode likely possessed self-destruct or explosion as part of their move sets. To rush and carelessly would risk provoking this individual. Should he lose his temper and command the Electrode to unleash an explosion, the consequences could be dire, not to mention the innocent passengers nearby would suffer the repercussions. Although Hep and Xiaoyu were imbued with a sense of justice and talent, they ultimately lacked experience, and such matters were not to be trifled with. The most effective means to prevent a self-destruct would be to deploy a Pokémon possessing the damp ability. The damp ability ensures that any Pokémon on the field with this trait prevents others from using self-destruct moves or abilities. However, the current dilemma was that neither Xiaohua's Pokémon nor those of Hep and Xiaoyu possessed this ability. Moreover, it was out of the question to suddenly stand up and inquire whose Pokémon had this trait, as that would only alarm and infuriate the so-called Pokémon hunter. Do you not understand? Quickly surrender your Pokémon. Otherwise, my irascible little companions are liable to explode, and you will not be able to withstand the consequences. While contemplating these matters, the Pokémon hunter called out in frustration, his patience waning. Xiaohua, suddenly recalling something, swiftly restrained Hep, who was once again on the verge of rushing forward. If there were no existing ability, then one must create a substitute. More precisely, this could be accomplished by utilizing the unique capability of Magikarp to alter its ability on the fly. The principle was quite simple. By harnessing Magikarp's special ability to vaporize water-type energy, and then employing a flying-type move to disperse that moisture. Perhaps with the addition of some soil, they might just achieve the effect of the damp ability. As Hep held on, Xiaohua pondered the tear-inducing combination of the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza, and the Weeping Lizard. If the tears of the latter could vaporize, why could water not transform into humidity? After all, this was the path to unleashing the formidable Gyarados. However, to achieve this objective, it was imperative that the Pokémon hunter remained unprovoked. At least until Gyarados successfully executed its humidification, it was crucial that his electrode refrained from utilizing its self-destruct move. To attain this effect, all eyes would be on the display of the King of Pigs. The art of feigning modesty while preparing for grandeur was a classic technique of deception. Xiaohua first produced a mirror, perfecting a radiant smile before rising and clapping his hands to commence his performance. Ah, the renowned thief, the Pokémon hunter. Your name resonates like thunder, rousing me from slumber. Xiaohua exclaimed unexpectedly, leaving not only the Pokémon hunter, but also Hep utterly bewildered. What was going on? What was Master babbling about? Was he still asleep? The Pokémon hunter, equally perplexed, wondered from whence this peculiar individual had emerged, speaking in such an odd manner. Yet, it seemed the fellow held him in high regard, claiming to have been startled awake by his name. Ha ha ha. Indeed, I am the true master of thievery. The Pokémon hunter thought to himself, reveling in pride, utterly unaware of the trap that had been laid. Xiaoyu, having foreseen the ruse, quickly restrained the rising Hep. Shaking her head subtly, Hep then realized that Xiaohua was being deliberately misleading, and he silently cheered in admiration for his master's cunning. Xiaohua chuckled softly, observing the Pokémon hunter's reaction, thinking to himself that his naivety rendered him an easy target for deception. Chapter 29, The Jester's Downfall. Gyarados, unleash Waterfall. Torkoal, use Smokescreen. With seamless precision, the commands flowed forth. The first two were deliberately pronounced with vigor to draw attention, while the last was uttered in a hushed tone. Audible only to Jirachi and himself. Waterfall was Gyarados' signature move, requiring no further explanation. Smokescreen, a fire-type move with a power rating of 80, inflicted special attack damage. Its effect involved enveloping all Pokémon nearby in a dense, fiery smoke, with a chance of inflicting a burn status on opponents. It was evident that Xiaohua intended to transform Torkoal's Smokescreen into humidity. At a certain temperature, water vaporizes, and with the dispersal effect of the smoke, it would sufficiently cover the area. As for the likelihood of success, with the mightiest wishing star, Jirachi, on his side, that was hardly a concern. Within Xiaohua's backpack, Jirachi spread its arms and the Eye of Truth simultaneously, releasing a burst of starlight. Look, Master's backpack is glowing, Hep exclaimed, catching sight of the illumination. But before he could vocalize further, Xiaoyu swiftly covered his mouth. Cheers and encouragement must be contextually appropriate. Calling out now would only alert the enemy. Meanwhile, Gyarados began to leap rapidly, ascending and descending with fervor. The golden belly, now tinged with red from the searing heat, does nothing to diminish its piercing gaze. The skill effect of Karaki has transformed into a radiant sphere, soaring into the body of the Magikarp. Concurrently, the coal turtle erupts with billowing plumes of thick smoke from both its back and mouth. Furthermore, with a swift motion of his arm, Xiaohua issues a commanding decree of utter ferocity. Inhale that smoke. Inhale the smoke. That is a noxious haze laced with intense flames. The onlookers in the carriage stand dumbfounded. This is no mere desire to see the Magikarp perish. It is an intent to smoke a dragon. Is this a culinary endeavor? Goodness, have you lost your mind? Even the Pokémon hunter is taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief. Setting aside the absurdity of placing the Magikarp on the coal turtle's back and employing the foolish move of water splash, the notion of allowing the Magikarp to smoke has led the Pokémon hunter to question Xiaohua's mental state. No wonder this fool dares to step forward. He must truly be an imbecile. The golden Magikarp could fetch a handsome price from special buyers. Do not squander such a prize, you scoundrel. The thoroughly duped Pokémon hunter is now frantic, wishing he could slap himself for having entertained the whims of a fool for so long. He remains blissfully unaware that he is the true simpleton, and just as he prepares to intervene, Xiaohua snaps his fingers. The crisp sound of his fingers snapping accompanies his confident grin. Ferocity. Utilize the misty fog, Xiaohua commands, announcing an impromptu original skill as the Magikarp opens its mouth wide. A cloud of white mist billows forth, enveloping the entire carriage in an instant. Indeed, this is Xiaohua's plan and command. In essence, he aims to transform the Magikarp into a supercharged mist-spraying humidifier. As for logic and principles, Do such matters hold significance in the world of Pokémon? The moisture envelopes the space, and the Pokémon hunter waves his arms to disperse the fog, barely catching sight of Xiaohua, giving him the middle finger, even sticking out his tongue to make a face. Scoundrel, how dare you mock me? The Pokémon hunter is thoroughly incensed at this moment. He cares not for the integrity of the merchandise, consumed only by the realization that he has been toyed with by a lunatic. Thunderball. Execute the self-destruct move. He roars. And Xiaohua chuckles lightly, eagerly awaiting this moment. The mist has enveloped the carriage, and now it is time to witness a miracle in the performance of a jester. 6 thunderballs come hurtling in, surrounding Xiaohua, while electricity courses through their forms. A brilliant white light erupts from within, and even Xiaoyu can no longer remain seated. She and Hapu firmly believe that Xiaohua cannot possibly escape the impending explosion of 6 thunderballs. The man in the back row stands up, but just as he prepares to unleash a Pokeball, he, like the others, is left speechless. The white light from the 6 thunderballs detonates entirely. Yet the anticipated explosion does not occur. Oh no, there is indeed an explosion. In a moment of sheer tension, one of the thunder orbs erupted with a loud yet odorless release. The others could not contain their laughter, and the entire carriage was filled with a jovial atmosphere. What is happening? Why has there been no explosion? How can you still stand there? The Pokémon hunter was in disbelief, his frantic screams echoing as he struggled to accept his failure. I had mentioned it from the very beginning, the prevalence of moisture in the air. Xiaohua shrugged, nonchalantly picking up the Pokeball of his fire rabbit and remarked, surely you must know that in a moist environment, explosive moves cannot be utilized. How audacious of him to claim the title of Pokémon hunter. To say he is overweight and he gasps. To praise his complexion and he neglects to wash his face. With just a few words, Xiaohua's image underwent a dramatic transformation in the eyes of the onlookers. A clown, indeed, was the Pokémon hunter. It became evident that Xiaohua had orchestrated the moist field. Most astonishingly, he had managed to create this condition using a Magikarp. Of all Pokémon, a torrent of emotions surged forth. Anger, embarrassment, shame, and more. The Pokémon hunter clenched his fists, breathing heavily, his mind racing, wishing he could charge at Xiaohua and tear him apart. In short, the clown was flustered. He was utterly exasperated. Thunder Orb. Form a line. Unable to use the self-destruct move, he commanded, use Thunderbolt. For him, even if captured, he was determined to give Xiaohua a proper thrashing. The formation he devised, which he named the Line of Thunder, was his unique technique. As the name suggests, it involved aligning the thunder orbs in a vertical line, each using Thunderbolt in succession. The power of the orbs behind would amplify the one in front, culminating in a massive surge of electricity directed at the foremost orb, significantly enhancing the skill's potency. However, this was merely a foolish notion on the part of the Pokémon hunter. In reality, aside from wasting 6 moves, it was no different from using Thunderbolt with all 6 orbs simultaneously, a classic case of overcomplication. For Xiaohua, it was akin to a perfectly arranged target. Much like a scene from the film God of Gamblers, where the protagonist uses a single punch to vanquish an opponent. This presented an ideal opportunity for a precise replication by the Fire Rabbit. Initially, Xiaohua had envisioned having the Fire Rabbit dispatch each orb individually, but the arrangement was unexpectedly considerate. Fire Rabbit, use Flame Kick. He hurled the Pokeball as he simultaneously issued the command. Flames engulfed the Fire Rabbit, which leaped into the air, executing a 180-degree spin before delivering a devastating inverted kick. Meanwhile, the Thunderbolt relay only reached the 3rd orb. Before it could affect the 4th, the collision with the first 2 interrupted the flow. The line of thunder reversed direction, hurtling toward the Pokémon hunter. He was no fool. He quickly realized what was about to transpire. Screaming, he turned to flee, only to find himself confronted by the very door he had reinforced. There was no need to elaborate further. The 6 thunder orbs, engulfed in electricity and flames, struck him with an exhilarating force. The sensation was electrifying. Chapter 30. Arrival at Machine Engine City. 3 hours later, the tram arrived, officially reaching the bustling city of Mechanism. The Pokémon hunter was escorted away by Miss Junsha, leaving Xiaohua momentarily astonished that Galar had such a character. Miss Junsha, akin to Nurse Joy, belongs to a prominent family of law enforcement. However, the Junsha of Galar deviated from her anime and game portrayal, transformed into a stunning blonde with azure eyes, exuding an overwhelming exuberance, especially when expressing her gratitude to Xiaohua. She nearly knocked her out with a playful yet forceful collision. Upon regaining her senses, Xiaohua couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, she is a mesmerizing beauty. Stepping out of the station, the vast expanse of Mechanism City unfolded before them, enveloped in a palpable atmosphere of steam-powered industry. Towering buildings, red bricks, steel pipes, and steam, all combined with the deafening roar, stirred a wave of exhilaration. Hey, you did splendidly on the train, Sonia called out with a smile, approaching to give Xiaohua a light pat on the shoulder. After the gesture, Sonia affectionately ruffled Xiaohua's hair, expressing her relief upon seeing the 3 of them unharmed. Since Sonia was not in the same carriage, she could only fret during the Pokémon hunter's attack. Moments later, News of Xiaohua's triumph over the Pokémon hunter echoed from the rear carriage. Despite being a newcomer, Xiaohua's prowess shone brightly, while Sonia had faltered during her own challenge. In light of this, to preserve her dignity and status, Sonia hurriedly approached, adopting a big sister demeanor. Xiaohua, of course, could discern her intentions but found no need to expose them. A few affectionate pats would suffice, akin to soothing a child. However, not everyone possessed the same kindness as Xiaohua. This was particularly evident in the voice that followed, a talented individual, strong yet still somewhat inexperienced, but undeniably superior to many. The cold, hard tone carried a hint of sharpness, sounding distinctly rude. As the words fell, the speaker approached Sonia, continuing, "You should redirect your research towards Pokémon combination skills rather than waste it on trivial matters." Here it was. The trivial skills. A perfect jab at Sonia. Indeed, it was the obstinate Uncle Carwu. "I have already told you, combination skills are impossible," Sonia retorted with irritation. Clearly recognizing the short-haired man clad in a fiery red soccer outfit. Carwu was the name of the short-haired uncle, and upon hearing it, Xiaohua and her companions exhibited varied reactions. Hapu, as always, was astonished, his eyes sparkling as if he were about to erupt in applause. Xiaoyu, covering her mouth in mild shock, recalled having seen this uncle on the train. He was the one who had brandished a Pokeball when the Pokémon hunter attacked Xiaohua. As for Xiaohua, she wore an excited yet enigmatic smile. The reason was simple. Carwu, the gym leader of Mechanism City. Indeed, before her stood a man with graying hair, dressed in a striking red soccer outfit, embodying a demeanor that was both formidable and somewhat unapproachable. It is none other than the esteemed gym leader of Mechana City, Carwu, a master of fire-type Pokémon. He tirelessly researches formidable ultimate skills in pursuit of victory, earning the title of the unyielding Flame Warrior. However, he does not perceive himself as an elder, rather, he envisions himself as youthful. Even now, confronted with Sonia's teasing remarks, Kawa's expression remains unchanged. With arms crossed, he dismissively asserts, "I am still young, not an elder." As for the matter of age, he believes it is merely a question of embodying the vigor of youth and letting one's prowess speak for itself. Having said this, Kawa disregards Sonia entirely, approaching Hina with an outstretched hand. "I admire your bravery on the train and am curious about your Pokémon skills. Do visit the Mechana City gym sometime. I would be grateful for your guidance," he states, his stern demeanor contrasting sharply with the warmth of his words, creating an awkward tension. Hina forces a couple of nervous laughs, nodding as she exchanges a brief handshake with Kawu, feeling an uncomfortable chill. After their handshake, Kawu turns and departs, prompting Hep to hastily pursue him for an autograph. Sonia, in a playful jab, remarks that she intends to buy some new clothes to uplift her spirits, dragging along Shiyu, claiming her attire is far too drab, and that girls ought to dress more attractively. Thus, the four of them embark on their separate endeavors. Lacking any semblance of team spirit, Hina glances at her hand, which Kawu had just grasped, recalling how, during her gameplay, she had regarded Kawu merely as an ordinary gym leader due to his appearance. It seems that she had overlooked the intriguing personality he possesses. From Kawu's words and reactions, it is evident that he and Hina were in the same train carriage. The fire-type gym leader's decision to refrain from intervening may have been influenced by the potential detonation of the electric-type Thunderball. Hina's battle performance evidently caught Kawu's attention, and the combination skills she displayed ignited within him a glimpse of hope for ultimate techniques. This explains his earlier reaction and his request for guidance. Alas, not everyone possesses the cosmic power amplification of a Jirachi. Speaking of Jirachi, this creature, after expending its energy on the train, lamented the excessive consumption of power and has been asleep ever since. However, knowing its nature, it would surely spring to life at the mere scent of food. Feeling a pang of hunger herself, Hina decides to head to the Battle CAF in Mechana City. The Battle CAF is a unique establishment introduced in the 8th generation of the game, found only in 3 cities. In the game, players can challenge the owner to a battle once a day, with the victor receiving a random item as a reward. It is likely that such distinctive services exist in this world as well. Enjoying afternoon tea while engaging in her first battle in a new city sounds utterly delightful. With this thought in mind, Hina retrieves her Rotom phone, which serves as both a Pokédex and a handy everyday device. The mapping system is integrated with detailed city maps and relevant information, even including gym leader strategies. Truly considerate. According to the map, the protagonist traversed several narrow alleys before arriving at a quintessential English CAF. The sign read Battle CAF, a chain under Yoshida Coffee. Upon pushing the door open, the aroma of freshly brewed coffee intertwined with the sweetness of cakes, accompanied by the gentle sound of the owner grinding coffee beans. In that moment, even the most restless heart would find tranquility. "I could easily spend a year here," the protagonist exclaimed with excitement. As a devoted gamer, there seemed to be no better place than this charming CAF, reminiscent of those found in video games. The scent of cake. Suddenly, the voice of Jirachi emerged from behind, awakening at the whiff of creamy cake. The owner behind the counter smiled subtly, noticing the pockballs at the waists of Jirachi and the protagonist. Without a doubt, they were novice trainers here for the opening ceremony. Thus, it was time to present the annual tradition of the Battle CAF, a perfect battle for the first new trainer to step inside. Resolving the encounter amidst the fragrant coffee would ensure that every future battle for the opponent would be accompanied by the nostalgic aroma of coffee. Most importantly, he was rather dashing. It was essential to leave a lasting impression on him. Oh no, the scent of coffee. Chapter 31. The interesting owner 10 minutes later. At a window-side table. Cake, cake, cream cake. Jirachi rhythmically tapped a spoon against the table, creating a delightful melody. The other patrons in the CAF were intrigued, watching the chatty little Pokémon with curiosity. The owner personally delivered the freshly brewed coffee and cake, his movements and tone exuding gentlemanly elegance. His appearance diverged from the typical image of a portly uncle in games. Instead, he sported a charming little mustache and well-groomed, shiny hair, all complemented by a black and white checkered shirt. Though slightly greasy, his demeanor imparted a unique air of mature charm. You are a trainer here for the opening ceremony in Makin City, aren't you? This time of year always brings a wave of vibrant new faces to the city. Such exuberance often leads them directly to the Makin arena, making it quite rare to find someone like you who appreciates a leisurely visit to a CAF. The owner remarked with a smile, thoughtfully adding milk and sugar to the protagonist's drink. The protagonist returned the smile, recognizing the owner's interest in him as a trainer. Since he was there for battles anyway, he decided to play along, perhaps embellishing his words a bit to enhance his chances of a more rewarding prize upon victory. With this thought, he chuckled softly, deliberately mimicking the owner's tone. I've heard of the unique battle features of the Battle CAF. He pondered that battling in such an environment against a gentleman like the owner would indeed offer a distinctive flavor. Upon hearing this, the owner's heart swelled with delight. He hadn't anticipated that this young trainer had come specifically for him. The way he spoke was delightful. If only he could keep him on as a staff member. The proprietor, lacking knowledge of hops, remained oblivious to the implications of his words. In stark contrast, Jirachi, upon hearing this, shuddered in realization. She thought to herself that if such a mischievous character as Hoppy spoke in such a manner, the boss was bound to face repercussions. However, indifferent to the unfolding drama, Jirachi indulged in a couple of bites of cake and hastily chimed in. Indeed, especially since we've perused numerous posts on our phones, we find the boss's coffee strategy particularly intriguing. Hoppy nearly suppressed a laugh. What on earth was a coffee strategy? Such a concept was utterly absurd. He hadn't even glanced at a single post, and here Jirachi was, engaging in sheer flattery. To his surprise, the boss became animated, exclaiming, "You actually comprehend my strategy." He turned to Jirachi, enthusiastically giving her a thumbs up, declaring, "Exactly, that is indeed the coffee strategy." Astonishingly, such a strategy existed. The coffee connoisseur began to expound upon the essence of his tactics, his face radiating pride and admiration for Jirachi, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Yet, Jirachi could hardly grasp the intricacies of his discourse. The processes of coffee creation and the joys of grinding were incomprehensible to her. She was merely assisting Hoppy while savoring her cake, utterly uninterested in matters of coffee or the prospect of succeeding as the manager. In response to Kirachi's beseeching gaze, Hoppy opted to lift his coffee cup, deliberately ignoring her plight. Emotions are humanity's greatest vulnerability. Thus, the more delighted the boss became, the better the rewards for their impending battle. A minor sacrifice of Jirachi could yield superior rewards. Isn't that a worthwhile trade? However, Hoppy's grasp of the term minor sacrifice was evidently lacking. The boss rambled on for a full half hour, divulging crucial formulas and techniques, seemingly earnest in cultivating a successor. Jirachi nodded and smiled intermittently, remaining silent, appearing to be absorbed in the world of coffee. Only Hoppy knew that she had metaphorically perished, merely a soulless shell responding instinctively. Clearing his throat to lighten the mood, Hoppy stood up, patting the boss on the shoulder, and, with a peculiar tone, remarked, "Knowledge, much like the brewing of coffee, requires time to absorb and settle. Perhaps it's best we swiftly transition to the main topic and commence our battle." At this, the boss nodded, slightly apologetic for his engrossment, and praised Hoppy for possessing a remarkable Pokémon, expressing a desire for him to visit often. With hopes of nurturing Hoppy into the next proprietor, Hoppy smiled and, returning to the matter at hand, suggested they head outside for their battle, as the current venue was too cramped. However, the boss raised a finger, feigning mystery as he shook his head, saying, "Worry not about the venue. With this product, there will be no risk of damaging my establishment or affecting others." With that, he produced a palm-sized circular disc, adorned in the colors of a Pokeball, featuring a button in the center. This is the latest product from Malakiman Technology, a portable battle arena. With the mere press of a button, this disc unfolds to create a unique energy field. Within this energy field, Pokémon abilities cannot inflict actual harm upon trainers or the terrain. Most intriguingly, oversized Pokémon can also be proportionally shrunk, akin to a version of Gigantamax. The boss, holding the disc, appeared as though he were extolling a flawless work of art. Xiaohua's eyes sparkled. A portable battle arena is indeed a fascinating and practical invention. Moreover, Malakoman Technology is a subsidiary of Laws, a conglomerate managed by Laws himself, which encompasses various industries. This tech company is among them, and even Xiaohua's Gigantamax band was developed by this group. As for the shrinking the boss mentioned, it likely operates on principles akin to Dr. Mulan's latest research findings. Gigantamax Pokémon merely appear enlarged, their actual size remains unchanged. Regardless, this is an incredibly convenient innovation. Law's company certainly engages in commendable endeavors. Furthermore, since the boss has expressed such confidence, there is no need for further hesitation. Let's bring out the Rayquaza. The inaugural battle in Machine City shall be concluded with a swift victory by Rayquaza. Xiaohua grasped Rayquaza's Pokeball, and the boss smiled slightly as he pressed the disc's button. Energy burst forth from the disc, signaling that the arena was now active. This meant that regardless of how Rayquaza attacked, the store would remain unscathed, allowing for the unrestrained use of Draco Meteor. Other patrons and staff turned their attention toward this spectacle, yet they were eager to witness the boss's coffee strategy. After all, in their eyes, Xiaohua was merely an inexperienced newcomer. Although qualified to participate in the gym challenge, his pride was soon to be humbled by the boss. Since you're a newcomer here, let me entertain you with this level 25 Swirlix, the boss said with a smile, tossing out the Pokeball. Now, let yourself be defeated in the sweetness of cream. A diminutive creature, less than half a meter tall, materialized before them. It was a Pokémon resembling a delightful confection made entirely of cream, akin to an ice cream cake, adorned with two identical strawberry decorations atop its head. It was Swirlix. How adorable. Upon seeing this familiar little darling from the game, Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and he could not help but exclaim in excitement. Swirlix is the species name of this Pokémon, while its pre-evolution is known as Swablu. Composed of the sweet essence of the air, it boasts an intriguing evolutionary process. Trainers must carry the sugary decoration atop Swirlix's head and, through a specific speed and duration of spinning, can evolve Swablu into Swirlix at the end of the process. Fascinatingly, depending on the style of the sugary decoration and the duration and speed of the spin, Swablu can evolve into various forms of Swirlix. The Frostlass has been confirmed to possess a total of 63 distinct forms, and the one owned by the proprietor is the most fundamental vanilla essence variant. With a hint of pride in his smile, the owner slyly gestured towards the kitchen, confiding, "I am an ardent enthusiast of Frostlass. I know all 63 forms, each one without exception." Such fervor, truly befitting of a boss. The admirer, known as Xiaohua, expressed his admiration, for he too holds a fondness for this adorable Pokémon. While in practical gameplay, Frostlass predominantly excels in double or triple battles, utilizing its ability to manipulate sleep control and provide support for teammates. There is a saying, beauty is justice. As long as it is charming, it suffices. Of course, even if Frostlass is not particularly suited for single battles, its level of 25 stands firm. As the owner of a battle CAF, how could he be oblivious to the fact that novice trainers participating in the opening ceremony can only evolve their starter Pokémon to its second stage at most? Thus, facing a level 25 Pokémon, how could a mere level 15 or 16 Pokémon compete? The owner, perceiving the underlying meaning in Xiaohua's smile, responded with a knowing grin that suggested attaining a prize would not be so straightforward. If it were Hep or Xiaoyu, they might truly find themselves humbled here. Unfortunately for the owner, he misjudged his opponent. Rayquaza, now you may unleash your full potential, Xiaohua declared as he threw the Pokeball. The owner was about to compliment the name when the very next moment, upon witnessing the majestic form of the dragon, his jaw dropped wide enough to fit a coffee pot. At over 20 meters long, Rayquaza was undoubtedly a colossal dragon, were it not for the force field supporting it. This humble CAF would have already collapsed. Rayquaza's body broke through the CAF's roof and the tables, appearing almost like a holographic projection. Xiaohua marveled at the power of technology, while just the mere presence of Rayquaza was enough to leave the owner nearly fainting in terror. The owner struggled to articulate something while pointing at Rayquaza, yet he could scarcely utter a coherent word. Frostlass had already perched on his shoulder, trembling violently, with cream visibly melting and dripping down. Other patrons and staff simultaneously swallowed hard. They had never encountered such a creature. In stark contrast, the indifferently cake-eating Jirachi and Xiaohua's confident smile seemed even more terrifying to the onlookers. This indicated that these two individuals were utterly unfazed by the monstrous sight before them. It suggested that this so-called novice trainer was, in fact, a trainer of monsters. What on earth is that? The owner finally managed to stammer out a question. Naturally, Xiaohua seized the opportunity to respond with a smirk. With a casual demeanor, he remarked in a tone of feigned indifference, "It's merely a mutated caterpie. Is it really worth such a fuss? Just a mere caterpie, UCAF owner." Had it not been for the terror inspired by this so-called mutated caterpie, the owner would have unhesitatingly smashed a cake into Xiaohua's face. What an ultimate show-off this creature is, completely at odds with the gentlemanly demeanor displayed at the outset. It appears that he must have meticulously orchestrated his current speech from the very beginning. In other words, this fellow has been masquerading as a simpleton while secretly plotting. And the fool is none other than myself. The boss remains blissfully unaware that he is the one whose facade has crumbled, exhibiting not a shred of gentlemanly decorum. Only the self-proclaimed master of ostentation, Xiaohua, embodies the true essence of remaining true to one's original intentions. From start to finish, his singular focus has been on one goal: to feign ignorance, to flaunt his superiority, and to seize rewards. He uses the CAF as a stepping stone to carve out his reputation in the bustling city of Machine Engine. He aims to declare to the world that the great overlord has arrived. This is the fundamental quality of a true showman. Of course, merely engaging in superficial displays of bravado does not satisfy Xiaohua. Genuine action is the true crux of establishing one's reputation. Therefore, after stunning them with his appearance, it is essential to conquer all present through battle. Boss, let us commence the duel. My Rayquaza is merely at level 22, while your little Frostless still holds the advantage, Xiaohua remarked with a light chuckle, maintaining an air of composure. However, to the boss, it seemed as if a devil with red horns was taunting him, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, your little cream puff is far too diminutive. My cater pie could swallow it whole. It's hardly enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. The other 63 shall not escape either." Indeed, in the boss's perception, Xiaohua had transformed into a demon from the depths of hell, and the Frostless was not even substantial enough to serve as a mere snack for the Rayquaza. Well then, let us begin. Despite feeling 1,000 reservations, the boss reluctantly acquiesced to Xiaohua's challenge. The reason was simple. When Xiaohua declared the commencement of battle, it resonated in the boss's ears as a veiled threat. If you dare not fight, I shall devour you first. Faced with the overwhelming presence of Rayquaza, he had no choice but to confront the challenge head-on. Frostless, use Decorate. The boss trembled as he raised his arm, and the Frostless, returned to the ground, began to employ its skill. In a state of panic, it clumsily lifted its tiny hands and tossed 2 grass-type berry decorations upon Rayquaza's head. Instinctively, Rayquaza prepared to evade with its speed, yet Xiaohua suddenly waved his hand, suppressing a grin as he commanded, "Rayquaza, do not dodge." Rayquaza complied, allowing the berry decorations to land squarely atop its head, adding an amusing contrast to its menacing aura. Most importantly, Rayquaza's attack and special attack received a significant boost in that instant. Indeed, the skill hit its mark. Rayquaza's attack and special attack were greatly enhanced. This is the effect of the move Decorate. Decorate, a fairy-type move, significantly amplifies the target's attack and special attack through embellishment, typically employed in double battles to bolster allies. Intriguingly, this skill also works on opponents. Consequently, when Xiaohua heard the term Decorate, he nearly burst into laughter. The boss had, astonishingly, empowered Rayquaza's attacking prowess. Was that not akin to handing a knife to an assassin? As the adage goes, a drop of water shall be repaid with a fountain of water. Since the boss had bestowed such an enhancement, how could Xiaohua refrain from reciprocating the effort? With a devilish laugh, he spread his arms wide in command. "Rayquaza, unleash your full might. Use Draco Meteor." Chapter 33, The Master of Pompous Expressions. Full Throttle. The gigantic meteor shower. With a commanding roar, the legendary Pokémon Rayquaza unleashed its might, summoning spirals of clouds upon the ceiling. As dazzling flames erupted alongside its imposing form, Rayquaza abruptly lifted its head, concealing its upper body within the clouds, while colossal meteors gradually emerged. Were it not for the battlefield's protective barrier, this very meteor could have obliterated the CAF at the speed of light, particularly under the immense pressure of the moment. The slow descent of the meteor only amplified the dread within the hearts of both Vanillux and the CAF owner, creating an atmosphere of palpable terror. How wicked this creature is! The CAF owner bemoaned the deliciousness of his cakes, pondering how one could bear to destroy such delights. Even Curlia could no longer endure the sight. After voicing a righteous condemnation, it chose to devour 3 generous slices of cake, entirely disregarding the owner's plight. The meteor subsequently crashed down, and the outcome was as expected. Vanillux succumbed to defeat, and Hops took victory. 10 minutes later, the coffee supply had dwindled, and the owner emerged from the back room. Judging by his gentlemanly smile and demeanor, he had evidently recovered from Hops' overwhelming assault, surrounded by 63 adorable Vanillux. Even the most sorrowful of events could be mended in an instant. Before Hops could inquire, the owner revealed the reason for his restoration. He had sought solace in the company of these charming Pokémon. Simultaneously, he had allowed 63 delightful creatures to comfort him in the small room, leading one to ponder whether the term gentleman should indeed be placed in quotation marks, for he seemed less a gentleman and more a peculiar individual. "Is that so, Mr. Oddball?" Hops and Curlia exchanged glances filled with disdain, causing the newly emboldened owner to shrink back in trepidation. Approaching Hops with a submissive demeanor, he nervously inquired if there were any grievances regarding the temperature of the coffee or the richness of the cake. Hops couldn't help but chuckle at the owner's obsequiousness. The timing was just right to register for a competition, so she decided to refrain from teasing him further. With this thought in mind, Hops intentionally cleared her throat, adopting a slightly dissatisfied expression as she said, "I recall that after defeating the owner in a CAF battle, we are entitled to rewards. As she spoke, Hops subtly rubbed her thumb and forefinger together, the implication unmistakable. The owner understood immediately, nodding vigorously as he hurriedly promised to fetch the reward, imploring Hops not to be upset. Hey, Hops, don't you think this might be a bit excessive? Curlia inquired with concern. The owner had already softened. Hops, however, maintained her insistence, risking offense. Having just arrived in this new city, it would be wiser to avoid making enemies. Yet Hops merely shook her head, her lips curling into a smile. As the self-proclaimed master of pomp, Hops was well-versed in the art of maintaining her persona, given that her character had already been established. Any reversal would only lead to confusion and disdain within the owner's heart. The reasoning was simple. Should Hops revert to her originally polite demeanor, the owner would surely think, this young one has already humiliated me once by playing the fool, now they return with the same act. What does this mean? Do they take me for a fool? Even in the realm of Versailles, one does not behave in such a manner. Thus, since the pretense has already been established, one must fully embrace it and not disrupt the carefully crafted persona of the proprietor. Kira, as the ultimate slothful being who occasionally slumbers for centuries, has much to learn in the art of pretense. Shortly thereafter, the proprietor gingerly presented 2 Pokeballs before Xiaohua. These 2 were the establishment's signature Pokémon, the adorable Sylveon and the delightful Whimsicott. Accompanying them were exquisite sugar decorations and frothy cream, with the hope that they would bring satisfaction. Having placed the Pokeballs on the table, the proprietor fetched a box of accessories and stood beside Xiaohua, wearing an expression of eager anticipation. Gazing at the Pokeballs and the accessory box, Xiaohua struggled to suppress the upward curl of her lips, resulting in a slight rigidity of her facial muscles. The reason was simple. They were Sylveon and Whimsicott. Sylveon, as one might expect, can evolve into the utterly charming Glacian when paired with sugar decorations, boasting formidable support capabilities. Whimsicott's evolved form, the plump and sweet Slurpuff, is akin to a pink demon of sorts. First, let us consider its key trait, Fluffy, which enhances its speed upon losing an item. Next is its core move, Belly Drum, which sacrifices half of its health to maximize its attack power. It is clear that the optimal item for this strategy is undoubtedly the Citrus Berry. This item activates when the Pokemon's health is reduced to half, restoring a quarter of its maximum health. In other words, Slurpuff can initiate with Belly Drum, maximizing its attack power. Although it sacrifices half of its health, the berry provides timely recuperation. Furthermore, we arrive at the more pivotal skill, Drain Punch. With a power of 75, this fighting-type move deals physical damage, while simultaneously restoring half of the inflicted damage to itself. With the attack boost from Belly Drum, even ordinary Pokémon would struggle to withstand its might. Not only does it inflict damage, but it also heals itself, if coupled with Glacian's support during this time. These 2 charming little creatures would transform into the most fearsome demons on the battlefield. And this is merely the strategy within the confines of the game. In a realm devoid of 4-move restrictions, value limitations, and even the existence of combination skills, their power would be magnified to an extraordinary degree. The mere thought of such possibilities sent Xiaohua into a fit of uncontrollable laughter. Yet, as a paragon of pretense, she must maintain her composure. However, how could such excitement and joy be easily suppressed? This resulted in her already stiff smile and facial muscles becoming even more rigid and alarming, to the point that her expression appeared to the proprietor like a malevolent omen before a massacre. Oh no, he was not satisfied at all. The next moment, he feared he would be obliterated. The CAF was destined to be struck by a meteor. The proprietor had originally intended to soften Xiaohua's heart through a gentle approach, as she clearly possessed the potential to compete for championship qualifications. As long as he can utilize the Pokémon from the CAF during the tournament multiple times, it serves as a naturally free advertisement. However, in hindsight, this appears to be a self-inflicted wound. That smile is utterly terrifying. The owner is now cursing his naive self in a frenzy, having inadvertently opened the gates of hell and unleashed this demon. Just as he was preparing to kneel in supplication and pray to the divine, Xiaohua stood up. First, he placed the Pokeball into the Pokémon box, sending it to the Pokémon storage system. Then, he slowly opened his backpack and stuffed the item box inside. Finally, with just the right amount of force, he patted the owner's shoulder, leaving behind 2 remarks as he exited. Thank you for your hospitality, I am quite satisfied. The coffee was delightful, I shall return. Not only did he maintain a rigid smile throughout, but his voice, strained to suppress excitement and joy, came across as somewhat cold, even trembling. In the owner's perception, this translated to Xiaohua being so enraged that even his voice wavered. The words of gratitude and satisfaction were undoubtedly ironic, with the true meaning suggesting deep dissatisfaction and anger. The implication of, the coffee was delightful, I shall return, was even more foreboding. Was this not a harbinger of death? In other words, this formidable demon would indeed return. If next time he prepared something of this magnitude, a meteor would truly strike him down. How terrifying. Chapter 34, Pursuing Gifts. Upon exiting the CAF, Xiaohua spotted Xiaoyu, who was being led by Sonia for a leisurely stroll not far away. Both had donned fashionable new attire. and particularly the already beautiful Xiao Yu had transformed from a simple girl from a small town into an utterly stunning young lady. Oh, Xiaohua. Sonia noticed him and called out with a mischievous grin. Xiaohua waved in response and made his way over, calculating the time. It was almost time to register at the arena for the gym challenge. Indeed, the gym challenge in Galar is an annual grand event, somewhat distinct from the mechanisms of other regions. In addition to obtaining a recommendation letter from specific individuals, one must first head to the mechanized city arena, the gym itself, to register for the gym challenge and participate in the opening ceremony of the challenge. Only then does one qualify to challenge the gym and partake in the final championship. It seems you've just come from the battle CAF. You must have experienced a unique battling mechanism. How was it? Sonia asked with a wicked smile, eager to hear Xiaohua's thoughts on his defeat, her anticipation almost written on her face. After all, Mechanized City is a large metropolis with an arena, and Xiaohua is merely a newcomer, especially since the CAF owner is rumored to be a formidable trainer. His articles have even been featured in magazines, notably discussing some coffee tactics, which surely indicates Xiaohua's defeat. Just as Xiaohua was about to respond, the CAF door swung open abruptly. The owner, clad in a checkered shirt, rushed out, clutching a large glass jar. I sincerely apologize. It was indeed discourteous to present you with such a prize earlier. As soon as he rushed over, the boss suddenly raised his voice, lowering his head to present a glass jar, seemingly intending to hand it to Xiaohua. Sonia was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the unfolding situation. The individual before her, resembling the one in magazine photographs, must be the boss. What on earth was he up to? Not only Sonia, but even Xiaohua appeared bewildered, having been quite pleased with the prize the boss had offered. Frosty Milk Fairy and Chubby Sweetie were both splendid Pokémon. Xiaohua, oblivious to the profound psychological impact her every expression had on the boss, found herself at the center of an intense internal struggle. The boss suddenly surmised that Xiaohua's anger stemmed from the lackluster prize. If that were the case, he could offer a more impressive gift to enhance Xiaohua's favor. This way, he would avoid the calamity of a meteor strike. Securing the goodwill of a future champion would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous support in the future. Most importantly, when it came to advertising, he could display the brand in a more prominent position. Indeed, the boss had already concluded that trainers like Xiaohua were destined to become champions. This is my battle savings, containing 100 max candies. It will surely be of assistance to you. Please accept it, he exclaimed once more, this time revealing the 100 max candies. Sonia was on the verge of exclaiming, while Xiao Yu's eyes brimmed with disbelief, and even Xiaohua was taken aback. 100 max candies. What an extraordinary boon. Max candies are a unique item that, when consumed by Pokémon, can elevate their Dynamax level. Yes, Dynamaxing has levels as well. Primarily, Dynamaxing not only enlarges Pokémon and transforms their moves into max moves, but it also enhances their maximum potential by a certain multiplier. The Dynamax level reflects this increase in maximum capacity. There are a total of 11 levels in Dynamaxing, ranging from 0 to 10, with each max candy raising the level by 1. At level 0, a Pokémon can only increase its maximum potential by 15 times upon Dynamaxing. With each level gained, the multiplier increases by 0.5, allowing a maximum of 2 times increase at level 10. Thus, if a Pokémon's original maximum is 100 at Dynamax level 0, it can only reach 150. However, at level 10, its maximum would soar to a staggering 2,000. This illustrates the significance of Dynamax levels and the candies that enhance them. Furthermore, within the game, the only consistent way to acquire max candies is through relentless participation in max raid battles. Xiaohua recalled the grueling nights spent farming for candies, an experience that felt like a test of endurance. Moreover, based on her battles with Gingwei, it seemed that the drop rate for max candies in the world's max raid battles was rather low. The reactions of Sonia and Xiao Yu alone were telling. The 100 max candies were evidently the fruits of the boss's tireless efforts, his labor of love. Would it truly be right to accept the results of his painstaking endeavors merely due to a misunderstanding? If the Hop truly acted in such a manner, could he still be deemed human? Does he possess any semblance of character or morality? Hop, I shall reluctantly accept this. Remarkably, he did accept it. Moreover, he deliberately wore a condescending expression and tone. As he turned away, he even flashed a smug grin at Sonia. While the owner may be a timid sycophant, Hop is undeniably no mere mortal. He is undoubtedly a demon from the depths of hell. Upon receiving Hop's response, the owner's previously looming despair dissipated in an instant, replaced by a surge of confidence. Although Hop feigned reluctance, the fleeting smile that graced his lips during that moment betrayed his satisfaction with the compensation. This mere instant did not escape the owner's keen perception. It indicated that Hop was indeed pleased with the reward, suggesting that his reluctance was but a facade. Unexpectedly, this monstrous trainer exhibited a touch of pride, revealing an endearing facet of his character. As Hop stowed the jar of candies into his bag, the owner finally regained his initial gentlemanly composure. With a flick of his hair that fell over his forehead, he raised his pinky to his lips and softly uttered, "I eagerly anticipate the day you become champion." Do remember to reserve the prime sponsorship spot on your cloak for me." With those words, the owner turned and strode towards the CAF, his regained confidence making his gait seem almost windswept. Once the CAF door had closed again, Sonia, with her mouth agape, incredulously asked Hop, "What on earth did you do?" Hop turned to Sonia, first allowing a knowing smile to play across his lips, creating an air of mystery that successfully piqued her curiosity, before casually replying, "Oh, it was nothing, just a battle victory. Perhaps the owner was simply taken by my looks." This fellow, Hop certainly knows how to keep one in suspense. Sonia nearly choked, her frustration mounting as she wished to pummel him until he revealed his secrets. Just because he is handsome, he receives such fervent admiration? Impossible. That was 100 colossal candies. While it is true that Hop is quite attractive, there is undoubtedly more to his success than merely winning a battle. The owner's initial demeanor was highly suspect. Nevertheless, not only did he triumph over the CAF owner, but he also prompted him to pursue him with such a generous gift. Hop is truly remarkable. Perhaps he might indeed fulfill the owner's prediction, defeating that clumsy combatant, Dan, and become the new champion. Chapter 35, My Wife, Meryl. Sonia began to view Hop with newfound respect. Initially, she considered him merely a talented newcomer, but now she found herself anticipating his potential to vanquish the invincible legend. However, Dan is not so easily defeated, which is not the crux of the matter. What is paramount is that Hop might assist her in unraveling the secrets surrounding the legendary hero of Galar. Of course, the immediate task at hand is to escort these two juniors to the opening ceremony. That rascal Hep must be growing impatient. Under Sonia's guidance, Hop and Little Y first made a visit to the Pokémon Center. After restoring the Pokémon, Sonia, accompanied by Hop and Leon, approached a computer adorned with a gray Rotom perched atop it. This was the Rotom phone, a remarkably versatile device. However, for trainers like us, its most valuable features were the Pokémon storage system and the creation of league cards. Sonia meticulously explained, and Hop instantly recognized this as the computer from the game. It allowed for the storage and retrieval of Pokémon, as well as the crafting of league cards. League cards are a means for Galar trainers to succinctly convey their identities to others. Trainers could either take a snapshot or utilize a photograph for the card's front, which would also display various identifiers. In essence, these cards served as business cards within the Pokémon world, a notion that initially did not pique Hop's interest. However, this sentiment dramatically shifted once he crafted his own league card and beheld the striking black design featuring a Rayquaza on the reverse side. The front showcased an undeniably handsome image of Hop, while the back displayed an awe-inspiring Rayquaza. The overall black aesthetic was not only stylish but also distinctive, making Hop unforgettable at first glance. "What a splendid league card!" Sonia exclaimed with genuine admiration. She leaned in close and naturally took one of the multiple copies Hop had printed. "You must have printed several. Hand one over to me." With that, Sonia produced her own league card and placed it in Hop's hand. The front depicted Sonia in an adorable pose, while the back featured an equally charming Yamper. Clearly, this was Sonia's league card, and one had to admire her ability to strike such a cute pose. "This is the exchange of league cards, a significant ritual among trainers," Sonia said with a cheerful smile, showing no signs of her seniority. Hearing Sonia's words, Leon solemnly exchanged a league card with Hop as well. Hop couldn't help but chuckle. After all, it was merely a business card exchange. The so-called important ritual was just Sonia playfully pretending to be a senior, a notion that only Leon, with her innocent demeanor, would believe. After completing the league card exchange, the trio officially set off for the Motostoke Stadium. As in the game, the stadium was situated in the upper echelons of Motostoke, accessible via an elevator. 10 minutes later, amidst the roar of the elevator, the three friends beheld the imposing structure before them. With its cylindrical shape, characteristic red brick walls, and an abundance of chimneys continuously belching steam, Hop couldn't help but marvel at the familiar scenery, reminiscent of the game. Undoubtedly, this edifice was the Motostoke Stadium, serving as both the fire-type gym and the venue for the Gym Challenge's opening ceremony. "Heath is surely waiting for us inside, with his impatient nature. I can only imagine he's eagerly anticipating our arrival," Sonia quipped lightheartedly. Hop chuckled resignedly at this. Their first action upon arriving was to head straight to the stadium, neglecting shopping or clothing purchases. Truly, one could say this was quintessential Heath. According to the game's narrative, this was where they would first encounter two formidable rivals. One is the arrogant and somewhat condescending Peter, while the other is none other than the goddess and beloved of countless players, Marnie. It is worth mentioning that during gameplay, Xiaohua, like many other players, has also proclaimed Marnie to be his wife. Thus, the mere thought of soon encountering Marnie in this world ignited a thrill within him. Indeed, she is a deity in real life. How splendid it would be to engage in a Pokémon battle with her. Xiaohua, a fervent competitor, is not preoccupied with conquering the goddess. Rather, he yearns to challenge her in a Pokémon duel and emerge victorious, attaining a triumph far more significant than love itself. As he pondered these thoughts, the trio arrived at the automatic doors of the arena. The doors slid open, revealing the familiar hall, and Xiaohua instinctively scanned the crowd for Marnie's figure. To his surprise, he immediately spotted Hep, who was embroiled in an argument at the front desk. "Hey, what are you doing? You should apologize for bumping into someone," Hep exclaimed, grasping another person's arm, only for them to wrench free. With a flick of their hair, they disdainfully retorted, "Perhaps you should reflect on the fact that you are so insignificant that I barely noticed your presence. Rather than saying I bumped into you, it's more accurate to say you obstructed my path. As for apologies, those are meaningless. Defeat me first, and then we shall see." That familiar voice, the irksome manner of speaking, and the aloof expression, coupled with the signature white, fluffy hairstyle, unmistakably identified this as one of the formidable rivals from the game's narrative, Peter, whom Xiaohua had just been contemplating. In the early stages of the game, Peter was indeed an arrogant and dismissive individual. Due to childhood traumas and subsequent experiences, he struggled to engage harmoniously with others. Nevertheless, he possessed the skills to back up his pride, showing notable prowess. Moreover, after receiving guidance from the fairy gym leader in the later stages, he underwent a significant transformation, becoming not only the gym leader but also a more obedient and compliant individual, which is why Xiaohua felt no anger at that moment. Had anyone else spoken to Hep in such a manner, a meteor from the legendary Rayquaza would likely have already struck. Continuing with the dispute, Sonia and Hop rushed over, while staff members intervened to separate the two and inquire about the situation. Trainers and onlookers in the hall also took notice, gathering to witness the spectacle. Xiaohua noticed a striking black-haired beauty amidst the crowd and confidently made his way toward her. He seamlessly blended into the throng of spectators. Beside him stood a girl clad in an ill-fitting punk shirt over a pink dress. With her twin tails, asymmetrical bangs, and hair styled like little devil horns, she exuded an undeniable charm. Coupled with her inherent charisma, one would instinctively perceive her as a cool girl. Without a doubt, she was the beloved goddess and dream figure of many Pokémon players, Marnie. While the haughty individual was indeed irksome, it was also the clumsy, wandering gaze of the other that led to the unfortunate collision. Suddenly, Mary began to talk to herself, and as the bewildered Hops observed, a small Dutch pig perched on her shoulder emitted a series of squeaks. Clearly, Mary was conversing with it. This adorable creature, adorned with a tricolored pattern, must be her Pokémon, Morpeko. It was evident that Mary, with her chestnut hair, hailed from a humble background, much like himself. Chapter 36, The Arrogant Peter. While Mary expressed her grievances, she cleverly included herself in the commentary. Morpeko gently patted Mary's head, seemingly offering comfort to its trainer. Hops nodded slightly. Mary's brief remarks clarified the entire situation. Evidently, Hep had fallen prey to his habitual overexcitement. He must have been wandering around the arena hall when he inadvertently bumped into the oblivious Peter. However, knowing Hep's nature, it was certain that he would apologize for any accidental collision. Yet, an argument ensued, primarily due to Peter's haughty demeanor. Clearly, even upon noticing Hep, Peter had intentionally strutted past with a smug grin, leading to the unfortunate collision. Turning his attention back to Hep, new developments unfolded. "You two mustn't quarrel. It was merely a misunderstanding. A simple apology will suffice," Sonia interjected, positioning herself between them. In moments like these, a reliable senior must step in to guide their juniors. Peter, however, regarded Sonia with disdain, lifting his chin slightly as he responded in a decidedly impolite tone. "Miss Reasonable still seems unaware of the situation. Why should I apologize to someone so weak?" As for the quarrel, he seemed unbothered, adding, "If you have any grievances, let us settle it in battle." This insufferable individual. Sonia felt her blood pressure rising, nearly ready to reprimand this arrogant boy. It became apparent that being a dependable senior was not an easy task. Just a jest. "I know you." Peter suddenly extended his hand with a smile, adopting a seemingly softened demeanor. "I am Peter, a pleasure to meet you, Sonia, granddaughter of Professor Magnolia. I look forward to our future interactions." Though slightly perplexed, Sonia shook his hand out of courtesy, struggling to grasp the situation. One moment he was arrogant, the next he was courteous. What was going on? Unbeknownst to Sonia, Hops was fully aware of Peter's background. As a seasoned player, he was well acquainted with the information surrounding him. Peter was discovered by Rose, and his first Pokémon was graciously gifted by him as well. The recommendation letter he possessed was also bestowed by Rose, indicating that Peter was entirely a trainer in service to Rose. His ambition was twofold: to prove his worthiness of the recommendation letter and to assist Rose in realizing his ideals while continuously collecting wishing stars. Professor Magnolia was an authority on Dynamaxing, and as her granddaughter, Sonia could play a significant role in the collection of wishing stars. Thus, unlike Mary's Morpeko, which exhibited a changeable personality, Peter's intentions were more calculated. He was deliberately feigning this demeanor to exploit Sonia. This is evident from the phrase, "Please take care of me." Peter possesses an unwavering confidence in his own abilities, which is why he so openly reveals his intentions. Sonia, lacking the omniscient perspective of Hops, remains oblivious to these underlying motives. However, since Hops has discerned the truth, he can no longer stand idly by. From any angle, Hops has resolved to teach Peter a lesson, at the very least to instill some humility in this arrogant individual. Most importantly, This scoundrel has the audacity to display such an overbearing demeanor towards Hep, who is not only the younger brother of Champion Dan, but also my esteemed disciple. Now that the title of master has been invoked, how could a teacher remain indifferent while their student is being bullied? Since you are so eager for a battle, how about facing me instead? Hops stepped out from the crowd, drawing Mari's attention with the sound of his voice. Hello, I am Hops, and this is my league card. With a smile, Hops produced a league card and effortlessly handed it to Mari, even while flirting with her, which only served to deepen Peter's displeasure. How dare he speak of battling, yet turn his back to converse with someone else? Did this brat truly regard him with such disdain? Peter's expression darkened, and he prepared to approach, intent on exchanging a glance with Hops. However, Hep suddenly dashed past him, colliding with his shoulder. Master, you're here. Seeing Hops in this context, Hep was undeniably ecstatic, especially upon hearing that Hops intended to stand up for him against this impolite fellow. Hep, of course, was unaware that he was now perceived as the rude one in Peter's eyes. How audacious for a weakling to involve himself, and to provoke further. The one stepping forward is his master? Surely, a weakling's master cannot be a person of worth, especially when he resorts to flirting with women under these circumstances. That woman, as it happens, is known to be the sister of the gym leader from Spire Peak. Yet, as the heir of the gym, she appeared to scrutinize the league card of a weakling, which was indeed an overestimation of her capabilities. Among those present, aside from Sonia, who could leverage her connection to Dr. Mulan, the rest were either utterly devoid of value or individuals who hardly qualified as weaklings. The atmosphere was stifling. Peter's inner irritation reached its zenith, and he decided to unleash it upon Hops. The Pokeball was already in his hand, and just as he prepared to throw it, someone suddenly grasped his wrist. Once again, he was interrupted, further affronted by this perceived act of aggression against a self-proclaimed strong individual. I'm afraid Pokemon battles are not permitted in the hall. If you wish to engage in battle, please proceed to the battle room. And do not disrupt the normal order, the staff member stated with a decidedly stern tone, clearly sharing in the disdain for this individual. In the brief moments since his arrival, Peter had attracted a considerable wave of animosity. Hops observed this scene with an unperturbed heart. Although as a gamer, he knew that Peter's heart was not inherently wicked, there was no denying that Peter was, at present, a scoundrel. Given his actions, he had rightfully earned the disdain and ire of others. After all, the protagonist Xiaohua was no saint. He was, without a doubt, a master of pretense. With the situation having escalated to this point, there was no longer any need to vent frustration through combat. Since Peter valued his self-proclaimed identity of a strong contender, Xiaohua, as the embodiment of arrogance, would seize this moment to establish an even greater persona above Peter. This was what one might call a quintessential act of dramatic irony. Typically, when a villain revels in their own inflated ego, the hero strikes back with a flurry of slaps to the face, much like the legendary dragon subduing Palm, sending the villain plummeting from the heights of their arrogance back to the depths of reality. Given that the staff had suggested such, our confrontation could be postponed. Xiaohua deliberately approached Peter, observing the slight twitch at the corner of his eye, and displayed a calm smile befitting a true champion. Before Peter could respond, Xiaohua brushed past him, heading towards the registration desk. Hep, Xiaoyu, let us register for the challenge. I trust you have not forgotten the champion's recommendation letter. Chapter 37, Long-Term Villain Development Plan. He had just mentioned the champion's recommendation letter. In that instant, all eyes were drawn to him. The Galar Gym Challenge required participants to obtain a recommendation letter from specific individuals for registration. The stronger and more esteemed the recommender, the more formidable the trainer they endorsed would undoubtedly be. Thus, the recommendation letter often signified a trainer's latent potential and came with an unspoken hierarchy of status. To the average observer, obtaining a recommendation from the gym leader was already a mark of honor. For such a letter typically indicated that the trainer was considered a candidate for succession, with the potential to become the next gym leader, their prowess beyond question. Yet, for someone like Peter, who had secured a recommendation from Laz, it was even more significant. Laz was none other than the president of the Moralco Alliance and the chairman of the Galar Pokémon League. Securing a letter from such a figure meant that Peter was a dazzling new star, no matter where he stood. This was also why Peter was so eager to prove himself. He did not wish to disappoint Laz's expectations or squander this honor. However, now, the three individuals before him produced letters that seemed to exist only in urban legends. The champion's recommendation letters. Ultimately, Galar was a region that revered Pokémon battles above all else, where the sanctity of combat reigned supreme. With undeniable strength, the indomitable champion, Dan D, who had consecutively held the title of world champion, was regarded as a deity in their eyes. Now, the acknowledgement of this deity had manifested, and astonishingly, three recognized trainers stood before them. Peter's body trembled slightly. Despite his arrogance and hubris, he could not deny the overwhelming power of the invincible champion. He understood better than anyone what the champion's recommendation letter represented. In Peter's mind, the calm figure standing beside Chairman Laz, Dan D, was the benchmark he must surpass. Thus, the recommendation letter presented by the trio of brewers now stands as his greatest challenge. Indeed, in Peter's eyes, the three brewers epitomized the Dan Emperor, particularly Hep and the brewers themselves, whose previous confrontations with him have left a lasting impression. In Peter's mind, this situation has twisted into a direct challenge issued by the Dan Emperor himself. It is as if the Emperor were standing before him, declaring that in order to confront this invincible champion, he must first defeat the trainer whom the Emperor has chosen. The brewer has already noticed the glare of resentment emanating from Peter, yet he merely smiles as he strides toward the stage. Indeed, Peter's reaction was anticipated in the brewer's calculations, and this is merely the first step. By utilizing the champion's recommendation letter to capture the attention of those around, the atmosphere will naturally lead bystanders to draw comparisons between Peter and the brewer without the need for verbal provocation. Even in the absence of a match, the disparity between someone who has secured a champion's recommendation and a self-important egotist is glaringly evident. Had Peter initially claimed to be endorsed by Laws, perhaps there would have been some debate regarding their respective statuses and potentials. However, at this juncture, the brewer has secured absolute dominance. Even if Peter were to produce Law's recommendation letter as a means of redemption, he would merely be perceived as a fool attempting to compare himself with the champion. Peter is acutely aware of this, particularly when the brewer deliberately turns to him, revealing a knowing smile. Yet, what good does this awareness serve? Indeed, the brewer intends for Peter to see through his tactics. Even if Peter recognizes this as the brewer's ploy, so what? Would he dare to voice his insights publicly? That would only render him a pitiable jester seeking to salvage his dignity. Asserting himself through battle, the staff and security have already arrived, rendering that impossible. Amidst the astonished gazes and discussions of the crowd, Hep and Xiaohua appear somewhat at a loss, while the brewer remains composed, instructing them to proceed with the registration. Why? Because the grandiose display has yet to conclude. What has just transpired is a classic instance of humiliation wrapped in bravado, typically characterized by the villain's ostentation followed by the unveiling of a winning strategy, thereby allowing for an impressive counter. This not only facilitates an instantaneous role reversal between himself and the villain, but also enables him to ascend to a higher echelon, stepping upon the very pedestal the villain has constructed. Is this clear enough? Is it understood fully? This is the art of ostentation. Of course, as previously mentioned, the display has not yet reached its conclusion. Ostentation must have a beginning and an end. The villain requires long-term cultivation. As Hep and Xiaohua register at the front desk, Peter is on the verge of being escorted out by security when the brewer approaches him with a smile, extending his hand. Simply put, you cannot be satisfied with this. I too am eager to witness your prowess. It seems there is little opportunity today, so let us arrange for a proper duel at tomorrow's opening ceremony. Under the watchful eyes of all the spectators, let us engage in a fair contest, with the loser compelled to apologize before everyone present. The brewer's words carry no hint of provocation, as if he were casually announcing a preordained arrangement. He is indifferent to whether Peter will decline, for Peter has no grounds for refusal. I accept your challenge. The precondition is that you must obtain permission for the battle. Peter brushed his hair back, his face returning to that initially sly smile. Let us not forget that Peter possesses absolute confidence in his own abilities. He does not believe he could be bested by Hops. More significantly, the audience for this confrontation will extend beyond the spectators present in the arena. As the grandest event in Galar's history unfolds, countless individuals will be watching through media and television. In such circumstances, a loss would signify that the champion, Leon, endorsed a trainer who succumbed to one nurtured by Chairman Rose. Not only would this bolster Chairman Rose's reputation, but it could also be construed as Leon's defeat at the hands of his own prodigy. How delightful it is to contemplate that Hop's earlier bravado would serve as a perfect prelude to his anticipated defeat tomorrow. With this thought in mind, Peter contentedly turned to leave, while Hops maintained his confident smile. Little did Peter know that his thoughts were entirely within Hop's calculations. Indeed, this is the essence of a show-off's responsibility. A well-crafted performance with foreshadowing. The display in the hall had concluded splendidly with Peter's stance, while the seeds of long-term development had just been sown. In the unfolding narrative, both Rose and Leon are certain to be present at tomorrow's opening ceremony. As a trainer cultivated by Rose, Peter is undoubtedly eager to prove himself before him. Should he lose to Hops in front of Rose, it would not only inflict a significant emotional blow on Peter, but also plant the seeds of animosity. Given Peter's disposition, he will undoubtedly seek to trouble Hops during their subsequent journey. Yet it is precisely through these ensuing conflicts that Hops will gradually win over Peter. Only in this manner can Peter discover his faith in battling and embark on the correct path. What? You say this is overly dramatic and lacks logic? Nonsense. This is the Pokémon world. Why should the antagonist be so complex? Does logic truly hold such importance? What matters is the thrill of the experience. Thus, Hops will propose a battle with Peter, and Rose will certainly find this intriguing. Who will emerge superior, the trainer he recommended or the one endorsed by Leon? Chapter 38, number 666. How impressive. This is my first time seeing a letter of recommendation from the champion. I have high hopes for you. You are undoubtedly the most dazzling newcomer in this challenge. The receptionist remarked as she registered Hops. Little Yu lowered his head, feeling somewhat shy, while the ever-enthusiastic Hop burst into laughter, hands on his hips, declaring that he is the champion's brother with aspirations to become the strongest trainer, not only surpassing Leon, but also Hops. Hops chuckled, somewhat helplessly, realizing that in the eyes of his little brother, he had surpassed even Leon. With the registration complete, it was time to select your trainer numbers. The chosen numbers would become your identification in the competition. The staff member enthusiastically remarked, seemingly eager to see what numbers the 3 champion-recommended trainers would select. Xiaohua nodded with a smile, fully aware that the numbers here, much like those in the game, corresponded to the digits on the back of the league's competition uniforms. Trainers must don their respective competition attire when engaging in battles within the arena. These numbers, akin to the digits on the back of a basketball jersey, hold no significant meaning. Trainers are free to choose any number from the 3 options available. Xiaohua recalled that in the game, Hep's number was 189, while Molly's was 960. Dan D's, however, was simply a bold one, embodying his unrivaled status as a champion. Hep had made his choice, mirroring the game with 189. Xiaoyu opted for number 227, which surprised Xiaohua slightly, as this was the number depicted on official artwork in his world, deriving from the game's release date of February 27th. With their selections made, Xiaohua felt no hesitation. He had been anticipating this moment since his arrival in this realm and promptly declared his own number, 666. Such a rhythmic number. The staff had never encountered a number like this before, somewhat perplexed. After a moment's thought, they surmised that this might reflect the unique thought process of a champion-recommended trainer and swiftly proceeded to finalize Xiaohua's registration. Curiously, Hep inquired why Xiaohua had chosen that number, to which Xiaohua merely smiled in silence. This was a reference only understood by those from his world before his traversal. The number 666 not only phonetically resembles Liulium, which conveys notions of excellence and impressiveness, but it also symbolizes the devil in another region, as the formidable Dark Lord, the king of showmanship, and the future strongest trainer in Galar. Xiaohua's choice of number had to embody his distinct style. Therefore, 666 was undoubtedly the most fitting choice. Naturally, Xiaohua would not disclose his true aspirations of becoming the Dark Lord to Hep. He simply explained that it was a homophonic reference from his hometown, signifying smooth sailing, or Lulu to shun. The naive young lad nodded, fully believing him without a trace of doubt. With the 3 numbers duly registered, the staff reminded the trio of gym challengers not to forget their challenger wristbands, as the opening ceremony of the gym challenge would take place here the following day. According to President Law's welfare regulations, participants in the challenge would enjoy complimentary accommodation at the Shy Butt Inn. The staff patiently elaborated, and upon hearing of the free lodging, Hep was so thrilled that he nearly jumped with joy, eagerly cheering about the president's generosity and racing Xiaohua and Xiaoyu to see who could reach the inn first. With that, Hep dashed out, and although Xiaoyu did not overtly display her excitement, it was evident as she nodded at Xiaohua before hurriedly following suit. Indeed, they were from a small town. Such news was enough to elate them. Who could blame him for feeling the same? Molly's voice drifted from beside him, and Xiaohua turned to see her approaching. Her expression remained impassive as she spoke in a cool tone, revealing no sign of excitement. You are Xiaohua, correct? Mary gazed at the Hops, extending her hand with an air of aloofness. I am Mary, hailing from Spire Town. The Hops chuckled softly in response, politely shaking her hand. One must admit, her delicate grip was quite pleasant. Mary glanced at the Jirachi emerging from her backpack, rubbing its sleepy eyes, and squinted slightly. You are quite an intriguing character. I shall keep my eye on you. With that, Mary released her hand and turned to complete her registration with the staff. She chose the number 960. Just like in the game, the Hops smiled and turned to leave the mech arena, while Jirachi, still trying to comprehend the situation, playfully poked the Hops on the head and jokingly remarked, I see it now. You've only just arrived and already caught the attention of a girl. Truly, that's you. Moreover, that girl is stunning. Did she just confess? Does she like you? Jirachi's tone was somewhat animated, its eyes practically sparkling with gossip. The Hops, somewhat exasperated, flicked its forehead. Fortunately, despite its excitement, Jirachi managed to keep its voice down, unlike Hep, who would shout at the top of his lungs. If Mary were to overhear, it could lead to quite the misunderstanding. Furthermore, her fan club might not hesitate to confront the Hops. Indeed, trouble had been stirred, and soon they would face her fans in battle. The outcome would depend on you. The Hops feigned annoyance, which startled Jirachi. It exclaimed that the Hops was being inconsiderate. While such behavior might be acceptable in a CAF, making enemies here could lead to complications down the line. Observing the little creature's furious antics, the Hops felt a deep sense of satisfaction. However, Jirachi had misunderstood. It wasn't the Hops intentionally seeking enemies, but rather Mary's fans who would proactively cause trouble. In the game's narrative, Mary is a trainer from Spire Town, the younger sister of the gym leader and a local idol. Being an idol, she naturally attracted a fan base, which, upon learning of her participation in the gym challenge, formed a support group known as the Cheer Squad. As the name suggests, they were intended to cheer her on, comprising mainly the townsfolk and trainers from Spire Town. However, their fervor escalated, shifting their mission from mere encouragement to employing any means necessary to ensure Mary's victory. Their tactics included, but were not limited to, occupying the gym to block other trainers, commandeering transportation, and engaging in juvenile antics during battles. It is evident that they are merely a group of overly zealous and immature individuals, fundamentally well-meaning. Later in the game, they even rally to support the player and join forces against the villainous Team Plasma. Of course, according to the storyline timeline, this is merely the beginning. Following this, the Hops is set to encounter the disruptive cheer squad at the Shy Bud Inn, potentially leading to conflicts and battles at the hotel. This is what the Hops had conveyed to Jirachi, and it indeed intended for Jirachi to take part in the challenges ahead. As the enthusiastic trainer, Xiaohua pondered the potential synergy between Jirachi and Rayquaza, sparks of curiosity ignited within her. Chapter 39, The Heroic Saga of Galar. You must be the gym challenger, Xiaohua. The Shy Bud Inn is this way. Allow me to escort you, a staff member greeted as she stepped out of the arena, demonstrating commendable service and attentiveness. The Shy Bud Inn is located on the western side of the upper tier of Mechanic City, conveniently adjacent to the Mechanic Arena, and is specifically catered to provide lodging for gym challengers. The events within the arena quickly resonated throughout the crowd, and Xiaohua became acutely aware of the gazes directed her way. It was, of course, an expected outcome. As a trainer recommended by the champion and possessing striking charisma, her performance in the arena had been nothing short of spectacular. In the battle-centric realm of Galar, a trainer of her caliber naturally attracted admiration. Several young women had already approached her, requesting contact information and autographs. When politely declined, their infatuation only intensified, exclaiming how handsome Xiaohua was. This was truly the demeanor befitting a champion, a stark contrast to the inexperienced Dan Emperor. Who would have thought? You seem to be quite popular, Jirachi quipped, reveling in the attention it too was receiving from the crowd. Whispers floated around, marveling at the unique Pokémon, exclaiming its cuteness and rarity, suggesting that it must possess formidable strength. This flattery was intoxicating for Jirachi, which soon began to feel rather proud. While it acknowledged Xiaohua's popularity, the underlying message was clear. It was Jirachi's presence that drew such attention. Though you are indeed admired, the credit primarily belongs to me. A Pokémon is the very soul of a trainer. Despite perceiving Jirachi's thoughts, Xiaohua chose not to react, dismissing such trivial matters as childish. Moreover, they had arrived at the Shy Bud Inn. Since Jirachi enjoyed basking in the admiration of others, he resolved to grant it ample opportunity to shine. The inn, true to its name, featured a logo on the far left depicting a shy bud, branding itself after the Pokémon. The inn's mascot was also a shy bud. Although this petite Pokémon lacked formidable strength, it was undeniably adorable. However, its pollen could cause incessant sneezing, making it a less popular choice among trainers. Welcome, contestant Xiaohua, to the Shy Bud Inn. Please take this opportunity to rest and rejuvenate, the enthusiastic staff member declared. His demeanor mirrored that of the others, part admiration and part curiosity regarding Xiaohua's true capabilities. He secretly wished for a chance to witness her in battle, all the while guiding her into the inn. As the automatic door slid open, Xiaohua spotted Hep and Xiaoyu in the lower lobby, along with Sonia, who had been waiting patiently. With everyone gathered, it was time to proceed with the check-in process together. Sonia spoke while twirling her hair, executing a classic gesture from the game. Just as Xiaohua was about to speak, she purposefully stepped aside and said, "But before that, shall I regale you with the tale of this statue?" At that moment, Xiaohua beheld a golden statue that had previously been obscured by Sonia, standing prominently at the center. The statue depicted a valiant young man clad in heavy armor and a cloak, with the most striking features being the long sword and shield he wielded. I have heard this story many times already. The great hero who saved Galar. I shall surpass him one day, Hep uttered with a dismissive grunt, showing no reverence for the heroic figure he mentioned. Without hesitation, he dashed upstairs, declaring he would check in early, thus claiming the title of first. Xiaoyu sighed and rubbed her forehead, while Karaki remarked on Hep's eagerness to compete for first place even in a place like this. It was hard to determine whether to admire his spirited ambition or to regard it as mere childishness. Noticing Xiaohua's silence, Sonia's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she adopted a serious expression. Indeed, as Hep articulated, this statue represents the legendary hero who rescued the Galar region. Long ago, a dark vortex appeared in the skies above Galar, a phenomenon people referred to as the Night of Darkness. Under its influence, gigantic Pokémon emerged, plunging the populace into turmoil and peril. At this critical juncture, a young man wielding a sword and shield appeared, bravely vanquishing the darkness and restoring peace. This statue is modeled after this young man, the hero revered in the hearts of the people. However, no one knows what kind of sword and shield the hero truly possessed, nor has the mystery of the Black Vortex been unraveled to this day. My primary purpose for this excursion is to uncover the truth behind the legend, to unveil the secrets of the Night of Darkness, and to expose its true nature. Sonia suddenly exuded a commanding presence, her gaze shifting to Xiaohua, clearly hoping to spark his interest in the legend. She wished for this similarly enigmatic young man to join her in the investigation. Sonia's expectations were well-founded, for Xiaohua, as a traveler from another world, was privy to the entire truth of the legend. For instance, the true identity of the Knight of Darkness was none other than the mythical Eternatus, and the so-called hero was not a human at all, but rather the legendary Zamazinta and Zamazinta, who still lay hidden within the slumbering weald. Regrettably, Xiaohua was not prepared to disclose the truth just yet, even though he had discerned Sonia's intentions through her gaze. However, while he could not divulge the reality at this moment, he felt it appropriate to offer her some form of acknowledgement in light of her anticipation. Contemplating this, Xiaohua feigned deep thought, paused for a few seconds, and then nodded slightly as he spoke. Indeed, it is a most intriguing legend. However, I believe that since the hero's image is merely a construct of the people's imagination, and we do not even know the true nature of the sword and shield, could it not be possible that the hero is not as depicted? Perhaps there is more than one hero, or even a connection to Pokémon. The words of Hops struck Sonia's heart with the force of thunder, creating an extraordinary impact. Records of great heroes are remarkably scarce, predominantly consisting of descriptions of the might of swords and shields. The image of the hero is entirely born from the collective imagination of the people. Thus, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility. What holds paramount importance is the ability to resolve crises akin to that of the Dark Knight. Indeed, the power of Pokémon serves to elucidate this matter more effectively. If swords and shields were, in fact, two Pokémon, then the great hero might have been an ancient trainer. This notion is quite intriguing and may even allow for the tracing of the history and image of ancient trainers, filling the gaps and deficiencies in existing records. Such a simple statement has sparked a cascade of profound thoughts. Indeed, I have not misjudged this lad. Sonia felt a surge of joy at her astute deduction. In response to her palpable delight, Hops merely chuckled, suggesting that it was merely a personal hypothesis, not to be overly dwelled upon. Hops was not deliberately attempting to influence the narrative, nor was he assisting Sonia in cheating. Rather, he offered a casual nudge, guiding her to gradually approach the truth while maintaining her independent thought and judgment. This is the prowess of a master of finesse. Chapter 40. The Shouting Squad, a First Encounter. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the upper level. This area had been overtaken by the Shouting Squad. Non-essential personnel, please vacate the premises. So what if it's the Shouting Squad? Do not hinder our accommodation. Sonia and her companion, Hop, turned to investigate the source of the noise, and the staff promptly approached the ruckus. Hops chuckled softly, not at all surprised by the ongoing dispute, even mentally critiquing that they had only just begun to argue. Indeed, the 6 individuals clad in outlandish attire, with their hair dyed purple and faces adorned with purple and black paint patterns, were the very Shouting Squad Hops had mentioned earlier. According to the game's narrative, the Shouting Squad was currently obstructing others from settling in, intending to monopolize the entire inn for Marnie. Stopping them was quite simple, akin to one of them shouting at Hop, declaring, "Future champion? I don't even know you. We have come to cheer for the true future champion in this unfamiliar metropolis. If you wish to impede hardworking members of the Shouting Squad like us, then let us engage in a Pokémon battle. Such is the nature of the Pokémon world. A battle is all that is required." What a refreshingly straightforward solution. Naturally, Hops relished this approach. Problems that can be resolved through battle are not problems at all. Since a member of the Shouting Squad had uttered those words, it was time for the formidable Hops to take the stage. As Hop prepared to unleash a Pokeball to retaliate, the staff hastily attempted to intervene. However, Hops interjected, stating, "In that case, let us battle. I possess a portable battle arena that will not cause any inconvenience." With that, Hops produced the arena, advancing to the upper level and standing beside Hop. Facing the 6 eccentric individuals, Hop struggled to suppress a smile. After all, their appearance is truly comical, particularly the one at the forefront. Astonishingly, he produced a double-barreled horn, adorned with garish patterns, from behind him and proceeded to blow into it twice with fervor. "To ensure our idol's victory, our cheering squad shall passionately rally for her. Since you wish to interfere, allow us to demonstrate our resolve and prowess." The mohawk-wearing individual uttered nonsensical words, lost in a state of self-adoration as he brandished a Pokeball. Xiaohua pressed the circular button, and a radiant light illuminated the scene, but this time it was not a force field. Instead, a suspended sphere of light emerged, which subsequently drew both Xiaohua and that team member into its embrace. "Oh, it's the latest feature of our company's newest product." The staff's eyes gleamed as he adjusted his sunglasses, unable to contain his excitement as he introduced it. This was a dimensional battle arena, vast enough for Pokémon to unleash their full potential without any collateral damage affecting the environment outside the sphere, far superior to a mere force field. The only drawback was the considerable energy consumption required to utilize such a dimensional arena, necessitating what charging. Indeed, as the staff member elucidated, the place Xiaohua had just entered was nearly indistinguishable from the battle arenas in the game. Not only was it expansive, But spectators could also observe the action from all angles through the floating sphere, rendering it an exceptionally convenient feature. Go for it, master. Defeat him with your Rayquaza. Hep had already started cheering for Xiaohua, and no one seemed inclined to dissuade him. The front desk attendant glanced at the staff member, his expression seemingly inquiring. But the latter shook his head, indicating all was well. After all, with the battle arena in place, there would be no issues. Most importantly, they would finally witness the true strength of this champion-recommended trainer. The other members of the cheering squad were equally enthusiastic, brandishing horns and flags to support their teammates. Meanwhile, within the battle arena, the Mohawk-wearing individual surveyed his surroundings, his mouth agape in astonishment. Although he yearned to express his awe, he suppressed it, letting out a scoff instead, declaring, "Do you think you can defeat us with such trivialities? Though we hail from a humble background, our resolve to support our idol shall not falter against your technology." This fellow continued to spout absurdities, lost in his own melodrama. Xiaohua chuckled lightly, dismissively retorting, "Understood, understood. I declare that Captain America's shield is fashioned from your mouth." The opponent scratched his head, though he did not grasp that Xiaohua was mocking his stubbornness. Nonetheless, he sensed the palpable malice and coldly scoffed before tossing out his Pokeball. "Go forth, Snorlax. Show him your ferocity." With a fierce tackle, the Pokeball was thrown, and a Snorlax appeared, its fur alternating between black and white, with vibrant red eyes. Surrounding it were black pentagram patterns, and its tongue dangled prominently. Oh! Xiaohua's eyes lit up. This was the Galarian form of Snorlax. Indeed, certain Pokémon from the Galar region possess appearances distinct from those in other regions, and Snorlax is one such example. Furthermore, the Galarian Stoutland possesses an inherently rebellious spirit, never remaining still for even a moment. It is fiercely combative, charging headfirst into any confrontation, whether with humans or Pokémon, instigating chaos at every turn. Consequently, this particular Stoutland is regarded as a primordial variant of its kind found in other regions, having retained its primal wildness rather than being domesticated into a docile creature. Stoutland, classified as a level 9 dark and normal type Pokémon, embodies the most ancient semblance of its species, meandering in a zigzag pattern and leaving its surroundings in utter disarray. The Pokédex reveals descriptions that mirror the recollections of Hops with uncanny precision. It is truly daunting. It took me an entire 3 days to subdue this creature, ultimately succeeding only after enduring its relentless assaults. If one wishes to avoid being impaled by the hardened bristles on its back, now is the opportune moment to concede and relinquish the inn. As a traveler, Hops's astonishment at encountering a genuine Pokémon transformed into trepidation in the eyes of his companion, leading to utterances reminiscent of the Clich D declarations made by mindless antagonists. The last individual who harbored such misguided confidence was reduced to charred remains by their own electrode, subsequently whisked away by Miss Jun Xia of Mechanized City. Nevertheless, it seemed that earlier, the companion had suggested surrendering to avoid the bristled assault of the Stoutland. Hops immediately recalled the species' innate ability. The hair on their backs is remarkably resilient. They leave marks on trees, signifying their territory through the friction of their sturdy bristles. Given that this ability pertains to their physical hair, it is only fitting to call upon the Flufftail for the battle. Let us not forget that the Flufftail's wool is incredibly elastic, even capable of cushioning falls from great heights without harm. The fleece, once sheared and woven into fabric, boasts surprising durability, and with a level of precisely 10, it is perfectly suited to confront the Stoutland in this initial skirmish. One must always reserve their trump card for the final moments. After all, the Shout Squad still has 5 members, and the Sky Pillar and combination skills can be utilized later. Chapter 41. The Flufftail's Inaugural Battle, a Flawless Victory. Flufftail, I entrust you with this task. Baba. Hops released the Pokeball, and the Flufftail emerged with an adorable bleat, transforming into a fluffy ball of excitement, rolling playfully on the ground. It is indeed a Flufftail. I hadn't anticipated that my master had also captured one. Hep is ever the enthusiastic supporter, promptly opening his own Pokeball to release his Flufftail as well. Flufftail, let us observe our master's battle together. Constant learning is essential for our growth. Naturally, Hep is the only one truly cheering, as the rest of the Shout Squad and even the staff appear somewhat disheartened by Hops's choice of Pokémon. The Flufftail, this gentle and endearing creature, is ultimately suited for life on a farm, providing wool and woolen products rather than excelling in combat. In terms of battle prowess, it is rather unremarkable. While the Stoutland may also be somewhat lacking in strength, its ferocity and agility render it a formidable opponent, capable of inflicting significant danger through mere biting attacks against the Flufftail. Most importantly, as a Champion S recommended trainer, everyone anticipated that Xiaohua would unveil some astonishing Pokémon, or perhaps unleash the seemingly lethargic creature behind him. However, what unfolded before their eyes was merely an ordinary Wooloo, devoid of any striking features. At this juncture, the staff recalled Hep's insistence on being the Champion S brother and Xiaohua's designation of him as his master. Could it be that this connection was merely a matter of favoritism, entirely unrelated to his innate prowess? The staff shook their heads, inexplicably engulfed by a wave of disappointment and even a sense of betrayal. Just as they were about to turn away, Sonia unexpectedly called out to them. If one assumed that this was merely a trivial matter, they were gravely mistaken. After all, in the hands of a formidable trainer, even a Wooloo could potentially unleash unimaginable power. The staff remained perplexed by Sonia's words. Did she imply that under Xiaohua's command, this Wooloo could transform into a formidable Pokémon? Surely, that was a jest. After all, it was just a Wooloo, nothing more. Just then, the battle commenced in earnest, with the Corviknight directing the Thwackey to execute an attack, leading with Iron Tail. Iron Tail, boasting a power of 100, is a steel-type move that inflicts physical damage. Its effect is to strike the opponent with a tail hardened as steel, with a chance to diminish the opponent's defense. The Thwackey's tail shimmered with a gray luminescence. Taking on a metallic form, it emitted a piercing howl, bursting forth with astonishing speed while executing a serpentine dance that obscured the direction of its assault. The staff glanced towards Sonia, a smug smile adorning their face, seemingly affirming their judgment. After all, in their view, this maneuver was bound to dictate the outcome of the battle. Wooloo was unable to withstand such an onslaught, and had no means to predict or evade the Thwackey's erratic movements. One hit from Iron Tail would suffice, followed by a casual ram from the Thwackey to conclude the skirmish. Sonia, with a silent smile, idly twirled her hair. Perhaps an ordinary novice would struggle to anticipate such an attack or evade the Thwackey's peculiar footwork. But were they merely facing an ordinary contender? This was Xiaohua. Could his Pokémon be calculated in conventional terms? Just as Sonia thought, Xiaohua's lips curled into a confident smile, followed by an authoritative wave of his hand. Wooloo, Cotton Guard, now accelerate, he commanded, charging straight towards the Thwackey. Xiaohua's directive left the audience in astonishment. What was this Cotton Guard? Did Wooloo possess such a skill? Even Sonia was taken aback. Based on her knowledge of Xiaohua, he was likely concocting a new move on the fly. The audacity of creating a technique in the heat of the moment seemed utterly preposterous. Yet, in the next instant, all present comprehended the essence of this so-called Cotton Guard. With a resounding bah, Wooloo leaped into the air, its diminutive limbs curling inward, transforming into a fluffy cotton candy ball. Indeed, this was the Cotton Guard that Xiaohua had commanded. Inspired by the remarkable abilities of Shinnosuk's dog, Shiro, in Crayon Shinchan, every time Shinnosuk mentions cotton candy, Shiro transforms into a fluffy white ball. During playtime with the fluffy wool sheep in Woodpole town, Xiaohua discovered that it too could perform this transformation, which is now being applied in combat. By morphing into a woolen ball, coupled with the inherent elastic advantages of the fluffy wool sheep and enhanced by rapid movement, it can achieve a high-speed spin, resembling a spinning top. This grants it both speed and defense, enabling it to deftly counter the serpent bear's slithering attacks while also guarding against its iron tail. As for the confrontation with the serpent bear, sheer strength is undoubtedly required. But the fluffy wool sheep possesses the ability to extend its head. The power of this strike was something Xiaohua had already experienced firsthand in Hualang town. Even now, he likely still feels the ache in his backside. By positioning itself correctly, even the underdeveloped horns of the young sheep can unleash formidable force. The skill effects of the fluffy wool sheep are precisely calculated by Xiaohua, who has already begun spinning at high speed midair. What transpired next left the chicken crest head questioning his own eyes. The reason was simple. The serpent bear, initially the aggressor, found itself unable to keep up with the fluffy wool sheep's velocity and became the target of pursuit instead. Although the high-speed movement skill merely increases speed in the game. In this world, combining acceleration with the cotton candy effect, provided the fluffy wool sheep maintains strong control, this effect can be flawlessly exhibited. Most importantly, this fluffy wool sheep is anything but ordinary. It breached the fence and entered the dreamy forest unscathed, and in the heat of conflict between Xiaohua and Xiaohua, it grasped the supreme ninjutsu, the 1,000-year kill, in an instant. The classic cotton candy technique of the white god was effortlessly executed by the fluffy wool sheep after just a couple of prompts from Xiaohua. Could it truly be an ordinary fluffy wool sheep? What followed was nearly inevitable. Despite the ferocity of the Galarian serpent bear, it remained just that, a serpent bear. Not to mention its stamina was no match for the fluffy wool sheep. Its iron tail struck the fluffy wool sheep only to be rebounded by the remarkably elastic wool. The recoil sent it spinning 360 degrees mid-air, landing on its back. Seizing the opportunity, the fluffy wool sheep launched itself into the air, spinning at high speed. Then, with a sudden thrust, it extended its head, aiming its horns at the serpent bear's soft underbelly, and plummeted downwards. What ensued was a scene too gruesome to describe in words. This headbutt sent the serpent bear, along with the apple it had consumed merely 5 minutes prior, flying out of its mouth. The serpent bear lost the ability to fight, and the fluffy wool sheep successfully leveled up. In the first round of combat, Xiaohua emerged victorious. It was simply spectacular, truly a masterful display. Who would have imagined that the fluffy wool sheep possessed such a combat style? That move, the cosmic invincible meteor cotton candy, was simply magnificent. Hep cheered ecstatically from outside, even bestowing upon Xiaohua an outrageously dramatic name for the skill. Xiaohua suddenly realized that compared to the cheering team over there, Hep seemed to be even more fervent. Chapter 42, once again, utterly astonished. The members of the shouting squad remained ensnared in deep self-doubt. Their once proud entry Pokémon, Snivy, had been defeated by the ludicrously whimsical Mareep, and in such an absurdly comical manner. Now it was Sonia's turn to cast a glance at the staff, her face adorned with a triumphant smile. Particularly, her gaze resembled that of an unworldly frog peering from the depths of a well, completely oblivious to her own embarrassing defeat against Hoppy at the entrance of the research institute. The staff, however, were too preoccupied with the astonishing strategy of Hoppy and the Mareep's agility to pay heed to Sonia's expression. Strictly speaking, Mareep had merely employed rather mundane skills, at best enhanced by its woolly attributes, coupled with the unexpected charm of its cotton candy-like antics. Yet, these seemingly trivial components amalgamated into a visually captivating display that could be generously described as a form of juggling. The entire battle transpired in a remarkably brief span, with Mareep achieving a swift knockout in under a minute. There were no dazzling techniques, no anticipated collisions, yet this showcased Hoppy's extraordinary capabilities. This staff member specialized in welcoming trainers and had encountered countless exceptional trainers, numbering in the dozens, if not hundreds. Among them were a few who favored employing ordinary or even weaker moves to yield surprisingly effective results. However, their pursuits were chiefly rooted in joy and amusement, and when faced with genuinely significant battles, they would invariably unleash their true prowess. Hoppy, in stark contrast, seamlessly integrated both his strength and genuine skills into his performance. He had once heard the adage, the small conceal themselves in the wild, the great conceal themselves in the city, and Hoppy was evidently a prime example of this. His boundless imagination allowed him to conceive combinations between skills and inherent traits that produced remarkable effects in battle. The agility of Pokémon perfectly realized his tactical visions, amplifying the impact of the confrontation manifold. Hoppy's intellect, paired with the Pokémon's agility, proved indispensable, vividly displayed in the preceding duel. Most importantly, the ease with which Hoppy maneuvered suggested that he was not exerting himself to the fullest. There remained a hidden depth to his capabilities. How infuriating it was. One yearned to witness this lad's full strength, or to push him to his limits, and observe the magnitude of power that might erupt. Were it not for the constraints of his status and dignity, he would have charged into the arena to challenge Hoppy without hesitation. Meanwhile, the crew-cut boy leaped from the battlefield, engaging in fervent discussion with his 5 teammates. Ultimately, the 6 of them nodded in unison, leading to the entrance of a boy and a girl into the arena. Do not assume that a stroke of luck in one battle marks the end. Now it is our turn to face you in a 2v2 double battle. Are you brave enough? Proclaimed the girl, her hairstyle equally flamboyant, as the boy beside her recited melodramatic lines. Outside, the team members waved banners and cheered with enthusiasm. Hoppy chuckled lightly, first recalling Mareep into its Pokeball, before producing the Pokeballs of Rayquaza and Cinderace. A double battle was precisely what he desired. Upon seeing Hoppy retrieve his Pokeballs, it was evident he had accepted the challenge, and the opposing duo also threw forth their Pokeballs. Cunning little fox. I shall witness his downfall. The mischievous panda. I long to hear its cries. As the Pokeballs were simultaneously thrown, the Pokémon on the female trainer's side was a little fox that had battled on Route 2, affectionately dubbed the Thief Fox by its trainer, although the name bore a rather pejorative connotation. Thus, trainers who adored such Pokémon kindly renamed it to Cunning Fox. This phenomenon had also occurred in the realm of the Little Fox, though in the original game, it merely represented a normal name change. In contrast to the snake-patterned bear of the game, the male trainer's Pokémon was none other than the mischievous panda. This creature bore an appearance reminiscent of a juvenile panda, with a rotund body and distinctive black eye patches. The most striking feature was a leaf clutched in its mouth, lending it a unique charm. Unlike the giant pandas of the Little Fox's world, this one had white fur atop its head, with the remainder being deep gray and nearly black. The mischievous panda, at level 12, belonged to the fighting type and was classified as a mischievous Pokémon. The leaf it held was merely for show, serving no real purpose, as its playful nature rendered it unsuitable for inexperienced trainers. The Pokédex chimed in with information. The mischievous panda was level 12, while the cunning fox was level 10. Defeating them would conveniently allow the fiery rabbit to level up and evolve. The little fox nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the cheer squad was quite adept at providing experience, causing no discernible trouble. It was as if they had foreseen the fiery rabbit was on the brink of accumulating enough experience for an evolution, hastening over to offer themselves as fodder. The little fox mentally praised the cheer squad for their timely assistance, akin to a pillow delivered to a sleepyhead. Meanwhile, the two on the opposing side began urging the little fox to act, questioning if there was a fear of commencing the battle, or if they were simply stalling for time. With a resigned smile, the little fox decided to oblige their eagerness, to avoid wasting any further time. It seemed prudent to prepare for the impending arrival of the Sky Pillar. Fear not, my Pokémon, for it is merely an unremarkable mutated green caterpillar. The little fox proclaimed loudly, hoping to prevent any unnecessary astonishment from the onlookers. After all, the little fox was eager for the fiery rabbit to evolve swiftly, so they could complete the registration process and retire for the evening. The day had been filled with battles, utterly exhausting. However, when the Pokeball was thrown and the black dragon emerged with a resounding roar, the anticipated spectacle unfolded. What is that? A monster. This creature has released a monstrosity. Gasps erupted from the crowd. It was an unfamiliar Pokemon, strikingly handsome beyond compare. Was this the caliber of a champion-recommended trainer? Silent until now, the little fox had astonished everyone with a surprise reveal. Hep continued to cheer, amidst the crowd's astonishment, extolling the little fox's prowess and the magnificence of the Sky Pillar. Of course, he did not forget to assert that he would one day surpass the little fox and raise Pokemon even stronger than the Sky Pillar. Xiaohua watched the little fox with a smile, though her gaze gradually shifted, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Surely, he would soon unleash the power of the Sky Pillar once more. This time, the focus is on the skill combination of Rayquaza and Cinderace. What kind of sparks will ignite? The underlying principle is truly intriguing, compelling one to delve deeper into its mysteries. Sonia, brimming with pride, approached the staff with a self-satisfied smile. She feigned indifference, remarking that it was merely a mutated Caterpie, questioning whether such a fuss was warranted. Moreover, she nonchalantly indicated that even if it were summoned, her true prowess as a junior trainer would only be revealed at less than 1/10 of its capacity. Such audacity is astonishing. This woman has entirely forgotten the astonishment she felt upon encountering Rayquaza and her disbelief at the mutated Caterpie. She even referred to Hops as her junior, constantly reinforcing her status as a senior, yet she has yet to display the maturity one would expect from an experienced trainer. Chapter 43, The Unbridled King of Defiance. The staff were utterly astounded. What on earth was that creature? Was it truly a Pokemon? Setting aside the unparalleled sense of oppression emanating from the independent battlefield, its immense form rivaled that of Gigantamax Pokemon. Most importantly, the Pokemon Center lacked any Gigantamax energy. Without such energy, Gigantamax transformation is impossible. Additionally, the absence of the characteristic red clouds that accompany a non-Gigantamaxed form atop the Black Dragon's head suggests that this Pokemon's inherent size is genuinely terrifying. The opposing Nickit and Thwackey would barely serve as a snack. How frightening. Is this what it means to be a champion-recommended trainer? Being endorsed by the esteemed Dand. This individual is indeed extraordinary. Yet, this assessment is based solely on appearance. The true focus must lie in battle proficiency. A mere FAOD of size without sufficient power renders one nothing more than a visually appealing figure. Champion-recommended trainers, this so-called mutated Caterpie, let me witness your true strength. The staff adjusted their glasses, skeptical yet resolute in believing that Rayquaza could not possibly be as formidable as a supermodel. At most, it might employ techniques like tackle or bite, which would effectively leverage its size advantage. Coincidentally, the cheering team opposing Hops shared a similar sentiment. Don't be intimidated, it's merely large. Indeed, the larger the size, the less agile it becomes. We shall employ a kite strategy. Having never encountered such a creature, the cheering team resorted to self-deception, fortifying their psychological defenses to avoid succumbing to fear at the outset. Recognizing that Rayquaza traded agility for size advantage, they resolved to utilize their Pokemon's speed in a kite strategy. Nickit, use Quick Attack. Thwackey, employ Ice Punch. The commanding shout directed their efforts to strike Rayquaza with the priority effect of Quick Attack. Simultaneously, they instructed Thwackey to unleash Ice Punch for double damage due to type advantage, coupled with the Iron Fist ability, which enhances punch-based moves by 20. A successful hit could indeed yield substantial damage. As for the Flareon, a Pokemon whose appearance belies any semblance of ferocity, it is regarded by the Yelling Squad as a mere trivial creature, one to be disregarded entirely. Their strategy, though fundamentally sound, is designed solely to confront typical trainers. Moreover, to achieve their anticipated outcome, they must first ensure that their skills land successfully. This implies that their Pokemon stand little chance of striking the Latios. Although the move Quick Attack boasts guaranteed priority in the game, it possesses a degree of enhancement in this realm as well. However, as the saying goes, sheer force can overwhelm mere skill. In the face of absolute speed, even with skill effects in play, the Quick Attack of the cunning Zorua cannot outpace the Latios' extreme speed. The underestimation of Flareon by the mischievous panda constitutes the gravest miscalculation in their strategy. Xiaohua resolved to employ a combination move. Initially, inspired by a comic in her world titled Dragon Tiger Gate, featuring the protagonist Wang Xiaohu, who possesses a lethal technique colloquially known as the electric poison dragon drill. In the cinematic adaptation, Wang Xiaohu brings his legs together and, through rapid rotation of his body, generates immense friction between his legs and the air. With the aid of his unique internal energy, he conjures lightning and flames. Then, leaping into the air, he attacks with legs that, in their swift rotation, resemble a high-speed drill, delivering devastating impact. Though that is purely a product of manga and film, It is not beyond the realm of possibility to replicate in the Pokémon world. First and foremost, Flareon possesses formidable leg strength. Thus Xiaohua would have it lead this technique. By utilizing a flame kick as the foundation and enveloping its legs in flames, she would then instruct Latios to execute extreme speed. Together, they would soar toward the mischievous panda, executing a flawless evasion of Zoroa's quick attack while mounting their assault. If Xiaohua's calculations prove correct, the instant Latios delivers a decisive blow to the mischievous panda, Flareon would gain valuable experience, resulting in an evolution. With its newfound strength post-evolution, combined with the high-speed rotation and air friction from extreme speed, Flareon would undoubtedly unleash the Flame Poison Dragon Drill. With unparalleled power and the absolute velocity achieved through rotation, it would elegantly vanquish Zoroa. What? You suggest that all this effort is futile? That a simple Draco Meteor would suffice? Do you comprehend the essence of style? There are myriad ways to achieve a swift victory. But only style remains an unwavering pursuit and truth. Who is Xiaohua, the great Demon King? A connoisseur of flair. If the connoisseur of flair lacks style, how can they possibly flaunt it? Without hesitation, she commanded her strategy. As white light enveloped Zoroa and frost crystallized upon the mischievous panda's fists, Xiaohua issued her orders. Flareon, leap onto Latios' back. Execute flame kick, but do not release it. Latios, utilize extreme speed. Attack the mischievous panda with a whirlwind tactic of rapid rotation. Xiaohua's commands left all spectators bewildered, even Sonia, unable to discern the intricate maneuvers Xiaohua intended to employ. What does it mean to employ a flame kick without actually kicking? And what is this high-speed tornado tactic? Can his Pokémon truly comprehend his commands? Truly, he is a master. Even the terminology he employs is remarkably unique. I too aspire to learn such captivating phrases. Indeed, it is only Hep who continues to support him, and only his thought process diverges so significantly. Of course, this is also because he possesses unwavering faith in Hops, believing that his master will undoubtedly prevail over opponents with incredibly stylish moves. Everyone is eagerly anticipating the ensuing events, and both Rayquaza and Cinderace rise to the occasion. First, Cinderace, with powerful feet, leaps onto the intentionally crouched back of Rayquaza, flames igniting from its legs as it prepares a flame kick. Rayquaza's response is swifter. While Cinderace is still in midair, the swift force, known as the quick force, envelopes its massive form, initiating a rapid spin. The resultant airflow from this high-speed rotation creates a fierce tornado, with immense suction ensuring Cinderace lands securely on Rayquaza's back. Simultaneously, the astute Cinderace instantly grasps Hop's intention and begins its own rotation, albeit in the opposite direction. Although the underlying principle remains a mystery, it generates a wondrous frictional force. Under the influence of this friction, Cinderace remarkably adheres firmly to Rayquaza's back. In moments like these, a simple phrase from the Pokémon world can perfectly encapsulate the situation. After all, this realm is filled with infinite possibilities, and with the cosmos brought forth by Jirachi, what challenge could Hops possibly be unable to surmount? You are utterly outrageous. Limitless in your audacity. Chapter 44, Flame Poison Dragon Drill. What is this? How can his Pokémon perform such feats? This fellow is resorting to tricks again. Quickly, have your Nickit interrupt that giant cater pie. The opposing team members are utterly taken aback, setting aside the sheer speed of Rayquaza. Its mere rotation transforms it into a formidable tornado. The mischievous Pandaroo finds no opportunity to attack, and Nickit cannot approach. Before they can devise a countermeasure, Rayquaza has already appeared behind Pandaroo. The tornado's tremendous suction force pulls the small panda into its embrace, and with Rayquaza's incredible control, it propels Pandaroo directly towards Cinderace, who is spinning at the eye of the storm. Cinderace, positioned at the storm's center, is aided by the wind, flames nearly engulfing its entire being. Outside, Rayquaza forms a colossal tornado, while inside, Cinderace resembles a diminutive fire tornado. Pandaroo is thoroughly frightened, flailing its tiny fists in a panic. The frost covering it melts upon contact with the flames, and it collides with the rapidly spinning Cinderace. As previously mentioned, a remarkable frictional force has formed between Cinderace and Rayquaza, compounded by their position within the eye of the storm. Cinderace stands as a steadfast mountain. What chance does a Pandaroo, propelled by the wind, have against such an unyielding force? Under the tremendous impact, the mischievous panda was flung through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. A radiant blue light, symbolizing experience points, soared towards the sky pillar, with a portion spiraling into the wind, directly heading for the flame rabbit. The instant the flame rabbit absorbed this experience, it erupted in a brilliant white glow, an omen of evolution. Mirroring the calculations of Hops, the flame rabbit was on the verge of evolving. Light burst forth from the swirling vortex, leaving the cunning fox utterly dumbfounded and rooted to the spot. The howling winds drowned out the trainer's commands. Its gaze was fixed solely on the fiery drill emerging from the tempest. Undeniably, the high-speed rotating flame drill was none other than the evolved form of the flame rabbit, the leaping champion. The assault of the leaping champion struck with impeccable precision, sending the cunning fox hurtling backward. Its entire form spun amidst the flames, a testament to the sheer force of this blow. The skill landed flawlessly, and the cunning fox lost its fighting capability. Hops emerged victorious with resounding success. The audience erupted in thunderous cheers and applause. The reasoning was simple. Most were trainers themselves, recommended for their remarkable abilities, and having reached this point, they could fully comprehend Hop's intentions. The concept of the leaping champion, combined with the synergy of its actions alongside the sky pillar, left them in awe. Hops not only devised this unique skill, but also meticulously calculated the target and timing of the attack. Even the evolution of the flame rabbit was accounted for in his strategy, flawlessly timing the experience points and situation, truly a human calculating machine. What was most astounding was that throughout this entire sequence, it was evident that if even a single detail had gone awry, the entire plan would have unraveled, rendering Hop's calculations futile. Yet, despite this pressure, he maintained an unwaveringly confident smile from start to finish. This exemplified his absolute trust in his Pokémon, and likewise, his Pokémon's unwavering faith in their trainer. It was precisely this bond that allowed them to interpret the abstract commands and flawlessly execute the desired skill effect. It is worth noting that Hops was, like them, a novice trainer. Before receiving the champion's recommendation, he must have undergone rigorous training. His brilliance did not stem from the title of champion. Rather, he was inherently exceptional, which earned him that recommendation. The staff shared a similar sentiment, their hearts now brimming with guilt and regret. They had initially approached such an outstanding trainer with skepticism regarding his Pokémon's abilities. Having witnessed the brilliance of the previous battle, they still struggled to shed their prejudices. Realizing this, he decisively bowed to Sonia, requesting her to convey his apologies. He expressed that he felt unworthy to apologize directly to Hops, and that, in order to learn from him, he would return to his training with renewed vigor. Sonia found herself at a loss, for she was not the only one taken aback by this revelation. Others believed that Xiaohua had undergone some hellish training to acquire such formidable strength. Yet, Sonia and her companions were fully aware that Xiaohua had only officially become a trainer today, having just obtained the Fire Rabbit. Most importantly, the combination skill they had witnessed earlier was entirely conceived by Xiaohua on the spot. He had instinctively issued commands, which were perfectly understood by both Rayquaza and the Tengu Pokémon. In less than a day, Xiaohua had facilitated the evolution from Fire Rabbit to Tengu Pokémon. He had enabled the Wooloo to perform operations that defied stereotypes, achieving a flawless synergy with his Pokémon. From the Battle CAF to the Arena Hall, and now here, Xiaohua had splendidly established his reputation. By dawn tomorrow, the name Xiaohua would likely begin to circulate widely, heralding the dawn of a new legend. The last individual comparable to him was the 10-year-old who completed the gym challenge, becoming the youngest champion in Galar's history, Dan D. Dan D was undoubtedly a prodigy. But Xiaohua and his Pokémon transcended the mere label of genius. They were monsters. Pure, unadulterated monsters to the core. Had she not heard of him before, Sonia might have questioned whether Xiaohua was a champion from another region, coming to masquerade as an underdog to challenge Dan D in this manner. As the cheer squad members leaped from the battlefield, 4 out of the 6 had already faltered, leaving an explosive reaction in the hearts of the remaining individuals. The 6 exchanged glances, with hints of trepidation surfacing on the faces of the last 2. Just as they hesitated to continue their challenge, a voice suddenly interrupted them. "What are you all doing?" The voice, though cold, bore an undertone of concern. Xiaohua let out a light chuckle, having already recognized the speaker. Stepping out of the arena, he pressed the button to deactivate the function, and the cheer squad provided their response. "Mary, please let us explain." The cheer squad members felt somewhat guilty, fearing they might leave a bad impression on Mary, and hurriedly prepared to justify themselves. "I understand that you are quite concerned about other gym challengers, but you all seem to have gone a bit overboard." Mary's tone carried a hint of reproach, and the nearby Morpeko also expressed its displeasure. The cheer squad members lowered their heads in embarrassment. Mary then turned to Xiaohua, slightly bowing her head as she spoke. "I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused. The cheer squad is actually my support team, but it seems they have become a bit carried away." It was evident that while Mary did not entirely approve of the cheer squad's behavior, she felt a strong sense of responsibility towards her support team. With that, Mary waved her hand, signaling them to disperse and refrain from disrupting others' normal check-ins. The cheer squad members obediently nodded and collectively headed towards the elevator. They only wish to cheer for me, but they become particularly adversarial when encountering other gym challengers. It seems they have caused you some inconvenience. And I am truly sorry for that, Mary reiterated to Xiaohua, ensuring to clarify that the cheer squad were not ill-intentioned individuals. With a cheerful wave of her hand, Xiaohua indicated that everything was fine. It was merely a customary battle, from which she had gained considerable experience. Hep praised Molly directly, exclaiming how impressive it was that she already had her own fan club, likening her to his elder brother. Molly smiled and nodded, appearing quite pleased with Hep's compliment. Yet her attention remained focused on Xiaohua. She was aware that Xiaohua had just battled the shouting team, and judging by the reactions of others present, that skirmish must have been quite spectacular. Molly lingered in the hall for a while due to other matters, only to realize belatedly that she had missed witnessing Xiaohua's duel. Molly was genuinely curious about Xiaohua's strength. After all, she was to be her future opponent, potentially the most formidable one. Gaining some insight in advance could only be advantageous. Unfortunately, she had arrived too late. However, it seemed that Xiaohua had made arrangements with the explosive-haired individual to settle their rivalry during the opening ceremony the following day. That would certainly present a splendid opportunity, and she would not miss the ceremony for anything. Given this, there was no need to challenge Xiaohua now, especially when she might be fatigued from earlier battles. Most importantly, Molly was rather eager to explore her own room. She had heard that the beds at the Shy Bud Inn were large and soft, akin to trampolines, promising a delightful repose. After exchanging a few polite words, Molly suppressed her excitement and proceeded to complete her registration at the front desk before heading towards the elevator. Shortly thereafter, Xiaohua and her companions finished their check-in as well. With the evening growing late, Hep stifled a yawn, and they decided to retire to their respective rooms to rest and rejuvenate for the opening ceremony, postponing any discussions until tomorrow. 10 minutes later, in her room on the 6th floor, Xiaohua gazed out to witness the nighttime panorama of the mechanical city. In this industrial landscape, even the night was alive with the ceaseless clatter of machines, and steam rose steadily into the darkened sky. Conversations buzzed about the forthcoming ceremony and the sudden emergence of a trainer named Xiaohua, who reportedly had triumphed against 6 opponents with an enormous beast, rendering all adversaries powerless. She was even touted as a seed candidate recommended by the champion Dante. Xiaohua could hear the excited voices of passers-by below, discussing her exploits, complete with wild gestures that could easily mislead one into thinking she had been present in that very moment. The rumors were growing increasingly exaggerated. At this rate, she could be transformed into a hellish creature with 3 heads and 6 hands. Jirachi jestingly remarked on this, to which Xiaohua merely smiled, aware that such attention was precisely what she sought to establish her reputation. Yet, one might wonder, did she not fear becoming a target for others after such a dazzling display? She recalled Jirachi's words about the dangers of standing out, likening it to a tree that, towering above the forest, would inevitably attract the wind. Jirachi rolled on the bed and then flitted to Xiaohua's side, asking with a hint of confusion. Xiaohua looked at Jirachi with surprise. It seemed that this little creature had learned to quote famous sayings. Its capacity for learning was commendable, truly a worthy partner for the mighty Xiaohua. With this in mind, she decided to thoroughly explain her plans to it. In a world where the tall trees are inevitably met with the fierce winds, one might ponder, what if it were not merely a sapling, but a towering tree that stood? The evolution from an ordinary tree to a majestic giant demands both time and nourishment. Fortunately, time is in abundance. As for nourishment, it manifests as experience points, essentially derived from those trainers who unwittingly offer themselves as fodder. My actions, though they may invite subsequent scrutiny, are but a catalyst for my ascent. By enduring such challenges and delivering resounding counterattacks, I shall ascend the ladder of success, stepping upon the failures of others. With succinct eloquence, Xiaohua instills profound shock within Giraffe, mirroring the very essence of tonight's rallying team. Initially intent on thwarting Xiaohua, they ultimately transformed into mere vessels of experience, inadvertently facilitating the elevation of Mao Bianyang and Tunka Xiaojun. Xiaohua appears to seek confrontation, yet, in truth, he is deftly orchestrating the provocation of these individuals to strike at him. The antagonists, fueled by discontent, attempt to challenge Xiaohua. Each victory over them not only yields experience, but also enhances his prestige and renown, leaving the antagonists to wallow in their self-inflicted humiliation. Crucially, Xiaohua has chosen not to disclose his intentions to Giraffe. His ultimate ambition extends beyond mere championship. It encompasses the Moloko alliance led by Laws. To unseat Laws from his lofty perch, an approach must be devised to draw near to him. The most effective method to capture the attention of this capitalist is to incite his interest, compelling him to nurture Xiaohua. By harnessing Law's resources, Xiaohua can simultaneously fortify his own standing within the alliance. This strategy is essential for leveraging the narrative arc involving Law's awakening of Wichita, thus achieving his ultimate goal of dethroning him. Moreover, within the original game narrative, any plot concerning Wichita and Law's machinations is often dismissed with the tiresome excuse that children should not meddle in adult affairs. This has been criticized as a notable flaw in the storyline, one that Xiaohua is keen to navigate around in this realm. Thus, he meticulously establishes his persona before Sonia, subtly offering her hints. By consistently amplifying his reputation built on tangible strength, he ensures that others cannot perceive him merely as a newcomer or child. This strategy allows Xiaohua to seamlessly integrate into their circles and capitalize on Galar's reverence for Pokémon battles, thereby solidifying his position. In this world, while Laws may be a cunning schemer or even a ruthless tyrant, Xiaohua, as a time traveler, is destined to deliver a dimensional blow to him. With a comprehensive understanding of the entire narrative, Xiaohua is acutely aware of Laws' schemes and Galar's secrets. Most importantly, his own power is formidable. Tomorrow's opening ceremony, coupled with his duel against Peter, represents not only a pivotal moment for Xiaohua to establish his name, but also serves as a stepping stone to leave an impeccable first impression on Laws. Following tonight's propagation of the name Xiaohua, it is certain to reach La's ears by tomorrow. Given Dan D's forthright nature, he will undoubtedly introduce Xiaohua, igniting La's curiosity. At that juncture, Xiaohua's request to battle during the opening ceremony will be met with unwavering agreement. Even the trainers personally trained by Laws could potentially be defeated by those recommended by the esteemed Dan D, yet this is of little concern. In the eyes of a merchant, only greater profits matter, a sentiment that resonates with Laws as well. Thus, as long as he can uncover the profitable aspects of Xiaohua, Peter's defeat, and a slight loss of face, are utterly inconsequential. To achieve his aims, Laws would resort to any means necessary. Just wait, Laws. I, the great demon king Xiaohua, shall send you tumbling from your lofty perch. Chapter 46, The Childish One. The following morning, one must commend the exceptional service at the Shy Bud Inn. No sooner had he finished his morning ablutions than a Pokémon arrived at his door, wheeling a cart laden with a nutritious and delectable breakfast. Moreover, it included Pokémon food and a few small gifts from the inn. While the gifts may not have held substantial value, they undeniably reflected the inn's thoughtful consideration for the challengers of the gym. After breakfast, it was time to attend the morning opening ceremony. Xiaohua could already hear the bustling sounds of people moving and conversing in the corridor outside and downstairs. Most importantly, he overheard them discussing him. Indeed, after a night of speculation, the name Xiaohua had successfully spread through the crowd. Most were aware that last night, a certain individual had utilized an unprecedented colossal Pokémon to vanquish 4 gym challengers in a single bout. Subsequently, feeling unsatisfied, he had even gone to reprimand the owner of the battle CAF. Although some embellishments had crept into the rumor, the outcome was still within Xiaohua's anticipated scope. Shouldering his backpack and tidying up briefly, Xiaohua stepped out of his room and entered the elevator, pressing the button for the first floor. As the elevator descended, 2 gym challengers accompanying him whispered quietly, pondering who Xiaohua might be. They remarked on the terrifying trainer, accompanied by a strikingly white Pokémon, questioning if it resembled him. Indeed, it did, yet the trainer was far too handsome, and the Pokémon was undeniably adorable. They spoke of the trainer's fearsome reputation, claiming that the white Pokémon possessed a particularly sharp tongue, capable of shattering one's confidence with just a few words. At their discussion, Jirachi nearly exploded with indignation, ready to confront them and demand an explanation of what they meant by sharp-tongued. How could mere words possibly obliterate someone's self-esteem? Was he truly that fearsome? Jirachi shot an irritable glare at Xiaohua, as if to say it was all his fault that others regarded them as monsters. Xiaohua shrugged nonchalantly. This was simply the nature of things. After all, rumors tend to amplify as they spread. This is a universal human folly, evident in any world. As the elevator doors opened, Xiaohua immediately spotted Hep in the NS lobby. Just as in the game, the young lad was tirelessly practicing his stylish throwing techniques, seemingly misplaced in his focus. Good morning, Hep, Xiaohua greeted, raising his hand in acknowledgement. Hep instantly turned, exclaiming, "Oh, Master Xiaohua, good morning. Last night's battle was absolutely thrilling. As I lay on my bed, my mind was inundated with visions of you vanquishing those 4 foes, rendering me utterly sleepless." Hep's 2 statements detonated like twin bolts of lightning within the minds of the 2 challengers behind Xiaohua. He had just uttered that name. He spoke the words Xiaohua. He even mentioned last night's battle. He referred to defeating the 4 adversaries. The figure before me is indeed the legendary demon, Xiaohua. He must have overheard everything said in the elevator. The challengers behind him were utterly dumbfounded, clinging to each other and trembling in fear. They thought to themselves that this was the end. They were surely doomed. Rumor has it that the demon Xiaohua possesses a mutated Caterpie. It is said that Xiaohua conducted horrific scientific experiments on 10,000 Caterpies, ultimately developing a terrifying serum. Through this serum injection, the once innocent Caterpie transformed into a monstrous being. The mutated Caterpie is exceedingly ferocious, devouring not only the Pokémon of its opponents, but even humans. Thus, at this moment, Xiaohua's silhouette began to loom larger and larger in their eyes, as if a colossal beast might leap forth at any moment, wide maw ready to sever their heads. If Xiaohua could hear their thoughts, he would surely scoff at how these 2 had watched too many movies featuring venom. He was not Tom Hardy. It was improbable he would suddenly leap out from behind to devour their heads. Of course, Xiaohua could surmise their reactions and thoughts to some extent, yet he dismissed them and continued towards Hep. The reason was simple. The effect of the rumors had already sufficed. There was no need to overindulge in bravado. Terrifying 2 innocent challengers was meaningless, and any explanation would only serve to exacerbate the situation. After all, he was set to battle Peter at the opening ceremony. By then, the rumors would naturally dissipate on their own. However, Xiaohua was a benevolent soul, while Jirachi was not. This cunning little fellow did not follow Xiaohua, but instead paused deliberately for 3 seconds. Then he slowly turned, casting a menacing glare towards the challengers. I heard everything you just said. One can destroy a person through more than mere words. If you wish to experience that, feel free to slander me, Jirachi said through gritted teeth, intending to clarify to these unsuspecting bystanders that he was not the horrific Pokémon of the rumors. Yet, to their eyes, his demeanor mirrored the tales precisely, showing not a hint of defamation. Just 2 sentences nearly scared them to death. It was truly terrifying. 15 minutes later, in the arena hall of Mech City, if one were to describe the scene before them in 4 words, Xiaohua would choose a surging tide of humanity. Challengers, passing spectators, various trainers, and Pokémon filled the space. Xiao Yu and Sonia, having arrived early, waved from a short distance, and Hep excitedly waved back, exclaiming, "I can hardly wait to compete. I long to be surrounded by fans like my brother, just like Mari, who already had her own cheering squad. If I had a fan club cheering for me, I would undoubtedly unleash 120 of my potential." With a smile, Jinhua patted Hep's shoulder, encouraging him that it would surely happen. She glanced towards a familiar figure clad in black, not far away. Particularly, she noticed the charming blush on her red ears. A delightful display of shyness. Of course, her gaze did not only rest on Mari. There was also Peter, leaning against a statue, exuding an air of arrogance that seemed to repel others. It was as if an uncomfortable aura surrounded him. "This is my league card, after the opening ceremony. You'll remember me well," Peter declared, handing his league card to Mari, seemingly mimicking Jinhua's actions from the previous night. It was evident that he was deliberately provoking Jinhua. A rather juvenile act. Mari glanced at Peter's league card, then raised her eyes to meet the brash youth's gaze, merely uttering 2 words before turning away, "Boring." Peter's face turned a shade of green. He had never anticipated being labeled as boring. Wasn't Jinhua's demeanor similar last night? Why was he not called boring? Indeed, this childish fellow seemed to regard such trivial matters as a competition against Jinhua, making it hard not to feel a sense of exasperation. Chapter 47. How did it come to this? Observing Hep's stifling laughter, Peter felt an intense surge of frustration, as if his skull might explode. Yet, in the next moment, he tossed his hair back, reverting to his original haughty demeanor and flashing his signature grin. The reason was simple. The reactions of those around him and the sudden eruption of cheers made it clear. It's Dandy, the champion Dandy, and President Laws. Dandy and President Laws had arrived. Indeed, at the entrance of the Mech City arena, accompanied by 2 shadows, 2 Pokémon of colossal size suddenly landed. On the left was Charizard, and as Dandy leaped off its back, Charizard swiftly returned to its normal size. On the right was a Corviknight, from which the staff helped down none other than Laws, the president of the Galar League. Corviknight also shrank back to its normal size as Laws descended, signifying the end of its flying ability. In this world, when Pokémon utilized the flying skill to carry humans, their size would enlarge during the effect, reverting to normal upon conclusion. Making a grand entrance with the flying skill effectively showcased the invincible champion and Pokémon League president's identity, creating quite the spectacle. The majority of the audience erupted in excitement. Dandy and Laws were the 2 brightest stars in Galar. Not to mention Dandy's remarkable status as the invincible champion. Laws, though appearing somewhat middle-aged and portly, was actually a former runner-up in the Champion Cup. Hence, he was also celebrated as a trainer second only to Dandy, enjoying immense popularity as well. As Hep's eyes sparkled with excitement, he, along with others, raised his hands in a fiery dragon gesture the moment Dan Emperor entered the arena. However, Mari stood nearby, entirely uninterested in the arrival of Dan Emperor and Laws, her gaze fixated instead on Jinhua. Jinhua, in turn, was observing Laws. In Jinhua's eyes, Mari discerned a glimmer of ambition, not admiration, nor yearning, but rather the calculating gaze of a hunter scrutinizing its prey. Curiosity piqued, Mari wondered about Jinhua's current thoughts, while Peter was keenly interested in how Jinhua would inevitably embarrass herself next. Jinhua had challenged Laws to a duel the previous day, and Peter had never believed for a moment that Laws would accept. It was simple, Jinhua was bound to lose, and Laws would undoubtedly find some excuse to decline the challenge, considering Dan Emperor's reputation. Even if Laws did not explicitly state so, Peter could easily convey that Laws simply wished to spare her the humiliation of an embarrassing defeat at the opening ceremony. With this thought, Peter felt a surge of delight and decided to approach Laws to express his determination to meet his expectations, to vanquish all adversaries and secure the best outcome. This declaration was meant for both Laws and Jinhua. Peter had already envisioned Jinhua's scowling face upon rejection, seething with embarrassment. Yet, just as he prepared to stride over confidently, Laws approached with a smile. No, he wasn't walking towards Peter. He was heading straight for Jinhua. Upon reaching her, Laws extended his hand, smiling as he said, "Hi. You must be the trainers recommended by Dan Emperor." What on earth was happening? Peter felt as though struck by a thunderbolt. The esteemed Laws had willingly initiated conversation with those 2. "What luck? I'm Laws, the league president, and I've heard about you." To Peter's astonishment, Laws not only reached for Jinhua's hand, but also regarded her with an appreciative demeanor and tone. What had Laws heard? What had Jinhua done last night that he was oblivious to? In that moment, Peter felt like an outsider, a jester on the periphery, as whispers echoed around him. "Are you the only one who doesn't know? You, with your wild white hair, are you perhaps envious?" The sensation was overwhelmingly real. If he hadn't seen anything, Peter might have convinced himself that Jinhua had orchestrated some scheme to provoke him. However, the truth was almost as absurd. Peter was oblivious to the fact that a ghostly Pokémon, Gung-Gue, was hovering beside him, stifling laughter. Yes, that very Gung-Gue, inadvertently freed by Jinhua, had declared an intention to follow her and cause mischief. Yet, after observing Jinhua's various behaviors, it had temporarily decided against creating chaos for her. Instead, this self-important wild-haired fool appeared to be a far more amusing target. Even in the presence of the idolized league president, Jinhua maintained a remarkably natural smile. The entire audience was taken aback. Laz had engaged in conversation with a mere gym challenger. Soon, someone exclaimed that Jinhua was no ordinary gym challenger, but rather a champion recommendation, the very monster trainer who had stirred the entire city the night before. This revelation ignited the atmosphere even further, and, most significantly, Emperor Dan had approached. Jinhua's prowess was remarkable, particularly in battle strategy. His utilization and combination of skills and traits were extraordinarily imaginative, yet flawlessly executed. Jinhua was the most promising trainer I had ever encountered. Emperor Dan showed no hesitation, openly praising Jinhua in front of everyone, even declaring him the most promising trainer. What did this signify? It indicated that the invincible champion, Emperor Dan, believed Jinhua could potentially become the next champion. Peter's mind had completely short-circuited. He could hardly accept this reality. How could this individual, who had merely boasted the previous night, suddenly become the center of attention today? Because you are but a frog in a well, indifferent to anyone beyond yourself. You remain oblivious to Jinhua's actions from last night. You are simply an ignorant little frog. Gung-Gue relentlessly continued his mockery, delivering a textbook-level critique that was ruthlessly brutal. How did it come to this? For the first time, he had gained the president's recognition. For the first time, he had a goal worth striving for. These two joyous events intertwined, and their combined delight would bring me immense happiness. One would expect that after growing stronger, continual recognition from the president would follow, proving oneself capable of shattering Emperor Dan's invincible legend, ultimately leading to a dreamlike period of bliss. Yet, why had it devolved into this? Peter was beginning to question his existence, failing to notice the fleeting orb of light that had just passed before him. It was, in fact, Gung-Gue using a peculiar light on him, plunging him into a state of confusion. Meanwhile, Jinhua, after Emperor Dan and Laz had provided a more detailed introduction, commenced his own plan. Laz had begun to take an interest in him, and the next step was to have him witness the rumored strength firsthand. Thus, though it pained him, it was time to utilize Peter. President Laz, I have a request, to engage in a Pokémon battle with the trainer you recommended, Peter, during the opening ceremony. Chapter 48. The opening ceremony commences. Jinhua deliberately presented an exuberant demeanor, aiming to provide an opportunity for Laz to witness the strength of a monster trainer. Simultaneously, he subtly hinted that he was a trainer akin to Emperor Dan, easily ignited with passion, thus suggesting that recruiting him would not be a formidable challenge. Furthermore, emphasizing the trainer recommended by Laz carried an air of rivalry between the champion's endorsement and the president's suggestion. It also implied that Jinhua sought to draw Laz's attention by defeating Peter. A simple statement encompassed multiple meanings. It invited Laz to speculate and doubt, but it feared that this fellow lacked the intellect to ponder. This, indeed, exemplified the prowess of a show-off. Every step taken by the opponent, encompassing thoughts and psyche, lies firmly under the meticulous control of Jinhua. As anticipated by Jinhua, the moment those words were uttered, Laz did not even glance at Peter. Instead, after surveying Jinhua for a few seconds amidst the fervent gasps of the crowd, he expressed his consent with unwavering determination. The opening ceremony heralds the official commencement of the Dojo Challenge, and combat is the essence of this competition. Both of you are promising contenders, and your duel at the inauguration will undoubtedly amplify the atmosphere to a fevered pitch. The plan is flawless. Unbeknownst to Peter, his standing in Laz's esteem has begun to wane in comparison to Jinhua. He mistakenly perceives this as a hint from the president, urging him to exert his utmost to vanquish Jinhua. Given Jinhua's penchant for showcasing himself before the president and brazenly seizing the aspirations of others, Peter resolves to demonstrate the caliber of strength required to earn the president's recognition. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Laz and Dan D proceeded to prepare within the arena. Peter approached Jinhua, remaining silent and refraining from any extraneous gestures or expressions. With a casual flick of his hair and a derisive scoff, he turned and walked away. Shortly thereafter, Sonia and Xiaoyu joined him. Observing Laz's retreating figure, Sonia furrowed her brow and quietly remarked to Jinhua, expressing her hope that it was merely her imagination, as she sensed that Peter harbored an unspeakable secret. Furthermore, she advised Jinhua to limit his interactions with him, punctuating her seriousness with a gentle poke to Jinhua's forehead. With a light-hearted chuckle, Jinhua nodded in agreement, neither contradicting nor elucidating. Sonia's intuition was indeed correct. However, revealing information at this juncture would only serve to alarm this reliable senior. As for refuting Sonia's words to maintain his faade, was such an endeavor truly necessary? The persona Xiaohua aims to construct transcends mere fervor. The passionate exterior is but a veneer. Laz, at his core, is an ambitious capitalist. Mere enthusiasm would render him merely a pawn in Law's game. It is by showcasing exceptional intellect that one earns pivotal roles and fortifies one's future standing. Thus, when Laz extends an olive branch, Xiaohua's fiery persona can be dismantled. In such moments, revealing the true self behind the facade would yield an unexpected contrast for Laz, perhaps even leading him to decline the invitation. Yet, when that time arrives, Xiaohua would not entirely reject the offer. Rather, he would leave a sliver of opportunity. This would allow Laz to perpetually perceive the possibility of winning Xiaohua over. Yet time and again, he would fail, necessitating continued collaboration. As the grand antagonist, Xiaohua shall never become anyone's subordinate or vassal. Therefore, from the very moment Laz consented to battle, he unwittingly stepped into Xiaohua's carefully laid trap. With no retreat in sight, each step forward would ensnare him in newfound pitfalls and snares. Thus, all that remains is to await the commencement of the opening ceremony. For the time of confrontation is nigh. Half an hour later, the Galar Dojo Challenge officially begins. In the vast arena, Laz emerged from the passage, making his way to the center amidst the resounding cheers that reverberated throughout the Colosseum, waving graciously to the packed audience. The large screen displayed Laz's visage, and as he took his position, he commenced his address, reminiscent of his in-game persona. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests present, and viewers at home, I sincerely thank you for your patience. I am Laz, the president of the league. The grand event of the Galar region, the Gym Challenge, is about to commence. Only by defeating the 8 gym leaders and collecting all 8 badges, symbols of strength and honor, can a Pokémon trainer of exceptional prowess qualify for the Champion Cup and challenge the mightiest champion. He then called forth the gym leaders. With a grand gesture, accompanied by thunderous applause and music that enveloped the arena, the gym leaders made their entrance. The screen showcased close-ups of each leader as Laz introduced them: the Farm Fighter, the Grass-type gym leader Yarrow, the Tidal Wave, the Water-type gym leader Lorena, the Eternal Flame, the Seasoned Fire-type leader Ka, the Karate Genius of Galar, the Fighting Master Kadu, the Dream Theater, the Fairy-type gym leader Poplar, the Unyielding Rock Crusher, the Rock-type master Magua, the Dragon Storm, the Elite gym leader Chibana. Although one gym leader is absent, each of them is a source of pride for our Galar region. As his words resonated, the 7 leaders positioned themselves at the center of the battlefield, their formidable presence commanding the arena, radiating brilliance. Following this, under Laz's announcement, the challengers for this gym challenge entered the fray. It's finally our turn. Master Xiaohua, let us make our entrance in the most dazzling manner. In the waiting area of the passage, Hep cheered with exuberance. While Jihua observed Hep and Xiaohua donning their competitive attire, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. In the game, the opening ceremony was merely a sequence of animated scenes. Yet it was sufficient to ignite the players' fervor. Now, Jihua stood as a genuine challenger, a true trainer, in this very passage. At the end of the corridor, beyond the blinding light, lay the battlefield of the Motostoke Gym, where she faced her familiar adversaries from the game. With each step she took, immense waves of emotion surged within Jihua, her heart racing audibly. As they emerged from the passage into the radiance, amidst the cheers of the crowd, Jihua finally felt the true ambience of the grand event, the Gym Challenge. This was not merely a simplistic animated sequence, nor a battle in a hotel. And even her dialogue with Laz in the hall had not stirred her nerves. But in this moment, under the spotlight of collective attention, with cheers deafening, she could even hear her name being chanted by a segment of the audience. The number 666 emblazoned on the back of her competitive attire shone brilliantly, yet bore a weighty significance. At this very moment, Xiaohua has fully integrated into this world. Now he is a member of the Gym Challengers. He is Trainer Xiaohua. Chapter 49, Monocellular Sphere. Unlike the scene in the game, which featured fewer than 10 participants, this year's Gym Challenge has attracted a multitude of contestants from various towns, most of whom were recommended by gym leaders. Among them, the most dazzling are Xiaohua, Hep, and Xiaohua, 3 trainers endorsed by champions. Equally radiant is Peter, recommended by President Laz, and Mari, who has long been heralded as the next gym leader of Sharpnail Town. Of course, Mari's ultimate ambition is to become a champion. The title of gym leader is merely a secondary option. President Laz performed admirably in his role, diligently introducing each gym challenger, detailing their names, the towns they hail from, their initial partners, and their preferred types. When it came to Xiaohua, Laz suddenly paused. The flicker of astonishment in his eyes, though fleeting, was unmistakably captured by Xiaohua. Laz scrutinized Xiaohua's profile card, and after a brief 2-second pause, he quickly restored his initial smile. Xiaohua, a challenger from another region, with an initial partner that no one had ever heard of, a mutant Caterpie. Indeed, a mutant Caterpie. When registering, Xiaohua had filled out the form this way. This revelation sent the audience into a chorus of astonishment, and even several gym leaders turned their gazes toward Xiaohua. A mutant Caterpie, what could that possibly be? Was it merely a different colored shiny, or something more. Coupled with the rumors many had heard the night before, the enigma surrounding Xiaohua deepened significantly. Everyone was eager to discover what this mutant caterpie truly was. It must be said, Laws had a knack for building anticipation. As the audience's curiosity piqued, he suddenly raised his arm and called out, "Aren't you all curious about what the mutant caterpie is? Don't you want to see what it looks like?" Indeed, the crowd responded with thunderous enthusiasm. With a wave of his hand, Laws smiled and declared, "Now, the moment has arrived. Today's opening ceremony will feature a special Pokémon battle. This mysterious champion-recommended trainer, Xiaohua, will face off against Peter, a trainer I have nurtured and hold in high regard." Once again, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Not only would they witness the true form of the mutant caterpie, but they would also see Xiaohua's genuine prowess. Most importantly, a champion recommendation and a president recommendation would clash in a Pokémon battle during the opening ceremony. To top it off, wasn't this akin to a duel between Dandy and Laws? How could they possibly contain their excitement? As they cheered the names of Xiaohua and Peter, "Master, I will cheer for you. Defeat that guy in the most impressive way," Hep exclaimed, his fists clenched. Feeling ignited by the fervor, Xiaoyu also nodded earnestly at Xiaohua, silently conveying her support through her gaze. In the stands, Sonia wore a helpless smile, remarking that this year's opening ceremony would likely be the most explosive in terms of excitement in history. Peter tossed his hair back, stretching his neck as if to limber up. A beaming smile radiated his excitement as he leisurely strode into the arena. The gym leaders parted to make way, observing the confident steps of Xiaohua as they engaged in discussions about the upcoming battle, speculating on who would emerge victorious. "I firmly believe that Xiaohua shall claim triumph." I discerned a glimmer of brilliance in his self-assured smile. The rock-type gym leader, Magua, smiled and remarked that Xiaohua's smile mirrored his own, brimming with confidence. "I am well aware of Peter's prowess. Despite his disagreeable personality, he is a trainer recommended by the champion. I do not believe his opponent can surpass him. After all, Xiaohua is merely a brash upstart seeking to gain notoriety." The water-type gym leader, the beloved of countless players, Lorena, expressed her thoughts. Though her words were calm, her inner resolve was fierce, believing that battles should be fought with utmost effort. As a fellow idol, she regarded Xiaohua as just another individual trying to leverage hype for fame, even questioning why the champion would endorse such a person. The fire-type gym leader, Kao, glanced at Lorena but chose to remain silent. He had witnessed Xiaohua's strength firsthand on the train. Although he had not seen the true form of the mutated caterpie, he was certain Xiaohua would not falter. Lorena's opinions were of little consequence. The forthcoming battle would serve as Xiaohua's definitive testament to his abilities. The final contributor to the discussion was Chibana, renowned as the strongest gym leader, the Dragon Tempest. He was currently engrossed in taking photographs with his phone, capturing selfies as well as images of Xiaohua and Peter, even zooming in for close-ups of their Pokeballs. While sharing the photos on social media, Chibana donned his signature smile, proclaiming his faith in the champion's discernment, sensing a formidable dragon aura emanating from the young man. He exaggeratedly inhaled, feigning that he could perceive it. The others disregarded him, treating his remarks as mere jest. Yet only Chibana recognized that he truly sensed something extraordinary in Xiaohua. It was a sensation that defied verbal expression, an instinct cultivated through years of training and companionship with dragon-type Pokémon. Chibana was certain that Xiaohua possessed an immensely powerful dragon-type Pokémon. Regrettably, such a promising talent had already been discovered by the champion. In matters like this, he found himself outdone by that individual once more. Contemplating this, Chibana posted another update, predicting Xiaohua's victory. Had it not been for the champion's prior discovery, he would have certainly taken Xiaohua as his apprentice. Meanwhile, the battle between Xiaohua and Peter commenced. "I shall defeat you with the most ordinary Pokémon. Remember, as a weakling, do not boast carelessly in the future," Peter declared with a smile as he casually tossed his Pokéball, displaying utter disrespect towards Xiaohua. Unfazed, Xiaohua retrieved the Pokéball containing his blue crow, marking its inaugural battle since being captured. As the Pokéball was thrown, both Pokémon emerged simultaneously amidst a radiant glow. Peter's Pokémon, as he described, is quite ordinary, resembling a minuscule cellular sphere enveloped by a distinctive green liquid that constitutes its cell membrane. Within lies a portion akin to a pale yellow nucleus, which features a quadrilateral mouth and a small yellow spiral reminiscent of an organelle atop it. This unicellular sphere, classified as a level 13 psychic type, is known as the Cell Pokémon, capable of communicating with its companions through telepathy. When subjected to a strong impact, the liquid encasing its body may leak out. Upon reading the Pokédex description, relevant information instantly emerged in Xiaohua's mind. The unicellular sphere is remarkably fragile, with a lamentable speed. Yet it boasts an exceptional special attack attribute, indicating a severe specialization. Generally, Pokémon with 2 evolutionary stages are rather weak in their initial forms, essentially inviting defeat. However, due to its lackluster speed paired with outstanding special attack capabilities, this novice-level Pokémon can achieve unexpected results in battles if one understands how to exploit its strengths. If Xiaohua's conjecture holds true, this unicellular sphere must be equipped with a focus sash. enabling it to withstand a potentially lethal blow by retaining at least 1 HP rather than being rendered incapable of battle. Although this effect can only activate once per fight, that singular instance is all that is required. With this item as a foundation, the strategy can unfold. The implementation is straightforward. Initially, one employs the Trick Room skill. The effect of this skill creates a Trick Room for 5 turns, allowing slower Pokémon to strike first. Given the unicellular sphere's speed disadvantage, the opponent's attack will invariably strike first in the opening round. If the opponent possesses high attack power and can deliver a one-hit knockout, the Focus Sash will ensure that the unicellular sphere remains with at least 1 HP. Subsequently, one can utilize the Foul Play skill, which inflicts damage on the opponent, equalizing their HP with that of the unicellular sphere. Indeed, this strategy hinges on the condition that the unicellular sphere is at 1 HP. After employing Foul Play, the opponent will also be reduced to 1 HP. At this juncture, even if the adversary uses an attack to eliminate the unicellular sphere, the objective remains fulfilled. It serves to annoy the opponent in a 1-for-1 exchange. The Pokémon that enters the fray afterward can easily dispatch the opponent with a single attack. With a stroke of luck, one might even achieve a tactical advantage akin to the Tianji horse racing strategy, potentially swapping out the opponent's ace, should fortune favor further. If the opponent opens with a non-damaging skill, such as a buff or a setup move, the Trick Room will conclude. The single-celled sphere is impervious to harm, providing the perfect opportunity to employ lethal skills and inflict poison upon the opponent. From this point forth, the strategy becomes significantly simpler: self-regeneration, fortification, and relentless perseverance. These techniques can be utilized situationally or in succession, ensuring the opponent is thoroughly vexed. Of course, due to the reliance on luck and certain prerequisites, it was initially noted by Xiaohua that such tactics are typically wielded by masters of the craft. However, in this realm, there are no turn-based constraints. Given Peter's character and prowess, he will undoubtedly compel the single-celled sphere to initiate with the Trick Room. As he slows down the speed of the Blue Crow, he will employ the defensive skill to block incoming attacks, followed closely by a close-range application of poison, guaranteeing a successful poisoning. The outcome will either lead to the slow demise of the Blue Crow or compel Xiaohua to switch Pokémon. In such a highly scrutinized setting, being forced to switch Pokémon at the outset signifies Xiaohua is at a disadvantage. A single move has already placed Peter in a commanding position, leaving no room for pride. Is it to be said that the Dragon Slayer ultimately becomes the dragon? Xiaohua once employed this very strategy to confound others. Now, he finds himself on the receiving end of such tactics, devoid of the constraints of turn-based mechanics or skill limitations. Xiaohua undoubtedly acknowledges Peter's strength. Earning the endorsement and respect of laws is no small feat yet. Regrettably, the events previously mentioned have yet to unfold. Within the mere 3 seconds since the Pokémon's appearance, Xiaohua's mind has already envisioned the entirety of this encounter. Indeed, he has anticipated Peter's predictions, placing himself directly on the 5th layer of strategy. In the ensuing battle, Xiaohua will grant Peter not a single opportunity to triumph. The battle commences. The single-celled sphere. Initiate Trick Room. Peter executes the command that Xiaohua foresaw. He even gestures with his fingers in the shape of a camera, seemingly indicating that Xiaohua has fallen into his world, with everything under control. Alas, Peter could never fathom that the one truly ensnared in the opponent's realm is himself. To disrupt his scheme, a singular, uncomplicated skill is required, one that Peter would never anticipate. Blue Crow, use Thief. What? Peter could not contain his astonishment as he exclaimed. Xiaohua had his Pokémon employ the Thief skill. Thief, with a power of 60, is a dark-type move with physical attack damage that appears unremarkable at first glance. Yet its effect is paramount. This skill allows the user, provided they do not hold an item, to steal the opponent's item with a 100 success rate while inflicting damage. Thus, if Blue Crow's attack lands, the momentum scarf of the single-celled sphere will be pilfered. With the loss of the momentum scarf, Peter's entire strategy has already begun to unravel. The reason for Peter's shock is simple. He could never have imagined that Xiaohua would instruct his Pokémon to utilize such a skill. Thief, often viewed as a morally dubious or even disgraceful move due to its effects, is generally eschewed by most trainers. Only those who specialize in or favor dark-type Pokémon might dare to employ it. Consequently, such trainers are often labeled as unscrupulous individuals, losing sight of the noble spirit of battle. Even Peter perceives others merely as weaklings, believing that victory can be achieved through sheer, overwhelming strength. Yet, to witness Hops using such tactics at the opening ceremony of the gym challenge as a champion-recommended trainer is quite astonishing. Does this individual care nothing for his reputation or dignity? Indeed, one might jest that Hops is a formidable figure, akin to the final sword saint of a renowned game, who, upon losing to a player at the onset, resorts to a surprise attack with a firearm, only to boast that the player is lackluster. Such unscrupulousness raises eyebrows. But does it diminish his status as a sword saint or his ability to best countless players? Not in the least. So, what is inappropriate about Hops employing thieving techniques? The essence of battle lies in giving one's all. A victory is all that matters. Of course, no matter how astonished or perplexed Peter may be, it is futile. The blue crow soared high, wings folding as it began a spiraling advance, unleashing the speed characteristic of its flying type. Simultaneously, the monocyte sphere radiated an extraordinary glow. The nucleus of the monocyte promptly executed a defensive maneuver. Without hesitation, Peter commanded action, for when the brilliance enveloped the entire arena, the effects of Trick Room would come into play, inevitably slowing the blue crow's pace. As long as the monocyte sphere could withstand the thieving technique, it could then retaliate with an offensive move. In this fleeting moment, the speed of the Pokémon was paramount. Peter capitalized on the vast expanse of the battlefield, designed for Gigantamax battles, which provided ample room for maneuvering. A considerable distance lay between the blue crow and the monocyte sphere. Even though the blue crow possessed a flying type, it was not guaranteed to strike before the Trick Room enveloped the arena. However, Hops was equally astute. The very dimensions of the battlefield gave Peter the time and opportunity to devise a counter-strategy, ensuring he would not passively allow the blue crow to launch an attack. Hops deliberately shouted to astonish Peter, hoping to induce a moment of hesitation. This psychological manipulation allowed him insight into Peter's next move and potential counterattacks. At this juncture, Peter had activated the self-destruct mechanism, preparing to use a defensive skill to nullify the effects of the thieving technique. Yet, he failed to realize that the effect of the thieving move only activated upon contact. Currently, the blue crow was merely accelerating forward. The peculiar glow had erupted, and the Trick Room was now in effect. Meanwhile, the blue crow remained 3 meters away from the monocyte sphere, a shimmering wall of light materializing before it. Now was the moment. Hops instantly commanded, "Blue Crow, use Swift." Chapter 51, 666. 666. 666. Blue Crow, use Swift. As Hops issued the command, the Trick Room had enveloped the entire arena. The blue crow hovered less than 3 meters from its opponent, yet it appeared as if ensnared in a threefold slow-motion effect. Conversely, the monocyte sphere, previously hindered by spatial constraints, executed its defensive maneuver almost instantaneously. The skill guard serves as a general attribute ability, effectively negating the opponent's attacks, albeit with a tendency to fail upon consecutive uses. Before the single-celled sphere, the peculiar luminous barrier that suddenly materialized exemplified the effect of the guard skill. This tactic, conceived by Peter in a moment of urgency, was intended to counteract the thieving abilities of his adversary. Moreover, in the contest of speed, the single-celled sphere indeed held the advantage. It swiftly unleashed the Trick Room, successfully executing a countermeasure. However, from the outset, the intention of Xiaohua was never to allow Blue Crow and the single-celled sphere to compete in speed. Thus, the manifestation of the high-speed stars ensued. As Blue Crow unfurled its wings and emitted a caw, numerous stars shimmered around its appendages. Subsequently, the stars launched directly at the luminous barrier of the single-celled sphere. Although the stars were entirely obstructed and neutralized by the barrier, it was immediately followed by the disappearance of that very barrier. Indeed, Xiaohua's objective from the beginning was to compel Peter to deploy the guard skill, only to subsequently employ a casual skill to negate it. This way, the thieving ability could strike without a hitch, seizing the momentum. The execution of the plan aligned perfectly with Xiaohua's expectations. As the luminous barrier of the guard skill vanished, Xiaohua swiftly commanded Blue Crow to employ the thieving ability. At this proximity, even with the speed enhancement from the Trick Room, the single-celled sphere was unable to mount an effective countermeasure. Blue Crow's claws struck the single-celled sphere while it ascended sharply. As the membrane was breached, allowing the cell's fluid to escape, a burst of white light was also seized by Blue Crow's claws. This white light undoubtedly represented the opponent's held item, confirming the successful execution of the thieving skill. What an exhilarating contest of wits this was. Were they truly novice trainers? The audience erupted with thunderous applause. Indeed, they had grasped Xiaohua's strategy and Peter's response, as well as how Xiaohua had cleverly utilized Peter's own tactics for the ultimate counter. The reason was simple. Amid this brief span of strategic interplay, there was a formidable trainer serving as the commentator. Both Xiaohua and Peter turned their gaze towards Dan D, who, microphone in hand, flashed a thumbs up at Xiaohua. What a spectacular first match. Truly a worthy future rival. Xiaohua, unleash your full potential. Do not be hindered by the so-called attributes and effects of skills. As long as you can apply them judiciously and confront every battle with unwavering effort, you shall be a powerful trainer. Dandy's affirmation and encouragement reignited the fervor of the audience, prompting a light chuckle from Xiaohua. Without needing to be told, she was already aware of her course of action. However, she did concur with the assessment of a future rival. Blue Crow, while its cell membrane has yet to regenerate, use Brave Bird. Xiaohua commanded without hesitation, and Peter promptly reacted, instructing the single-celled sphere to once again employ Guard. Brave Bird, a formidable flying-type attack with a power of 120, coupled with physical damage, would be insurmountable for the single-celled sphere without the effect of the held item enhancing its momentum. Peter's mindset has been adversely affected, causing a shift in his judgment. Under normal circumstances, he would effortlessly utilize his substitution or defense skills within the spatial arena. Yet, he astonishingly opts to defend, having already employed that tactic once. Repeating it now carries a high risk of failure. He is gambling on the probability that this attempt will not falter, hoping to negate the impending impact. The luminous blue crow begins to fold its wings, enveloped in a crimson energy. Simultaneously, the light barrier before the unicellular sphere begins to coalesce. If the convergence is successful, the defensive skill will be activated, allowing for a counterattack. However, should it fail, the outcome is all too clear. The fragile unicellular sphere cannot withstand the onslaught. The arena falls silent in this tense moment, pondering whether Peter's defense can be successfully executed and if it can withstand the strike. Even Peter himself holds his breath, overwhelmed with anxiety. Only the formidable Xiaohua maintains an unwavering smile of absolute confidence. In the presence of the demon king Xiaohua, luck is rendered inconsequential. Even if the defense succeeds, it merely prolongs the inevitable resolution. The convergence of the light barrier fails. The blue crow surges forward like a beam of red laser light, piercing through the body of the unicellular sphere, leaving a trail of crimson energy in its wake. The skill lands successfully, and the unicellular sphere is rendered incapable of battle. The audience erupts into thunderous applause, their emotions reaching a fever pitch. This is undoubtedly the most exhilarating opening ceremony, showcasing not only the battles among gym challengers, but also delivering such spectacular combat. Though the entire encounter lasted less than 2 minutes, it felt akin to witnessing a grand cinematic psychological thriller. 666, 666, 666. The crowd chants Xiaohua's number, and from this moment forth, these 3 digits become his exclusive rallying cry in this realm. 666 embodies both the powerful connotation of strength and the symbolism of the demon. The demon king Xiaohua has officially entered the spotlight, emerging in the collective consciousness of all present. Amidst the incessant chanting of 666, Peter feels his mind swell with confusion. What just transpired? How could he have lost? And to such a pretender? This cannot be. He is a trainer highly regarded and recommended by the president, striving tirelessly to meet those expectations. Yet, this individual seems merely a braggart. Why does it feel as though he has calculated every move? Unseen eyes appear to scrutinize him, invisible threads seemingly controlling his every action, all under Xiaohua's dominion. Is this person truly so formidable? Of course, it is not as eerie as it sounds. While Xiaohua, the demon king, has indeed accounted for everything, it is far from the absurdity of fantastical tales involving puppeteers and hidden eyes. The so-called eyes were not merely a figment of Peter's imagination. Rather, the truth lay concealed behind him, in the form of a mischievous spirit. As for the puppet-like apparition, it stemmed from both Peter's naive self-deception and the antics of this spirit. However, while the spirit may have found amusement in its pranks, Peter's psychological defenses were on the verge of collapse. The most shattering moment came when he beheld La's gaze, entirely fixated on the alluring figure of Xiaohua. Filled with admiration, this sensation was akin to witnessing a cherished possession being suddenly seized by a rival. Unforgivable, victory in the upcoming battle was imperative. Although he was reluctant to resort to such measures, the invincible champion had proclaimed that a true trainer must wield every available tactic with utmost determination. Thus, Peter resolved to confront the challenge ahead. The phenomenon of Dynamax had emerged. In Chapter 52, The Dawn of Dynamax, Peter resolved to initiate the Dynamax transformation for his Pokémon in pursuit of victory. The battleground of Machina City was imbued with Dynamax energy, facilitating the transformation when paired with the Dynamax band. Upon achieving Dynamax, both the power of the Pokémon's attacks and their effects would significantly amplify. Once Dynamax was invoked, even if Xiaohua's intellect proved formidable, it would be rendered futile against sheer, overwhelming might. Peter grasped the Pokéball, and the Dynamax band emitted a radiant glow, followed by a surge of purple energy that coursed from the band into the Pokéball in his hand. As the Pokéball absorbed the Dynamax energy, it began to visibly expand at an astonishing rate. In mere moments, it grew to a size that necessitated both hands to hold it. Behold, it was Dynamax. What? Is he truly employing Dynamax for this battle? This is merely the opening act. The crowd erupted into fervent discussion, yet the gym leaders, including Dan and Laz, remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to Peter's actions. This was intended to invigorate the atmosphere and showcase the unique features of the gym challenge. A grand and lively opening ceremony sufficed. Dynamax was indeed the hallmark of battles in Galar. If Peter could wield it, why should he be hindered? Most crucially, Dan understood that even with Dynamax, facing Xiaohua's Rayquaza would merely result in a superficial parity in size. Xiaohua shared this sentiment. Rather than being astonished by Peter's use of Dynamax, it was more accurately part of Xiaohua's strategy. Not every trainer could achieve Dynamax, as the rarity of wishing stars dictated this reality. Thus, As Peter unleashed the Dynamax transformation amidst the audience's shock and bewilderment, the appearance of Rayquaza would irrevocably alter their worldview. How would they react upon witnessing a colossal Pokémon that, without the need for Dynamax, rivaled the size of a Dynamax Pokémon? The answer would soon be unveiled. For Peter had already cast his Pokeball. The immense Pokeball soared through the air, opening amidst a cascade of purple light, revealing the Pokémon within, which expanded at a remarkable pace to nearly 20 meters. The Pokémon was enveloped in a shimmering layer of purple energy, crowned by 3 dark red clouds, a hallmark of its Dynamax form. Upon closer inspection, it possesses a diminutive and adorable spherical body, adorned with a delicate pink hue, a petite mouth, and tiny feet. Its light blue hair features inwardly curling bangs, with long sideburns cascading gracefully to the ground. A singular antenna rises from its back, capped with a sphere of the same soft azure color, complemented by intricate patterns that lend the appearance of a child's nightcap. This form unmistakably represents Peter's signature Pokémon in the game, his most loyal companion, Mimicry. Should this little creature evolve to its final form, it will not only possess aesthetic charm but also formidable prowess, boasting exceptional special attack alongside robust defenses, providing a commendable physical presence. Its weaknesses lie in its fragility and slower speed. However, the latter can be compensated for with spatial abilities, enabling teammates to offer protection through double battles. Moreover, its hidden ability, Magic Mirror, allows it to reflect opponents' stat-altering moves, making it a splendid support and specialized counter. Regrettably, its growth cycle is lengthy, requiring level 32 for its second evolution and reaching final evolution only at level 42. Examining the Pokédex scan reveals that at level 18, it stands as a novice trainer newly registered for the competition. This figure elicits astonishment from the audience, who erupt in murmurs of disbelief. However, for Xiaohua, this feeble form, even when Gigantamaxed, would hardly suffice to challenge Rayquaza. While it pains me to say so, Peter, the law of the jungle dictates that the strong prevail. Therefore, I shall not hesitate to obliterate you. I commend you, Blue Crow. You may return to rest now. Xiaohua smiles as he retrieves Blue Crow's Pokeball, simultaneously producing Rayquaza's Pokeball. Since you have opted for Gigantamax, let us treat this match as a decisive battle. Prepare yourself to face my full might. Xiaohua deliberately utters a dramatic phrase, drawing the spotlight back to himself. His flair for the theatrical remains unyielding. In that instant, Xiaohua's aura began to shift. Before casting the Pokeball, he recited a peculiar incantation. Do you believe in gravity? I hold great admiration for the first opponent, for the defeat may be utterly devastating. I am destined to become the champion. When I step into the final battleground, I shall surely vanquish champion Diantha. Gym challenges, arenas, gym leaders, Pokémon battles, Pokeballs, Pokémon, rivals, victory, the ultimate showdown, and becoming the champion. With these words concluded, I must reiterate, the battle is about to accelerate. Rayquaza, let us together claim victory in this battle under everyone's gaze. The Pokeball was hurled, accompanied by a thunderous roar, and instantly, the battlefield was engulfed in a tempest, visibly generating 5 swirling tornadoes. The black dragon claws tore through the vortex, as golden markings erupted in dazzling brilliance, causing the tornado to dissipate, transforming into a visible gust of wind that danced around the colossal dragon. My goodness, a dragon. It's truly a dragon. Is this the mythical creature of legend? Absolutely breathtaking. There is no Gigantamax energy, no crimson clouds. This Pokémon has not even undergone Gigantamax. How on earth is this possible? The arena erupted in a fervor, an exuberance that extended beyond its confines, igniting the spirits of all who bore witness to this momentous scene. The meticulous build-up of Peter's Gigantamax, the theatrical delivery of Xiaohua's lines, the masterful commentary of Dan D, and the tempestuous entrance of Rayquaza. All these elements intertwined seamlessly, evoking an emotional crescendo that rendered every spectator unable to remain composed. Even Peter found himself conceding that he never anticipated triumphing over the formidable creature before him. Moreover, the timely display of Rayquaza's Pokédex scan results on the grand screen sent a jolt through the crowd, particularly when the word "scan failed" flashed across the display. Laws. The president of the league could not suppress the tremor that seized his hands, his face betraying a profound astonishment. The gym leader's side erupted with resounding cheers. As Margot cupped her hands around her mouth to amplify her elation, Kawu smiled at Lurina, keenly observing the tempest of emotions reflected in her expressions. My instincts have proven infallible. This young man is extraordinary. I must seize him from Dandy. Shabana was the first to shout, igniting a fervent explosion of excitement throughout the arena. Here was the Dragon's Tempest, the mightiest gym leader and the sole rival of the invincible Dandy, openly bestowing such high praise upon a challenger. Even Dandy had never been so candid during the opening ceremony. Xiaohua raised his arm, and the cheers abruptly ceased as the audience collectively held their breath. They understood this was a prelude to his command. The battle was about to commence, and they were eager to witness the extent of Xiaohua's prowess. President Laws, if I inadvertently cause destruction to the battlefield, it should not be a concern, right? Chapter 53, The Power from the Cosmic Galaxy. What had Xiaohua just proclaimed? To possibly obliterate the battlefield? Could a mere level 23 Pokémon achieve such feats? Xiaohua turned to Laz, maintaining a confident smile. Peter swallowed hard. Despite his determination to employ any means necessary to defeat Xiaohua, the oppressive presence of Rayquaza left him paralyzed, unable to move, let alone continue battling. All eyes turned to Laz, the weight of expectation resting heavily upon him. Doubts lingered about whether Xiaohua was merely boasting, while others yearned to witness the cataclysmic battle that could indeed ravage the arena. A secretary stepped forward beside Laz, poised to speak, but his raised hand silenced her. Laz, ever the president, quickly regained his composure, chuckling heartily. He assured everyone that the more spectacular the battle, the better, even if the battlefield were to be destroyed. The Moloko Alliance Group would cover all damages and repairs. This declaration elicited a smile from Xiaohua, for it meant he could fully unleash his potential in the fight. From that moment onward, he had etched an indelible impression in Laz's mind. His earlier statement was not only a ploy to capture the audience's attention, but also a deliberate move to implicate Laz, subtly suggesting that the forthcoming battle held significance for him. The more Xiaohua stirred the excitement, the more profound his impression would be in Laz's heart. Laz, by feigning nonchalance, exemplifies his stature as the president of the alliance and the CEO of the conglomerate, thereby garnering considerable public favor. Employing both subtlety and strength, Laz reaps the benefits, enhancing his impression of the dazzling Xiaohua. From the moment the competitors enter, this arena transcends mere battle. It transforms into Xiaohua's stage. What once was the opening ceremony of the Gym Challenge has evolved into a spectacular showcase orchestrated by Xiaohua. This flamboyant display, a hallmark of the ostentatious Xiaohua, is set to unfold in its entirety. Now, it is time to conclude. Kyogre, summon your all-encompassing cosmic power. Your reward will be 5 delectable cakes. Xiaohua, maintaining an elevated posture, whispers in a voice only he can hear, feeling a distinct sensation on his back, the response from Kyogre within the backpack. Indeed, Xiaohua aims for a second flourish, employing tactics previously utilized on the electric train. He intends to amplify Kyogre's cosmic abilities to manifest the upcoming marvel. Xiaohua desires for Rayquaza to execute multiple moves simultaneously, achieving a flawless combination of skills, allowing Rayquaza to autonomously perform the combination technique. Although this may seem unjust to Peter, the outcome is already predetermined. Rather than hastening to an inevitable defeat with a few Dragon Star assaults, Xiaohua opts for a grand finale. Rayquaza, use Dragon Pulse, Hurricane, Extreme Speed, Dragon Tail, Dragon Claw, Meteor Beam. Conclude with Dragon Star. With a vigorous sweep of his arm, Xiaohua commands 7 abilities in one breath. What is he planning? As astonishment grips the audience, Xiaohua answers with his actions. Kyogre's cosmic power erupts from the backpack, shielded by the storm and Rayquaza. No one perceives the beam of light soaring into the sky, emanating from Xiaohua's backpack. A resplendent beam, reminiscent of a galaxy, pierces the air, enveloping the entire battlefield in a cosmic tapestry. This is the culmination of Kyogre's maximum power, conjuring a skill never before witnessed in the game. It astonishingly unleashes the cosmic terrain. Rayquaza's celestial organ begins to absorb this newfound energy, and the golden patterns on its body radiate a dazzling brilliance. It opens its massive jaws, unleashing a dragon's roar as a spectrum of light coalesces, with the energy wave of the Dragon Pulse surging forward. Just as the Dragon Pulse's energy is about to strike, Mimikyu remains utterly immobile, for its trainer is rendered incapable of reaction. Peter stands transfixed, the world around him entering slow motion. He observes Rayquaza's roar and simultaneously witnesses 6 tornadoes manifesting around him. He sees Rayquaza tear through the whirlwinds, binding the raging winds to accelerate its charge toward Mimikyu. Concurrently, Rayquaza's eyes blaze with crimson light, emanating an unprecedented aura and strength. Its claws manifest green energy, forming 2 colossal dragon claws. An orange radiance appears in the sky, akin to the dawn's arrival. All of this transpires in an instant, leaving Peter unable to discern reality from illusion, for he cannot fathom that Rayquaza's speed surpasses even that of its own Dragon Pulse. Before the fleeting moment could conclude, Rayquaza materialized behind Mismagius. Peter witnessed the Emerald Dragon's claws pierce through Mismagius's form. Before his Pokémon could emit a cry of anguish, the Dragon Pulse attack struck. The draconic energy engulfed Mismagius and erupted in an instant. Yet, before the iridescent energy could disperse, a brilliant orange beam suddenly coalesced in the sky, aimed directly at Mismagius. The explosion from the Dragon Pulse, coupled with the dawn-like brilliance of the beam, transformed the battlefield's center into a colossal pit with a diameter of 30 meters. Not to mention the countless fissures sprawling across the ground. But this was not the conclusion. Rayquaza ascended skyward, soaring into the cosmic expanse amidst a deafening sonic boom. A massive shadow abruptly loomed, enveloping the 30-meter crater. Was it a storm cloud? No, it was a gigantic meteorite. Peter observed the audience gasping in horror. Yet their cries were silenced. The sound of their screams was drowned out by the sonic boom generated by the meteorite's descent. Flames engulfed the meteorite's base, while atop it, a colossal dragon expended all its might to propel the rock forward. The meteorite descended, precisely striking the 30-meter pit. Dust and debris roared, taking a full 30 seconds to clear, and the large screen zoomed in for a close-up. Everyone beheld the immense black dragon hovering above the meteorite. Peter had collapsed to the ground. Beside him lay the Pokeball containing Miss Magius, now returned to its normal size. This time, the audience remained utterly silent. Not even a whisper escaped their lips. They were rendered speechless, unable to articulate the astonishing battle they had just witnessed. Even Hep, typically so vocal, stood agape, fervently cheering within his heart. The spectacle was breathtaking. 7 elite skills harmonized in a simultaneous assault. Was this within the realm of possibility for Pokémon? It shattered the very rules and limitations of their world. Even the talented Xiaohua had not anticipated such an explosive outcome. His planned combination of skills had been meticulously divided into 2 or 3 stages. This was a visual feast and a carnival. From this moment forth, Xiaohua's name and the number 666 were indelibly etched in the hearts of all present. The legendary champion, Dan D, found his mythos shaken within their minds. The meteorite had not merely jolted the battlefield, it resonated within each individual's soul. They understood distinctly that this year's gym challenge would be the most grandiose and terrifying in history. Chapter 54, The True Nature of the Demon King. 20 minutes later. The opening ceremony had concluded 10 minutes prior, and Hep recalled that, even as they departed, the majority of the attendees remained speechless. He noticed Dan D, President Laws, and the gym leaders heading in another direction, seemingly to converse about something. Beyond that, Hep could not recall nor see anything else, for his gaze was solely fixed upon Xiaohua's retreating figure. He followed closely behind Xiaohua, whose silhouette loomed like an insurmountable mountain. Despite the fact that the master was merely a head taller than him, though they were separated by only a short distance, it felt as if an unbridgeable chasm lay between them. Hep's confidence wavered. His aspiration was to become the strongest trainer, surpassing Dan D and Xiaohua. Yet, witnessing Xiaohua's unreserved display left him questioning his own abilities. The sight of Xiaohua was nothing short of monstrous, a being that defied description. A spectacle so overwhelming it rendered him speechless. He longed to ask Xiaohua how he achieved such feats, how those skills were intertwined, but he lacked even the courage to raise his hand or part his lips. Xiaohua was simply too powerful. Such a figure was beyond his reach, and he felt utterly unworthy to call him master. Hep's mind was inundated with thoughts of self-doubt. Noticing the unease of his junior behind him, Xiaohua continued onward. Upon entering the hall, Hep found himself entranced by the sight of 666 standing behind Xiaohua. Xiaoyu nudged Xiaohua's arm, silently urging him to glance at Hep. Xiaohua smiled and raised his hand, signaling his awareness, and waited for the crowd to swell before clearing his throat, ready to showcase his prowess once more. Hep's concerns were easily addressed. His spirit was inherently filled with zeal and ambition. He possessed considerable talent and strength, albeit overshadowed by Xiaohua's brilliance. To remedy this unease, Xiaohua needed only to reassure Hep that he too had the potential to surpass him, to carve his own path to strength. Why wait for the crowd to gather? Xiaohua's forthcoming words would also resonate with the other competitors. If someone like Hep, characterized by his determination, felt despondent, one could only imagine the state of the other contestants. As the Dark Lord, lacking challengers, he would merely wither away in his castle. Similarly, in a gym challenge devoid of competition, what purpose did it serve? Rather than engage in such a hollow contest, one might as well focus on leveling up and seek out Dan D for a direct duel. But was that truly engaging? Was that the essence of the Pokémon world? It was akin to playing a modified version of a game, utilizing cheats for rapid leveling, maxing out all Pokémon, bypassing the Elite Four, and confronting the champion directly. The outcome might be triumphant, yet it would ultimately yield a sense of emptiness, devoid of accomplishment or involvement. Exhibitionism should not be pursued in such a manner. Even when exploiting shortcuts, one should maximize the enjoyment of the experience in a rational way. Thus, Xiaohua aimed to uplift these downcast competitors, encouraging them to rally and give their all in battle, to respect and relish the fight. That is the spirit of Galar. With this thought, Xiaohua turned to Hep, whose gaze was vacant, and raised his hand, mimicking the gesture of a brain-clearing slap. He exhaled a warm breath onto his hand, aimed it at Hep's forehead, and delivered a direct wake-up call. Bang! Wake up, will you? It hurts so much. Hep clutched his forehead and crouched down, nearly rolling on the ground in agony. His anguished cry drew the attention of others, yet Xiaohua, unfazed by Hep's suffering, launched into a speech worthy of a protagonist. What is this? Just from witnessing a battle, you begin to question your very existence and your capabilities? Were you not determined to surpass the Dan Emperor, to outshine me, to become the champion and the mightiest trainer, merely because of someone else's battle? You deem yourself incapable of victory in the future? Do you think all your efforts are futile just because you believe you cannot defeat that monstrous Pokémon? Let me tell you, There is no absolute strength or weakness in Pokémon. Even a Mareep can showcase remarkable skills under the right guidance. A Magikarp can evolve into a Gyarados, and a Phoeba can transform into a Milotic. Even a weak Magikarp can become a fearsome sea creature when united with its peers. And not to mention, even a Caterpie can mutate into such a formidable being. Your Pokémon have not turned their backs on you. They are willing to train alongside you and strive for greatness. What gives you the right to doubt, to disdain, to give up? Pokémon battling is not merely about leveling up or mastering powerful techniques. It requires you, as a trainer, to toil alongside them, growing stronger together. If Pokémon alone could ensure invincibility, why would they choose trainers and place their trust in them? True strength does not stem from rankings, titles, or the necessity to conquer opponents. Discover your own method, your own path, and you too can become a formidable force. With that, Xiaohua concluded his impassioned words and turned away without a moment's hesitation, leaving no trace of comfort behind. It was simple. Xiaohua believed in them. In the gym challengers, confident that they were astute trainers who would undoubtedly comprehend the essence of his message. Hey, you were quite impressive just now. I didn't expect this side of you. Jirachi poked its head out of the backpack, still recovering from using cosmic terrain, unable to even take flight. Fortunately, there was a delightful dessert sent over by the CAF owner last night. Jirachi grabbed a cream puff and popped it into its mouth, reveling in the bliss it brought. Hearing Jirachi's satisfied sounds, Xiaohua chuckled softly, not revealing the underlying reason. One cannot show off without an audience, just as a crepe cannot exist without its crisp layer. Without other competitors, who would challenge Xiaohua and compel him to employ various tactics to showcase his flair. The ultimate villain would never suddenly transform into a hot-blooded protagonist from a second-rate novel. Xiaohua never considered himself without an advantage, yet, as he had previously stated, advantages must be wielded judiciously to maximize exhilaration and fulfillment. By nurturing these individuals into determined protagonists who, even in defeat, would rise stronger. An endless stream of experience would be readily available for Xiaohua to seize. As the saying goes, joy often finds its foundation in the suffering of others. As the Dark Lord, the greatest delight undoubtedly lies in personally nurturing an exceptional hero, well-rounded in wisdom, strength, beauty, and diligence. Capturing the princess intentionally. I would then orchestrate a quest to vanquish the Dark Lord's castle, meticulously arranging a hierarchy of expendable minions and elite monsters to allow the hero to level up along the way. Ultimately, when the hero stands before the Dark Lord, brandishing the Master Sword, it is with overwhelming power that the Dark Lord shall swiftly annihilate him. Now that is the epitome of amusement. Ha ha ha. Chapter 55, The Flying Taxi. Just a few steps out of the arena, a female staff member dashed up to Xiaohua. Ahem, you must be Lord Xiaohua, she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed, clearly striving to suppress her excitement and maintain composure. Oh ho ho, have you attracted yet another one? Let me count. How many is this now? Jirachi remarked, pulling a cream puff from her bag and relishing the moment with a hint of schadenfreude. Addressing you as Lord already? She seems a formidable admirer. Perhaps she will cling to you for a while. This could be beneficial. After all, Xiaohua's luck had been exceptionally good, and it seemed only logical that she should face a stroke of bad luck at last. Being pursued by fervent fans might just make Xiaohua realize the importance of restraint. Being overly flamboyant not only creates enemies, but can also stir unnecessary trouble. Overall, Xiaohua could learn a valuable lesson while I enjoy the spectacle. It's a win-win situation. Ignoring Jirachi's gleeful remarks, Xiaohua lightly chuckled and nodded, inquiring about the purpose of the staff member's approach. Ah, I can't believe I'm speaking with Lord Xiaohua. Your voice is so gentle. It's completely different from the battlefield. The staff member was so excited she began to stomp her feet, her attempts to suppress her voice only causing a high-pitched tone to escape. Yet, she was unbothered, speaking with the illustrious Lord Xiaohua, who had risen to fame during the opening ceremony, had already made her day. Though thrilled to meet her idol, she knew duty called, as if recalling something important. The staff member quickly reached into her bag to retrieve an item. Here it comes. Once you sign this, all those envious onlookers will rush over, Jirachi whispered, her voice brimming with barely contained laughter. However, the next moment, what the staff member produced was not paper and a pen, but an electronic crystal card. The left side bore the image of the steel crow, while the right displayed a map of Galar. A gentle touch on the right side revealed a 3D projection of the map, with a smiling face indicating precisely where Xiaohua stood. This is the crystal card for the flying taxi, allowing you to summon the steel crow at any time to take you to any place you have previously visited. This is a special gift from the president, and I was instructed to present it to you personally. Ah, a gift. What a melodious term. The president, such a magnificent being. The staff member had completely immersed herself in her own world. Xiaohua gazed at the crystal card, while Jirachi looked at Xiaohua, realizing that the plot was unfolding quite differently than anticipated. Wasn't it supposed to go that she would ask for an autograph? Only for others to become jealous and surround Xiaohua, ultimately attempting to seize even the laces of her shoes? Why has it inexplicably turned into a gift-giving scenario? And what exactly is this gift? Xiaohua gazed at the crystal card in her hand, filled with elation. She never anticipated that such a device would possess such a palpable sense of technology in the real world. Firstly, there is the flying taxi service. Aptly named for its emphasis on the word flying. This service is provided by the Galar Taxi Company, a public transport service in Galar. As the staff mentioned, this crystal card can summon a steel-winged raven taxi, allowing one to soar to any previously visited location. In simpler terms, it has replaced the flying skill from the game for the purpose of traversing the world. However, Xiaohua was taken aback to discover that this world still retains the rather tedious limitation of only being able to fly to previously visited locations. Oh, but the latter restriction does not apply to ordinary residents. It is designed to encourage gym challengers to explore this beautiful world and grow alongside their Pokémon during their travels. Thus, the next gym in Grassroot Town must be reached by none other than you, esteemed Xiaohua. The staff's sudden explanation startled her. Had it not been for the final remark, she might have assumed they possessed mind-reading abilities. Indeed, although the opening ceremony was held in Mechanized City, the first gym challenge is located at the Grass-type gym in Grassroot Town. Departing from the west side of Mechanized City and traversing Route 3, one must also pass through the Galar Mine, making it quite a journey. Naturally, Xiaohua did not mind. Travel is the essence of the Pokémon world, and it was the perfect opportunity to experience the thrill of camping in the wild. The camping gear she acquired at Woodstick Town Station would finally come in handy. With this thought in mind, Xiaohua eagerly set off toward the west, just as Hep emerged from the arena, declaring a race against Xiaohua, dashing ahead. Clearly, the protagonist's speech had invigorated him, as the young lad was now ready to race against Xiaohua. Seizing the opportunity, she decided to race him. Meanwhile, in Mechanized City, at the Western Bridge Passage, a young boy clad in a gray shirt, with short black hair styled into two tufts, stood holding his phone. He furrowed his brow slightly while staring at the screen, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Indeed, he was none other than the most obnoxious character, known as One Ball Superman, who had been knocked out by Xiaohua previously, and was finally making a reappearance after a lengthy absence. After being knocked unconscious by Xiaohua, he awoke to find her and Hep already boarding the tram to depart. After searching for Xiaohua in Woodstick Town for quite some time, he overheard someone mention that she had gone to Mechanized City for the opening ceremony. With determination, he boarded the next train, resolutely deciding to abandon his original plans. How much can one endure? The uncle may tolerate it, but he certainly cannot, having been knocked out by the same person twice. Once losing his Pokédex and Pokéballs, and the second time losing his backpack and enduring humiliation, he vowed to seek revenge. If he does not avenge this grievance, he shall no longer be called Xiaohua, although most spectators typically refer to him as Dog Hao. Returning to the main topic, when Xiao arrived in Jiqing City, it was already night. At that moment, Xiaohua was standing by the window of the Shy Bud Inn, quietly admiring the night scenery. Xiao, of course, was unaware and headed straight to the arena to inquire about Xiaohua's whereabouts. Unfortunately, he neither knew the person's name nor could provide a specific description. He merely stated that Xiaohua was a sneaky thief who enjoyed ambushing others. Who could possibly understand that? The staff even suspected Xiao was looking for trouble, believing he was intentionally labeling the arena challengers as sneaky thieves. Without further ado, they had two security personnel throw him out through the front door. As a pretentious individual, Xiao had never endured such humiliation. He immediately rushed forward, declaring he would impress the staff with his strength. When questioned about a recommendation letter, he was left dumbfounded. Unsurprisingly, the two security guards, one on each side, promptly escorted him out once more. Initially, he saw Xiaohua to purchase his Pokémon, but ended up being ambushed and knocked out twice. Now, in an attempt to redeem himself and regain his dignity, he was thrown out twice while searching for Xiaohua. Was he fated to be associated with the number 2, enduring 2 humiliations in everything he did? Thus, in a fit of frustration, Xiao spent a sleepless night at the ordinary inn. The next morning, he rushed to the essential route to Tsalu Town, prepared to ambush Xiaohua. Out of boredom, he took out his phone to check the details of the regional arena challenge and, to his surprise, saw Xiaohua in a live broadcast. Chapter 56. The long-awaited appearance of Dog Xiao. Xiaohua's performance in the livestream was nothing short of spectacular, capturing the attention of the masses, exuding charisma and charm. Truly a star destined for greatness. In stark contrast, Xiao had been ambushed by Xiaohua and knocked out cold, not once but twice. He was unceremoniously tossed out by the philosophical Pokémon, Howley, and had suffered further embarrassment due to an encounter with a Buffland at the inn, leaving him too wary to even lie down. After finally falling asleep, his dreams were plagued by visions of Xiaohua and Buffland, filled with the humiliation of being knocked out and the absurdity of his situation. Awakening with dark circles under his eyes and a weary body, he found himself standing on a bridge, assaulted by the morning chill. Meanwhile, the thief who had knocked him out and stolen his Pokédex had become a celebrated rising star. Xiao, however, had been reduced to merely a foolish sentry on the bridge. Who could endure such a fate? Therefore, even after the livestream concluded, Xiao continued to browse various forums and websites discussing Xiaohua. The more he read, the angrier and more distressed he became. Yet, despite knowing that ignorance would be bliss, he could not help but keep refreshing the pages, almost getting into arguments with others on the forums. If Xiaohua were to learn of Xiaohua's internal turmoil, he would undoubtedly label him as self-destructive, believing that one should not invite trouble upon oneself. Originally, upon his arrival, anyone who disliked Dog Xiao would have undoubtedly confronted him without hesitation. Though Xiaohua was a formidable opponent, he possessed a level of rationality and restraint, initially opting to ignore Xiao. This individual, with an audacious demeanor, brazenly approached, not merely seeking a conversation, but insisting upon exchanging a latios and even offering money for it. His attitude conveyed an unsettling expectation that others should heed his whims. Such a pretentious person, believing the world should revolve around him, dared to confront Xiaohua with such remarks. Was this not a reckless act? It was as though the Emperor Kangxi himself had ventured south to mingle with the common folk. To put it plainly, this person was merely digging his own grave. Initially, Xiaohua had contemplated blaming the writer, deeming the character design innocent. Yet, this individual exceeded even the most exaggerated portrayals in anime. If not him, then whom should one confront? Of course, if Xiaohua could grasp this reality, he would not be derisively dubbed Dog Xiaohua. He certainly would not find himself standing here, akin to a troublesome middle schooler, waiting for Xiaohua. Ironically, he was somewhat fortunate. With Xiaohua and Hep racing toward him, he would not have to endure the cold for too long. Moments later, Xiaohua's gaze fell upon the very person who had incited his ire, a figure he would recognize even in ashes. Meanwhile, the atmosphere around Xiaohua was filled with laughter and cheer. "Master, in a race, you cannot surpass me," Hep exclaimed, exhilaration radiating from his every word. To triumph over Xiaohua in a race was not merely a significant achievement, it also proved that Xiaohua was not entirely a monster, as there was at least one area where Hep could outshine him. Xiaohua, feeling slightly winded, acknowledged that while he frequented the gym as a gaming enthusiast, he could not compete with Hep in long-distance running. Upon reaching the bridge, Xiaohua gestured for a brief respite, leaning on his knees to catch his breath. Hep, eager to approach, was suddenly jostled by another individual. This newcomer marched straight up, accusing Xiaohua, "You thief. At last, I have found you." Xiaohua frowned slightly, looking up with an air of indifference, retorting, "Dog Xiaohua, what brings you here? Have you not had enough of a beating, or do you wish to sleep again?" Xiaohua's words dripped with sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Xiaohua's blood pressure skyrocketed, and he was poised to retaliate when Hep seized his wrist. "Hey, what are you trying to do?" Hep demanded, perceiving Xiaohua as a troublemaker. Stunned by the question, Xiaohua found himself at a loss for words. How could he explain that Xiaohua had ambushed him and stolen his Pokédex and Pokeballs? Yet, in their previous encounter in Hualing Town, he had already conceded defeat to Xiaohua. Admitting this would be akin to slapping his own face. What could he say instead? That after battling Xiaohua, he was then taken down by a Wooloo's 1,000-year kill, only to be knocked unconscious by Xiaohua's punch for several hours? Would he not lose face by divulging that he was bested by a Wooloo? Upon reflection, it was indeed that Wooloo that had charged into him. Xiaohua merely retaliated in a manner he deemed necessary. Thus, it would appear that Xiaohua had wrongfully accused Xiaohua of orchestrating the Wooloo's attack, while Xiaohua had simply retaliated against the humiliation. In either scenario, both were at fault, yet Xiaohua's predicament was significantly more dire. Finding no reason to cause trouble, he rushed in with the intent to strike. If the situation escalated and the authorities were notified, Miss Xiaohua could very well have him apprehended. Indeed, Xiaohai, through a series of foolish maneuvers, had successfully ensnared himself in a predicament with no escape. This was precisely why Xiaohua regarded him with such disdainful indifference. She had already prepared her escape strategies and had no need to concern herself with such a buffoon. If my calculations are correct, he would likely resort to declaring a duel with Xiaohua, claiming that his earlier actions were merely an attempt to throw a Pokeball. Should he proceed along those lines, the ensuing spectacle would be even more entertaining, leading directly to Xiaohai's own humiliation. In the next moment, as Xiaohai's mind raced, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him, revealing a potential solution. "I was watching the live stream and wanted to challenge Xiaohua. I intended to throw a Pokeball, but I forgot to take it out," he stammered, his expression tense. Though he believed this to be a clever ruse, it was evident that he was bereft of any other plausible excuses. Such statements were riddled with inconsistencies. Who would attempt to throw a Pokeball with a punch? Would he strike himself? Had he not known Xiaohua's name from the live stream? This excuse would have been even more ludicrous. As Xiaohai grew increasingly anxious, Hep suddenly changed his demeanor, donning a friendly smile as he patted Xiaohai's back. "Oh, so you wish to challenge my master? I had thought you were here to cause trouble. My sincerest apologies." For Hep, witnessing Xiaohua's battles was an experience that never grew tiresome. Each encounter brimmed with thrilling potential, as she frequently unveiled new strategies, providing a lifetime of learning opportunities. Thus, upon hearing Xiaohai's intention to challenge Xiaohua, Hep's response was one of eager anticipation for the spectacle to unfold. Having spent ample time in Xiaohua's company, even the most innocent of companions had picked up a hint of cunning, eagerly awaiting Xiaohai's self-inflicted humiliation followed by Xiaohua's swift victory. In Xiaohua's eyes, however, Hep appeared to be naive to an absurd degree. It was no wonder he would take a thief like Xiaohua as his master. What an opportune moment this was. Why not challenge both of them to a doubles match? He had recently captured 2 Pokémon with perfect compatibility, poised to execute a dazzling combination. Additionally, he could gamble that Xiaohua would refrain from deploying that aberrant green caterpillar in a doubles battle. Such a creature seemed destined to cause collateral damage to its allies. As Chapter 57 unfolds, Xiaohua's layers of self-inflicted humiliation began to intensify. Not only do I wish to challenge Xiaohua, but I also want to challenge you. Let us engage in a doubles match. I'm 12. Upon hearing Xiaohua's declaration, Xiaohua and Hep exchanged a glance, and after a few moments of silence, responded, "Whoa, let us take off." This fool dared to suggest a doubles battle. Did he not realize that Xiaohua's true trump card lay in her combination skills? Even a Magikarp could become a formidable force. This was no longer mere self-humiliation. It was akin to playing on a guillotine. While others might grasp the rings with their hands, he was foolishly thrusting his neck into the noose. The scene unfolded with a delightful charm, reminiscent of an elderly lady burrowing into her blankets, eliciting laughter from all present. "No problem. Come forth. It's time for a double battle." Hep signaled with a classic fist bump, striding over to the side of the battlefield, readying an ultra ball with anticipation. Xiaohua produced the arena, activating the force field, mindful not to damage the bridge. Next, she grasped her own Pokeball, preparing to unleash a combination of her agile Pokémon alongside Hep's tearful lizard, aiming for a harmonious blend of water and fire, infusing some flair into the encounter. Xiaohua let out a scoff, surveying his surroundings to ensure no sudden ambush awaited him, convinced he wouldn't fall prey to any surprises, especially with a simpleton on the opposing team. Moreover, his Pokémon were meticulously selected, ensuring no repeat of the Blue Crow debacle. Victory seemed effortlessly within reach. With this thought, Xiaohua confidently brandished 2 Pokeballs, tossing them in a spiraling motion. Throwing Monkey, Wise Ape, let them witness true synergy in a double battle. Upon hearing the names of his adversary's Pokémon, Xiaohua struggled to contain her amusement. When Xiaohua's Pokémon made their appearance, she couldn't help but laugh outright, quite rudely. To the left stood a creature resembling a white lemur, its face, limbs, shoulders, and tail enveloped in black, with a striking white pattern near the tail's tip. The most notable feature was the basketball-sized fruit it clutched tightly in its grasp, exuding an aura of strength, while atop its head rested a helmet resembling half the shell of the same fruit. Undoubtedly, its appearance and name were in perfect harmony. This was the Throwing Monkey. On the right, mirroring this harmony in both appearance and name, was the Wise Ape, a creature that distinctly resembled a white gorilla, its face and limbs a soft gray. A star-shaped pattern adorned its forehead, and long purple fur cascaded down its back to its shoulders. Furthermore, just as the Throwing Monkey held its fruit, the Wise Ape wielded a fan crafted from its own fur and leaves, its gentle flapping accompanied by a wistful expression, rendering the scene utterly comical. It was indeed a stroke of genius for Xiaohua to discover such a combination, one playing with a ball, the other with a fan, a lemur, and a gorilla. How amusing. Not only did Xiaohua struggle to suppress her laughter, but even Hep found it impossible to contain his mirth, chuckling along. Xiaohua, however, remained unfazed, like the Blue Crow. He didn't regard these two as his Pokémon. The ridicule did not concern him. Winning against Xiaohua would suffice for redemption, particularly after Xiaohua and Hep dispatched their Pokeballs, revealing the agile Pokémon and tearful lizard. Xiaohua's expression morphed into one of disdain. In the eyes of this clueless simpleton, how could these seemingly delicate Pokémon dare mock his grand lemur and gorilla? The Throwing Monkey could obliterate that rabbit with a single throw. Unbeknownst to Xiaohua, his previous thoughts had unwittingly designated a formidable opponent for the Throwing Monkey. Throwing Monkey. Level 15, Fighting type. Battles using the hard fruit of trees, with each generation passing down this skill to their teammates. In the midst of a fierce battle, the intellect-driven primate, known as the Wise Ape, stands at level 15, wielding extraordinary psychic abilities. This sage-like Pokémon skillfully commands its allies by deftly maneuvering a fan crafted from leaves and its own fur. As the Pokédex reveals the foundational details, the duel officially commences. The Throwing Monkey executes its move, launching an item at the opposing rabbit. Meanwhile, the Wise Ape unleashes a powerful psychic attack against the tearful lizard. Young Hao takes the lead in issuing commands, though his strategy lacks any semblance of cohesion or teamwork. The Throwing Move, a Dark-type skill, delivers physical damage by swiftly hurling carried items at opponents. Here, it is evident that the Throwing Monkey intends to launch the fruit in its grasp towards the agile opponent. But does it not realize that the agile combatant can retaliate with its own kicks? Is it truly that fearless? On the other hand, the Psychic Assault is straightforward, a signature move of the Psychic type. This special attack inflicts damage with formidable telekinetic force, possessing the potential to lower the opponent's special defense. Hep did not give any commands. Instead, at that moment, his gaze shifted towards Xiaohua. Though Hep preferred not to rely on others for battle strategy, he could not resist being intrigued by how his flamboyant apprentice would confront the challenge. Upon hearing Young Hao's command, Xiaohua's mind began to race with possibilities. The throwing monkey's action undoubtedly provoked a fiery retaliation from the agile combatant, returning the ball in kind. However, the challenge lies in countering the gorilla's psychic strike. Unlike other attacks, psychic moves are elusive and nearly impossible to evade, making it difficult to respond without sustaining damage. The optimal strategy would be to swiftly strike the gorilla's head, thereby interrupting its telekinetic assault before it could manifest. To enhance this approach, employing a skill that disrupts its mental focus would be ideal, effectively nullifying its counterattack. Thus, the best course of action becomes a combination of Water Pulse, Flame Kick, and the Fruit Ball. Initiating with Water Pulse, a water-type move with a power level of 60. It inflicts special damage and carries the potential to confuse the opponent through the vibrations of the water. At the precise moment the Fruit Ball is launched, the agile combatant must execute a Flame Kick to send the fruit hurtling towards the wise ape. At this juncture, the tearful lizard must seize the opportunity, ensuring that its Water Pulse strikes the Fruit Ball, creating a cascading wave effect that does not extinguish the flames. Upon making contact with the wise ape's head, the combination of Water Pulse, Fire Impact, and the collision of the Fruit Ball will deliver a triad of damage. Achieving this requires exceptional timing and precision from the tearful lizard, as the vibrations of the water must resonate at the perfect frequency and intensity to avoid dousing the flames or altering the trajectory of the Fruit Ball. The Flame Kick executed by the agile combatant is indispensable, as it currently has not yet evolved into the Blazing Champion. It must rely on this technique to amplify its power and speed, ensuring that the Fruit Ball reaches its target before the psychic attack can take effect. With the resonance of the water's wave, an extraordinary effect is bound to be achieved. The combination of soccer and brainwashing certainly holds promise. It is imperative that it does. Kira, it's your turn to assist the teary-eyed lizard. Chapter 58, Master Wan's Haircut. Xiaohua, once again, issued commands in a tone only she and Kira could comprehend. Indeed, Xiaohua was about to unleash her full potential. Yet, compared to the slight pang of guilt she felt while battling Peter at the opening ceremony, facing someone like Xiao Hao posed no moral dilemma for her. She felt entirely justified. After all, since the Pokeball does not recognize Kira as a Pokémon, could it not merely be considered a combat tool? If it is not classified as a Pokémon, then it is not a 3-on-2 situation, and thus, not cheating. Xiaohua had constructed a flawless defensive logic, and her mother need not worry about her conscience any longer. Thus, the time for action had arrived. Fire Rabbit. Use Flame Kick. Aim for the gorilla. Teary-eyed lizard. Water Pulse. Envelop the Fruit Ball without extinguishing the flames. Xiaohua commanded, and Hep's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was indeed a brand new combination skill. She knew entrusting it to her master would yield no disappointments. On the other side, Xiao Hao was bewildered, questioning what Xiaohua was babbling about. What did she mean by Flame Kick aimed at the gorilla and Water Pulse enveloping the Fruit Ball without extinguishing the flames? Was she instructing the Fire Rabbit to attack the intelligent gorilla to evade the throwing monkey's assault? And was she truly going to have the teary-eyed lizard attack the Fruit Ball of the throwing monkey, thereby wasting a skill and an opportunity to strike? Yet, no matter how swift the Water Pulse of the teary-eyed lizard might be, it could not surpass the mental prowess of the intelligent gorilla. Xiao Hao had already dismissed Xiaohua as a fool, completely unaware that the ensuing scene would fundamentally alter his worldview. The Fruit Ball had already been launched, and the throwing monkey, living up to its name, was ready. The spinning Fruit Ball fiercely sliced through the air, producing a faint sonic boom, a testament to the immense force behind this strike. If it had been any other Pokémon, or even someone else's Tenku Xiaojang, they might not have been able to withstand such an assault. But the crux of the matter was that Tenku Xiaojang was Xiaohua's Pokémon. Flames erupted, engulfing its legs, and astonishingly, Tenku Xiaojang executed a somersault, landing on its hands. With a powerful push and a simultaneous rotation of its waist, it began to spin mid-air, much like a helicopter. To be precise, this maneuver was inspired by a classic character from the game Street Fighter, Chun-Li. Indeed, Xiaohua had seamlessly integrated a gaming character's move into the Pokémon battle during their time at the inn, out of boredom. She had taught the Fire Rabbit this technique. What began as a mere pastime turned into an impressive feat, as it learned the move in no time and even replicated it flawlessly. This technique was known as the spinning crane kick, and its execution resembled that of Tenku Xiaojang's recent display. However, Chun-Li does not need to support herself with her hands. The agile fighter performs this maneuver to amplify her strength and enhance her rotational speed. The Fruit Ball is now right before her. Though the spinning Fruit Ball may appear swift, it is of little consequence in the presence of the agile fighter. The dual force of flames and leg power, combined with the inertia from her rapid movements, captures the Fruit Ball effortlessly. Following 3 powerful rotations infused with greater strength, the fiery rabbit unleashes a full-force upside-down kick, directly aimed at the bewildered gorilla. Tearful lizard, it is your turn. With a loud cry, the exuberant one unleashes a small orb that, akin to the Kamehameha, had been meticulously prepared, a high-speed, rotating water sphere, its power maximized to the extreme. The velocity of the water sphere had reached a point where it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, yet Tearful Lizard felt compelled to launch it early. For the flaming fruit ball was swifter still. Under the combined forces of speed, vibration, and rapid rotation, even if the water sphere made contact, it would not extinguish the flames. Moreover, a silver radiance flickered from the water sphere, causing it to burst open, enveloping the fruit ball like a dumpling encased in dough. How could this be possible? Xiaohua gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom the spectacle unfolding before his eyes. Xiaohua understood his astonishment. It is challenging for humans to accept entirely new phenomena, particularly those that defy long-held beliefs. It is a universally acknowledged truth that water and fire are incompatible. That water attributes counteract fire attributes. This is knowledge even those untrained in the art are aware of. Yet the scene before him had instantaneously shattered Xiaohua's worldview countless times. He could never have imagined that the silver glow emanated from the power of Jirachi, a force originating from the cosmos. Zhihui, the gorilla, finally materialized its psychic energy. Ready to strike with a swift motion of its fan, yet it had no opportunity to do so. The fruit ball had already soared toward it, unerringly striking its melancholic face. With a resounding crash, the impact was accompanied by a sound as piercing as fingernails scraping a chalkboard. The water transformed into a whirlpool, subjecting Zhihui's head to a washing machine-like assault. Then, the flames erupted, evaporating all moisture and leaving Zhihui with a frizzy, explosive hairstyle. The fruit ball struck Zhihui's face with such force that it left an indentation, spinning rapidly and twisting its features into a chaotic blur. The throwing monkey, now terrified, clasped its hands over its mouth, resembling the expression of a startled monkey, while Xiaohua's heart mirrored the same shock, rendered utterly speechless. Hapu cheered from the sidelines, exclaiming how magnificent it was, reveling in the thrill of the moment and inquiring about the name of the move. Xiaohua chuckled softly, declaring that he would name this technique Master Wang's wash, cut, and blow dry. The waves of water cleanse, the flames sculpt and curl, and the high-speed rotating fruit ball uses airflow to finalize the style. Moreover, considering the user is the flamboyant Xiaohua, it could simply be referred to as Master Wang's wash, cut, and blow dry. Next, it is your turn. Xiaohua disregarded the astonished Xiaohua, smiling as he turned his gaze toward the throwing monkey. The throwing monkey suddenly glanced to the other side, only to see the intelligent gorilla lying motionless on the ground, with the fruit ball lodged in its head. Squeak! The throwing monkey raised both hands, emitting a sharp cry of surrender. This unexpected action left Xiaohua dumbfounded. What was happening? His Pokémon had actually surrendered to its trainer, and the recipient of this surrender was none other than Xiaohua. Where could he possibly place his dignity now? Throwing monkey, lower your hands and continue the attack. An intelligent gorilla, get up. I refuse to lose to this thief. Xiaohua shouted in exasperation, as the throwing monkey observed the furious Xiaohua, who was kicking stones in frustration. The images of the previous fiery spiral kick filled its mind, leaving it too afraid to move. As for the intelligent gorilla, it was likely that it could no longer hear Xiaohua's words. It was merely a battle loss. All he needed to do was to train hard alongside his Pokémon and reclaim victory in due time. Hipu, utterly perplexed, remarked that he couldn't understand what was so infuriating. They had just witnessed such a stunning combination skill. Losing to Xiaohua seemed entirely reasonable. Not to mention, even Peter would not have reacted this way. In the eyes of Xiaohua, the one who truly puzzled him was Hipu. How could someone so oblivious step forward with such a self-righteous demeanor? What did it mean to strive for strength alongside partners? With a creature that surrendered at the slightest provocation, and a useless one that could be toppled by a fruit ball. What right did it have to be considered a partner? His first Pokémon could only be Mew. If Xiaohua's inner voice could be spoken aloud, Xiaohua would have undoubtedly punched him squarely in that loathsome face of his. However, he was fortunate that Xiaohua could not read minds. The intelligent gorilla, capable of such feats, was a different matter. Upon hearing its trainer's treacherous sentiments, it sprang to its feet. With its explosive hair, it let out a roar, fists clenched, muscles taut with power. It forcefully expelled the fruit ball from its face, aiming directly at the back of Xiaohua's head. Bang! The fruit ball struck true, sending Xiaohua tumbling into the dirt. As for how it managed to hit the trainer within the battle arena, it was because Xiaohua had turned off the force field. What are you doing? Xiaohua's hard head proved resilient. After such a blow, he could still stand up, even managing to scold the intelligent gorilla in anger. Good. You have spirit. Xiaohua raised a hand to stop Hipu, advising him to simply enjoy the spectacle. In a dog-eat-dog scenario, it was all too easy to get caught in the crossfire. The intelligent gorilla, being a psychic-type Pokémon with an exceptionally high intelligence, could easily engage in mind-reading, even rivaling the likes of Slowking. Upon reading the thoughts swirling in Xiaohua's mind, the astute Pokémon, intelligent enough to rival humans, immediately resolved to admonish him. Thus, 10 seconds elapsed, leading to the present standoff. The intelligent simian brandished a fan, while Xiaohua clutched a Pokeball, both parties locked in a tense stalemate. The throwing monkey cautiously retrieved its berry ball, glancing left and right, eventually casting its gaze toward Xiaohua. The throwing monkey first pointed at the agile kickmaster, then gestured towards the berry ball, and finally pointed at itself, as if to convey that its throwing prowess combined with the kickmaster's kicking skills would form an exceptional partnership, suggesting that Xiaohua might consider capturing it. What a spectacle! Before Xiaohua could react, his Pokémon had already turned against him. However, Xiaohua showed little interest in the throwing monkey, despite the allure of its berry ball. For the kickmaster, the synergy with the legendary Rayquaza and the ability to kick meteors presented a far superior value. Although the initial kicks might be modest, upon evolving into a shiny ace and subsequently mega-evolving, it could unleash devastating meteor strikes. Wasn't that far more enticing than kicking a mere berry ball? Yet adhering to the principle that waste is disgraceful, Xiaohua contemplated keeping it as a backup. Thus, she shook her head, but, before the throwing monkey could feel disheartened, she nudged Hapu forward. Hapu, what do you think of that monkey? This type of Pokémon appreciates trainers with excellent throwing techniques. I believe you two would be quite compatible. Indeed. This was Xiaohua's plan for cultivating a backup. No need for her to train it herself, yet it could be deployed in double battles. Coincidentally, Hapu was fond of studying throwing postures, making it likely they would hit it off splendidly. The throwing monkey edged closer to Xiaohua. Hapu found a kindred spirit in the Pokémon, and Xiaohua acquired a worthy backup. Truly a threefold victory. In this manner, happiness was shared among all. While Xiaohua remained the only one wounded, a world soon to be completed. Meanwhile, the intelligent simian decided to take action. With a resounding roar, it charged forward brandishing its fan, prompting Xiaohua to retaliate with his Pokeball. The simian suddenly struck its own head with its fist, immediately unleashing a visible wave of psychic energy. The psychic wave struck Xiaohua, though its power was modest, it was sufficient to tighten his head. With his head constricted, his grip slackened, and the Pokeball fell to the ground. With his sole means of defense gone, the simian was upon him in an instant. What transpired next need not be elaborated. On that day, Xiaohua learned the true meaning of a high-quality primate's onslaught. Xiaohua, too, acquired new knowledge, that being struck by a fan could inflict considerable pain. Just as the simian prepared to deliver the final blow to Xiaohua, Xiaohua could no longer bear to watch. She rushed forward and raised her hand to intervene. You dare? Xiaohua gazed at Xiaohua in disbelief. Her silhouette at that moment appeared remarkably grand, as she gracefully halted the simian's advance. Most importantly, this rogue had actually offered assistance. Was it guilt stemming from her thieving ways? Being struck by a Pokémon was one thing, but merely intervening could hardly negate that. This account must be settled with him later. Xiaohua, true to his nature, if only his will to survive were a tad stronger, Xiaohua would not have uttered her next words. Leave this one to me. Xiaohua was left in a daze, pondering what Xiaohua had just said. Most importantly, Jihui, the intelligent gorilla, glanced at Xiaohua and then at Xiaohua. Before nodding and departing, he actually turned around and walked away. Even more astonishingly, this rascal of a gorilla not only crushed the Pokeball meant to capture him, but also swiped several Pokeballs from Xiaohua's possession. Wasn't that akin to looting amidst chaos? Did I truly capture a high-intelligence Pokémon, or did I ensnare a high-intelligence thief? Xiaohua turned to Xiaohua, clicking her tongue disapprovingly, shaking her head as she helped him up and dusted off his clothes. Although Xiaohua was somewhat perplexed by Xiaohua's actions, his pride prevented him from expressing any desire to survive, and he retorted, "Don't think this will earn my forgiveness. This time, I simply captured a lackluster Pokémon. Next time, I shall surely bring you to your knees." Xiaohua nodded, appearing nonchalant, even adjusting Xiaohua's collar and cuffs. After completing these tasks, she gently tilted his head, positioning his face to the left at an angle of approximately 35 degrees. Xiaohua was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Xiaohua's intentions. Just as he was about to inquire, Xiaohua unexpectedly addressed his confusion. "From this angle, if I were to slap your face, both the force and the sensation would be optimal. Fear not, I shall be earnest. I aim for this punch to grant you an additional 2 hours of slumber." Before Xiaohua could react, Xiaohua delivered a swift punch straight to his face. Bang! Xiaohua twisted and spiraled through the air, landing face first on the ground. Akin to a child who had just received a beating, slipping into a deep slumber. That punch, a culmination of 30 years of mastery. Even if Di Jiao were present, he would not withstand it. Xiaohua struck a classic Bruce Lee pose, retracting her fist with a huff, then turned to the astonished Hep, whose mouth was agape enough to fit an entire apple. "Master, you sent him flying with a single punch." Hep pointed at Xiaohua, astonished by this unexpected facet of Xiaohua. After all, that punch was simply too impressive. "Master, I wish to learn that move." "You wish to learn? I shall teach you." Chapter 60, Social Butterfly Syndrome. 20 minutes later, on Route 3. Following Xiaohua's advice, Hep successfully captured a throwing monkey. It seemed that anything related to Pokémon brought him immense joy. For instance, right now, he was competing with the throwing monkey to see who could toss a fruit ball further and with more flair. He would throw it, then run to retrieve it, only to repeat the process, reveling in the delight of the game. Upon reflection, Xiaohua's character in the anime is also depicted as a master of various throwing techniques. There is indeed a resemblance to Hep. Perhaps the scriptwriters drew inspiration from Hep while crafting Xiaohua's character. However, upon comparison, it is evident that Hep is the one truly enamored with all things Pokémon, while Xiaohua merely embodies the role of a failed imitator. In terms of throwing Pokeballs, he lacks the conviction that Hep possesses. When it comes to utilizing advantages, he does not exhibit the justified reasoning that accompanies the likes of Xiaohua. Thus, he is simply a quintessential failure. Calculating the encounters. From the Whispering Forest to just 20 minutes ago, Xiaohua has already knocked him out for the third time. The second was a repeat performance. And the third could very well be a hat trick. Who knows? He might even achieve a flawless 10th knockout. At that point, perhaps an achievement reward would be triggered, 10 knockouts of Xiaohua, with the title of One Punch Man. Although meant in jest. If he were to be knocked out 10 times, it certainly wouldn't be out of the question, especially if Xiaohua continues to stubbornly follow Xiaohua, seeking trouble. While his persistence is somewhat bothersome, it may be possible to utilize his one-ball superstar advantage to capture his Pokémon in return, just like Hep. Wouldn't that lead to acquiring a Pokémon that suits one's needs? Therefore, Xiaohua is not merely a nuisance, but rather a delightful surprise package. Who knows? One day he might just deliver a rare and formidable Pokémon. Given his chaotic demeanor, any Pokémon accompanying him is bound to suffer. It would be far more beneficial to take them under one's wing and offer them a better life. In this light, Xiaohua does possess redeeming qualities. At the very least, he provides the excitement of unboxing a surprise. Now, it is time to contemplate the next course of action. First up is Route 3, which in the game leads to a camping site where a lovely lady will instruct players on how to prepare curry. Speaking of curry, it is a new feature introduced in the 8th generation, becoming a sensational culinary delight throughout Galar. Trainers can utilize the camping gear to create dishes using their preferred ingredients and berries, resulting in various flavors of curry, each with different effects. In essence, it is a rather intriguing novelty, and should the opportunity arise to meet that camping lady, one must earnestly learn from her. Not only for the sake of enhancing Pokémon abilities with items, but simply to savor the warmth of freshly cooked food while camping. It is imperative to acquire this knowledge. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Hep, who had been running ahead, suddenly halted and turned to Xiaohua. With one hand clutching his berry ball and the other pointing ahead, he exclaimed, "Master, there's a camping site up ahead. Shall we pay a visit?" Well, as the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Xiaohua was fully aware that Hep was eager to join the camping festivities, and it was indeed a gathering worth attending. Xiaohua responded affirmatively and hurried forward, soon spotting the camping site Hep had mentioned. Not far off, at the foot of the mountain, a yellow tent stood amidst an open space, adorned with various items. The most striking feature was a large pot set on the ground, bubbling with something enticing. The aroma wafted through the air, and Xiaohua instantly recognized the fruity scent of curry. "Master, it smells so delicious. What is that?" Hep swallowed hard. His curiosity piqued as he turned to Xiaohua. As a trainer hailing from the small town of Kalan, despite having a champion for a brother, Hep had indeed seen little of the world, and his intrigue was palpable. Perhaps it was the tantalizing aroma that had awakened his appetite. Xiaohua, though taken aback that someone from this world had never cooked curry at home, patiently elucidated the contents of the pot, culinary curry, detailing its preparation and flavor. With each word Xiaohua spoke, Hep's swallowing became increasingly rapid, fearing that if he listened any longer, he might drool uncontrollably. "Let us visit her. Perhaps she will share a portion with us, or we might learn her method and I can prepare it for you later," Xiaohua suggested, playfully patting Hep on the shoulder. He had not anticipated that as a sojourner, he would find himself explaining the intricacies of curry to a native. Nor did he foresee that the curry here would be prepared in such abundant quantities, surely enough to last 3 days and nights. This very abundance gave Xiaohua confidence in securing a meal. Upon hearing Xiaohua's words, Hep nodded vigorously, resembling a woodpecker, yet he remained mindful of etiquette, refraining from rushing over impulsively. Instead, he followed Xiaohua at a leisurely pace. This exemplified that although Hep might be somewhat reckless and impulsive, he understood the importance of politeness and moderation, knowing not to disturb a stranger in pursuit of curry. In stark contrast, there existed another individual who, upon uttering just a couple of sentences, would attempt to purchase others' Pokémon, akin to an unwelcome guest at a family gathering. Returning to the matter at hand, Xiaohua led Hep closer to the campsite, where they encountered a young lady emerging with ingredients. She was clad in mountaineering attire, her top cinched at the waist like an apron. Her cool tank top accentuated the graceful musculature of her arms, not overly strong, yet exuding a unique beauty. With bright, expressive eyes, a tidy ponytail, and a healthy sun-kissed complexion, she was clearly a seasoned camper, a far cry from the ordinary NPCs in games. However, Xiaohua remained unfazed. After all, even the portly proprietor in the game could transform into a refined coffee gentleman. What was wrong with a once ordinary NPC evolving into a sporty older sister? "Hello. We are competitors in the gym challenge, just passing by, and we were wondering what you were preparing." Xiaohua greeted with a light chuckle, his social prowess kicking in as he approached her. The camping sister turned at the sound of his voice, and upon seeing the charming young man, her eyes sparkled with delight as she invited Xiaohua to come closer. This is curry, and it will be my lunch. When camping, one must learn to cook, otherwise one misses out on the greatest joy, she said with a smile, even placing her hand on Xiaohua's shoulder. With a playful tilt of her chin, she teasingly asked, "Would you like to learn, little handsome? I can teach you." Hep and Jirachi were utterly astonished. What formidable charisma Xiaohua possessed, seamlessly befriending this older sister. One might ponder whether it is the sister's defense that is woefully inadequate, or if the prowess of the beer flower's offensive capabilities is simply overwhelming. Chapter 61. Cream and Curry. Is there potential here? Absolutely. Do enlighten me, he said. By the way, I am called Beer Flower. What do you go by, camping sister? With a smile, Beer Flower spoke, and the camping sister, noticing this charming young man's familiarity and amiable disposition, felt a surge of joy. Since you have taken to calling me camping sister, you may simply refer to me as Sister Ing. It's straightforward and pleasant. Sister Ing replied with a chuckle, her reaction entirely anticipated by Beer Flower. Such vivacious and extroverted girls are easy to engage with, as long as one communicates in a manner they appreciate. Their fondness will surely soar. As for the purpose of garnering affection, Beer Flower was uncertain, or perhaps it was merely an instinctive behavior inherent to the art of pretense. Perhaps due to Beer Flower's entirely unselfish approach to their interaction, Sister Ing took him under her wing, meticulously instructing him in the art of curry making. It is difficult to fathom that a girl of Sister Ying's disposition could exhibit such attentiveness, and her technique in preparing curry was remarkable. 10 minutes later, the curry, bubbling and aromatic, was finally ready, generously ladled over steaming rice, adorned with slices of banana and chunks of apple. It was a feast for the eyes that ignited one's appetite. Hep, unable to contain his excitement, scooped a generous spoonful into his mouth, and in an instant, his eyes sparkled with delight. Rising to his feet, fist clenched, Beer Flower could easily envision that had Hep's mouth not been filled with curry, his cheer would have echoed all the way to the city of Mechanism. Beer Flower too took a spoonful and, indeed, the flavor was exquisite, causing him to nod vigorously in agreement with Jirachi. The sweetness of the fruits melded beautifully with the curry sauce, creating a delightful clash between the spice of the curry and the sweetness of the fruit. The golden rice served as a perfect mediator, resulting in a dish of unparalleled deliciousness. This is absolutely delectable, Sister Ing, Beer Flower exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. He could certainly discern that this was the fruit curry from the game, requiring packaged fruits and various flavored trees. Nevertheless, it must be said that no matter how visually appealing or intricately crafted the game's version may be, it pales in comparison to the substantial flavor of this very dish. Of course it is delicious. It's not every day you consider who prepared it. My curry has triumphed over the CAF owner from Mechanism City, Sister Ing proclaimed with a mouthful of curry, her tone proud, yet somewhat muffled. Hep gave a thumbs up in agreement, devouring the curry with such fervor that one might suspect he had skipped breakfast. Given his exuberance that morning, it was entirely plausible that he had. Rushing downstairs to practice his throwing technique instead, Hep was a fellow who could be silenced by food, and Beer Flower marveled at the notoriety of that CF owner. Sonia had claimed he was impressive, and now even Sister Ing recognized him. Surely, his defeat against Beer Flower in their CAF duel was far too hasty. It was difficult to reconcile the rumors with the persona of that eccentric gentleman. As for Jirachi, upon hearing the camp sister proclaim that cream would forever be overshadowed by curry, he immediately took a couple of bites, evidently gearing up to display his usual antics. The spicy vegetarian proprietor was simply too weak. The cream cake was an eternal deity. While curry was indeed delectable, it could never compete with the allure of cake. Chewing on the curry, Jirachi spoke in his characteristic indistinct voice, which, though originally somewhat childish, only added to his adorability. Nevertheless, the essence of his words was quite comprehensible. It was merely that the coffee proprietor was lacking, and the true competition lay between curry and cake, with the latter always prevailing. Upon hearing this, Xiaohua felt an ominous premonition wash over her. She silently set down her plate and spoon, counting down 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Did you just assert that curry could never surpass cream cake? As the camp sister raised her head to gaze at Jirachi, a flicker of crimson light danced in her eyes, almost as if she had been touched by some digital effect. Indeed, it was I who said it. While curry is tasty, it is merely a meal. The fragrant sweetness of cream cake is what truly brings happiness to all. Jirachi boldly countered. The camp sister sprang to her feet, and he soared toward her. Their foreheads collided, and sparks seemed to flicker in their eyes. For reasons unknown, Xiaohua was suddenly reminded of a scene from Stephen Chow's film The God of Cookery, where a battle ensued between rival street leaders vying for the rights to sell beef balls and urine shrimp, devolving into mutual disparagement. The beef balls claimed the urine shrimp were inferior, while the urine shrimp retorted that beef balls were no better. Each side held their ground firmly. The scene unfolding before Xiaohua mirrored that cinematic moment, one asserting that cream cake surpassed curry, and the other countering that curry outshone cream cake. Undoubtedly, Their disagreement would necessitate a third party to mediate, and that mediator would be none other than Xiaohua, who maintained amicable relations with both. Xiaohua, dear brother, please manage your little Pokémon. It's understandable for children to lack understanding, but spreading falsehoods is unacceptable. You're the child here. I'm billions of years old. Xiaohua retorted, instructing her that the younger should heed the elder's wisdom. Now, the pressure had shifted to Xiaohua. Hapu silently dished up another serving of curry, joining the ranks of the curry enthusiasts, thus leaving the stage to Xiaohua. Observing the juvenile squabble between the two, Xiaohua recalled the subsequent events from the film. Just as the beef balls and urine shrimp were at an impasse, Stephen Chow suggested an ingenious fusion, combining them to create urine beef balls. Despite various trials and tribulations, this concoction ultimately achieved remarkable success. Given that the circumstances of then echoed those of now, why not attempt a classic revival? A fusion of cream and curry, resulting in cream curry rice. Of course, this was not a whimsical notion. Such a dish already existed within the game, taking the form of Frosty Cream Fairy and proving unexpectedly delicious. From the attitude of Sister Ing, it appears that no one in this world has yet innovated a dish as whimsical as cream curry. This revelation not only has the potential to create a new culinary genre, but also serves as an exquisite opportunity for ostentation. Truly a twofold triumph. Contemplating this, Xiaohua cleared his throat and sauntered over, gently parting the two individuals as he spoke with deliberate calmness. If that's the case, why not combine cream and curry to create cream curry rice? It brings together the happiness of cream and the rich, delectable flavor of curry, a union that undoubtedly yields more than the sum of its parts. Having made his point, he inquired, who supports this? Who opposes it? I shall forever support my master, Xiaohua declared, followed by a vague endorsement from Hep. However, I must comment on one aspect. Must these three incessantly chew on curry while conversing? Should they not spare both others' ears and their own tongues? Hep expressed his support, as the younger brother was always there to cheer him on. As for the other two, they did not seem as amenable to persuasion. Chapter 62. Tang Niu is the god of food. The reason was straightforward. The two of them simultaneously recoiled, leaning against one another, gazing at Xiaohua with identical expressions of disdain and disgust, mingled with a hint of astonishment. It was as if they were observing a heretic, akin to a cardinal in a proper church witnessing a follower of Nyarlathotep. Xiaohua, is there truly something amiss in your mind? That wicked substance, curry, can only tarnish the purity of cream cake. Karaki initiated the charge, assaulting Xiaohua while also deriding curry, seemingly attempting to divert the conflict, a true master of confrontation. Indeed, dear Xiaohua, you cannot simply indulge your flawed Pokémon dream, he admonished. Children must not be spoiled. The foul odor of cream cake can only ruin the aromatic spiciness of curry. Sister Ying's retort was swift to follow. If Karaki represented chaotic evil, she embodied lawful good. At the very least, Sister Ying refrained from attacking Xiaohua, maintaining her disdain for cream cake. However, one point they could agree upon was that the concept of cream curry was utterly absurd. Since we all hold differing opinions, let us engage in a competition to make curry. Xiaohua, undeterred, smiled and unleashed his cunning. This was no longer merely a matter of pretense. The Demon King was determined to teach Sister Ing and Karaki a lesson. He sought to impress upon these two oblivious individuals that Tang Niu was indeed the god of food. A competition? Making curry? Karaki began, with Sister Ing finishing his thought. These two not only completed each other's sentences, but also mirrored one another's tone perfectly. Who could have imagined that just a minute prior, they were on the verge of a quarrel? Precisely, a competition to make curry. Sister Ing, you shall prepare your most skilled dish, while I will craft cream curry. Karaki should not be a naysayer. If he believes that curry cannot surpass cream cake, he must possess a profound understanding of curry. As a venerable elder of several billion years, he must surely be able to create a curry that surpasses Sister Ying's, thereby conquering his opponent through sheer skill. Xiaohua commenced his declaration. It is evident that the matter concerning Karaki is nothing short of pure vengeance. Sister Ing nodded in agreement. After all, preparing curry was her forte, while Xiaohua was still a novice. As for that little white creature, it was glaring at Xiaohua with wide eyes, undoubtedly incapable of contributing to the task at hand. Just look at those tiny arms and legs. It likely could not even lift a large fan, let alone control the heat. The disparity in skill between the two rivals was apparent, making the upcoming curry competition a surefire victory for Sister Ing. Her confidence was entirely expected, though Xiaohua was more concerned about Karaki's current demeanor. This world is indeed wonderful. When you assert your capabilities to others, they seldom refute you. Is it necessary to remind one that a refrigerator is meant to cool? The assertions of "you can do it" and the refrigerator analogy were originally just reasonable rebuttals and theories. However, in Xiaohua's realm, an abundance of nitpickers and trolls had been nurtured online. Returning to the matter at hand, the curry competition was about to commence, with results to be revealed at dinner. The time leading up to it was free for activities, such as gathering and preparing ingredients. Sister Ing was busy cleaning pots with a water-type Pokémon, while Xiaohua approached her to inquire about the existence of cream curry in Galar. The answer, predictably, was negative. However, Sistering mentioned that the coffee proprietor had previously contemplated it and even published articles in magazines regarding the notion. It was precisely this heretical idea that compelled Sistering to challenge him. After triumphing with her curry, she had left the coffee proprietor disheartened, vowing to create the most exquisite cream cake to conquer curry in the future. In retrospect, Sistering seemed rather culpable. Such an innovative concept as cream curry, capable of opening new culinary doors between curry and desserts, had been stifled in its infancy. Nevertheless, Xiaohua would carry forth the coffee proprietor's vision, shaping cream curry into the world's equivalent of tomatoes, blurring the lines between dessert and main course. Jirachi also commenced its endeavors, with its diminutive arms and legs. Unable to lift pots or fans, it surprisingly enlisted Hapu as a laborer. Observing Jirachi's earnest demeanor, it appeared resolute in its desire to win. Xiaohua was not rushed. It was only noon, with 5 or 6 hours remaining until dinner. Tonight would surely be an opportunity for camping, so a leisurely exploration was in order. Xiaohua recalled that Route 3 was frequented by numerous trainers, which would provide a substantial amount of experience. With that thought in mind, Xiaohua tossed a Pokeball and headed toward the path. However, upon arrival, instead of encountering trainers, 2 familiar faces approached. "Oh, Sonia, little you." Xiaohua greeted them with a wave, noticing their new outfits, which immediately explained their leisurely pace. "Where's Hapu? And why didn't you wait for us?" Sonia feigned annoyance, to which Xiaohua shrugged and pointed toward a nearby campsite. "Hapu is over there helping out. We decided to camp here tonight." Camping. Sonia's spirits soared at the mention of camping, as if a switch had been flipped within her. "Camping sounds delightful. It has been ages since I last experienced it. Xiaoyu, let us join in. Allow my senior to teach you what true wilderness camping entails." Without hesitation, Sonia reached to pull Xiaoyu along. But Xiaohua chuckled softly, deliberately dousing them with a bucket of cold water. "Oh, Sonia, perhaps you should reconsider. There happens to be a professional over there. No need to inquire as to their identity. They are currently engaged in a curry-making contest with Hep." At this remark, Sonia felt a surge of provocation. Rather than extinguishing her enthusiasm, it ignited an even fiercer flame within her. "I must see who this professional is," Sonia declared, tugging Xiaoyu forward. Yet, after taking a few steps, she abruptly turned back. "By the way, did you notice that energy company over there? It belongs to Laws, involved in mining operations to extract and convert it into energy. However, I heard some troubling news in Mechanized City. The energy company has encountered issues lately. If you're interested, you might want to check it out." Evidently, Sonia was intentionally diverting Xiaohua's attention, ensuring that this pretentious individual would not hinder her progress. After all, she could make curry too. Though Xiaohua had no time to ponder Sonia's intentions, the issues surrounding the energy company piqued her interest. In the game, that energy company was merely a distant structure, lacking any real significance, but here, it certainly warranted exploration. Moreover, the journey appeared to be brief. It would take no more than 15 minutes to reach. Where there was excitement, one must go. Not only could she satiate her curiosity about Law's enterprises, but she might also uncover some intriguing Pokémon along the way. With this thought in mind, Xiaohua sprinted toward the energy company without hesitation. Chapter 63. The proud foreman. 15 minutes later, in the lobby of the energy company, men and women clad in miners' attire were sprawled on the ground, each drenched in sweat and panting heavily, while others hurriedly offered them water and towels. Once the older individual had regained some composure, someone ventured to inquire, "Foreman, what transpired in the mine?" The monitors indicated a minor earthquake. The foreman waved his hand dismissively, snorting with disdain, and bellowed in his booming voice. "What else could it be? That behemoth has awakened and is restless once more. It stirs up trouble every few days. The previously agreed terms are now being renegotiated, and there aren't enough funds to accommodate its whims." The others slumped on the ground sighed in unison, and the young person handing water to the foreman wore a troubled expression, rubbing their forehead in a manner that suggested they were at a loss for what to do. "What is it? Facing difficulties?" A sudden voice emerged from the entrance, and the crowd turned to see a youth stride confidently into the room. Not only that, but he casually approached the foreman and squatted down, inquiring, "What did you mean by that behemoth? If it's a Pokémon, perhaps I could lend a hand." A collective gasp echoed as everyone inhaled sharply in astonishment. This young lad seems to possess an extraordinary flair for social interaction, boldly initiating conversation with the foreman. He even aligns his inquiries with the ongoing discussion. Does he not realize that such behavior is strictly taboo within the company? Undoubtedly, this socially adept stranger is known as Xiaohua. Upon arriving, he overheard the foreman mention everyone, and in the mining industry, apart from Pokémon. What else could that refer to? Driven by curiosity and his remarkable social grace, Xiaohua opted for a direct approach in his questioning. As for the foreman, confronted with Xiaohua's unexpected engagement, he regarded the unfamiliar youth with a furrowed brow, his eyebrows forming an inverted shape, and subtle veins appearing upon his forehead. Just as he was about to unleash his frustration, a young miner rose, pointing at Xiaohua, exclaiming, "I know you." You are the gym challenger from today's opening ceremony. The Rookie King, Xiaohua. What a revelation. Xiaohua had thought to play the role of the underdog, strategically approaching the foreman in hopes of perhaps engaging in a Pokémon battle to demonstrate his prowess, potentially persuading the foreman to delegate an investigation to him. However, before he could even assume his guise, he was recognized for his true strength. Even in an energy company focused on mining, the opening ceremony garnered significant attention. Thus, upon the young miner's proclamation, others quickly recognized Xiaohua and gathered around, eager for autographs. It dawned on Xiaohua that in the eyes of many, he had already ascended to the status of this year's Rookie King. Not only was he the champion-recommended trainer, but he had also triumphed over Hep, the trainer endorsed by the president during the opening ceremony. Most notably, he had received public acknowledgement from Cabana, whose support undoubtedly elevated Xiaohua's popularity to rival that of the esteemed Dan D. His undeniable strength often complemented by a more relatable persona. Xiaohua's character resonated well with the crowd. Cabana's public endorsement undoubtedly added another layer to his appeal. At this very moment, apart from the foreman, everyone else had flocked to him, expressing their admiration and support. Some even voiced their hopes that Xiaohua might shatter the invincible legend of Dan D, likening him to a brave dragon-slaying hero. Just as Xiaohua felt himself almost overwhelmed by the throng, a commanding voice silenced them. What are you all chattering about? Aren't you tired? Those who aren't tired, get back to work in the mines. The foreman's booming voice proved remarkably effective. As the crowd fell silent and returned to their seats, quietly resuming their previous positions, Xiaohua nodded slightly, recognizing the foreman's absolute authority in this setting. It seemed that in order to investigate the matter of the everyone in the mines, he would first need to breach the foreman's formidable barrier. I don't care if you are the Rookie King or an old-timer. This is the Moloko Alliance Energy Company. This is a place for mining, not a playground for children. The foreman continued, since you are a gym challenger, head 700 meters straight from here, then proceed west along the path. Furthermore, the mines are currently quite perilous. You must not approach until tomorrow. Remember to find a place to camp. Standing before Xiaohua, the foreman bellowed, and Xiaohua found the entire exchange rather amusing. The foreman, while expressing disdain for Xiaohua as merely a child playing house, nonetheless offered guidance. He specifically cautioned Xiaohua to steer clear of the perilous mines before the morrow. Could it be that he is merely an old Sundara? Foreman, I am acutely aware of the dangers posed by the mines, which is precisely why I am here to assist you in addressing those threats. Should it pertain to Pokémon, you may entrust it to me. I am a professional. Xiaohua feigned an air of confidence, reasoning that if the foreman was indeed at Sundara, he simply could not be dissuaded. Perhaps there exists a shortcut via the mine carts leading directly to the mines, far swifter than traversing on foot. However, by Xiaohua's estimation, the foreman would likely scoff and then bellow into his ear, culminating in a Pokémon battle that would showcase Xiaohua's prowess, as well as the formidable nature of his Rayquaza. In doing so, this old Sundara would begrudgingly consent to escort Xiaohua to the mines. 3, 2, 1, let the prophecy unfold. Hey, you little brat, didn't I tell you to head outside? Are you lost? Or is my voice not loud enough for you to comprehend? This is an energy company, not a place for a carefree kid like you, who thinks he can partake in some challenge. The mines are perilous, and so is this area, do you understand? If you don't wish to be buried, then scram. Participating in some ridiculous challenge, you have no idea how painful it is to be struck by a rock, do you? With a weakling like you, I could take on 10 without breaking a sweat. Get lost. Behold, the foreman unleashed a fierce tirade against Xiaohua's ears. Moreover, it was evident that he truly embodied the archetype of a Sundara. His words were laced with concern for Xiaohua's safety, urging him to mind his own business. Others shared similar sentiments, astonished by the foreman's rare display of tenderness. His usual reprimands were 1,000 times harsher. Thus, this moderate level of admonishment was, in fact, a rare delight. A few even began to envy Xiaohua, whispering that he truly deserved the title of the opening ceremony's Rookie King, to garner such gentle concern from the foreman. For Xiaohua, the first objective had been achieved. The foreman had just claimed he could take on 10 of Xiaohua's ilk without issue, which was, in essence, a challenge. All right, foreman, let us battle. If I lose, I will leave immediately. If I win, you cannot chase me away. Xiaohua boldly brandished his Pokeball and assumed a battle stance, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. How dare this boy become so brazen? One would think he ought to be satisfied with the concern shown and depart. Yet here he was, intent on battling the foreman. What a daring lad. Just wait and see how I'll wipe the floor with you. The foreman produced his Pokeball. He actually agreed. This boy was indeed enviable. Is this what it means to be the Rookie King? Chapter 64, Strength Defense. Xiaohua activated the battle arena. And much like the previous occasion at the inn, a radiant light enveloped him and the foreman. Intriguingly, the interior of this battle arena seemed to morph based on the surrounding environment, creating a myriad of variations. In the inn, the floor is a stark white, but here it resembles a cavern of earthy tones. The young trainer, Xiaohua, surveyed the surroundings with an eagerness akin to Hep, and while the scene bore resemblance to the game, The thrill of experiencing it firsthand was undeniably exhilarating. Yet, this normal reaction only served to highlight Xiaohua's youth in the eyes of the foreman. He mistakenly believed that securing a champion's recommendation and participating in a dojo challenge would render him invincible. Such naivete about joining the workforce in the mines warranted a stern lesson. The foreman, with a dismissive attitude, unleashed a Pokeball, revealing a small Pokémon with gray skin, its body adorned with pink veins. Its forehead was slightly protruding, and at the back of its head, two elongated structures resembling a headscarf could be seen. Most striking was the long wooden beam it clutched in its arms. This Pokémon, known as Maghoke, was level 15, a fighting type known for its affinity for assisting in construction work, making it an ideal companion for laborers. When work halted due to rain, it would often create a ruckus with its lumber. As the Pokédex relayed this information, Xiaohua stroked his chin, realizing that the foreman held him in low regard based on the stature of this less than 1 meter tall creature. Should Maghoke evolve into Machamp, it would become a formidable physical attacker with commendable output, particularly when paired with its hidden ability, No Guard. However, in its initial form, it was quite lacking. Its special attack, special defense, and speed were as thin as paper, easily susceptible to a single dragon pulse from Rayquaza. Nevertheless, Xiaohua had no intention of starting with Rayquaza, given the foreman's clear underestimation of him, stating that Xiaohua lacked the strength of Maghoke. He resolved to counter with a standard Pokémon, particularly one that seemed weaker. In this regard, Coalossal was an excellent choice. Its remarkable physical defense perfectly countered Maghoke, and its notably low speed rendered it immune to the opponent's trickery. Moreover, it could utilize Euro Ball, a move that grows more potent the slower the user is. Coupled with Iron Defense to significantly bolster its physical defense, Coalossal could withstand any assault from Maghoke without so much as a dent in its shell. With this strategy in mind, Xiaohua chuckled softly and unhesitatingly tossed out Coalossal's Pokeball. Here it comes, the monstrous Pokémon from the opening ceremony. The chance to witness that Black Dragon firsthand was an incredible stroke of luck. One could only wonder who would prevail in a clash between that dragon and the foreman. While others anticipated Xiaohua to deploy Rayquaza right away, holding their breath in suspense, the dazzling light revealed, instead, a Coalossal. The expressions of eager anticipation quickly morphed into bewilderment. This display was akin to the moment when Xiaohua summoned Groudon in the Whispering Woods, only to have Coalossal emerge instead. The workers voiced their disappointment, but the foreman remained unfazed, directing the attack with authority. Maghoke, use Sonic Punch, he commanded. Kid, speed is of the essence. You cannot linger in perilous places. Sonic Punch, a fighting-type move with a power of 40, delivered physical damage. The game's mechanics allow for an attack that occurs with lightning speed, ensuring a first strike. The foreman's intentions are quite clear. He aims to resolve the matter with the utmost swiftness. He also takes the opportunity to lecture, cautioning against lingering in perilous places, revealing his inherent arrogance. Meanwhile, the laborer, with a mighty shout, brandishes a wooden plank and charges toward the coal turtle. The coal turtle merely yawns, completely disregarding the laborer's rapid approach. With a serene smile, the laborer skillfully counters the coal turtle, employing the move Mist. Mist, although modest in power at 30, is a poison-type move that inflicts special attack damage. Despite its low potency, its effect is to unleash a noxious fog upon the opponent, with a high probability of inducing a poison state. Indeed, the laborer's intentions are unmistakable. He anticipates that the foreman will initiate with Sonic Punch, deliberately waiting for the laborer to charge in. Once the laborer strikes the coal turtle, delivering a negligible amount of damage, the toxic mist will erupt from the coal turtle's shell, covering a wide area. After executing Sonic Punch, the laborer's speed diminishes significantly, barely surpassing the coal turtle by a couple of paces. Therefore, there is no evading the toxic mist, and he will inevitably succumb to the poison state. What? You wonder why complicate matters when moves like Flame Wheel, Heat Wave, Solar Beam, or even Explosion would suffice. It goes without saying. The laborer is a show-off and a formidable foe, fully aware of such straightforward tactics. The reasoning behind this elaborate scheme is to vex the foreman. Once the laborer is poisoned, the coal turtle will continuously bolster its defenses with Iron Defense. Moreover, it can further enhance its special defense with a few instances of amnesia, ensuring the foreman witnesses firsthand how his Pokémon is gradually worn down. In the face of absolute defense, raw power becomes a mere jest. Simultaneously, the laborer's attack has reached its target. As anticipated by the laborer, he opts to strike from the side with the wooden plank, intentionally avoiding a frontal assault to guard against fire-based attacks. Regrettably, the moment the plank connects with the coal turtle, it triggers the release of the toxic mist. The coal turtle emits a muffled grunt, and a thick cloud of poison erupts from its back. The laborer has fallen into a trap. Come back, laborer. The foreman slaps his forehead, finally realizing that his underestimation has led him into the laborer's ploy. But it's too late now. The laborer chuckles lightly, gesturing with his arm to command the coal turtle to execute Rock Tomb. The toxic mist had been prepped in advance, and Rock Tomb was a command anticipated by the laborer, foreseeing that the foreman would instruct the laborer to retreat. Thus, without pause, the coal turtle stomps the ground, causing rocks to rise and ensnare the laborer. As the toxic mist envelopes the area, when the laborer shatters the rocks with his wooden plank and leaps back to the foreman's side, the purple hue on his skin indicates that he has indeed succumbed to poisoning. You sneaky brat, resorting to such underhanded tactics. The foreman seethes with rage. But the laborer merely shrugs and raises his hands in a nonchalant manner. Not satisfied? Then by all means, strike me. The coal tortoise, deploy iron defense. With a command from Hops, a metallic radiance enveloped the coal tortoise, transforming its entire body, including its shell, into a metallic visage. Ah, how delightfully vexatious. Under ordinary circumstances, one would typically administer an antidote to the transporting artisan to counteract the poison, or perhaps switch to a Pokémon more suited to counter the coal tortoise. Yet, can one truly evaluate the foreman by the standards of an average individual? From appearance to demeanor, and even to the peculiar manner of speech and reasoning, it is evident that the foreman is anything but a common mortal. Thus, his strategy is as follows. Chapter 65, The Foreman's Ace Pokémon. Transporting Artisan. Charge forth and attack. Use Drain Punch. As long as your strikes are swift and the absorption plentiful, fear not the meager harm of that wretched toxin. Indeed, that is the foreman's directive. He dares command the transporting artisan to assault the coal tortoise with Drain Punch. He asserts that as long as the attacks are rapid, the damage from the poison state is of no concern. What a remarkable logic. Hops could not help but feel compelled to applaud the foreman. First, Drain Punch is familiar to all. A fighting-type move with a power of 75 and physical attack damage. It enables the user to absorb a portion of the opponent's strength, restoring half of the damage dealt. Though modest, it suffices to counteract the gradual loss of health from poisoning. Coupled with its ability, Iron Fist, which enhances the power of punching moves by 20, this choice is, at best, a questionable one. But let us not forget, its opponent is none other than Hops Coal Tortoise. Setting aside other factors, it has consistently employed Iron Defense, bolstering its resilience to such an extent that the Drain Punch will hardly compensate for the damage inflicted by the poison. Alas, had the foreman been cognizant of this, he would not have stood idly by as the transporting artisan leapt before the coal tortoise, furiously striking a creature that had been fortified to the hardness of solid steel. The only distinction between the current coal tortoise and a statue is that the statue does not yawn, nor does it succumb to slumber, let alone emit gentle snores. Indeed, the transporting artisan's relentless assault even lulled the coal tortoise into a deep sleep, resembling a master masseur. It is no wonder that the workers outside, observing the unchanging scene for 5 minutes, were nearly lulled into stupor themselves. The anticipated clash of titans did not materialize, nor did the emergence of monstrous dragons or brilliant tactics. The sole occurrence was that the transporting artisan, at last, could no longer endure, delivering only half of its final punch before suddenly stiffening and collapsing to the ground, thus losing its battle capability. The coal tortoise retained 2/3 of its strength. The workers could hardly contain their cheers. Finally, they were spared from this excruciating display. Hops gazed at the fallen transporting artisan, shaking his head in disbelief. What was the purpose of this? To persist until the end, unwilling to acknowledge that the artisan's power paled in comparison to the coal tortoise's defenses, only to be vexed to such an extent that it brought joy to Hops. Indeed, the Hops laughed shamelessly, their laughter loud and unabashedly provocative. Did you see that? In the face of absolute defense, the feeble strength is utterly insignificant. Hiss. The workers, who had been cheering moments before, suddenly changed their expressions, collectively gasping in shock. What does it mean to kill with malice? This is what it means to kill with malice. The sense of immersion was overwhelming. Given the foreman's temperament, he was bound to be furious. And indeed, it was so. The foreman recalled the little laborer into his Pokeball and slowly removed his safety helmet, revealing a bald head. No, to be precise, it was a head resembling a red cantaloupe. Why so, you might ask? Because this fellow could become so enraged that his scalp turned crimson, veins bulging with fury. This scene inevitably reminded the Hops of a certain bald character from the Reincarnated Slime series, who also transformed in such a way when angry. One could not help but exclaim, what a fitting portrayal for the Pokémon world. Even such an anime-like image could manifest. You have successfully provoked me. The foreman's voice trembled, indicating that his rage had reached a boiling point. Yet the next words from the Hops nearly sent him into apoplexy. Is that so? Weren't you already angry from the very beginning? The workers were left utterly dumbfounded. Was this lad playing a triathlon on the brink of death? To provoke a genuinely enraged foreman was an audacious move. However, the Hops remained unfazed, adjusting his non-existent glasses, coldly delivering the line he had long wished to utter. Death is like the wind, it is ever at my side. Let me see how much damage your wrath can inflict. Finished. This lad was finished. The workers internally sentenced the Hops to death. If he were a formidable trainer, perhaps he could speak thus, but he was merely a novice. No matter how dazzling his performance at the opening ceremony, his Pokémon barely reached level 20, while the foreman's King Copper Elephant stood at a formidable level 35. Indeed, The Foreman's ace Pokémon, the King Copper Elephant, boasted a level of 35. Many dangerous Pokémon in the mines were driven away beneath its colossal feet. Even against such a monstrous creature, it could withstand several blows, revered as the protector among the workers. It was precisely because of the Hop's provocation that the foreman resolved to get serious, no longer sparing this newcomer and determined to eliminate him in one fell swoop. The Pokeball was thrown, and amidst the resounding trumpet of the elephant, a Pokémon towering nearly 5 meters appeared. It resembled a colossal elephant fashioned from rusted bronze, adorned with massive bronze plates, also tarnished, revealing only a few patches of unrusted metal. Its rectangular body complemented by cylindrical legs presented an imposing defense, brimming with strength. Particularly that enormous trunk, should it land a full-force strike, even the reinforced coal turtle would likely be unable to withstand it. The Hops gazed at this Pokémon with eyes full of wonder, realizing that up close, it appeared thus in this world. Indeed, the Hops felt no trace of anxiety or fear, even though the King Copper Elephant before him was level 35, and its size had surpassed its racial limits, reaching an astonishing 5 meters. However, from the perspective of the Hops, the utmost priority lies in analyzing the intelligence of the King Copper Elephant. Firstly, this Pokémon possesses a singular steel type, boasting an impressive 10 resistances, even when excluding the ineffective poison type. Coupled with its exceptional stats, its physique is remarkably sturdy. Although its special defenses are somewhat lacking, it can, much like the coal turtle, utilize skills to enhance its capabilities. Additionally, its hidden ability, Heavy Metal, doubles its weight. And paired with its standard moves, Heavy Slam and Heat Crash, these two moves, which deal increased damage based on weight, can consistently inflict a powerful 120 damage in most scenarios. Particularly in this world, the weight advantage of this hefty creature will likely be even more pronounced. Yet, it is not without its shortcomings. The King Copper Elephant has a critical weakness, its speed. With a pitifully low velocity, it can easily be outmaneuvered, rendering its size and weight a burden in such circumstances. In comparison, the equally massive Rayquaza maintains a breathtaking speed, presenting an overwhelming advantage. Thus, even if the opponent is at level 35 and Hop's Rayquaza is only at level 23, it remains unperturbed. This world has granted the King Copper Elephant an advantage, but has equally endowed Rayquaza with a significant edge. Without the constraints of turn-based combat, Rayquaza can employ Quick Attack in conjunction with Overheat to gradually wear it down. Just as Hops was about to recall the coal turtle with a Pokeball and ready to unleash Rayquaza, the prideful foreman could not suppress his ego, pointing at Hops and scolding him. "Don't say I'm bullying you. This time, I'll let you have a 2-on-1. If you lose, get lost." Chapter 66, The Foreman's Crisis Awareness. Several question marks appeared above Hop's head. What did he just say? A 2-on-1? He actually demanded a 2-on-1? Wow. This is quite the predicament he has created for himself. The foreman was evidently oblivious to the gravity of the situation, as other workers began to give him thumbs up. Truly, he is the foreman. This is the confidence of a trump card. Indeed, the foreman is the strongest. Hops, it would be better for you to concede now. Hearing these remarks, Hops merely smiled. This was nothing short of an opportunity for a dramatic comeback. Such a classic scenario, where the antagonist boasts while the protagonist plays the fool, with the onlookers convinced that the protagonist cannot prevail. Yet, when true strength is revealed, all will be met with a resounding slap of reality. Having witnessed the grand opening ceremony, how could they still be unaware of Hop's reputation for audacity? The narrative was laid out before him, and Hops certainly had no reason to decline. He immediately reached for the Pokeball containing the agile little fighter. Just then, a sinister voice suddenly whispered in his ear, "This seems like an entertaining situation. Allow me to assist you." As the words faded, Hops saw visible ripples in the air, and soon after, a grayish-purple Gengar materialized. "Oh, it's you," Hops exclaimed with surprise, completely unfazed by this unexpected arrival. After defeating Gengar in the max raid, it expressed its intention to accompany Hops, waiting for the moment it found the situation amusing enough to allow Hops to capture it. Consequently, Hops always assumed that Gengar was following him, even sensing several times that the creature was playing pranks, though he chose to remain silent about it. Therefore, Hops felt a certain joy at Gengar's current proclamation. After all, with this ally's assistance, victory would be almost assured. Although the Copperja was level 35, Gengar was also a formidable level 30. With both Gengar, proficient in swift attacks, and Rayquaza on his side, the Copperja truly faced a dire predicament. The foreman, however, expressed disdain at Gengar's sudden appearance. As a true man, he held in contempt such tactics of lurking and ambushing. Nevertheless, his words held no power over Hops. After all, Gengar was not even his Pokémon. The foreman's ire was directed at Gengar, leaving Hops unaffected. Hops' thoughts were already invincible, while Gengar exhibited its characteristic cheekiness. Hee. Lurking is preferable to simply standing there taking hits. Be careful, your big clumsy elephant might find its iron rear and getting kicked. With that, Gengar made a theatrical gesture of tossing away a hat, followed by shaking its body and making faces, clearly mocking the foreman for his impotent rage and lack of adaptability, which had led to the demise of the small worker at Hop's hands. This mockery was remarkably effective, with the foreman's previously restored bald head turning as red as a ripe melon, shouting for Hops to commence the battle without delay. Hops clicked his tongue, recognizing the foreman was hastening his own demise. Very well, let us oblige. Rayquaza, it's time to enter the fray. The Pokeball was thrown, and a tempest surged forth, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Gengar involuntarily shivered, recalling the brutal onslaught it had experienced from Rayquaza during the max raid. When the black dragon materialized, the once mighty Copperja now appeared as merely a slide for children in a park. The foreman sensed something was amiss. The instinct of a trainer alerted him to the formidable strength of this dragon. It was only when the other workers gasped and cheered that the foreman realized how grave his mistake had been in missing the live broadcast of the opening ceremony. This kid had been playing the fool, and the cold turtle had merely been a smokescreen he deployed. By the time the foreman grasped this realization and prepared to consult his Pokédex to ascertain Gengar's level, Hops had already issued his commands. Rayquaza, use extreme speed and unleash a fiery barrage. Don't give it a chance to counterattack. Gengar, execute Phantom Force. This should be your forte. Upon appearing, strike with Shadow Ball from a distance. Hop's strategy was straightforward, leading with Rayquaza. The effect of extreme speed in this world was no longer merely a rush to deliver physical attacks. Under Rayquaza's immense power, it could effectively treat extreme speed as a means of acceleration. Thus, by leveraging extreme speed and Rayquaza's aerial prowess, they could dance around the Copperja in a graceful spiral, simultaneously unleashing a fiery onslaught with flames of the fire attribute. The King Copper Elephant, being doubly vulnerable to fire, can inflict considerable damage. Furthermore, we have Gengar's Phantom Ambush. With a power of 90, this ghost-type move delivers physical damage. In the game, its effect allows it to vanish in the first round and strike in the second. In the special comic, the deity Yveltal employed this technique to create a dark passage, only to appear on the other side for an attack. At this juncture, the strategy of Xiaohua becomes exceedingly clear: the control and assault of Rayquaza. Gengar's sudden strike leaves the King Copper Elephant with no opportunity for counterattack or retaliation. With that proclamation, Rayquaza let out a thunderous roar, slicing through the air with a sonic boom. Simultaneously, a brilliant flame coalesced in its maw, and then a torrent of fiery breath erupted forth, akin to a dragon of fire spiraling through the sky. Concurrently, Gengar emitted a piercing, eerie laugh, gesturing with its hands as a black hole materialized before it, and Gengar leapt directly into it. Gengar's silhouette vanished along with the black hole from the sight of the onlookers, intensifying the foreboding sense of danger for the foreman. Nevertheless, the foreman, being the strongest in this arena, possessed quick thinking and reflexes, promptly issuing commands. King Copper Elephant, first, use Rock Slide to eliminate that large foe. Then employ Earth Power. Launch a shockwave attack from behind. The lurking adversary will undoubtedly choose to strike from the rear. Under normal circumstances, the foreman's strategy was highly astute, as Rock Slide counters Rayquaza's S-type advantage. The Rock Slide move summons boulders from the sky to strike, boasting a high accuracy rate. Additionally, Earth Power, with a power of 90, while a special attack, targets the ground beneath the opponent and carries a chance to lower their special defense. Although the King Copper Elephant is not particularly adept at special attack damage, the shockwave from Earth Power could precisely strike Gengar's emerging position, potentially even disrupting Gengar's Shadow Ball with the tremors. However, it is crucial to note that the efficacy of such tactical maneuvers hinges on a stable situation. The speed of Rayquaza and Xiaohua's quick thinking cannot be underestimated. Yet, the foreman is no ordinary contender. Although he outwardly commanded the sequence of Rock Slide followed by Earth Power, the King Copper Elephant suddenly raised its front legs and forcefully stomped down. The shockwave of the earth erupted, flames and rocks bursting forth from the ground behind it, aimed directly at Rayquaza. Chapter 67. No gaming experience offered. The rocks, directed toward Rayquaza, simultaneously triggered a Rock Slide through the release of Earth Power. Although, strictly speaking, the rocks are merely a byproduct of Earth Power. The use of Rock Slide's effects for control and enhancement does not constitute the simultaneous use of two moves. Yet, achieving such a feat is a testament to the synergy and prowess of the foreman and the King Copper Elephant. Indeed, if the foreman had focused his efforts on the training and battling of Pokémon, he would undoubtedly have become a formidable trainer. Alas, his true passion lies in his dedication to providing energy for the Galar region. Thus, even though he is powerful, when faced with the formidable Hops, he can only serve as a valiant yet defeated warrior. Rayquaza, utilize Solar Beam. Gengar, you may attack. Hops commanded. Suddenly, the foreman realized the gravity of the situation and shouted a warning, intending to direct a counterattack. However, it was already too late. First came the Solar Beam, a grass-type move with a power of 120, dealing special attack damage. The technique requires the absorption of solar energy before unleashing a potent beam attack. However, if the weather is sunny, the beam can be released without any charge. Let us not forget that Coalossal S ability is solar power. which transforms the weather into sunny conditions upon entering the battlefield. Most critically, during the previous match against the Artisan, Hops had deliberately allowed Coalossal to use the sunny weather ability several times. To onlookers, it appeared that Hops was merely indulging in frivolous skill usage. Little did they realize that he was laying the groundwork for the current battle. Of course, Rayquaza possesses the ability Airlock, which nullifies all weather effects upon entry. Yet, it is essential to remember that while this is the Pokémon world, it is not bound by the same limitations as the games. Rayquaza's weather-controlling ability stems from the special particles it emits, capable of manipulating gas concentration and humidity to influence the weather. Coupled with its absolute mastery over airflow and the meteoric energy stored within its celestial organ, it can release Delta Stream upon evolution. Nevertheless, at this moment, Rayquaza is yet unable to harness such complexities. Thus, as long as Rayquaza refrains from allowing airflow to affect the weather, the sunny state will persist. Should one inquire as to why, the answer is simple: because it is Rayquaza. Thus, when Rayquaza's fiery breath ceased and a green luminescence materialized from its maw, Hop's intentions became unmistakable. Solar Beam, a grass-type move, doubles in effectiveness against rock types, and combined with Rayquaza's immense power, it could easily nullify or even obliterate the incoming boulders. On the other hand, Gengar's position was even more straightforward, as it appeared directly in front of the Copperja. Indeed, Hops did not instruct Gengar to attack from behind or the side. He boldly commanded a frontal assault. The most perilous place is often the safest, and Hops had anticipated the Foreman's strategy. Through the groundwork laid by Gengar and Hops, under normal reasoning, anyone would perceive Gengar as a sneaky character, while Hops is characterized by both raw strength and cunning. Yet, it is precisely this perception that led the Foreman to preemptively use Earth power to attack from behind, completely unaware that Hops would opt for a frontal strike. Even if the Foreman is exceptionally clever in the realm of wits, he will forever be outmatched by Hops. Accompanied by the roar of Rayquaza and the laughter of Gengar, a dazzling green beam and a sphere of energy formed from purple shadows were unleashed simultaneously. The rocks were reduced to dust within the beam, as the glowing orb and the shadow sphere penetrated through, striking the bronze snout of the mighty Copperja with unerring accuracy. The skill hit its target, causing a significant drop in Copperja's health, which now flashed dangerously low. My goodness! The Foreman's Copperja was down to its last breath after just one exchange. Meanwhile, the Pokémon of the Brewmaster remained utterly unscathed. The workers gazed in disbelief at the scene before them. Even the Foreman was left utterly dumbfounded. All his careful calculations had been turned against him by the Brewmaster, as if every step he took was magnified under the opponent's divine perspective. This feeling of being manipulated eroded his entire being, rendering him weak, as if he would collapse to the ground at any moment. If the Foreman were to choose between the monster in the mine and the Brewmaster, he would unhesitatingly rush to confront the beast. He would rather fight the monster than endure this nauseating sensation of being controlled and completely seen through. Yes, nauseating. It was simply too sickening. Apart from that word, the Foreman could think of no other way to describe the Brewmaster's tactics. Of course, the Brewmaster was entirely indifferent to this. If the Foreman were to voice his disgust, the Brewmaster might even interpret it as a compliment. It was simple. The domestic players in the Brewmaster's original world were invincible in strategy and tactics. Finding ways to thoroughly frustrate their opponents was merely basic practice. Not only did they seek victory, but they also aimed to ensure that their opponents had a complete lack of gaming experience. Naturally, when facing such a severely weakened opponent, and with victory all but assured, the phase of frustrating the opponent could come to an end. At this juncture, it was time to execute a grand finale, transforming into a posture of superiority, fully embodying the essence of showmanship. Thus, the Brewmaster was ready to command. Rayquaza, use Flamethrower. Gengar, utilize Focus Blast. Foreman. The Brewmaster snapped his fingers, and flames coalesced in Rayquaza's mouth, while Gengar's hands shimmered with white radiance. Flamethrower. A fire-type move with a power of 110, inflicts special attack damage, and is doubly effective against steel types. Focus Blast, a fighting-type move with a power of 120, also inflicts special attack damage, and is similarly doubly effective against steel types. With these two attacks, a splendid finishing move was set to unfold, sealing the fate of Copperja. Yet, the Foreman, being a true man, had not yet relinquished the fight, commanding Copperja to counterattack. Copperja, use Heavy Slam. Strike that dragon. Even in defeat, we must maintain our dignity. All three Pokémon initiated their attacks simultaneously. The outcome was, of course, indisputable. Copperja leapt into the air, its massive form enveloped by a silver halo. However, as it charged towards Rayquaza, it was struck by Gengar's Focus Blast, exposing its speed disadvantage as its most fatal flaw. The force of Focus Blast caused it to momentarily halt midair, crashing heavily to the ground. With the roar of Rayquaza echoing, a burst of flames struck Copperja, igniting in an explosive display. Amidst the roaring flames and fiery explosion, Copperja was transformed into light and returned to the Foreman's Pokeball. The mighty Copper King has lost its combat prowess. The battle has concluded with Xiaohua emerging victorious. As the arena is closed, Xiaohua and the foreman return to the hall, where the workers collectively gaze at the foreman. This marks the first time they have witnessed their leader's defeat so utterly, and most significantly, at the hands of a newcomer. Although they do not perceive this creature as a true novice, for the proud foreman, this must be the most severe blow he has faced in his long life. Yet, Xiaohua remains unfazed by the atmosphere, even smiling as he approaches, playfully tapping the foreman's shoulder with his fist. Truly, the foreman is commendable. Had I not been permitted to utilize 2 Pokémon, I could not have achieved such a feat. The earthquake unleashed by the Copper King was indeed formidable. This battle was exhilarating, and I certainly hope to engage in a more direct confrontation with you once again. Chapter 68. The Roar of the Mines. This young man has taken advantage and is now acting coy. He is courting disaster. Although the foreman suffered defeat in Pokémon battles, should it come to a real fight, he is forged from the very depths of the mines. The foreman's expression darkened as he reached out towards Xiaohua, causing several workers to gasp in alarm. They immediately surged forward to intervene, determined to prevent the foreman from laying a hand on a child. However, in the next moment, the foreman abruptly pulled Xiaohua close, wrapping an arm around his shoulder and laughing heartily. It has been ages since I encountered such a cunning newcomer. How nostalgic. The last time I was so thoroughly crushed was in my battle with Champion Dandy, and now, I have been overwhelmed once more by a trainer he recommended. The workers who had rushed forward were left dumbfounded. Not only had the foreman not reacted with anger, but he was laughing so heartily. Moreover, the implications of his words were substantial. The foreman had fought against Champion Dandy. He even referred to that invincible champion as a kid. Who exactly is the foreman? Since their acquaintance began, he had never divulged much about his past, only that he was among the earliest employees to join this establishment. Even President Laws had been subjected to his ire on occasion, and yet he remained unperturbed by such reprimands. Initially, everyone believed this was due to the foreman's seniority, but it now appears he is far from ordinary. Xiaohua, too, recognized the weight of the foreman's words, though he was not as astonished as the workers, viewing it as a spontaneous butterfly effect of this world. Nevertheless, he found the foreman's straightforward nature quite appealing, a true man of integrity. Seizing the moment, Xiaohua directly inquired of the foreman, "Now that I have triumphed in battle, might you share with me some insights regarding the creatures of the mines?" Upon hearing the words creatures of the mines, the foreman's demeanor shifted dramatically, reverting to his earlier irritable state. What a ridiculous notion. It's merely an exceedingly gigantic Pokémon. We occasionally require its assistance in extracting energy ores, but the mines cannot withstand its antics. Hence we have reached a reluctant partnership. Who could have anticipated that its appetite would only grow, demanding increasingly outrageous conditions each time it awakens? Apart from a few items we can procure with funding, this time it has even claimed a desire for curry that does not exist in this world. Did he expect me to cook for him? The foreman scolded with irritation, prompting stifled laughter among the workers. They had witnessed the foreman's culinary attempts before. His scrambled eggs could easily be mistaken for eggshells, and his fried tofu often resembled mere tofu residue. As for curry, a dish that even novices could master, the foreman consistently produced a pot of unidentifiable concoction. Therefore, suggesting he take to the kitchen was simply out of the question. While the workers envisioned the foreman's disastrous cooking, Xiaohua pondered the absurdity of a Pokémon desiring a curry that did not exist in this world. Wasn't he that precisely what he was preparing to make? The curious coincidence of the mining creature and the curry challenge converging in such a manner was indeed a remarkable twist of fate. I shall prepare the curry. I happen to have an entirely new recipe. Xiaohua eagerly volunteered, much to the foreman's delight. After their earlier confrontation, the foreman had come to realize that Xiaohua was not a newcomer to be assessed through conventional standards. Thus, if Xiaohua claimed to possess a novel recipe, it was likely true. Only by peacefully resolving the matter with that formidable creature could the mining operations and energy supply return to normalcy. Consequently, when Xiaohua expressed his desire to first inspect the mining site, the foreman unhesitatingly led him to the company's subterranean third level. However, rather than merely a third level, it resembled an expansive cavern, complete with an endless mine shaft. This tunnel served as the most direct route to the mining site. We all travel by mine cart from here. The foreman climbed into a cart capable of accommodating 4 people and beckoned Xiaohua to join him. Containing his excitement, Xiaohua swiftly followed him inside. As soon as he settled into the cart, he felt transported to another realm. In his previous experiences, Xiaohua had often played with mine carts. Yet riding one in reality was an entirely different experience, especially when the foreman pulled the lever, activating the leading locomotive, and the cart began to race through the tunnel. The exhilarating sensation akin to a roller coaster, combined with the unique scenery of the mine, was utterly delightful. The walls adorned with various minerals for aesthetic appeal further enhanced the visual spectacle, eliciting uncontrollable cheers from Xiaohua. With the foreman laughing heartily in response, this was the unique romance of a miner. The mine cart traveled swiftly, reaching their destination in less than 10 minutes. Upon stopping, Xiaohua beheld a vast cavern, a network of mine shafts, and an array of tools and minerals scattered about. Naturally, wild Pokémon were also present. Small carbinks scurried about like dark coal balls, propelled by the wheels beneath them. Meanwhile, a few little Maghops brandished the pickaxes and shovels left behind by the workers. Mimicking the laborers, they struck the walls, only to unearth stones rather than valuable minerals. The foreman kicked aside 2 tiny pebbles and moved forward, reclaiming the pickaxe and shovel from the little Maghops. The small did not attack. Instead, they made a face at the foreman and scampered away. The Pokémon here are generally familiar with us and occasionally come to assist, for which we reward them with food. The foreman patiently explained too. Glancing at the pickaxe and shovel in his hands, he could not help but chuckle, found joy in the harmonious atmosphere between humans and Pokémon. Moreover, it was evident that the so-called mountain monster was not malevolent. At worst, it was merely a glutton. Curiously, the foreman had yet to inform about the specific identity of this mountain creature. However, he did mention it was a Pokémon native to the mines. And given that it was a Gigantamax form, it was highly likely to be a Coalossal. Coalossal, classified as a coal Pokémon, possesses both rock and fire attributes. Representing the final evolution of the ubiquitous, this Pokémon was introduced in the Sword and Shield generation, boasting impressive physical and special defenses, alongside commendable average stats elsewhere. Although its speed is notably lacking, its unique ability, Steam Engine, combined with its exclusive move, Tar Shot, and the Gigantamax form, grants it a significant presence as a physical wall in competitive battles. Overall, this Pokémon is quite commendable and intended to capture to nurture it into a Coalossal. Just as she was about to inquire of the foreman whether the mountain monster was indeed a Coalossal, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from one of the tunnels. The other Pokémon scattered in alarm, yet they joyfully ran towards the tunnel. Additionally, accompanied by the sound of rolling wheels, several suddenly burst forth from the tunnel, encircling the foreman. Chapter 69, A Changeable Fate. The 6 Pokémon that surrounded the foreman resembled coal-laden mine carts. True to its name and appearance, the evolution of. The exhibits significant differences from its predecessor. The coal is concentrated on its back, and its single eye is transformed into 2 bright eyes, complemented by a confident smile. Its small unicycle has evolved into 4 wheels surrounding its body. The level 18 is a coal Pokémon of rock and fire types, capable of producing coal within its body. In the past, the people of Galar relied on the coal it shed for sustenance. As the Pokédex relayed this information, observed the circling herself and the foreman, feeling not fear, but rather amusement at their antics. Just as the foreman prepared to retrieve a Pokéball, one of them broke away from the rotating formation, dashing back and forth in the tunnel as if beckoning them to follow. Foreman, it seems the mountain monster is calling us, remarked nonchalantly, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. The foreman glanced at the tunnel, then at the surrounding. Though he let out a reluctant huff, he ultimately followed into the depths of the mine. Upon arrival, the resolution of issues was paramount. Given that the mountain creature had extended an invitation, it seemed prudent to heed the call, thereby sparing the trouble of navigation. Under the guidance of several large coal trucks, Xiaohua and the foreman swiftly reached the location of the so-called mountain monster. This site lay at the very heart of the mine, where magma and ore were omnipresent. The creature, regarded as the mountain monster, stood not far from a lake of magma. It bore a striking resemblance to a black volcano, its size surpassing even that of Rayquaza. Its form was enshrouded in coal that almost melded with its body, while flames roared from the fissures in its abdomen. Above it, 3 dark crimson clouds loomed, unmistakably signifying it as a Gigantamax Pokémon. Xiaohua recognized it at once. This was indeed the Gigantamax form of Coalossal. It was unmistakable that it was Coalossal, and reflecting on the foreman's earlier words regarding the monsters within the mine, it became clear that they were indeed of the Gigantamax variety. However, what truly astonished Xiaohua was the existence of Gigantamax energy within the mine, enabling this Coalossal to achieve its Gigantamax state. Beneath the magma lake lay a natural energy source, which was precisely why the ores of this mine could be transformed into energy output. The foreman, seemingly possessing a telepathic ability, elaborated before Xiaohua could voice her inquiries. Gazing at Coalossal, the foreman removed his hard hat, his face reddening in frustration. This rascal, having claimed dominion over the magma lake, would create chaos whenever its demands were unmet. When seeking assistance from the guild master to confront it, it would retreat into the magma, shedding its Gigantamax form. The foreman's grievances against Coalossal had accumulated over time, to the point where he felt an overwhelming urge to leap in and confront it directly. Xiaohua chuckled softly, taking 2 steps forward. Since Coalossal's demands were merely for food and curry, this childish tantrum suggested there was room for negotiation. Furthermore, the fact that it had summoned both the foreman and Xiaohua indicated its willingness to engage in dialogue. Thus, it was only fitting to address the matter directly and propose to prepare curry for it. Xiaohua seized the megaphone that hung from the foreman's belt, activated it, and called out, "Ahem, big fellow, can you hear me?" To her surprise, Coalossal nodded in response, proving it possessed a measure of intelligence. Xiaohua smiled lightly. recognizing that this rationality would facilitate matters. I have heard that you desire curry, particularly a new flavor that has never been tasted before. Is that correct? Xiaohua asked straightforwardly, eschewing any superfluous conversation, as excessive words might provoke the temperamental creature. The effect was immediate. Upon hearing her words, Colossal erupted in excitement, bellowing and vigorously nodding its head, causing magma to splatter dangerously close to Xiaohua and the foreman. Nonetheless, Colossal's reaction was telling. Understanding its true desires would simplify the ensuing dialogue. Calm down, big fellow. Xiaohua's demeanor shifted drastically as she commanded Colossal to cease its exuberance, then took charge of the situation. If you wish to enjoy curry, you must obediently follow my instructions. I am indeed the renowned curry master of Galar. Should magma touch me, you shall never experience a new flavor of curry in your lifetime. The sudden change in the attitude of Hops startled the foreman. Even he, despite his propensity for curses, would never provoke such a formidable opponent outright, for it was a level 50 creature, and together they might not even stand a chance. Yet, what transpired in the following moment left the foreman utterly astonished for a century. The towering, colossal Charizard, standing at 40 meters, crouched down like a scolded puppy, burying half its face in the magma and blowing bubbles in the molten rock. What on earth was happening? How had this young one managed such a feat? The foreman glanced from Hops to Charizard, repeating the scene in his mind until he was thoroughly bewildered. Hops let out a soft chuckle, tilting her chin towards the foreman. Winning hearts was her forte, especially when the subject was a Pokémon with the intellect of a small child. This was a classic case of engaging in diplomacy before subterfuge, first capturing Charizard's attention with gentle persuasion, particularly emphasizing the matter of a new flavor of curry. Then, by introducing her identity as Galar's premier curry chef, she effectively intertwined the notion of the new curry flavor with her esteemed title, leading Charizard to subconsciously believe that Hops could indeed create the desired new flavor. With such a childlike creature, it was easy to manipulate. Once the identity was established, she could feign a warning that disobedience would result in the absence of the coveted new flavor. Due to its childish naivety, Charizard's focus shifted entirely to the prospect of curry, leaving no inclination to question whether Hops was genuinely the curry master she claimed to be. Thus, in pursuit of the longed-for new flavor, Charizard had no choice but to comply. This was Hops' tactical strategy. Once she successfully turned the tables, Charizard would be compelled to obey, allowing her to negotiate further terms. Indeed, prior to crafting the new flavor of curry, it was essential to clarify several conditions. Hops waved her hand, punctuating her statement with a hint of inquiry, prompting Charizard to nod eagerly, fearful that this culinary master might reconsider. Firstly, I shall prepare for you the most exquisite new flavor of curry, but as per human customs, a reciprocal gesture is required. Therefore, I would like to capture a small charcoal Pokémon from you, and you must also promise me that henceforth, there will be no more disturbances with the foreman and his crew. The moment Hops articulated her conditions, Charizard was on the verge of fury. Such demands would be unacceptable even to a toddler. The foreman swiftly grasped a Pokeball, determined to thwart the creature's impending outburst and seize an opportunity to retreat. However, Hops raised her hand to halt the foreman, calling out, "Do not be hasty. I have yet to finish my proposal. Once the curry is prepared, I will impart the recipe to the foreman and his team, ensuring that every time you awaken, you shall be greeted with steaming hot curry. Furthermore, should you slumber for 3 weeks, you will receive 3 generous servings. If you sleep for 4 weeks, then 4 grand portions await you, making even your dreams fragrant." Chapter 70. The curry contest commences. Hops extended both hands, raising 3 fingers on her left and 4 on her right, perfectly embodying the tale of 3 and 4. A story unfamiliar to those present. As the towering figure of the giant coal mountain tilted its head, it appeared to be pondering the words of Xiaohua with earnest consideration. The foreman, equally astonished, could hardly believe that the giant coal mountain was genuinely contemplating the matter. A confident smile graced Xiaohua's face. After all, the giant coal mountain was akin to a Navi child, easily swayed. Initially, Xiaohua proposed an outrageous demand that would surely provoke a tantrum. Then, taking advantage of its momentary fury, Xiaohua swiftly offered a more reasonable compromise. This method would lead the giant coal mountain to subconsciously compare the new suggestion with the unreasonable one, thus overlooking its true options. In other words, Xiaohua intentionally introduced a condition that would incite the giant coal mountain's anger, cleverly guiding it towards the notion of resting peacefully. By subtly suggesting that the longer it slept, the more curry it would receive upon awakening. Xiaohua not only aimed to foster a harmonious coexistence between the foreman and the creature, but also sought to diminish its propensity for mischief, an exemplary twofold strategy. Though the principle was straightforward, the foreman, embodying the traits of a true man, had struggled to find an appropriate approach. It was now evident that a significant portion of the giant coal mountain's disruptive behavior stemmed from the foreman's failure to comprehend its genuine needs. After a few seconds, the giant coal mountain nodded in agreement. Xiaohua added a few brief remarks, indicating a return to the company to prepare materials for the curry, instructing the giant coal mountain to wait patiently. To Xiaohua's delight, The giant coal mountain complied obediently, allowing the accompanying coal trucks to escort Xiaohua and the foreman away. Furthermore, upon their return to the initial location, 6 giant coal mountains departed, leaving 5 behind. The leader of the group circled around Xiaohua, seemingly inviting her to tame it. To Xiaohua's surprise, the giant coal mountain was so true to its word that it entrusted one of its subordinates to her even before the curry was prepared. Xiaohua, of course, did not hesitate to seize the opportunity, promptly using a Pokeball to capture the coal truck. At level 20, this coal truck, possessing both rock and fire attributes, was likely to yield a plethora of combination skills alongside her other Pokemon. Thus, she unflinchingly transferred her Mareep to the storage system, keeping the coal truck in her active party. While Mareep was undeniably adorable, the potency of her Pokemon was paramount now that she had embarked on her gym challenge. 15 minutes later, Xiaohua returned to the company lobby and briefly recounted the events that had transpired in the mine. The workers were left in a state of disbelief, utterly astonished that such a formidable creature had been so easily managed. Naturally, the stark contrast led their attention to the foreman, who had spent half a year exacerbating tensions, while Xiaohua resolved all issues in a mere half hour. Had Xiaohua not been a gym challenger, they would have eagerly considered retaining her as a special consultant. After engaging in lively chatter with the workers for a considerable time, Xiaohua finally seized an opportunity to leave, realizing that in order to prepare curry, she needed to return to the campsite for the competition. Therefore, she led the foreman and 2 workers eager to learn the art of curry making back to the campsite. Upon nearing the site, they found the camp leader and Hep already setting up a large pot for cooking. Even Sonia and Xiaoyu had joined in, preparing to begin, when Xiaohua hastily waved to catch their attention. "Wait for me. I want to join too." The Hops dashed forward, retrieving their camp capsule and tossing it as one might release a Pokeball. They set up a curry pot and laid out ingredients on a cutting board. The first items extracted were 10 luscious peach fruits, followed by 3 bottles of moo moo milk. The peach fruits, known for their sugary sweetness, are an indispensable ingredient for crafting a creamy curry. Moo moo milk, a creation of Hops themselves, deviates from the conventional game world. It is not necessary to adhere strictly to the use of fairy cream items from the game. To note, this realm does possess fairy cream, yet it is exclusively utilized for desserts and cakes, and has never been employed in curry. Thus, Hops resolved to concoct their own cream. However, Hops was not versed in the intricacies of cream making, as they were not a professional pastry chef. Yet, Hops was blessed with a partner every dessert artisan dreams of, the Frost Cream Fairy. Due to its racial traits, the Frost Cream Fairy could produce exquisitely whipped cream, and its joy would enhance the cream's flavor and aroma. Desserts adorned with this cream are incredibly delectable, making the acquisition of the Frost Cream Fairy a pinnacle aspiration for every pastry chef. At this juncture, Hops intended for the Frost Cream Fairy to create cream, which, combined with the peach fruits and curry ingredients, would yield the most sublime creamy curry. After all, in the original game, a large serving of creamy curry would transform into the likeness of the Frost Cream Fairy, making the curry crafted from its cream undeniably authentic. Of course, Hops' Frost Cream Fairy was still in its pre-evolved state as a little cream fairy, but evolution did not necessitate leveling up. It merely required the application of sugary adornments coupled with rapid spinning. In the game, evolving into the Frost Cream Fairy merely involved having the little cream fairy carry the appropriate sugary adornments. The player could then utilize the joystick to make the character spin in place, resulting in different forms of the Frost Cream Fairy based on the adornments and duration of the spin. Thus, the mechanics operated similarly in this world. Hops first retrieved the little cream fairy from the Pokebox, temporarily swapping it with a coal turtle. They then equipped the little cream fairy with the sugary adornment and proceeded to spin rapidly in place. In terms of form, Hops favored the milk cream snow salt, as it resembled a beautiful girl with white hair and red eyes. As the saying goes, white hair and red eyes, a formidable special attack. Therefore, as a devoted gamer, Hops unhesitatingly opted for this evolutionary form. As Hops spun, onlookers gazed in bewilderment, some mistakenly believing Hops was invoking a spirit. Sonia stifled a laugh, feigning seriousness as she explained to the others that Hops was facilitating the evolution of a Pokémon. Although she too was uncertain of the correlation between evolving the little cream fairy and making curry, all speculation ceased when Hops completed the spin and opened the Pokeball, releasing a pristine Frost Cream Fairy that elicited an uncontrollable wave of affection from even the head chef, who exclaimed how utterly adorable it was. Regardless of its relation to curry, all that mattered was its cuteness. Hops swayed slightly and grasped the foreman's shoulder to steady themselves, ignoring the dizziness. He swallowed hard and declared, "Now we can begin. I shall show you what a true curry master is." With that, Xiaohua adjusted his waistband, approached the kitchen tools, seized a chef's knife, and struck the cutting board with a resounding thud. Instantly, 10 peach fruits soared into the air, the blade reflecting Xiaohua's visage. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he skillfully wielded the knife, showcasing extraordinary culinary artistry. Though not adept at desserts, Xiaohua, a seasoned gourmand, had previously traveled to the culinary mecca in his former world to refine his skills. As a popular saying goes, when you encounter a chef, marry them. It could now be rephrased. When you meet the formidable Xiaohua, you'd best surrender immediately. The curry competition had officially commenced. Chapter 71, each showcasing their talents. With a few swift strokes, the peach fruits were transformed into uniformly sized chunks, leaving the foreman utterly astonished. Is this truly possible? Papu could not contain his applause, only to be lightly scolded by Jirachi for cheering on arrival. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu remained focused on her own fruits. Next to her was the evolved Naaman, now a pato monkey, diligently pounding the fruits with a wooden mallet, seemingly assisting in juicing them. Sonia, a culinary virtuoso, cut and observed with effortless grace. As for Jia, who strongly opposed creamy curry, she found herself ignited with passion after witnessing Xiaohua's earlier actions. Even if Xiaohua aimed to create a creamy curry, she felt compelled to engage wholeheartedly, as it was a fundamental respect owed to an exceptional chef. All 5 participants commenced their preparations. Xiaohua skillfully diced the fruits, then retrieved the curry ingredient package, tossing in the foundational ingredients, carrots, potatoes, and meat, into the sizzling pan. With a fierce flame, he sautéed them until fragrant, then produced a pokeball and released his Kingler. Immediately, he poured in 5 bottles of mineral water, directing the flow. Mighty Kingler, unleash water pulse. Ensure the water in the pot maintains a steady whirlpool and vibration. Upon hearing this, Kingler nodded vigorously, swiftly shaking its body to create splashes, directing the water into the pot. The rapidly rotating water soon engulfed the ingredients, causing them to swirl. The foreman and his companions were left dumbfounded. Is this truly a method? How can one learn this? Before the foreman could voice his questions, Xiaohua's next maneuver unfolded. The water boiled rapidly under the high heat. Xiaohua grasped the pre-prepared fresh milk, unscrewed the cap, and poured it into the pot. Indeed, Xiaohua intended to use milk as the soup base. The vibrations and swift currents would allow the milk to meld seamlessly with the ingredients. The rapid stirring was essential to prevent the milk and water from separating during the cooking process, as the entire pot transformed into a creamy white. With the enticing aroma of milk wafting through the air, Xiaohua added the curry and the diced peach fruits into the mix. Frost Fairy, it's your turn to shine. Add the cream, Xiaohua said with a light laugh, exuding calm confidence from head to toe. Frosty Cream Fairy nodded, leaping gracefully onto the shoulder of Wine Blossom. With a playful smile, she lifted her hands and plucked 2 dollops of cream from her head, tossing them into the pot. The cream swiftly melded into the swirling and bubbling curry soup, while under Wine Blossom's precise direction, she added 2 more dollops every 10 seconds. Furthermore, Wine Blossom produced 2 pokeballs, pressing the buttons to release their contents, revealing Blue Jay and Charcoal Car. Blue Jay, fan the flames with your wings. Charcoal Car, use flamethrower to maintain the heat. Wine Blossom commanded. Charcoal Car began to shake its body, sending coal flying into the fire beneath the pot, while simultaneously unleashing a continuous stream of fire. As Charcoal Car spewed flames, Blue Jay let out a cry and flapped its wings vigorously, fanning the flames higher. The curry pot began to bubble audibly, and the cream melted at a visible pace upon contact. Wine Blossom was not idle either. She lifted a spoon, plunging it into the pot, and stirring rapidly. This was her chance to showcase the might of her Qilin arm, honed through years of gaming prowess. As memories of her life before the journey flooded back, those quiet nights illuminated by the soft blue glow of the screen, the dark circles under her eyes stark against her skin, she recalled the exhilarating fatigue that never quelled her excitement. After a flurry of swift movements, she would always contentedly reach for a tissue. What else could it be? Of course, she was practicing her combos and fighting games late into the night. The tissue was merely to wipe away the sweat. Without further ado, Wine Blossom's method of curry making was truly unparalleled. A culinary feat that left even Camp Sister and Sonia astounded. With Blue Jay's wings serving as a fan and Charcoal Car's flames intensifying the heat, she remained unfazed by the risk of burning her dish. Continuing to stir with indifference, she believed that making curry alongside Pokémon was essential. It infused the dish with the love shared between trainer and companion. 10 minutes later, the lids of 5 curry pots were simultaneously lifted, releasing an overwhelming aroma that enveloped the entire campsite, even attracting several drooling wild Pokémon. Camp Sister's curry was a rich, smoky tail meat curry, a veritable king among curries. The succulent, smoky tail meat provided a unique flavor and tender texture, enhanced by its rich juices, elevating the deliciousness of the curry to remarkable heights. The distinctive bitterness not only symbolized the wildness of survival in the wilderness, but also offered a unique taste that only adults could fully appreciate. A truly exquisite curry. It is noteworthy that the primary ingredient, the smoky tail meat, came from the tail of a slowpoke. Even when harvested, it would regrow quickly. And since slowpoke experienced no pain, food companies specifically raised a large number of them. To some diners, the tail meat of slowpoke was undeniably a unique delicacy. Following this was the collaboration between Hep and Jirachi, who, true to their childish nature, concocted a delightful sweet-flavored mixed fried curry. As the name suggests, The primary ingredient is a platter of fried delicacies, complemented by the peach-infused seasoning of the Trini hops, culminating in a curry crafted with a milk-based broth inspired by the hops. The fried platter, as one might infer, consists of an assortment of deep-fried foods arranged in a single container. Being cooled after frying, it possesses a slightly greasy texture. The combination of oily fried fare, sweet curry, and the undeniable essence of milk creates a flavor profile that may not be palatable to everyone. However, judging by the confident demeanor of Hep and Karaki, they appear quite satisfied with their curry. Next is Sonia, the mature older sister, who, with her culinary prowess in curry, has astutely chosen ready-to-eat meat patties as her ingredient. These meat patties, as the name implies, come sealed in a bag and can be simply pan-fried for a delicious burger patty. Hep, Hops, and Xiaohua, three youthful souls, find themselves utterly defenseless against the allure of the burger patties, a sentiment even Hops concedes. Most importantly, Sonia has prepared a spicy burger patty curry, a flavor that is nothing short of cheating. The zesty curry sauce paired with the juicy, substantial burger patty creates an irresistible combination. Yet, Hops possesses a modicum of self-control, especially in comparison to Hep and Karaki. These two are nearly drooling at the sight of Sonia's curry, their own fried curry swiftly forgotten. With a triumphant smile as she tosses her hair, Sonia relishes this curry competition, seizing the perfect opportunity to showcase her dependable older sister charm in front of Hops. Next to present is Xiaoyu's curry, and when everyone's gaze is directed towards it, astonishment ensues. It is none other than a bitter-boiled egg curry. In Chapter 72, everyone is a food god. The first sight to behold is a massive boiled egg, akin to an ostrich egg, enveloped in curry. The reddish-brown curry lies to the left, while golden rice occupies the right, with the towering boiled egg elegantly positioned in the center. The curry atop the egg resembles a flawless hat, emitting wisps of steam. A boiled egg curry, as the name implies, is a dish where a large boiled egg melds with curry, or perhaps one might say a curry-topped egg, although it appears simple and straightforward. Lacking in technical intricacy, merely placing the egg in the center of the rice and drenching it with curry, the true essence lies within the egg itself. This particular ingredient is an exceptionally delectable boiled egg. The simmering in the curry pot allows the egg white to fully absorb the curry's essence. To ensure optimal infusion of flavor, Xiaoyu has thoughtfully carved a small opening at the top of the boiled egg. As the curry flows smoothly into the egg, it melds with the yolk, creating a delightful harmony. The bitter curry takes on an exquisite flavor, and as the thoroughly infused boiled egg is gently broken apart, the bitterness of the curry transforms into a rich and aromatic delight. It is a dish highly favored by gastronomes, a true culinary masterpiece. It must be said that Xiaoyu possesses an extraordinary culinary talent, yet she remains somewhat naive in terms of cunning. Although this dish is a highly sought-after delicacy among gourmets, its unique, bitter, yet rich flavor can be somewhat challenging for the average person to appreciate. In contrast, Sonia's choice of spicy hamburger patties and curry further accentuates the mischievous nature of adults. As for what follows, it is the delightful sweet hoppy cream curry. All eyes are drawn to it, and a greater astonishment erupts. What is this? This presentation. A miniature frost fairy has appeared atop the curry. I could hardly bear to eat such a perfect cream curry. Indeed, atop the hoppy cream curry rests a dollop shaped like a frost fairy. The curry rice is artfully arranged into a low, cylindrical cake shape, encased in a swirl of cream. The cream, melting under the heat, seeps down deliciously, making it incredibly tempting. Most importantly, atop the cake, there is a mini frost fairy sculpted from cream. Visually, the curry rice resembles a grand cream cake. As for the flavor, the rich, fresh cream elevates the sweetness of the curry sauce, transforming it into a dish as sweet as a gourmet dessert. Can you believe it? There truly exists cream curry. My goodness, I can scarcely believe my eyes. Ing Jie gazes at the cream curry before her, rendered almost speechless, while Sonia looks at the dish in disbelief. What sort of monster is this young man? Not only is he an unparalleled prodigy in Pokémon battles, but he also excels absurdly in culinary arts. The deliberate choice of spicy hamburger patties pales in comparison to the brilliance of his cream curry. As for Hep and Karaki, they have silently embraced the fried curry and begun to indulge heartily. Indeed, this team has chosen a self-destructive path of forfeiture. Wow, it's indeed quite greasy. Karaki should have opted for the spicy variety from the start. Well, you could have stopped me. If you had been a bit more resolute, I would have chosen spicy. Hep and Karaki commenced their mutual grievances, and this duo's friendship has capsized in the curry river, disbanding at lightning speed. Turning back to Hoppy, the workers expressed their belief that such a curry giant would surely be appreciated. As a true man, the foreman is flexible, eagerly taking out a notebook to record the curry recipe, meticulously noting Hoppy's tips. The only one left to voice her opinion is Xiaoyu, who timidly approached with her boiled egg curry, softly inquiring, "May I taste this curry in exchange for my boiled egg curry?" Bang! Cupid shot a direct arrow into everyone's hearts. How adorable. The bashful, pure-hearted maiden. Eat. It's all fair game. Before Hoppy could speak, Sonia had already presented the curry to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu nodded, picked up her spoon, scooped a bite, and gently declared, "I'm about to indulge," before savoring it. The flavor and texture. Xiaoyu felt as though she had been struck by a jolt of electricity, as if a thunderbolt had exploded within her heart. The rich, sweet aroma of curry, combined with the luscious sweetness of cream, created an explosion of flavors that was simply overwhelming. Most notably, the texture of the curry rice, the tender smoothness and the sticky consistency, remarkably coexisted in her mouth. It was akin to the experience of biting into a delightful pudding layered with cheese. This is the brilliance of the brew. The role of the fresh milk was not limited to being a mere base for the soup, but it also transformed into milk, pudding, and creamy cheese. These two elements melded into the curry rice, allowing the rice to embrace the pudding and cheese, resulting in a delightful contrast of textures. What? You say milk cannot so easily metamorphose into pudding and cheese? Please, we are in the world of Pokémon. The very skills employed here belong to Pokémon. Let your imagination soar. Most importantly, amidst this rich sweetness, there lingered a unique fragrance that not only tantalized the taste buds, but also stirred her tear ducts, rendering her unable to hold back the tears. Why are my eyes so often brimming with tears? Perhaps this is the profound emotion that culinary delights evoke. 2 streams of tears unconsciously trickled down her cheeks, leaving everyone around her in awe, all turning to gaze at the confidently smiling Xiaohua, arms crossed, head bowed. Xiaohua gradually raised his head and, with a calm and confident tone, slowly delivered his line. "It's the onions." I added onions. Culinary creations are meant to bring joy. Yet they also possess the power to evoke deep emotions and sorrow. A truly remarkable dish encapsulates the chef's feelings. Only when one infuses their emotions does it become a worthy culinary masterpiece. Thus, I wish to convey to everyone that even amidst overwhelming sweetness, we must not forget the true happiness that food brings us and the effort that goes into it. Having spoken, Xiaohua gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, his confident smile gradually fading as a solitary tear slipped from the corner of his eye. How infuriating. I was stung by the onions while cutting them. Even now, the tears continue to flow. As a master of theatrics, Xiaohua would certainly not reveal his onion-induced distress. Thus, under his Oscar-worthy performance, that single tear utterly broke down the defenses of everyone present. Indeed, Xiaohua was right. The true essence of cuisine is to bring happiness. Yet they had become so engrossed in the competition that they forgot their original intention. While the flavors of culinary delights may vary in greatness, as long as the cook approaches their craft with sincerity, that heartfelt effort transcends any hierarchy. One by one, the others picked up their spoons and savored Xiaohua's curry. The collision of pudding and cheese textures, the double sweetness, and the pungency of the onions, opposing sensations and flavors harmoniously fused within this dish of curry. This is the inclusivity of cuisine. It can bestow happiness upon anyone who relishes it. Wiping away the remnants of his tears, Xiaohua observed the crowd, delighting in their enjoyment of the food, their faces aglow with blissful smiles. He spoke leisurely. There are no food gods. Rather, everyone is a food god. It doesn't matter if it's the elders or the younger generation. With dedication, anyone can become a culinary genius. After stating this, Xiaohua picked up a spoon and quietly savored the 4 neglected portions of curry. The theme had truly ascended. Chapter 73. The journey begins, entering the mines. The curry competition concluded amidst a chorus of praise, with Xiaohua's creamy curry rightfully claiming first place. Subsequently, during a consultation with the workers, Xiaohua emphasized that it was not imperative to use the freshly produced cream from the Frost Fairy. Any fresh cream available in the market would suffice. As for the heat and stirring, Blue Crow and Big Charcoal aren't exceedingly rare Pokémon. They could be utilized, or if necessary, manual labor could suffice. The foreman attentively noted every detail Xiaohua mentioned, and under Xiaohua's supervision and assistance, 3 large pots of creamy curry were prepared and packed for the mines. Xiaohua decided to remain at the campsite, fearing that a return to the energy company would result in the workers insisting he stay on as their chef. The camping days were spent frolicking with the Pokémon, and soon the second day arrived. Awakening from slumber, Xiaohua emerged from the tent, freshened up, and retrieved the camping gear using a capsule, then roused Hep and Xiaoyu. The journey towards the mines commenced. True to his master's prowess, they were fortunate enough to ride in the energy company's mining truck, taking a shortcut. Hep bounced with excitement, finding every sight and sound of the journey utterly fascinating. Especially when Xiaohua informed him that they could ride in the energy company's mining truck for a bit of prestige, Hep's enthusiasm soared. He had never experienced such a thing before. Upon reaching the outskirts of the energy company, workers chatting and enjoying breakfast at the entrance spotted Xiaohua and waved enthusiastically, their smiles bright enough to bloom. "Xiaohua, thanks to your curry yesterday, after finishing at the giant charcoal mountain, they actually went to sleep promptly," they exclaimed. "The recipe is so easy to understand, the method simple, and the flavor absolutely exquisite. A true revolution in the world of curry. Most importantly, after our unanimous decision, we bestowed upon you a resounding nickname, Cream Fairy." As Xiaohua approached the entrance, a worker eagerly grasped his hand, exclaiming with excitement. They presented him with a 4th title, following the likes of the Great Demon King, the Show-Off King, and the Rookie King, Cream Fairy. This was due to Xiaohua's remarkable ability to transform seemingly simple cream into culinary magic, akin to a deity reborn. The entire energy company resolved to become Xiaohua's ardent fans, cheering for him in every forthcoming competition. This left Hep envious. Having witnessed Marili with her cheering squad yesterday, and now Xiaohua with a group of workers, he felt disheartened, as he had yet to achieve anything of his own, relying solely on his brother and Xiaohua's names to speak for him. In contrast, Xiaoyu maintained a much healthier mindset, merely allowing her eyes to spiral. She then seized Xiaohua's shoulder, blushing and breathless, inquiring, "How can you create such delicious curry? Is it because of the Frost Fairy's specialty cream? May I study it? I promise to be gentle. I'll just use an electric mixer to stir it a little." "All right," Xiaohua conceded. Compared to Hep, this obsession of the beautiful girl was far more concerning. Help! After a playful scuffle, the trio indulged in a delightful breakfast at the company, and upon reaching the third underground level, Hep was elated to spot the minecart. "How splendid! I shall be the first to board." Without a moment's hesitation, Hep leaped into the foremost cart, followed closely by Xiaoyu. Xiaohua took a seat at the rear, where the foreman graciously presented him with a chunk of fiery red crystalline ore. "This is a rare heated rock, perfect for your bothersome coal turtle. It's a special find from the mine. Its efficacy is threefold compared to ordinary heated rocks. Make sure to utilize it wisely. Otherwise, I shall drive the minecart to teach you a lesson." The foreman maintained his characteristic boisterous demeanor, and before Xiaohua could respond, he yanked the lever, setting the minecart in motion. Xiaohua gazed at the fist-sized rock in his hand and chuckled softly. Despite the foreman's persisting arrogance, the item was indeed exceptional. The heated rock served as a battle item in the game, granting the Pokémon carrying it the ability to extend the effects of sunny day or weather created by the ability solar power for 8 turns. Although this world does not adhere to turn-based mechanics, the solar power ability of Coal Turtle is similarly time-limited, making this premium heated rock a true treasure. Its effect is thrice that of a standard heated rock. Rounded off, it equates to sustaining the entire battle. Enveloped in the joy of acquiring such a remarkable item, Xiaohua reveled in the exhilaration brought by the swift minecart, while Xiaoyu diligently extracted her notebook to continue chronicling her observations of Xiaohua and his Pokémon. Before long, the minecart arrived at yesterday's terminus, surrounded by winding mine tunnels. Just as Xiaohua was about to release his coal cart to guide the way, Hep raised a hand to stop him. He declared that exploring this maze was the most enjoyable part, and it would be perfect for a race to see who could find the exit first. Before Xiaohua and Xiaoyu could voice their opinions, he dashed down one of the tunnels. With a resigned smile, Xiaohua took a moment to carefully inform Xiaoyu which tunnel led to the lava lake of Mount Dajan, advising her to steer clear of it. Afterward, he whimsically selected a passage at random, casually venturing forth. As for Xiaoyu, upon receiving Xiaohua's guidance, she hurriedly made her way towards the tunnel leading to Mount Dajan. 10 minutes later, the flickering flames and the glow of crystal ores illuminated Xiaohua's face, and he realized that this world's mines were far more impressive than those of the game. 10 minutes had elapsed, and Xiaohua found himself retracing the same tunnel entrance thrice. Indeed, he had successfully become lost. However, as a noble cream fairy, Xiaohua was resolutely against cheating by using the coal cart as a guide. He was determined to conquer the labyrinthine mine using his own prowess, seeking the exit with utmost swiftness. Thus, Xiaohua aimed for a piece of amethyst ore on the ground, marking it as a reference, and then feigned a clumsy stumble with his right foot, inadvertently brushing against the Pokeball at his waist. In a remarkable stroke of fate, the Pokeball belonging to the charcoal truck tumbled to the ground, leading to an inevitable encounter with the radiant emergence of the charcoal truck itself. Consequently, I found myself unwittingly following the exuberantly enthusiastic charcoal truck as it ventured forth in the correct direction. Indeed, this entire series of events was sheer coincidence. The beer flower certainly engaged in no form of deceit, although the probability of such an occurrence was a mere 1 in 10,000. Once it transpires, it becomes a certainty. No one is to blame. Ha ha ha. Under the guidance of the charcoal truck, the beer flower sped along for merely 5 minutes before the luminous entrance of the cave came into view. However, before reaching the light, several silhouettes appeared, among which the familiar figures of a spiky-haired individual and another with a chestnut-shaped head caught my attention. Are you truly intent on approaching? I would advise you to reconsider your course. Any trainer bearing a wish star shall face my formidable challenge. Should you choose to turn back now, I might, in deference to the Master Dan, spare you, a weakling. Chapter 74, where there are 3, a fool is bound to cause trouble. The familiar lines, tone, and cadence, coupled with the unmistakable figure of the spiky-haired one, left no doubt. Peter was indeed present. The beer flower recalled that, in the narrative of the game, players would encounter Peter at the mine's exit, leading to a Pokémon battle with this very individual. In the storyline, Peter was tasked with collecting wish stars for Laws, thereby contributing to the grand scheme of awakening the primordial entity, Wujita. As for the current scenario, it seemed evident that Peter had stationed himself at this critical juncture to challenge the contenders one by one, seeking to seize their wish stars. Listening to his words alongside the chestnut-headed individual, it was clear that Hep had struck fortunate, being the first to discover the exit, only to collide with Peter. Given Hep's connections to a champion brother, Peter was likely reluctant to engage him directly. However, the tone of his speech suggested that a confrontation was almost inevitable. As the beer flower had anticipated, no sooner had Peter concluded his statement than Hep retorted with a sharp remark, reminding Peter that he was merely a defeated opponent of his master at the opening ceremony. Despite suffering a humiliating loss, Peter's arrogance remained unshaken. I am destined to become the strongest trainer, surpassing my master. Bring it on. I shall never concede defeat to you. Hep's merciless retort struck at Peter's pride, bringing to the forefront the lingering bitterness over his prior defeat to the beer flower. Naturally, the beer flower noted this tension and, eager to interject, playfully exclaimed, "Oh, how lively this is. Why not include me in the festivities? Master, you are here too," Hep exclaimed, turning sharply, his face lighting up with unexpected delight. In stark contrast, Peter's demeanor soured. He rolled his eyes and, with a disdainful huff, remarked, "You and he are practically conjoined twins. Call him master. And you feel the need to protect him at every turn? I have no desire to teach you a lesson right now." In response to Peter's jibe, the beer flower merely chuckled dismissively, casting a curious glance at the two lackeys flanking Peter. With feigned inquisitiveness, the beer flower queried, "Peter, you all seem quite harmonious together. Are you a trio of Magnemites? Surely, after losing to me, you wouldn't dare to walk alone." Bang! The hop flower delivered a decisive shot to the head. Peter staggered back a step, clutching his chest, nearly spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Initially intending to mock the hop flower, he found himself ensnared in its trap instead. Most infuriatingly, the hop flower had indeed struck a chord. After losing the duel, Peter had utilized the resources provided by Law's secretary as remuneration. He had specifically sought out 2 trainers, instructing them to accompany him in order to ambush the hop flower when it arrived. 2 fists could hardly contend with 4 hands. No matter how formidable his mutated green caterpillar was, it was no match for 3 adversaries. To this end, Peter had devised a plan to deliberately instigate a confrontation. Yet, who could have anticipated that the hop flower would emerge at such a moment? Not only was his plan thrown into disarray, but he also found himself subjected to ridicule. The hop flower's true damage was effective against Peter, while it dealt minimal harm to the 2 random trainers he had summoned. Upon witnessing their employer being mocked, the pair unhesitatingly stepped forward, exclaiming, "What does it matter to you? We enjoy walking together as a trio, so what? Anyone can exchange barbs. Come and face us if you dare. You against us too." Does the esteemed Peter dare to challenge that nut-headed one? Oh, a provocation? This scenario felt eerily familiar to the hop flower. Suddenly, he recalled that in those gratifying novels, the minions of the antagonist behaved exactly like this, popping out to save face for the villain, only to suffer a humiliating defeat that tarnished the villain's reputation. Compared to directly slapping the villain in the face, such indirect humiliation was far more painful. The hop flower deemed it a case of striking the cow from afar. Peter, adhering strictly to the formula, chuckled softly, tossing his hair with a flourish, and turned to Hep, remarking, "I have no objections to targeting the weak. However, you Hep, always mentioning the Dan Emperor and the hop flower, why not showcase your own prowess?" Unable to secure any advantage from the hop flower, Peter promptly redirected his attention towards Hep. This scene felt all too familiar to the hop flower. In the game's narrative, as they prepared to venture to Fist City, Peter would emerge to provoke Hep. Delivering precisely this line, Hep would rush out to accept the challenge, and upon the player's arrival in Fist City, Peter would boast of having triumphed over Hep. The defeated Hep would languish in despair for a considerable time, feeling he had brought shame upon the Dan Emperor, though he ultimately regained his confidence. The hop flower had not anticipated that this plotline would unfold ahead of schedule. Although Peter had suffered a humiliating defeat at his hands, he still possessed a certain level of strength compared to others. Naturally, the hop flower also had faith in Hep's abilities. Having spent the past few days together as his disciple, Hep must have learned a thing or two about battling. With this in mind, the hop flower chose not to intervene, and Hep readily accepted the challenge. Observing Hep's acceptance, the hop flower prepared to propose conditions to trap Peter. Such a face-slapping scenario was best executed while the villain was posturing before his minions. For the sake of pride, Peter would never refuse. Just as he was about to speak, the opposing side unexpectedly collided with him. The minion on the left was aware that Peter was a trainer under Law's command, directly taking orders from Law's secretary. In order to impress Peter and thereby attract the attention of the secretary, or even Law's, he directed his focus towards the Pokémon named Xiaohua. Such an unappealing and peculiar name, akin to its owner's abilities, which dissipate like smoke. I cannot endorse your performance during the opening ceremony. You merely relied on a special Pokémon. If you possess true skill, face us using only a regular Pokémon, and should you emerge victorious, we shall submit to your will. Upon hearing the personal attack, Xiaohua responded not with anger, but with laughter. Is it a prelude to the new year? Or are they eagerly presenting gifts? Xiaohua certainly wouldn't allow the opponent to enjoy a warm reception without retaliation. A couple of fiery slaps were in order. Turning to Peter, he feigned a provocative demeanor and inquired, "You have no objections, do you? Since they are your subordinates, I shall propose my terms to you." Peter let out a scoff. In his eyes, Xiaohua was merely a fortunate victor of a single match, now lost in delusion. Without that mutated caterpie, he believed he could triumph in a 2-on-1 confrontation. What an audacious dream. As the saying goes, before one can dismantle a person, they must first inflate their ego. By offering a glimmer of hope, only to cast them into despair, one can maximize the impact of the blow. Thus, Peter resolved not only to acquiesce to Xiaohua's challenge, but also to leverage the Pokémon originally gifted to him by Secretary Olivia as a bargaining chip to bolster Xiaohua's spirits. With this thought, Hep produced a Pokeball and tossed it forth, revealing a Pokémon within. It was a creature adorned in a silver-white hue, shaped like a flying saucer. It sported 2 metallic arms, each ending in enormous iron claws, reminiscent of dumbbells. As it landed, it balanced on its arms, its crimson eyes glowing like slowly igniting ring lights. Silver spikes protruded from both its face and back, while 2 pairs of silver blades extended diagonally from its sides, exuding an aura of dominance. Goodness, a Metagross. And it's shiny, Xiaohua exclaimed inwardly. Level 20, a steel and psychic-type Pokémon, known as the Iron Claw Pokémon. It combined 2 dumbbells through magnetic force, thus possessing 2 brains and doubling its psychic power. The Pokédex relayed this information, and Xiaohua's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, Peter had just summoned a shiny Metagross, the evolved form of Beldum, eventually culminating in the semi-legendary Metagross. With its formidable physical attack and defense, coupled with the clear body ability, it stood as a robust wall capable of both enduring and retaliating. As long as you can secure victory under the stipulated conditions, this Metagross shall belong to you. Observing Xiaohua's eagerness to consult the Pokédex, Peter felt a surge of delight within. The weak remain weak, with merely a slight provocation. Their true nature is laid bare. As for the outcome of the forthcoming battle, it was a foregone conclusion, an unequivocal one-sided thrashing against this opponent who could not utilize special Pokémon. With this in mind, Peter did not even broach the subject of what Xiaohua would forfeit in the event of defeat. He simply left the Metagross there and directed Hep to engage in battle on the other side. Peter could never have anticipated the deep remorse he would feel for his current decisions after the battle concluded. Even more astonishing was the thought that, in the future, as the metallic monstrosities evolved and Xiaohua obtained the bracelet through a wish, he would yearn to traverse back to this moment and unleash a flurry of combined strikes upon himself. Yet, that was a matter for another day. The pressing concern at hand was the battle. Come forth. Let us engage. My formidable beast is positively ravenous. Xiaohua exclaimed with excitement as he grasped the Pokeball containing the Magikarp. It was no jest. This was a potential deity, and the opportunity lay before him. All that was required was to dispatch these 2 lackeys, who wouldn't be thrilled. The lackeys, of course, remained blissfully unaware of the impending challenge, brazenly mocking him. Your lack of decorum is truly appalling. You speak of being formidable and ravenous. Such depraved thoughts. One lackey scoffed, while the other nodded in agreement, throwing in terms like mediocre man and utterly pathetic. Fortunately, their Pokeballs were thrown as swiftly as their words, and 2 Pokemon emerged in response. First was the lackey's Pokemon, resembling a fire-red, flattened centipede. Its elongated body was segmented into 7 parts, vibrant red with a dark brown back. Flames flickered from both its head and tail, and it boasted 5 pairs of legs, with a pair of small appendages by its mouth. The second lackey's Pokemon was even simpler, consisting of 2 interlocking gray gears, each adorned with 6 teeth. The gears bore patterns resembling eyes and mouths, with the left gear rotating clockwise and the right counterclockwise. The Pokédex revealed information about these Pokemon, aptly named. The first, a level 15 firebug type known as the Scorching Centipede, was famed for using its scalding body to ensnare prey, consuming them when perfectly cooked. The second, a level 14 steel type called Gear, was a Gear Pokemon, so closely bonded that any other gear would struggle to mesh properly with it. Both were indeed well-matched final evolutionary forms. The Scorching Centipede, in particular, could evolve into the Blazing Centipede, a Pokemon representative of the Fire Gym leader, capable of Gigantamaxing. However, such powerful final forms often shared a common flaw. Their base forms exhibited strength akin to that of an infant, making them exceedingly easy to defeat. While Xiaohua continued to analyze the situation, the opponents urged him to hasten the release of his Pokeball, specifically insisting that he refrain from using either Rayquaza or Jirachi. In their minds, both were Pokemon they had never encountered, possessing fearsome strength. They even speculated that one could be the true puppet master, with Xiaohua as the unwitting marionette. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the puppet master was currently nestled in a backpack, suffering from an overindulgence of curry and seeking solace in sleep. Xiaohua released his Pokeball, and the golden Magikarp materialized in a burst of light. To the lackeys, who were still oblivious to the infamous reputation of the formidable beast, this was nothing short of a monumental joke. Ha ha ha, it's a Magikarp. Your brain must be as empty as a balloon to inflate to such an extent. You intend to use a Magikarp against us. Even if it possesses an advantage over my fire-bellied centipede, Water Splash would still be ineffective. Haha. The two sycophants commenced their mockery without restraint, while Xiaohua maintained a smile, listening to their taunts with indifference. The Kingler floated gracefully, its sharp gaze scrutinizing the opposing Pokémon, exuding an aura befitting a ruler. Had the sycophants been replaced by Peter, they might have noticed that this Kingler could levitate, its piercing stare starkly contrasting with the typical lethargy of a common fish. Most importantly, this was Xiaohua's Pokémon. Surely, a formidable foe would not possess a mere trivial creature. Alas, the combined intellect of these two lackeys barely surpassed 80, so expecting them to grasp such nuances was folly. Their insipid jibe about a balloon-headed creature was likely the pinnacle of their intellectual achievement. Come, we shall allow you 3 moves. Let your Kingler showcase its Water Splash. Don't hesitate. Perhaps the Golden Kingler will even have a dazzling star effect when it leaps. They continued to bluster, completely oblivious to the implications of granting Xiaohua 3 moves. This was hardly surprising, in their eyes. This level 13 Kingler was merely a slightly different colored version of the weakest Pokémon. You said 3 moves, don't renege on that, Xiaohua replied with a light chuckle. The sycophants nodded eagerly, confident that within 3 moves, their Pokémon would have the upper hand, and they would address Xiaohua's father. With their affirmative response, Xiaohua leisurely set down her backpack, unzipped it, and retrieved 3 bottles of mineral water along with a bar of soap. The first target, the fire-bellied centipede. Xiaohua tossed the soap, and the Kingler's sharp eyes gleamed with determination. With a swift leap, it bit down on the soap and swallowed it whole. Next, Xiaohua unscrewed a bottle of mineral water, sliding in with a knee tackle to catch the Kingler on her shoulder, and raised the bottle toward the creature's gaping mouth. 3 bottles of mineral water were rapidly consumed, and the Kingler and Xiaohua exchanged knowing nods. The sycophants stood dumbfounded, questioning if this was some sort of acrobatic performance. But in the next moment, Xiaohua provided the answer. Ferocious. Use Water Splash. Attack the fire-bellied centipede. She commanded, and the Kingler leapt down, its body moving swiftly as the mineral water and soap reacted marvelously within. It then opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of bubbles. A blue beam encased in frothy bubbles hurtling toward the fire-bellied centipede. Indeed, it was Bubble Beam. The blue radiance illuminated the astonished faces of the sycophants. The move hit. The effect was extraordinary. The fire-bellied centipede was rendered unable to battle. Having never witnessed such a spectacle, the lackeys erupted in disbelief, exclaiming, "What the hell? Soap and water can be used to perform Bubble Beam. How utterly shameless. Why don't you say that a lighter and gasoline can unleash flamethrower?" At this brilliant retort, Xiaohua sprang to her feet, clenching her fist, exclaiming, "What a creative idea. Rest assured, I shall fulfill your request." She promptly produced industrial gasoline from the energy company and retrieved a mechanical lighter. Gasoline was poured directly onto the Kingler, and the mechanical lighter was adjusted to its maximum flame. With a flick of a switch, a fire erupted. As the commanding voice of Xiaohua once more invoked its fierce might, utilizing Aqua Jet, the Kingler leapt into action. The gasoline enveloped within its body propelled forth with tremendous force, erupting violently. The gasoline transformed into a fire dragon, propelled by the lighter's flame, and surged towards the gear Pokémon. The blaze illuminated the startled snivels of the minions, striking true against their Pokémon. The skill hit its mark with spectacular effect. The gear Pokémon was rendered incapable of battle. Xiaohua emerged victorious. Chapter 76, The Starlight Gang. What on earth is happening? What just transpired? The two minions exchanged bewildered glances, seemingly unable to comprehend the unfolding events. A level 13 Kingler had effortlessly dispatched their Pokémon with Bubble Beam and Flamethrower? How could this be possible? An illusion. It must be an illusion. This individual must possess psychic abilities. Their power lies in creating illusions. Indeed, this would explain the extraordinary mutation of their Caterpie. The minions concocted a perfect excuse to mask their failure and resolved to engage in a real-life brawl. The best way to counter an illusion is to physically subdue the one who conjures it. Physical attacks are eternally supreme. With this thought, the two dazed minions charged towards Xiaohua. Witnessing their raised fists, Xiaohua felt an unexpected surge of exhilaration. Just moments ago, they had declared that if they did not retaliate within 3 moves, they would acknowledge him as their father. And now they were rushing forward to claim him as their guardian. Prepared for the encounter, Xiaohua swiftly retrieved a glimmering ice blue diamond from his bag, tossing it towards the Kingler while issuing commands. Fierce Might. Surely the bottled water within you has not been exhausted. Utilize Aqua Jet to trigger Ice Beam. The Kingler swallowed the diamond with a vigorous nod, beginning to leap rapidly. Just as the minion's fists were about to connect with Xiaohua, an icy beam swept forth. Infused with a chilling aura, the skill struck true. The two minions were instantly transformed into ice sculptures. TSK. Was this truly necessary? Have you always been this brave? Do you not realize that I have not activated the battlefield? Xiaohua gazed at the frozen figures, feigning a look of exasperation as he spoke. Just as he was about to retrieve a shovel left by workers nearby, his backpack emitted a yawn as Jirachi emerged. While I slept so comfortably. Oh, why is it a bit chilly? Rubbing its sleepy eyes, Jirachi opened them to find two menacing ice sculptures staring back, nearly causing it to faint and return to slumber. What has transpired? What have you done? Jirachi's first instinct was to chastise Xiaohua for causing trouble yet again, believing that without supervision, he would run amok and needed a proper lesson. Oh, nothing much. These two came to challenge you, and seeing you were sleeping so soundly, I decided to assist you. Yet, they lost the battle, and still stubbornly claimed you were an ineffective ornament, relying solely on me for honor. As your best partner, could I possibly endure such insolence? Thus, I merely gave them a small lesson. Hops resolutely declared, his gaze towards Jirachi filled with fraternal affection. He swiftly transformed into a master of instigation, and the naive Jirachi believed him wholeheartedly. As a legendary Pokémon, was it not absurd to be dismissed as mere ornamentation by two ice sculptures? The resemblance to the ice-constructed goose created by the scientific glutton immediately sprang to Jirachi's mind. Enough was enough. Not even his distant uncle could tolerate this. Lay down your shovel. Make a wish upon me. Today, he had to take action. The comet punch it would be. Pointing at Hops' shovel, Jirachi exclaimed, and as the instigator of merriment, Hops, of course, was delighted to indulge in the spectacle, promptly setting down the shovel to make a wish. Not only could he chastise these two, but he also wouldn't bear the blame. It was truly a case of killing two birds with one stone. However, what Hops did not yet realize was that these two would eventually become the founders and right-hand men of the future Star Gang, with Jirachi assuming the role of leader. He was also unaware that under Hops' leadership, the Star Gang would come to dominate the entire Law's Mansion. At present, however, the focus lay on Jirachi's fury. As Hops' voice resonated with the wish, the eye of truth opened, and the brilliance of the cosmos enveloped the entire cave. Jirachi, in a high-pitched voice, let out a cry and unleashed a punch. Though this strike lacked force and sent a jolt of pain through his small hand upon impacting the ice. In the next moment, a comet-shaped fist coalesced from the cosmic light, hurtling directly towards the ice-sculpted dog legs. Bang! A resounding crash accompanied the sound of shattering, as the two henchmen were flung out of the mine, transformed into two streaks of starlight. Behold my prowess. Let this serve as a warning against your idle chatter. Who would dare call me an ornament again? Jirachi wobbled on the ground, defiantly pointing at Hops, his eyes spiraling once more. After a single grand move, he appeared fatigued. It seemed he required a tonic. Hops stifled a laugh as he returned Jirachi to the backpack and recalled Magikarp into its Pokeball. Along the way, he also captured the metal creature, which offered no resistance and seemed blissfully unaware of the unfolding events, before turning towards the direction of Hep's battle. Meanwhile, outside the mine, on Route 4, the henchmen dangling from the tree fell to the ground. They exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily ignoring their pain, and simultaneously exclaimed, just as we thought. That white one is the mastermind. Indeed, they had successfully misconstrued the situation. Although they could not hear anything while encased in ice, their eyes remained vigilant. They had witnessed Hops leaving their line of sight after freezing them, only for Jirachi to emerge from the backpack on the ground. Moreover, after rubbing its eyes, Jirachi suddenly revealed a countenance of thunderous rage, followed swiftly by the immense comet fist hurtling towards them. It was a genuine comet punch, with sensation and impact so palpable that it felt utterly real, devoid of any illusion. This indicated that upon awakening, the esteemed leader of the Star Gang, Jirachi, was not someone Hops dared to confront in its presence, revealing the true extent of its power and status. They had genuinely struck a steel wall this time. What were Laz and Peter compared to the esteemed leader of the Star Gang? Mere rotten sweet potatoes and spoiled bird eggs. I have made up my mind. I shall learn the art of rallying. Establish a team to cheer for it. I wish to be its subordinate. The eager lackey sprang to his feet. His spirit ignited at the mere thought of Jirachi's comet punch. However, we were oblivious to its name, and thus, the question of what to call our team loomed large. Scratching his head in confusion, the lackey lamented that this cold reality extinguished his fervor. Yet, in that instant, a spark of inspiration struck him. Imitating the lackey's previous stance, he rose and declared, we can name it based on its characteristics. This approach not only embodies the essence, but also engraves a lasting impression in the minds of others. How about calling it the Star Team? The lackey nodded in agreement, but voiced his concern that Star Team lacked grandeur. The name Star Troop sounded akin to food. Thus, he proposed Star Gang instead. Star Gang. It signifies our commitment to altruism, standing in stark contrast to the shouting team. In the name of the leader, we shall undertake the most righteous deeds. Thus, the Star Gang was born, though the two brothers, still devoid of a proper name, remained unaware of its implications. In the realm of Xiaohua, the term gang refers to a faction, and while Jirachi is notable, Xiaohua is undeniably a formidable overlord. Otherwise, the climactic battle between the Star Gang and the Murakami trainers would not unfold in the future. However, due to their ensuing actions, the Star Gang amassed considerable public support. Otherwise, dealing with the esteemed laws of Galar would not be so straightforward. Chapter 77. The Tactics of Xiaohua. 2 minutes later, at the corner of the mine. Upon arriving, Xiaohua witnessed Peter's single-celled organism engaging in battle against Hep's blue crow. The single-celled organism was commanded to employ brute force. Peter issued commands with a smug grin, while the organism charged towards the blue crow. Xiaohua promptly retrieved the Pokédex to scan the Pokémon on both sides. The status bars resembling health gauges in games appeared on the screen. It was evident that the single-celled organism had but 1 point remaining, while the blue crow had only sustained minor damage. However, the status bar clearly indicated that the battlefield was under the influence of Trick Room. Xiaohua furrowed his brow. Peter had indeed employed this tactic. Space, agility, and reckless exchanges. Last time, when confronting Xiaohua's blue crow, Peter attempted a similar strategy, only to have it effortlessly countered by Xiaohua. Yet now, Hep commanded, and the blue crow seemed to move in slow motion, unable to keep pace with the single-celled organism's movements. Suddenly, the opponent lunged from the side, colliding with immense force, reducing the blue crow's health to just 1 point. But it was not over yet. The blue crow was on the verge of striking back. Hep, unwilling to concede, shouted in defiance. However, in the next moment, a visible wave of purple energy descended from the heavens, striking the blue crow with ferocity. The purple energy hit its mark, rendering the blue crow incapable of battle. What? How could this be? The blue crow transformed into a beam of light, retreating into its Pokeball, leaving Hep bewildered, unable to comprehend the events that had just transpired. Peter let out a cold chuckle, clearly uninterested in elucidating the matter, even aiming to mock Hep in the process. It was a glimpse into the future. Suddenly, the voice of Hops interrupted Peter's carefully prepared mockery. Emerging from the shadows, he spoke leisurely. If my assumptions are correct, the monocellular sphere has already dealt with the braided sheep. Initially, utilizing Trick Room to reverse speed, he exploited the braided sheep's lackluster attack power to withstand the onslaught. Gaining a speed advantage, he then unleashed psychic-type skills for ranged assault. After effectively kiting the braided sheep, Hep would emulate me, employing the physical attacker, Blue Crow, against the monocellular sphere. Thus, you deliberately allowed the monocellular sphere to be struck, subsequently leveraging the item effect of Momentum Cloak to recklessly diminish Blue Crow's health. As for the final wave energy, if I am not mistaken, it should be the move known as Future Sight. Future Sight, a psychic-type skill with a power of 120, delivers special attack damage. In the game, the effect manifests 2 turns after the move is executed, launching a psychic projectile at the opponent. Although this world lacks turn-based mechanics, the skill's effect is similar. Peter capitalized on this delay. When using Future Sight, there are no offensive or defensive effects, which would cause Hep to let his guard down, resulting in a loss of the necessary vigilance. At this point, Peter remained utterly disdainful, while Hops, unfazed, turned to Hep with a smile and remarked, "Hep, I comprehend your mindset, but let us not forget that analyzing both sides' skills, traits, and the battlefield, these are lessons I have imparted to you." My ability to unravel his strategy stemmed from acting before Trick Room was initiated. I trust you require no further instruction. Utilize your own strength to deliver a decisive blow. With that, Hops produced a Pokeball containing the metal monster, pressed the button to release it, and promptly recalled it. This sequence of actions before Peter conveyed a simple message: I have already dispatched your Pokémon. My disciple shall soon decimate your team. Thus, Hops turned to depart, confident in Hep's talent and capability, while denying Peter any opportunity for retort. What good is your talk? The monocellular sphere has already taken down 2 of your Pokémon. The remainder is merely a formality. I advise you to surrender your wishing star quietly. Peter glanced at Hep, tossed his hair dismissively, and scoffed. Yet, Hep smiled and shook his head, grasping a Pokeball, and resolutely declared, as long as the battle is not over, I shall not concede. I leave the rest to you, sullen lizard. Let us execute perfectly what Master has taught us. Upon throwing the Pokeball, a lizard emerged with a dull gray hue and lifeless eyes. Clearly, this was the evolved form of Tearful Lizard, now Sullen Lizard, having lost its once large, watery eyes, with fin-like structures drooping over its head. Although its appearance had become less appealing, it had transformed from a weeping creature into a cunning trapper, adept at utilizing its slimy, elongated tongue for both combat and hunting. Peter snorted disdainfully, recalling the monocellular sphere and tossing out another Pokeball. Go Theta, entertain it for a while. As he released the Pokeball, a Pokemon resembling a large-headed doll clad in black and white attire appeared. The head is predominantly adorned in a delicate shade of pale pink, featuring a pair of small, red, forked tongues. Atop the head, there are black, spiny protrusions, alongside a circular object resting on it. The lower half is entirely cloaked in black, with white stripes gracing the abdomen, complemented by diminutive hands and feet. The Gothita, a level 15 Pokémon, gazes intently, its antennae resembling bows enhancing its psychic powers, fixated unwaveringly on something. In silent mode, the Pokédex displays information, and Xiaohua observes the trait of awareness, a subtle smile gracing her lips. If this were merely a dream like Gothita, the effects of the color change trait would thwart the ensuing performance. Xiaohua, with a smile, remarks that he has not truly departed. As a competent mentor, It is only natural to discreetly observe his apprentice's battles, aligning with the narrative's conventions. As for Hapu's upcoming battle, it is pertinent to mention the item Xiaohua specially gifted him last night, intended for the throwing monkey to wield, the Black Iron Ball. This item, when held, reduces a Pokémon's speed by 50. If the Pokémon possesses a flying type or the levitate ability, it can also be struck by ground-type moves. On the surface, this appears to be a worthless item, seemingly designed solely for the purpose of hindrance. However, when paired with the throwing monkey's throwing skills, it transforms into a formidable physical attack with a power of 130. Indeed, do you recall the effect of the throwing move? It launches the item as an attack, with variations in power and effects depending on the item used. Notably, the Black Iron Ball boasts the highest power at 130. Thus, the forthcoming strategy becomes evident. The Slippery Lizard, having learned the skill U-turn, will execute a swift return after attacking, enabling a switch with a backup Pokémon. There is no need for further elaboration here. The Slippery Lizard will first employ U-turn to strike. The higher-level throwing monkey will then immediately hurl the Black Iron Ball. With a power of 130, it is bound to obliterate Peter's Gothita. Xiaohua devised this strategy for Hapu, initially to afford him greater flexibility during battles. Additionally, in future double battles, when the throwing monkey throws the iron ball, the flying ace could deliver an additional kick, amplifying the explosive effect. Little did they know, the plan would be executed sooner than anticipated. Since Peter utilized space waste to vex Hapu, Hapu shall retaliate with this U-turn and ball toss. Mocking Hapu for relying solely on his mentor and older brother, they fail to consider the caliber of his mentor. It is no wonder he faces defeat. Chapter 78. I anticipated your anticipation. Gothita, employ hypnosis to subdue this Pokémon, which is cleverer than its trainer. Peter directs. As the field effect of the illusionary space has yet to dissipate, Gothita's speed, of course, cannot rival that of the Slippery Lizard, thus giving it a competitive edge. However, U-turn in this realm similarly guarantees a priority attack. Consequently, Hapu resolutely raises his fist, commanding the Slippery Lizard to execute U-turn. Swiftly, the transformed lizard emitted a piercing shriek, propelling itself into the air with powerful legs, and as it opened its maw wide, it unleashed its long tongue to ensnare the Gothita. The viscous slime on its tongue served as an excellent means of control. Before Gothita could even react, the transformed lizard had barreled towards it. With a resounding crash, the transformed lizard struck Gothita's cheek with both hands, and in an instant, it leaped back, transforming into a radiant light and retreating into its Pokeball. Simultaneously, the Pokeball of the throwing monkey did not require Hep to throw it. Under the influence of its skill, it automatically flew out and opened. Throwing monkey, use throw. Hep commanded, and a ball the size of a basketball materialized in the hands of the throwing monkey, spinning 3.5 times before it was hurled towards Gothita with great force. Gothita, evade. Peter timely issued his command, but it was of no avail. Gothita struggled violently, yet could not even budge an inch. The reason was simple. The little creature's feet were firmly glued to the ground by the slime left by the transformed lizard's tongue. Well done. Xiaohua couldn't help but cheer, while Peter hoped Gothita could use hypnosis to control the transformed lizard. However, Hep had turned the tables, allowing the transformed lizard to dominate Gothita instead. There was no escaping the iron ball now. The black iron sphere hurtled toward Gothita's large head, crashing down with tremendous force. Far larger than her own head. Hiss. Xiaohua gasped in shock. The scene was far too inappropriate for children. What if it failed the review? However, compared to the review issue, Peter faced a far greater dilemma, his legs trembling uncontrollably as he pressed a hand to his chest, nearly collapsing from the shock. What on earth just happened? What kind of revolting tactic was that? Who taught him such a vile strategy? Peter thought incredulously. How could such a notion possibly originate from his mind? In his eyes, Hep was merely a childish fool obsessed with perfecting his throwing technique. The only reason he received a recommendation letter was due to being the champion's younger brother. Yet now, he found himself utterly outmatched by a mere child. And what infuriated him most was that this child was celebrating with even more childish antics and sounds. Minccino, dispose of that jester monkey. Peter, somewhat exasperated, threw out his Pokeball, resolved to get serious. Hep recalled the throwing monkey, remembering the techniques Xiaohua had taught him, and without hesitation, released the transformed lizard once more. The same clownish antics lost their novelty upon a second performance. Minccino, use pounce. As Hep uttered the words transformed lizard, Peter had already issued his command, aiming to seize the initiative with a counterattack. Pounce, a move with a power of 20, is an electric-type skill that inflicts physical damage. The effect involves striking the opponent with charged cheeks, ensuring a 100 chance of inducing paralysis. The power and damage calculations of the skill could be disregarded. The most crucial aspect was the paralysis status. As long as the transformed lizard charged back with the same speed as before, it would inevitably make contact with Minccino. The effect of pounce could paralyze it in an instant. Moreover, this world differs from the gaming realm. Rapid retreats can indeed be interrupted. Thus, the The tearful lizard's attempt to employ the previous strategy would only result in a state of paralysis, falling prey to counter control. Conversely, it would have to relinquish this opportunity for attack, succumbing instead to the relentless barrage of various superpowers and fairy-type skills unleashed by Mibulum. However, according to Peter's calculations, even if someone taught Hep this insidious tactic, he would certainly lack the creativity for innovation. Once he savored the sweetness of success, he would be inclined to repeat it, much like how he mimicked Hops to utilize Blue Crow. After all, Hep is nothing more than a quintessential child. Yet, could Hep be so naive as to assume that the one who imparted this strategy would lack ingenuity? Come on, that's Hops, the overlord of Hops. Would he not foresee Peter's current predictions? Hops had long anticipated that once Hep employed this tactic, the opponent would react with countermeasures rooted in stereotype. Given the effectiveness of such counteractions, it was time to switch strategies. Thus, Hops taught Hep another tactic, the one now in use, which he dubbed Seamless Technique. Tearful Lizard. Use Rain Dance. Hep commanded, though his call did not elicit a chuckle from Peter. Even if the Tearful Lizard were not permitted to execute a swift retreat, it should have employed a ranged attack like Water Gun. Yet, surprisingly, this fellow opted for Rain Dance. Was he attempting to leverage the effects of rain to alter the weather and amplify the power of water-type moves? Rubbing his cheeks generates electricity, and now with the rain, it only serves to conduct it, resulting in an area around Mibulum filled with currents capable of inducing paralysis. Thus, Hep ultimately remains a mere child. His thoughts so simplistic and naive. Instead of amplification, he inadvertently ensnared himself in a trap of his own making. However, just as Peter wore a smug expression, a wondrous scene unfolded. The tearful lizard leaped, adhering to the rocky ceiling of the cave, and astonishingly disappeared at a visibly rapid pace within the rain. What? Peter exclaimed in disbelief, and this time it was Hep who displayed a triumphant grin. In the shadows, Hops chuckled softly. This was the new tactic he had imparted to Hep. Let me clarify the principle. The tearful lizard did not vanish. Rather, it became invisible. Indeed, the tearful lizard is a water lizard Pokémon, synonymous with lizards. Moreover, the name tearful is a homophone for color change. This Pokémon world is a parallel realm birthed from a gaming universe. So Hops understood well that the design prototype for the tearful lizard is the chameleon. Consequently, during its design, it was established that the tearful lizard could become transparent upon contact with moisture. This trait has been depicted in the anime. Although given that the trainer portrayed therein is rather unfortunate, I shall refrain from elaborating. Thus, it becomes abundantly clear. The tearful lizard, through Rain Dance, allowed its body to fully contact water, becoming transparent and invisible, then utilizing its lizard-like ability to scale walls. By exploiting the terrain of this cave, it prepared to execute a sniping attack. Peter could not have anticipated that the electric currents he envisioned would, in the next moment, transform into a weapon against Mibulum. Tearful lizard. Use Wave of Water. Peter raised his fist to give a command, and the stealthy chameleon lizard nodded slightly. With its toes pressed against the rocky wall, it secreted a copious amount of moisture to form a water projectile. The water orb began to spin incessantly, imbued with energy, as it aimed at Mibram, preparing to launch. Mibram first used the spell Shimmering Light, then dodged to another position. Although Peter felt a pang of anxiety, his honed instincts allowed him to issue the most prudent command. The spell Shimmering Light, boasting a power of 80 and a fairy attribute, inflicted special attack damage. The skill's effect involved unleashing a radiant beam of rainbow light at the opponent, delivering damage while also covering a wide area. Peter's intention was unmistakable. He sought to utilize this area of attack to target the concealed chameleon lizard, as the brilliant light would serve as a flashbang. He understood that the chameleon lizard was a trap master, and its evolved form, the multifaceted evader, was a master sharpshooter. Thus, visibility was paramount for it. If the blinding light succeeded, Mibram could evade the chameleon lizard's strike. It was possible that the lizard might even reveal its position due to the damage inflicted upon its eyes. However, Peter greatly underestimated the chameleon lizard's cunning. While its master was indeed a simple-minded, passionate youth, the master's mentor was anything but naive. With the guidance from its trainer and the chameleon lizard's innate ability to assess its surroundings, it had already selected the optimal sniping position. This position was so precise that it could strike with eyes closed. Indeed, it was directly above Mibram, the most perilous yet safest spot. The chameleon lizard shut its eyes, launching the spiraling water projectile with precision. Moreover, the swirling energy of the water orb attracted surrounding raindrops and even brought along a surge of electricity. Before the spiraling water projectile could reach its target, the electric current had already surged towards Mibram, instantly paralyzing it. This momentary tremor rendered Mibram unable to evade, resulting in a direct hit. The skill struck true, causing Mibram to descend, yet the chameleon lizard too was struck by the shimmering light spell, descending as well. However, Mibram was immobilized, while the chameleon lizard was not. If it were the mentor, in such a scenario, no opportunity for retaliation would be afforded to the opponent. Chameleon lizard. Use Surf, then execute a rapid return. Hep commanded. As the chameleon lizard emerged from stealth, revealing itself with outstretched arms, gathering all the rainwater behind it to summon a colossal wave crashing towards Mybram. Not only that, but the lizard stood atop the crest of the wave, its hands enveloped in a soft green glow, ready to execute a swift retreat. Peter gritted his teeth, raising his hand to issue a command, only to abandon it in the next moment, opting instead to withdraw Mybram with a Pokeball. The skill landed in an empty space, and the chameleon lizard fixed its gaze upon Peter, while Hep wore a look of confusion. Hey, what are you doing? Ending the battle midway signifies surrender. Do you even qualify as a trainer with such behavior? Hep exclaimed, exasperated. He held disdain for those who abruptly forfeited in the midst of battle. True Pokémon battles demand perseverance until the very last moment. Peter, however, displayed a countenance of disdain, coldly remarking that the trial had come to an end. You were somewhat stronger than I had anticipated, yet still a weakling. Should I wish to counter your earlier attack, I possess countless methods to do so. In light of my merciful restraint, you ought to express your gratitude. Do not presume that this constitutes a victory for you. This time, you have merely salvaged the reputation of the Dan Emperor. Should we meet again, I shall not show mercy. With a flurry of self-justifying remarks, Peter turned to leave, eliciting a soft TSK from Xiaohua. This fellow truly cannot bear to lose. Yet, this behavior aligns perfectly with Peter's character. Conceding to Hep in his eyes would be a severe blow to his pride. Regardless, he had already obtained the treasure, ultimately emerging unscathed, so let him continue his bravado. Of course, if this arrogant fool were to inadvertently trip over a stone, it would be purely coincidental, and no one could be blamed. With this thought in mind, Xiaohua's Pokeball slipped from his grasp once more, inadvertently releasing the metal monster within. Unable to restrain himself, he pointed at Peter, commanding the metal monster to unleash a Euro Ball. The metal monster let out a low growl, its arms coiling beneath its body as it began to spin, hurtling toward Peter's trajectory. Peter, beware of the flying saucer, Xiaohua exclaimed suddenly. Peter furrowed his brow and instinctively turned to look, yet his feet did not halt. Consequently, he unwittingly collided with the approaching flying saucer. Bang! The impact from the spinning object sent Peter hurtling away, landing unceremoniously on the ground. What are you doing? Peter bellowed in anger, to which Xiaohua emerged from the shadows, feigning innocence. I warned you about the flying saucer and advised you to be cautious. How could you walk without regard for your surroundings? Or perhaps you are so accustomed to your own arrogance that you cannot even notice such a large object. As he spoke, Xiaohua nonchalantly returned the metal monster to its Pokeball, attaching it to his belt without a second thought. A flying saucer? Where do you see one? Peter exclaimed, seizing Xiaohua by the collar, fully aware that he was the culprit. However, Xiaohua remained unfazed. Continuing in a seemingly innocent tone, I said it was a flying saucer. Of course, it would zip away. As his words lingered in the air, Xiaohua's expression abruptly shifted, and he pointed at Peter's feet, exclaiming, watch out for the ground. There are moles. You still wish to deceive me. Peter seethed, raising his fist to strike at Xiaohua. Yet, before his punch could land, an object suddenly jutted upward from beneath him, causing him to lose his balance and tumble once more. Bang! The sound echoed through the mine, illustrating the severity of his fall. Xiaohua lifted his foot to shoo away the surfacing moles, maintaining his innocuous demeanor. You don't believe me about the flying saucer. And now you've fallen again because you doubted the moles. Ignoring my warnings has brought you misfortune. Next time, pay more attention to where you walk. And do not act so arrogantly. With that, Xiaohua called for Hep and turned to leave. Master, you are too wicked, but it is quite satisfying. Hep chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. Hops patted him on the shoulder, deliberately raising his voice to impart a lesson on character, asserting that arrogance inevitably leads to downfall. The mentor and disciple faded from sight, while Peter, gritting his teeth, stood up and coldly declared, enjoy your triumph for now. I shall reclaim my honor next time. The sound of his retreat echoed, and another Sandshrew found its companion, chattering that it seemed to have bumped into a stone. Exiting the mine led them to Route 4, where a nurse would assist in restoring the Pokemon's condition. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air, Hops stretched and admired the surrounding scenery. Route 4 connected to Grassroad Town, thus reflecting the agricultural charm of that region, with fields and dry stone walls dotting the landscape. The nurturing environment fostered kind-hearted individuals, perhaps exemplified by the grass-type gym leader, Yarrow, who relished in battles. This place is quite pleasant, Hops mused. Chaler Town is a serene pasture, while Grassroad Town embodies leisurely farmlands. Settling here to cultivate the land after all is said and done could be a splendid choice. He reflected on his previous world, where he was an avid player of farming simulation games. Titles like Stardew Valley, Harvest Moon, and Rune Factory had captivated him. Even within those realms he was drawn to agriculture. Yet, this idyllic scene was abruptly shattered by an unwelcome voice. You know Hops, don't you? I know you two are working together. Where is he now? The familiar yet irritating voice approached, and Hops turned to see none other than Dogeo. Infuriatingly, he was blocking Xiaoyu's path, gripping her wrist. How dare he? Hops thought, realizing that the previous punch had not been sufficiently impactful. Wait, why is Xiaoyu there? Is she actually in first place? This is all Peter's fault for wasting my time. Hapu lamented, his focus always peculiar. Although Hops yearned to voice his frustrations, he knew he had pressing matters to attend to. He grasped a Pokeball and approached Dogeo, stating, if you wish to confront me, come forward, but release that girl. Upon noticing Hops, Dogeo let go of Xiaohua and readied a Pokeball to charge at him. Hops chuckled softly, sensing that this fellow was eager for another confrontation. As he held the Ultra Ball of Rayquaza at the ready, just as he was about to throw it, a voice rang out from a distance. No fighting, please. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice, which belonged to a robust man pursuing a flock of Mareep. A large straw hat was blown off by the wind, revealing his surprisingly feminine pink hair, accompanied by several Electrike racing alongside the sheep. Not far behind him, a group of townsfolk chased after them, creating an oddly harmonious scene. Hops's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight. Undoubtedly, it was Yarrow, the gym leader of Grassroad Town. Chapter 80. Can high-intelligence Pokémon become trainers? Yarrow, the leader of the Grass Arena, a grass-type trainer and farmer fighter. In the game, his lead card reads that he is the son of a farming family. From a young age, I toiled alongside Pokémon, not only enhancing my strength and stamina, but also honing my skills as a Pokémon trainer. Perhaps due to my inherently kind nature, I tend to show mercy when faced with weaker opponents, which led to my appointment as the guardian of the first gym in town. The sight of Yalo and the electric pup chasing the rambunctious herd of Bounsweet, with the townsfolk in pursuit of Yalo, has become a renowned spectacle in Grassroot Town. At this moment, after catching up to the Bounsweet and bringing them to a halt, this rural warrior approached Xiaohua with a smile and remarked, no fighting, okay? Even in battles, one must maintain a good attitude. Indeed, the tension between Xiaohua and Xiaohong was palpable, reaching even Yalo from a distance, prompting him to intervene initially. All right, then let us battle, Xiaohong declared boldly, brandishing a Pokeball, though it remained a mystery which unsuspecting Pokémon was contained within. However, Xiaohua seemed disinterested, focusing entirely on Yalo, her excitement bubbling as she introduced herself. Hello, I am Xiaohua, the gym challenger. Are you heading back to Grassroot Town? Come with us. I wish to commence my first gym challenge as soon as possible. Who was this before her? The very gym leader of Grassroot. What did being a gym leader signify? It meant that by defeating him, one could fulfill a wish, and with that, Jirachi could grant Xiaohua 3 wishes. Thus, in Xiaohua's eyes, Yalo was not merely a trainer, but akin to a magical lamp of Aladdin. Compared to wishes, Xiaohong was utterly insignificant. Without a second thought, Xiaohua disregarded Xiaohong completely. Yalo, too, was taken aback, smiling as he remarked, so you are Xiaohua. I just recalled seeing you shine at the opening ceremony. I am looking forward to our battle. However, the trainer battles on Route 5, along with the wild Pokémon, were not to be overlooked. It would be best to rely on my own footsteps and proceed towards Grassroot Town. Yalo patted Xiaohua on the shoulder before turning to herd the Bounsweet back, effortlessly managing 4 in his arms while balancing one atop his head. Habu, Xiaoyu, let us continue our journey to Grassroot Town. Xiaohua had already formulated her wish, eager to sprint to Grassroot Town and defeat Yalo. Meanwhile, the insignificant figure beside her, having been repeatedly ignored, could no longer tolerate it. Xiaohong dashed in front of Xiaohua, arms outstretched, declaring, Pokémon battle. Only by defeating me can you pass. Seeing Xiaohong's pretentious expression, Xiaohua couldn't help but shake her head and applaud. Marvelous, simply marvelous. His demeanor reminded her of a classic quip. You think you can leave without a fight? Xiaohua calculated the force and placement of her impending strike, deliberately nodding in agreement for Xiaohong to throw the Pokeball first. Little did Xiaohong realize that Xiaohua was merely toying with him. The difference between a pretentious fool and a master of pretense lies in the latter's meticulous planning. Every step calculated to ensure a grand display of bravado. Certainly, the character known as Xiaohua is not in the mood for ostentation. His sole desire is to swiftly deal with Xiaohao and pursue his ambitions. Had there been a meticulous plan from the braggart, it could have rendered Xiaohao's defeat more palatable. However, at this moment, Xiaohua is not calculating anything. The braggart's display is utterly ridiculous, akin to a fool leaping forth in a state of confusion, with arms outstretched to block the path, proclaiming that one must defeat him to proceed. He is merely indulging in absurdity. Consequently, under Xiaohua's command, Xiaohao obediently retrieves his Pokeball, preparing to throw it. Xiaohua approaches, slowly raising his fist. Yet, at that very moment, an unforeseen event unfolds. A cacophony of peculiar sounds erupts from the nearby mine, resembling that of monkeys or perhaps gorillas. In the next instant, a well-dressed, white-furred gorilla, clutching a fan adorned with green leaves and purple fur, leaps out from the cave entrance. Xiaohua suddenly recalls a phrase, Tarzan of the Apes. However, this creature is not Tarzan. It is a clever simian Pokémon. Indeed, this is the very same Pokémon Xiaohao employed previously, which had ultimately snatched away his Pokeball, a high-intelligence bandit Pokémon. The simian stands upright like a human, impeccably attired, exuding an air of sophistication, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. What is this, a Pokémon or a human? Astonishingly, in the next moment, it bows to Xiaohua. Yes, You read that correctly. It genuinely bows and even speaks. Thank you, human, for enabling me to discover a new purpose in life. I have now resolved to become a trainer and challenge the gyms alongside my Pokémon to attain the title of champion. What on earth is this creature saying? A Pokémon expressing a desire to become a trainer is one thing, but it claims to possess its own Pokémon. What is happening here? However, the Pokédex from the Ultimate Day does describe that simian Pokémon often meditate in trees, casually tossing Pokéballs to command other Pokémon. There are even Easter eggs suggesting that simian Pokémon sometimes adeptly utilize human tools, presenting a challenging disposition for trainers. Instances of them wielding Pokéballs have been documented. Reflecting on this, it no longer seems so strange. In fact, it appears rather amusing. Suddenly, Xiaohua recalls something, pointing at the simian and exclaiming, "You cannot be yesterday's simian, the one that snatched the Pokéball." The simian nods in affirmation, acknowledging that it is indeed the same creature that had previously assaulted Xiaohua and seized his Pokéball. Xiaohua stands in shock. What is the meaning of this? The very creature that pilfered his Pokéball has transformed into a trainer clad in a suit. How familiar this plot feels. Is this the year of thieves? Or does Xiaohua's Pokéball possess some magical quality that transforms every thief into a respectable trainer? After a brief exchange, Xiaohua pieces together the story. After the simian took the Pokéball, it first captured a rather attractive Pokémon using it. Subsequently, it approached a Pokémon breeder whom it had previously observed, proposing a trade. The simian successfully exchanged the Pokéball for some money and several other Pokéballs. It must be noted that Ji Huixing has observed and recognized that this breeder is indeed a person of kindness towards Pokémon, which justifies such an exchange. This stands in stark contrast to a certain ill-fated individual who abruptly proposed purchasing a Pokémon. After the exchange, Ji Huixing first acquired a set of clothing with the assistance of money, and due to the connection with Pokémon, the boutique graciously offered a discount as an exception. Subsequently, he visited a CAF and ordered a cup of coffee, drawing considerable attention, after which he proceeded to deliver an impressive discourse on investment. In his discussion, he even mentioned that the hop flower not only engaged in battles there, but also received a gift from the CAF owner. Given his prowess, even if he does not become a champion, he is undoubtedly a star trainer, inadvertently serving as a premier advertisement. Consequently, the CAF will garner increased attention due to this promotional effect. The attention translates into profit. Thus, the current investment holds promise for the future, ensuring no loss. Hence, Ji Huixing directly facilitated a substantial influx of sponsorship for the CAF. To express gratitude, the owner penned a letter of recommendation, enabling him to become an unprecedented challenger in the gym, a Pokémon challenger like no other, with full financial backing throughout. Chapter 81. The Malevolent Hero and the Just King. After hearing this series of events, Hep could not help but give a thumbs up. While Xiaoyu was somewhat astonished by the intellect of Ji Huixing's kind, the level of intelligence was remarkable. Not only could it communicate in human language, but it also executed a series of actions with such finesse. The hop flower looked at Ji Huixing, shaking hands and expressing gratitude, feeling both bemused and amused. Having merely defeated it, Ji Huixing inexplicably approached, declaring a desire to follow the hop flower, even positioning it as a target to surpass. Only Xiaohua, upon hearing the legends of Galar, had initially assumed they were connected to Mew. On the first day of his investigation, he was knocked out twice by the hop flower, which also seized his Pokéballs and Pokédex. On the second day, he suffered another defeat at the hands of the hop flower, and his own captured Pokémon stole his Pokéballs. On the third day, he failed to locate the hop flower, but on the fourth day, when he finally found it, he thought he could exact revenge. Yet, the hop flower had transformed into a rookie king, and to his astonishment, this thieving primate had become a trainer, even bowing before the hop flower as its elder brother in his presence. He felt utterly disregarded as a former trainer. Had the hop flower heard Xiaohua's inner thoughts, it would undoubtedly have laughed and replied, "Do you think I hold you in esteem? To place you alongside dog meat would be an insult to both salt and the meat. As for this world where only you, Xiaohua, suffer, doesn't it perfectly align with the standard plot tropes? It is the kind where the villain brings their minions to stir trouble, only for the minions to be utterly defeated. The villain, in a fit of impotent rage, takes out their frustration on the minions, who then retaliate violently. The next day, upon discovering that his minions have betrayed him, they rush over to serve the opposing side, suddenly becoming the dignified second male lead. While this is indeed a blow to the villain, isn't it rather exhilarating for the protagonist? Of course, the hop flower embodies fairness and justice. If you, Xiaohua, are dissatisfied with this standard narrative, then I shall assist you in altering your fate. If we were to invert the narrative, transforming the protagonist into a valiant hero and the antagonist into a malevolent overlord, the tale would unfold as follows. The hero and his loyal companions, after enduring countless trials and traversing the vast continent, would storm the citadel of the Dark Lord, ultimately arriving at the final stronghold. However, upon confronting the Dark Lord, they would find themselves utterly overpowered, with the hero's comrades tragically succumbing to the Dark Lord's malevolence, turning into adversaries. Those who once fought side by side, sharing life and death, would now stand as foes, weapons drawn against one another. The hero, battered and bruised, would be forced to retreat, vowing, "I will undoubtedly save you." This perspective indeed lends a more palatable view, does it not? Now, since our protagonist has assumed the role of the Dark Lord, we must ponder another question. Why would the Dark Lord allow the hero to escape? As a Dark Lord myself, it would be entirely reasonable to obliterate the hero, absorbing his experience to grow stronger, perhaps even letting his former ally deliver a combination of blows. What? You're thinking this is unreasonable? It appears this gentleman harbors a bias against the role of a Dark Lord. In that case, employing a technique of character correction upon him to awaken his understanding seems quite justified, doesn't it? Well then, since the outcome remains the same, beating our friend Xiaohua, let us proceed. Charizard, prove your worth to me. Unleash your fiery punches. Engage him in a Pokémon battle. The Dark Lord pointed emphatically at Xiaohua, asserting his authority with delight. Xiaohua was utterly bewildered. What was happening? From his perspective, the Dark Lord appeared to ponder for 3 seconds before deciding on a battle with Charizard. Wasn't he supposed to handle this himself? However, Charizard is not an easy Pokémon to command, particularly with its rebellious nature. Moreover, it has awakened its self-awareness, evolving into an independent trainer, and would not readily submit to the Dark Lord's whims, reverting to its Pokémon form. Understood. Lord Dark Lord, watch me. I shall bring you the fruits of a flawless victory. To Xiaohua's astonishment, Charizard actually complied. Feeling somewhat disoriented, Xiaohua realized that the events of the past 4 days in Galar had utterly reshaped his worldview. Yet, as a trainer aspiring to capture Mew, this minor setback was insignificant. Those who cannot defeat me will ultimately make me stronger. Suddenly ignited with determination, the hero Xiaohua, eyes resolute, threw forth his Pokeball. Summoning Raichu, strike down the enemy like a bolt of lightning. You shall witness the vast difference between my own strength in achieving my goals and your reliance on others and mutated Pokémon. Xiaohua's declaration echoed like that of an anime protagonist, leaving Hep perplexed, his head adorned with question marks. What right did this individual have to utter such words? As for the Dark Lord, he could only respond with a classic retort, reminiscent of anime's most iconic phrases. In the realm of animation, such declarations were made, where characters would say to Ash, "You are not my friend, I will not assist you." Yet, ironically, that character forever relied on Ash's aid, while Ash genuinely regarded him as a friend. Thus, the Hops merely patted Hep's shoulder and gently applauded, seemingly suggesting that one should simply grow accustomed to it. Xiaohua's Pokémon made its appearance, and notably, this Raichu was of the Alolan variant. In contrast to the ordinary Raichu, its fur had transformed into a deep brown hue, while its limbs had turned white, giving it a more rotund form. The yellow ears were more rounded than those of Raichus from other regions, featuring a delightful curl on the inside, and its eyes exhibited a gradient from blue to yellow. The yellow on its electric pouch and the tip of its tail was particularly vibrant, and the shape of the tail was notably smooth. It is worth mentioning that Raichu can surf on its own tail, a feature aptly named Surfer's Tail. This ability doubles its speed on electric terrain. With Raichu's commendable speed stat, combined with the doubling effect of its electric type attack, it often gains the upper hand in double battles, especially with a teammate possessing the electric surge ability. Hops suddenly found herself intrigued by this Raichu, although she was unaware of how Xiaohua had acquired it. Such an adorable Pokémon should not be squandered in the hands of such a person. A plan was needed to intervene. What? You claim this is thievery? This is merely reclaiming a beloved companion from the clutches of an evil hero. It is the noble mission of a righteous villain, if you will. Moreover, Xiaohua's Pokémon is not theft. It is a rescue of the unfortunate creatures that have been captured. Soon after, Jiwei threw his Pokeball, revealing a plump and pastel pink Swablu. Indeed, it was that pink demon, likely a gift from the CAF owner. Upon seeing Jiwei's Pokémon, Hops suddenly had an idea and deliberately called out to Xiaohua. Xiaohua, if you cannot even defeat a Pokémon, you should abandon any delusions of seeking revenge on me. This Raichu is simply too adorable. You should take it home and care for it. Hops understood Xiaohua all too well. As a pretentious individual, he could not possibly tolerate any challenge to his bravado. Furthermore, he constantly proclaimed that his first Pokémon must be a Mew. Hops now categorized him as a Raichu trainer, and he would undoubtedly be unable to bear it. Thus, the ensuing scene was predictable. Xiaohua would immediately retort. He would insist that his first Pokémon must be a Mew, claiming that Raichu did not count as his Pokémon at all. He would likely mock the Swablu, asserting that such a weak and insignificant creature could never defeat him. When he ultimately lost, he would surely abandon Raichu just as he had discarded his Blue Crow. At that point, Xiaohua's pretentiousness would be shattered, providing Hops with a legitimate reason to confront him and allowing her to take in the heartbroken Raichu. It was a trifecta of fortune. This is what one might call a clever scheme of discord, leading to a decisive confrontation and a subsequent undermining of Xiaohua's arrogance. Chapter 82. Dogeo was once again obliterated with a single punch. What did you say? How could I possibly lose to a thief Pokémon like yours? Let alone that it is such a weak and useless creature. Most importantly, my first Pokémon must certainly be a Mew. Raichu is merely a Pokémon that the Research Institute sent to me via the Rotom system. It hardly qualifies as my own. It serves solely to counter your flying-type Caterpie and that traitorous Corviknight. Xiaohua exclaimed passionately, uttering 5 phrases that mirrored Xiaohua as predictions perfectly, each one striking a nerve. Xiaohua couldn't help but think of him as quite the talent. The first phrase accused me of being a thief, and without a second thought, he dared to insult me in front of Hapu, simultaneously mocking Zhihui with 2 sharp remarks. The second phrase directly belittled the weak and ineffectual Swablu, marking yet another hit, 3 in total. The third and fourth phrases even went so far as to criticize his own Pokémon, while the fifth insulted Latios and further branded Corviknight as a traitor. 5 utterances, 6 strikes. Such a talent for calamity is indeed rare. Xiaohua silently drew a cross over his heart, praying for divine forgiveness, for when the battle commenced, he would not hold back. Without further ado, let us begin the battle. Should I lose, I shall allow you to strike again. But if I emerge victorious, you 2 thieves must publicly apologize to me and return my items and Pokémon. Xiaohua declared, yet found himself rambling 3 more sentences, each one digging his own grave. Xiaohua was at a loss on how to assess such a genius. It was time to conclude this with a battle. Zhihui, instruct Swablu to use belly drum. Xiaohua was the first to speak, eager to test the strategy of the Puff Demon, and it was perfect for Zhihui to execute. Upon hearing this, Zhihui nodded vigorously, unhesitatingly following the command, placing complete trust in Xiaohua's words. Swablu, the adorable creature chirped, its tiny arms vigorously patting its belly. The sound of rhythmic thuds echoed as the Pokédex displayed Swablu's health diminishing visibly by half. Everyone, including passerby trainers, stared at Xiaohua in astonishment. What sort of strategy is this? Who would start a battle by having their Pokémon's health? Zhihui, however, was unfazed. He not only trusted Xiaohua, but also quickly grasped the underlying strategy with his high intellect. The effects of belly drum, while reducing maximum health by half, would still elevate its physical attack to the utmost level. Moreover, Zhihui had fortuitously gathered some berries, allowing Swablu to carry a citrus berry, which would restore a quarter of its health when it fell to half or below. As for Xiaohua, he was utterly oblivious to what was to unfold next. Only aware that Xiaohua was indeed a mere waste relying on mutated Pokémon, he thought it foolish to allow the opponent's Pokémon to have its health first. Even if it boosted its physical attack, it could not withstand Raichu's assault, let alone inflicting damage on Raichu. The innate speed and ability would spell doom for this little creature. Raichu, utilize Thunderbolt. Xiaohua commanded without hesitation, entirely unaware of the smiles gracing the lips of Xiaohua and Zhihui. Raichu's cheeks, ears, and tail began to crackle with electricity. In that very moment, a radiant light burst forth from the corpulent sweetie, soaring into its mouth. Simultaneously, Ji Huiqing brandished his fan, commanding Sweetie to evade the impending assault and to unleash its absorb punch. As his words resonated, a dazzling spark erupted from Raichu, hurtling towards Sweetie. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Sweetie executed a nimble sidestep, deftly evading the electric strike and charging forward with astonishing speed. What is this? What velocity is this? Everyone was astounded. Sweetie's swiftness surpassed even Raichu's Thunderbolt. Not only did it evade the attack, but it also surged ahead in that fleeting moment. Before they could comprehend the turn of events, a pink energy fist materialized above Sweetie's head, propelling itself towards Raichu with a powerful leap. Bang! The punch struck Raichu squarely in the abdomen, sending the rounded creature crashing against a tree, leaving it with but a single health point. Had it not been for the momentum provided by the power band, that blow would have felled it instantly. In stark contrast, Sweetie, having consumed the Wenyu fruit, was at full capacity, bolstered by the effects of the absorb punch. Everyone stood in stunned silence, including Ji Huiqing and Xiaohua, equally bewildered. Ji Huiqing had never anticipated such a brutal tactic. He had merely expected to seize the initiative, yet this had transformed into a display of superhuman strength. What was most alarming was the expression on Xiaohua's face, one of premonition. With a click of his tongue, he remarked that he had forgotten to account for Raichu's power band, urging Ji Huiqing to command a finishing blow. The events that followed were predictable. A playful finality dispatched Raichu. The battle concluded with such swiftness that it took several seconds for everyone to process what had transpired. Astonishing. How was this even possible? Master, I wish to learn this. Hep was the first to cheer, igniting applause and exclamations from others, with some even recognizing Xiaohua and rushing forward for autographs. Xiaohua stood dumbfounded, his mind racing. This was beyond mere shrimp and pig hearts. It was akin to a pig's brain overload. What just happened? How could one utterance bring the entire battle to a close in mere seconds? Was he not merely a thief relying on the advantages of mutated Pokémon? Most importantly, to lose so publicly and then have to allow Xiaohua to battle again? What a farce. In such a setting, allowing that thief to fight once more? It would be better to perish. As he observed Xiaohua signing autographs for female fans, Xiaohua hastily returned his Pokeball to his belt and turned to flee. Indeed, this fellow was attempting to escape. Yet, at the instant Xiaohua pivoted, a A hand abruptly seized his shoulder. Hey, you just called the master a thief. This matter remains unresolved. Return and apologize to the master, Hep chided, raising his hand to gesture towards Xiaohua with his thumb. What a jest. Hep was not only adept at tossing pokeballs, but also exceptionally swift. Moreover, with the added fury directed at Xiaohua, there was no way Xiaohua could outrun Hep. Don't hold me back, Xiaohua protested, breaking free from Hep's grip, the pretentious fool remaining unyielding until this very moment. Primarily, although Hep looked rather displeased, he merely offered an apology. Given this, a simple I'm sorry sufficed for the past grievances. With this thought, Xiaohua, albeit reluctantly, approached Xiaohua. Hey, I'm sorry, Xiaohua said coldly, turning to leave. But in the next moment, someone grasped his shoulder. Instinctively turning around, he found it was Xiaohua, who lightly chuckled and advised him not to be in such a hurry before resuming conversation with the fans. This time, Xiaohua was genuinely infuriated. He had already apologized. What more did they want? This thief was truly overstepping his bounds. Moreover, one could be certain that such a petty thief would never dare to act in front of the fans, as that would only tarnish his own image. Thus, there was no reason to fear him. With this in mind, Xiaohua felt emboldened and was prepared to shake off Xiaohua's hand, even formulating a retort in his mind. However, in the next instant, Xiaohua suddenly released his grip, smiling as he uttered a phrase and then raised his fist to strike Xiaohua's unpleasant face. No problem, I'll demonstrate the principles behind that punch, so don't blink. This punch landed squarely on Xiaohua's face. If it were animated, the force would have surely indented his fist. Xiaohua was sent sprawling backwards, crashing into a tree, while a ripe fruit fortuitously fell and struck him squarely on the crown of his head. Everyone gathered around Xiaohua, cheering for his impressive performance and praising his partner's explosive acting skills. It seemed as though Xiaohua had truly been knocked away, and he even had a nosebleed, indicating that the props had been meticulously prepared. Unconscious, Xiaohua could not have dreamt that Xiaohua would refer to him as his prearranged partner. The earlier confrontation was merely a stage performance for their initial visit to Grassroad Town. Little did he know that this reference to a partner would lead to countless painful memories during his journey through Galar. Chapter 83, Arrival at Grassroad Town. Master, why did you call him your partner, and what was that about a performance? Were you really acting just now? 10 minutes later, walking along Route 4, Hep could no longer contain his curiosity and questioned Xiaohua. Upon hearing this, Xiaohua stifled a laugh, and Hep's head was soon filled with even more questions. Xiaohua's explanation closely mirrored that of the others, claiming Xiaohua was merely an acting partner, not engaged in a real fight. However, considering the earlier confrontation alongside the conflict with Xiaohua in Mechanized City, it hardly seemed like acting. If it were not a performance, why would Xiaohua deceive those people? Xiaohua chuckled lightly and patted Hep on the back, saying, if I hadn't claimed it was acting, how would I explain it to them? Should I tell them this person is quite unpleasant, and that I was merely pursuing justice? You've witnessed him twice now, and Xiaohua has interacted with him directly, so you can understand. But to them, Xiaohua is merely a stranger they've just met. My sudden declaration would certainly be met with disbelief. Moreover, considering his character, he will undoubtedly return to trouble me, and I must prepare for that eventuality. Thus, when I referred to Xiaohua as my acting partner, everyone understood that our interactions were merely playful banter. Consequently, even if he were to cause trouble again, my actions in repelling him would simply be perceived as part of the performance. Xiaohua patiently elaborated, while Hep was left somewhat bewildered, struggling to grasp the full extent of the explanation. Of course, Xiaohua did not expect Hep to comprehend it immediately, as this was, after all, a manifestation of her own peculiar amusement. Following the usual pattern, Xiaohua would subsequently appear to stir up trouble in every city or location, given Xiaohua's current influence. As long as the public was led to believe that Xiaohua was merely her acting partner, there would be no need for extensive explanations each time she repelled him. And as for logic and justification, was it necessary to provide such justifications for casting aside Xiaohua? Would the Dark Lord need to explain his reasons for conquest to the masses? Xiaohua was merely a minor interlude. Xiaohua was far more invested in the information gleaned from the outcomes of battles. In summary, Fat Sweetie's strategy was not only effective in this world, but yielded commendable results. Since this realm does not operate on a turn-based system, Fat Sweetie could immediately benefit from the healing effects of the Wenyuoguo after executing her initial maneuver. Coupled with the speed enhancements from her light build trait, she could launch a swift assault without the need to consider the scarf's velocity, as in traditional gameplay. As for Xiaohua's Raichu, after dealing with the onlookers, Xiaohua seamlessly approached and claimed the Pokeball. Thus, it now belonged to her, a level 18 Raichu with the Surfing Tail trait. As long as it was paired with a Pokémon possessing the Electric Maker ability or utilized electric terrain, Raichu's speed would be significantly augmented. Eventually, with the combination of Electric Surge and the move Volt Ball, it could deliver remarkably impressive damage. To begin with, Electric Surge is an electric-type move with a power of 70, dealing special attack damage. Its effect doubles the move's power to 140 when the opponent is on electric terrain. Next is Volt Ball, Also an electric-type move that deals special attack damage. Its power increases the faster the user is compared to the opponent. Additionally, by integrating psychic-type moves that balance both variation and speed, it could serve as an exceptional attacker. The only drawback lies in its somewhat lackluster stats, with both defenses being relatively low, rendering it somewhat fragile. However, this is of little concern, as not everyone can be Ash, and even Pikachu has only one counterpart. On another note, Ji Huixing declared that he would strive to surpass Xiaohua from this moment onward. Utilizing the physical advantages of Pokémon, he sprinted ahead towards Grassroot Town. Moving forward, it would be prudent to contemplate the upcoming battle with Yalo and the aspirations that follow. Yalo, an expert in grass-type Pokémon, would employ a Whimsicott during the gym challenge, leaving my dazzling lizard at a disadvantage, forcing me to rely on Blue Crow for an effective counter. Hep expressed his dismay, recounting how he was both astonished and delighted to witness the dazzling lizard's remarkable performance in the cave. One would typically hope for a reliable trapper to shine in a long-anticipated gym challenge. Yet, unfortunately, it was precisely countered and unable to take the stage. Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, her Pato monkey being of the grass type, rendering it ineffective against Yalo's grass-type Pokémon. However, she had captured an adorable creature during her stroll in Mechanized City. She lifted her Pokeball, gave it a shake, and released a petite, pastel pink Pokémon. It resembled an infant salamander, its delicate pink skin complemented by a tiny tongue that peeked out, exuding an irresistible charm. The white lightning bolt mark on its forehead was striking, but what caught the eye most was the skin around its lower body and tail, resembling a diaper. This was a Toxapex, level 18, with electric and poison attributes, categorized as a baby Pokémon. It secretes toxins stored in its body through its skin, causing a tingling sensation upon contact. The Pokédex relayed this information, prompting both Xiaohua and Hep to exclaim in delight at its cuteness. Most importantly, this little creature was a shiny variant. Indeed, while the ordinary Toxapex is purple, the shiny version is this delightful pink, utterly charming. Xiaoyu had discovered this child beneath a bridge in Mechanized City, where it was attempting to catch small fish. Unfortunately, its short limbs led it to tumble into the water, and after rescuing it, it eagerly tapped on her Pokeball to be captured. Gently stroking Toxapex's head, Xiaoyu affectionately remarked that the poison type counters the grass type, indicating her intention to use this little one against Yalo. As for Xiaohua, there's no need to elaborate. With the likes of Rayquaza, Tinsel, Coal Turtle, and Dacian, he had a formidable lineup poised to overpower Yalo. Thus, contemplating the battle seemed futile. The focus should rather be on pondering what wish Yalo might make. However, given Yalo's nature, one could only hope he wouldn't wish for the health and happiness of everyone in Grassroot Town. An ominous premonition washed over Xiaohua, prompting him to insist on adding a stipulation before Yalo makes his wish. 3 hours later, in Grassroot Town, at last, they glimpsed the Grassroot Arena in the distance, and Xiaohua and his companions collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Who could have anticipated that the journey from Route 4 to Grassroot Town would be so lengthy? This was the result of their full-speed trek, with only Xiaohua managing to catch a Galar Meowth along the way, scarcely pausing for rest. Upon further reflection, Yalo had chased the Moe's sheep all the way from Grassroot Town to the mines. Despite the long journey, he appeared unfazed, as did the townsfolk trailing behind him, seemingly unaffected. What sort of people inhabit this town? Are they giants? Xiaohua caught his breath and rose to admire the quaint town. Grassroot Town, the first challenge location in the game, is nestled in the heart of the Galar region's pastoral landscape. The entire town resembles a rounded basin, with houses scattered across tiered terraces. Unlike Mechanized City, Grassroot Town is not positioned atop a high vantage point. Instead, it lies at the center of the basin, encircled by terraces and the homes of its residents. Notably, atop the hills, far from the neighborhoods, one can behold a legendary mural that has been passed down through the ages. Chapter 84. The Ace Goalkeeper, Uncle Jing Xuan. Hep and Xiaoyu engaged in a discussion about the ancient mural of Grassroot Town. Xiaohua recalled that within the game, this mural resembled a crop circle. According to the game's lore, it was left behind by the ancient Galar people. The artwork depicted a dark knight alongside an enormous Pokémon, as well as fleeing individuals and Pokémon. Overall, the town appeared rather ordinary within the game, with its highlights being the Stonehenge puzzle and the child at the Grassroot Arena who exchanged Meowth. Indeed, this was the very reason Xiaohua sought to capture a Galarian Meowth on Route 4. At the Grassroot Arena, that child would trade a regular Meowth for a Galarian one. Regular Meowth is quite rare in Galar, and within the game, it can even Dynamax. Coupled with its exclusive Dynamax move, Max Gold Rush, it is a splendid way to amass wealth. You three are here as gym challengers, aren't you? Come, rest a while. An elderly man wearing a wide-brimmed hat approached, wiping his sweat with a towel draped around his neck. He smiled warmly at Xiaohua and her companions, tossing them 3 bottles of soda. This is refreshing soda. The bubbling effervescence will invigorate both trainers and Pokémon. The man beamed, grabbing a bottle for himself, popping it open, and taking a hearty swig, giving a thumbs up after downing half the bottle. Xiaohua gazed at her bottle of marble soda, her eyes sparkling with excitement. In the game, refreshing soda is an item meant for Pokémon, restoring 50 points. Although trainers have been depicted drinking it in the storyline, the option was not available in gameplay. To her surprise, she could experience it in this world. Mimicking the man, Xiaohua pressed the marble, opened the soda, and took a deep gulp. The flavor was a familiar lime-infused carbonated drink, but the bubbles were exceptionally abundant. Furthermore, it felt as though the soda coursed through her veins, leaving her utterly refreshed. If one were to describe it, it would be akin to a beverage advertisement filmed by a certain chubby fellow known for his love of milk tea and singing prowess in his youth. Indeed, everything in the Pokémon world is remarkably enchanting. 10 minutes later, under the guidance of the elderly man, Xiaohua and her companions arrived at the hilly region to the west of Grassroad Town. Ascending further, they would behold the town's renowned ancient mural. The man mentioned that his farmhouse was nearby, specifically catering to trainers visiting for tourism and gym challenges. There it is. It's a bit small, but I hope you won't mind. Ha ha ha. He pointed to a modest farmhouse not far away, still wearing his cheerful grin. Xiaohua hep. And Xiaoyu exchanged glances. If Xiaohua were to describe it, she would undoubtedly quote a classic line from the film Let the Bullets Fly. This is a farmhouse? Is this really a farmhouse? You tell me this luxurious resort, worthy of charging admission, is called a farmhouse. After a brief tour, the man led Xiaohua and her friends to the prepared room. Particularly at the front desk, upon hearing Xiaohua's name, he exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, so it's the rookie champion, Xiaohua." 3 esteemed trainers, tasked with recommending the champion, prepared the finest deluxe room. Thus, Xiaohua inexplicably found herself led to the luxurious suite on the rooftop, standing by the window, admiring the pastoral landscape of Grassroot Town. Wait, what is happening? What was I here for? I came to challenge the gym. I've seen this landscape in the game countless times. Earning wishes is what truly matters. Hey, Karaki. Wake up. Xiaohua shook her backpack to rouse Karaki, who, as the pretentious king and dark overlord, was unexpectedly outsmarted by an ordinary rural uncle. Who could tolerate such a humiliation? Upon further reflection, it was absurd to think a gym challenger would be sent here for a vacation. With even a post-meal hot spring service arranged, it was evident they deliberately prevented challengers from facing the gym, truly chilling to contemplate. Is it time for a meal? Wait, where am I? This place is so lavish. Karaki, rubbing his sleepy eyes, transitioned from shock to bewilderment, and finally, was jolted awake by Xiaohua's playful flick. How careless of me. This must be the gym task in Grassroot Town. Subtle inducement, one must see through the truth to challenge the gym. Xiaohua murmured, recalling how gym tasks in the game were merely simple mini-games, easily surmountable for a chance to face the gym leader. Initially, she thought it would be the same as in the game, but it seemed that even gym tasks had transformed in this world. Xiaohua picked up a Pokeball, while Karaki scratched his head, perplexed, questioning the situation. Even if she had been deceived into coming here, she could simply leave. What was the purpose of the Pokeball? Xiaohua chuckled softly, offering no response, as she began to analyze the entire scenario. Perhaps it was the invigorating effect of the fizzy drink that brought back her confidence. Upon entering, Xiaohua meticulously observed the surroundings of this rural establishment. Firstly, given that it was the gym challenge season, not only were there hardly any tourists, but also no other challengers in sight. The only staff visible, though dressed similarly to the game's rural attire, bore Pokeballs at their waists and exhibited patrol-like movements that betrayed their true identities. These individuals were not staff at all. They were all trainers from the Grassroot Arena. Hence, if my deductions are correct, pushing open the door would lead directly to a battle with a trainer. Xiaohua remarked with a sly smile, while Karaki, somewhat bewildered, pondered why they were suddenly required to battle. Was this child suffering from paranoia? Or was the tension of the challenge causing her to lose her wits? As Karaki prepared to touch his forehead for clarity, Xiaohua approached and opened the door. The uncle stood there, holding a bottle of soda, still wearing a warm smile. Ah, Xiaohua, my young friend. Is there anything you need? I'm here to assist you. You must be tired from your journey. The uncle said with genuine concern, reaching out to usher Xiaohua back into the room. Appearing exceedingly hospitable, Karaki nodded, thinking how could such a warm and welcoming uncle be a villain? Indeed, Xiaohua was overthinking it. Yet in the next moment, Xiaohua suddenly shrugged off the uncle's hand, adjusted her non-existent glasses, and confidently declared, enough of the pretense. I have already discerned your identities. Do not squander time, let us commence the battle directly. No sooner had the words left my lips than Xiaohua produced the battleground and the Pokeball containing the fiery rabbit. Jirachi was taken aback. Could it be? This child genuinely believes that the uncle is a villain. Even if the uncle were truly malevolent, he would hardly confess so openly. Roar? Who would have thought you would see through my ruse? Truly, you are worthy of the title bestowed by the undefeated champion. Indeed, I am the ace goalkeeper of the Grassroot Arena, the invigorating uncle. If you wish to challenge Yalu, you must first pass through me. The uncle promptly removed his hat and garments, revealing the battle attire of a grass-type gym leader, a bottle of invigorating soda in hand. He has actually admitted it. Is your stance so feeble? And what on earth is this invigorating uncle nonsense? That name is rather peculiar. Chapter 85. Your father's father is called Grandpa. In the deluxe suite of the Grass Route Town's farmhouse, a palpable tension permeated the air as the muscular uncle slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. He pressed the marble with his thumb, opening the soda and downing it in one swift motion. Instantly, his muscles bulged, his hair turned golden, and in the next moment, he was on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Ahem, my apologies, I seem to have mixed up the scenes. This is Pokémon, not Dragon Ball. Let us return our focus to the competitors. On the left stands Xiaohua, the Champion's recommendation, also known as the Rookie King, the Show-Off, the Dark Lord, the Curry God, and a myriad of other titles. On the right is the self-proclaimed ace goalkeeper of Grass Route Town, the Invigorating Uncle. He stands as the final line of defense for the gym challenges. Unlike the benevolent Yalu, he relies on a terrifying strength as robust as his muscles. He has thwarted countless aspiring trainers, truly a nightmare for newcomers. This time, he has fused muscle with intellect, commandeering the farmhouse to launch a vacation assault, including Xiaohua's trio. A total of 15 trainers have been ensnared, with several still leisurely soaking in hot springs. However, the Invigorating Uncle has had his blunders as well. For instance, an hour ago, he witnessed a Simisage darting towards the arena, initially mistaking it for someone else's Pokémon. Yet, 3 minutes later, that very Simisage emerged, brandishing the grass badge and emitting jubilant cries, having completed the first challenge right before the Invigorating Uncle's eyes. I was meant to battle you last, but in you, I sensed a quality akin to that of the Simisage, wisdom. From the very beginning, you have been observing me intently, no matter how flawless my disguise. It did not dispel your suspicions. Therefore, once I sensed that those inexperienced little ones had revealed themselves, I made haste to arrive here. The Invigorating Uncle chuckled as he elaborated, his laughter still buoyant, his mind already conjuring a thrilling espionage drama. However, Xiaohua was left perplexed. Indeed, he had noticed these things. But was the fundamental issue not that this so-called deluxe suite lacked even a fruit platter? Without a fruit platter, what soul remains in the farmhouse? Without a fruit platter service, what service attitude exists? Certainly, as the self-proclaimed master of pretense, the character Xiaohua would never divulge such a blood-curdling response to Uncle Jin Shuang. Instead, he would seize the opportunity to build upon the other's jest, feigning a cold chuckle while striking a pose reminiscent of Jotaro Kujo, and pointedly remarking on Uncle Jin Shuang's keen observation. Had you not noticed in time? Upon our next encounter, the other dojo trainers would find themselves devoid of Pokémon, as I would have vanquished them all. Uncle Jin Shuang assumed a similar stance, his expression exuding confidence as he proclaimed, "Ho ho, such self-assurance. While youthful exuberance is commendable, excessive arrogance can lead to one's downfall." Upon hearing my words, rather than retreating, Uncle Jin Shuang chose to advance, stating, "To be defeated by me would cast a long shadow over your career as a trainer." With a newfound air of prestige, Uncle Jin Shuang grasped a Pokeball, ready to unleash his Pokémon. "If you do not approach, how shall I defeat your Pokémon and shatter your legend?" Xiaohua feigned disdain, preparing to release his own Pokeball. The atmosphere around them thickened with an unspoken tension. Jirachi glanced about, her mind racing with 1,000 thoughts, bemused by the absurdity of the situation. What is this? Do these two truly not feel the awkwardness? Engaging in cryptic banter and striking peculiar poses, this storyline is a paragon of absurdity. The comments section is rife with complaints, with 2 3-star reviews lamenting the awkward plot. It is one thing for Uncle Jin Shuang, a mere supporting character, to receive such critiques, but why is the main character, Xiaohua, not aware of this? Jirachi's humorous interjection inadvertently added to the mounting tension in the air, though she was at a loss for its significance. Yet, the atmosphere intensified once more. Behold, this is my Pokémon, the Blazing Tortoise. With that, Uncle Jin Shuang hurled his Pokeball, and from within a radiant light emerged a formidable, large tortoise Pokémon, cloaked in fiery red and sulphurous hues. Its tubular nose, flat head, and star-shaped shell bristled with explosive protrusions. The Blazing Tortoise, a level 20 Pokémon of fire and dragon type, known as the Explosive Tortoise, resides in volcanic regions, consuming sulfur that serves as the explosive material for its shell. Even its waste can detonate, posing considerable danger. As the Pokédex relayed this information, Jirachi could no longer contain herself and swooped in, pointing at Uncle Jin Shuang and Xiaohua, exclaiming, "Hey, are you serious? You are a grass-type gym trainer. Why are you using a fire and dragon-type Pokémon? You two fools stirring up trouble is one thing, but blatantly reversing types like this. Aren't you afraid of being openly ridiculed?" Uncle Jin Shuang frowned, seemingly realizing a misstep. Suddenly struck by a revelation, he slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "I understand. It's the dragon type that's the issue." Indeed, leading with such a formidable attribute is a bit questionable. Thank you for your reminder, little star. Next time, I shall use Charizard. As he spoke, Uncle Jin Shuang graciously offered a bottle of refreshing soda in gratitude. Several dark lines appeared on Kira's head, yet he suppressed his anger and turned to Xiaohua, saying, "Forget it, Xiaohua, maintain your composure. Resolve this with a spectacular battle. Ideally, unleash a combination skill. Xiaohua nodded vigorously, his expression earnest. And Kira couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Truly, he was a reliable show-off, understanding the importance of the overall situation. One should not be led astray by a mere gym trainer's antics. What kind of combination skill would manifest next? Would it be a fiery water-type attack, a thunderous onslaught from Raichu, or perhaps a powerful water move from Magikarp? The anticipation was palpable. Xiaohua activated the battlefield, the energy field expanding as he tossed out the Pokeball, commanding Rayquaza to execute extreme speed. He maneuvered behind Blaziken, aiming for its star-shaped weak point. Oh, although it was Rayquaza, this command was indeed impressive, flanking and targeting a weak point. Few might be aware of Blaziken's vulnerability on its chest. Even if they knew, hitting it was quite challenging, given this creature typically faced its foes with its back. The speed of extreme speed was astounding. The next move would likely be Dragon Pulse or Draco Meteor. Not only was this stylish, but it also showcased remarkable skill, truly befitting of the show-off Xiaohua. Enough of this complexity. Just unleash Draco Meteor. Dragon types counter dragon types. Obliterate it. Xiaohua waved his hand decisively, and massive meteors coalesced from the clouds above, crashing down with ferocity. Kira exclaimed, "Your grandfather's father is your grandfather." Chapter 86, Confessing to Molly? Xiaohua is about to find love. The colossal meteor struck Blaziken, with dragon-type moves inflicting double damage. The effect was phenomenal. Blaziken lost its combat capability. Phew, what a thrilling and intense battle. Xiaohua exhaled, feigning exhaustion as he spoke. Kira and Uncle Jingshuang were utterly dumbfounded. There was nothing thrilling about this. It was clearly a one-hit knockout. Kira wished to rush over and pry open Xiaohua's head to see what was inside. To think he could finish the battle with a single Draco Meteor after sending out Rayquaza. It was far too easy. Was Rayquaza truly this formidable? Could this not lead to an imbalance in battle power? Uncle Jingshuang, witnessing his ace Pokémon retreating in a flash of light back into its Pokeball, was momentarily taken aback. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? He began contemplating the philosophy of life. Although he had faced defeat before, every challenger had engaged in a fierce struggle with him. Facing Blaziken's formidable defense and explosive capabilities, winning was never a simple task. Yet, what had just transpired? This kid released the Pokémon he had used during the opening ceremony, and with a single meteor, the battle ended? This was beyond outrageous. Uncle Jingshuang knelt, his legs giving way, lacking the strength to rise again. He forced a smile, but it lacked any genuine cheerfulness. Exhausted, the spirited uncle stumbled forward, causing a bottle of refreshing soda to tumble from his pocket and roll to the ground before him. With a wry smile, he extended his arm and finger, feebly uttering, "Your strength is formidable. I acknowledge your prowess. Drink this soda and then advance. Do not pause." Jirachi was utterly flustered. "Uncle, what on earth are you doing? What is this situation?" Before Kira could fully process the chaos, a classic tune from the anime realm echoed in his ears. In the vastness of this universe, if there exists a planet where wishes come true. Kira flew over, glanced at the spirited uncle, and playfully kicked his head. "Ouch!" the uncle exclaimed, unable to rise again, yet dutifully remained sprawled on the ground, unmoving. Kira rolled his eyes, utterly disinterested in the antics of these two dramatists. He flew over to open the door, turning back to glare at Xiaohua, urging him to finish his gym battle and leave promptly. "The people in this town are too strange. I cannot remain here for even a second longer." Xiaohua recalled his Pokémon, expressing a sense of camaraderie, and instinctively began to act, though the uncle's performance was commendable. Just as Xiaohua stepped out, he heard a voice from the adjacent room. Xiao Yu's voice, commanding, "Toxic baby. Use belch." Xiaohua furrowed his brow. Judging by the tone, it seemed they were in a battle. As he hesitated whether to check the situation, the door suddenly swung open, revealing a female trainer clad in grass-type attire. Undoubtedly, she was akin to the spirited uncle, a trainer from the grass gym. Observing her dejected demeanor, the outcome of the previous battle was evident. Xiaohua? The gym trainer recognized him at a glance, then glanced back at the room behind Xiaohua, suddenly realizing with a clap of her hands, "I see. The uncle lost too. Since he has lost, I shall not be embarrassed." Haha. Instantly revitalized, she began to hum a rural tune. As the gym trainer entered the elevator, the organized Xiao Yu gradually emerged from the room. "Oh, you noticed too?" Xiaohua greeted with a smile, to which Xiao Yu nodded, adjusting her hair and responding. "I heard your voices and was intercepted as soon as I stepped out." Gazing through the railing at the patrolling trainers below, Xiaohua remarked, "It seems this year's challenge has brought significant changes to the gym tasks. By the way, where's Hep? Is he not out yet?" Xiao Yu shook her head, replying, "Hep seems to have gone to the hot springs. I heard him cheering just a few minutes ago." With a resigned chuckle, Xiaohua ruffled his hair, saying, "Then I shall seek him out. You head to challenge Yalo first. We'll regroup at the arena." 10 minutes later, at the entrance to the hot spring area, Xiaohua, hearing the laughter and cheer from within, chuckled helplessly once more. Rushing off to enjoy the hot springs was indeed something Hep would do. "Hey Hep, We're preparing to challenge Yalo. Xiaohua called from the entrance, not wishing to witness a scene of men bathing in the springs. If it were women, that would be an entirely different matter. As the conversation unfolded, Mari must have arrived at Grass Road Town by now. One couldn't help but wonder if she was soaking in the women's hot spring. The thought alone was rather exhilarating. Just as this idea crossed his mind, a familiar voice jolted Xiaohua back to reality. Xiaohua, what are you doing standing there? Mari's voice reached his ears, causing Xiaohua to startle and instinctively turn around. There stood Sonia, clad in a bathrobe, a shower cap atop her head, and a bottle of fresh milk raised to her lips in a vigorous gulp. After a soak in the hot spring, one must indulge in a bottle of milk. Xiaohua thought, a few lines of annoyance crossing his forehead. Sonia resembled a carefree uncle, shattering the otherwise delightful image. Where's Mari? Xiaohua asked, his irritation evident, having completely forgotten his original intention of seeking help. Honestly, not even acknowledging the stunning beauty just out of the bath and instead inquiring about another girl? That's rather rude. Don't you think? Sonia retorted, equally exasperated. Xiaohua offered a few perfunctory responses before turning to leave. Seriously, why would I stay here to gaze upon a woman who, despite her lovely appearance and figure, exudes a vibe reminiscent of one's mother? He mused. However, just as he pivoted, he collided head-on with Mari. Ouch! What just happened? You were behind me all along? Xiaohua exclaimed, rubbing his nose, about to comment on how silently Mari moved, almost ghost-like. But the moment he beheld Mari in her bathrobe, his heart raced with excitement. Toot toot. So adorable, he thought, captivated by the pristine white robe, the delicate collarbone, and the alluring curves. Her face had a slight blush from the hot spring, and most enchanting of all was the ethereal aura surrounding her. Accentuated by the steam wafting around her, it was as if she were a fairy. In that moment, Xiaohua imagined charging at her, initiating a Pokémon battle, and delivering a decisive victory with a legendary Pokémon. The sheer thrill of it all was intoxicating. Perhaps she might even shed a tear. Indeed, in this gaming realm, Xiaohua's sole desire was to engage in Pokémon battles, harboring no romantic inclinations towards any goddess. This singular focus was perhaps why such a handsome fellow remained unaccompanied to this day. Mari, shall we engage in a Pokémon battle? If you lose. Xiaohua rushed forward, grasping Mari's hand. What? Is the tide about to turn? Is Xiaohua finally awakening to his feelings? Could this gamble of a Pokémon battle be his confession? Is he truly on the verge of stepping into a relationship? Mari was taken aback by Xiaohua's sudden move, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, and she found herself eagerly anticipating his next words. If you lose, you must head over to that vending machine and buy me 3 bottles of fresh milk. Huffed. Sonia erupted, milk spewing from her mouth. Chapter 87. Drawing the bow to shoot the great eagle? What do you mean, losing means buying milk? Is that truly something one should say to a lady? Have you gone completely daft? It must be so, thus you hastily shake your head, allowing me to discern whether there is indeed the sound of water sloshing within. Sonia could not suppress her urge to scoff, while Jirachi, feeling a touch of despair, slapped his forehead, exclaiming how utterly oblivious he was. Mary had yet to regain her composure, but upon hearing the call for a battle, she promptly grasped her Pokeball, eager to personally test the prowess of her beloved Xiaohua. Since you startled me, you are forbidden from using that mutated green caterpillar. I wish to witness your true strength. Therefore, let us engage in a double battle. I have heard whispers of your unique combination skills. Allow me to behold them. Without granting Xiaohua a moment to respond, Mary tossed forth 2 Pokeballs. Xiaohua chuckled softly. The notion of combination skills was precisely to his liking, as it provided a splendid opportunity to explore the elemental interactions between Raichu and Honchkrow. Indeed, Xiaohua was poised to unleash his floral artistry. As the Pokeballs soared through the air, Raichu and Honchkrow manifested in a dazzling display. Mary's Pokémon, akin to their in-game counterparts, consisted of a combination of Croagunk and Scraggy. The former, with its deep blue skin, stood upright, its form slightly hunched, adorned with cheeks that mirrored those of Raichu, unmistakably revealing it to be Croagunk. Its design is derived from the poison dart frog and the archetype of a delinquent youth, proficient in ambush tactics, and its toxins are notoriously troublesome. To the right, Scraggy appeared somewhat comical, its head a vibrant yellow, transitioning to a beige hue from its neck to its abdomen. Noteworthy were the striking red protrusions atop its head and the yellow trousers it sported, capable of being pulled up by its hands, granting it the appearance of a lizard mid-molt. It is essential to note that this creature's trousers are made of exceptionally elastic skin, allowing them to be hoisted up to its neck, which Scraggy employs to shield itself from attacks. Croagunk, at level 20, possesses poison and fighting attributes. Known as the Toxic Pokémon, which emits sounds from the poison sacs on its cheeks to intimidate its opponents, seizing the opportunity to unleash its toxic strikes when they falter in fear. Scraggy, at level 19, embodies dark and fighting attributes, hailed as the Shedding Pokémon, takes pride in its robust skull, and can unexpectedly deliver a headbutt to its adversaries, albeit at the risk of losing its balance due to its weight. As the Pokédex relayed information, Xiaohua noted that Mary's Pokémon had remarkably reached around level 20. They exhibited considerable speed, truly befitting formidable opponents from the game. With his mind racing, Xiaohua began to analyze the situation. In this realm, one cannot merely rely on game mechanics. It is imperative to integrate their innate abilities and characteristics. Croagunk's ability is not the dry skin of the game, but rather the hidden trait Poison Touch, which has a chance of inflicting poison upon contact. Coupled with Croagunk's penchant for ambush, one must be cautious of its sneak attacks, as being poisoned could be exceedingly troublesome. Turning his attention to Scraggy, its ability, Shed Skin, allows it to heal from abnormal statuses by shedding its skin. Mary's choice to lead with these two is not without reason. Croagunk can poison opponents or allies through physical contact, while Scraggy can effectively nullify the poison state, permitting it to engage with Croagunk without trepidation. Incorporating the remarkable ability of the Slippery Kid's rubbery skin, the forthcoming attack strategy is likely to resemble that of an aerial acrobat. This entails deliberately exploiting the speed advantages of Raichu and Blue Crow, allowing them to strike at the Slippery Kid first. At this juncture, the Slippery Kid merely needs to elevate its skin for defense, adopting a crescent moon posture. The Bad Frog can then adeptly leap into the crescent's curve, only for the Slippery Kid to launch it with great force. Even with Raichu and Blue Crow's swiftness, it would be exceedingly difficult to evade the Bad Frog's assault at that moment. Not only can this inflict damage, but it can also induce a poisoning effect. Truly, the heart of a femme fatale is as treacherous as it is charming. Who would have anticipated that the seemingly adorable Marley would employ such a formidable tactic? In a sense, this can be regarded as a combination skill. Alas, the equally gifted Marley has encountered the formidable king of Brew Flowers. Since the Brew Flower has discerned this strategy, she shall undoubtedly thwart Marley's intentions. If Marley desires an aerial maneuver, the Brew Flower will ingeniously turn the tables, orchestrating a grand diversion. As the name suggests, this involves intentionally allowing the Bad Frog to launch its attack on Blue Crow. However, the moment the Bad Frog makes contact with Blue Crow, it will transform into Brew Flower's counterattack. The Slippery Kid may shed its skin, yet the Bad Frog, being a frog, does not undergo molting. Hence, it is destined to succumb to a paralysis strike. Indeed, the Brew Flower strategy is now abundantly clear. As for its execution, it is time for the performance to commence. Raichu, employ Thunder Punch. Strike at the Slippery Kid, then utilize its tail to unleash an electric terrain. Accelerate the assault. Blue Crow, unleash Steel Wing. Attack the lurking Bad Frog. For once, the Brew Flower takes the lead in commanding, aligning perfectly with her strategy. Thunder Punch will be used against Raichu. Upon hearing the Brew Flower's command, Marley's eyes sparkled with delight, thinking to herself that the Brew Flower has indeed fallen into her trap. Slippery Kid, assume a defensive stance. The Bad Frog evades Blue Crow's onslaught. Marley gestures, deliberately concealing her tactics. In her eyes, the Brew Flower has already lost half the battle. Once Raichu's Thunder Punch approaches, the Slippery Kid will instantly use its skin to block the attack and subsequently push Raichu away. The Bad Frog will then harness this momentum to launch itself towards the airborne Blue Crow. At the moment of impact, it can even execute a retaliatory kick to pursue the rebuffed Raichu. This seamless strategy will undoubtedly catch the Brew Flower off guard. The Brew Flower smiled. Even though Marley's expression remained unchanged, she still detected a fleeting glimmer of triumph in her eyes. As the mantis stalks the cicada, the yellow bird lies in wait. The Brew Flower had already anticipated Marley's foresight. Marley believed she had ensnared the Brew Flower, yet it merely indicated that she herself had fallen into the trap. For her current thoughts were also well within the Brew Flower's predictions. Electricity enveloped Raichu's chubby fist, and at the moment of charging forward, its hefty tail swiftly raised to strike down. The visible current coursed from its cheek to its tail, rapidly spreading the electric charge. The electric terrain was established, triggering the surfing tail ability, doubling Raichu's speed. Now, clad in a shimmering electric aura, Raichu resembled a dazzling electric sphere. With a dazzling trail of lightning and a crackling sound effect, a powerful punch was delivered. Slippery Lad, now is the time. Slippery. Marley swung her arm, and the Slippery Lad emitted a cry, his hands dramatically lifting upwards, as the skin he grasped enveloped his entire body from below. Upon landing a punch, the Slippery Lad's form bent backward into a crescent shape, then suddenly propelled forward, sending Raichu flying with tremendous force. As Raichu soared backward, the propulsion resembled a swing being launched, causing the Slippery Lad's body to arch again, reaching its utmost limit. Meanwhile, Blue Crow's wings transformed into a steely gray, aiming directly at the troublesome frog as it dove down. Troubling Frog. Counterattack. At Marley's command, the troublesome frog showcased the leaping ability characteristic of frog Pokémon. Leaping into the crescent curve of the Slippery Lad. With a launch, it became an aerial acrobat, aiming for Blue Crow, ready to unleash its attack. Until this moment, everything had aligned perfectly with Marley's tactical predictions. However, from the next second onward, the tide was about to shift. Chapter 88. Electric Ball Steel Wing Extreme Electric Flock. The troublesome frog launched into action, extending its hands towards Blue Crow as Marley issued her command. Troubling Frog. Utilize Poison Jab. Then unleash Mud Bomb upon Raichu on the ground. Xiaohua could no longer contain a laugh, finally reaching this pivotal moment. The time for the show-off to shine had arrived. You've fallen into my trap, Marley. This was all part of my calculations. In a battle of wits. You cannot surpass me. Raichu, use Electric Ball. Attack Blue Crow. Xiaohua commanded. He actually ordered Raichu to attack Blue Crow with Electric Ball. Did he not understand type advantages? Moreover, the effect of Electric Ball increases in power the faster the user is compared to the opponent. With Raichu's ability, combined with the power boost from the electric terrain, this strike was potent enough to obliterate Blue Crow. Was Xiaohua engaging in self-sabotage? Or was Blue Crow merely a decoy meant to ensure both Blue Crow and the troublesome frog would perish together? Xiaohua was certainly not that foolish. The answer revealed itself as they pondered these questions. Raichu emitted a cry, first stabilizing its body with its tail, while electrical currents began to gather, lightning coalescing at the tail. In an instant, a large electric ball formed, and Raichu leaped, following up with a tail whip electric ball aimed at Blue Crow. Simultaneously, the troublesome frog's hands were poised to strike the diving Blue Crow, mere millimeters apart. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the electric ball struck Blue Crow first. In the explosion of electricity, the anticipated scene of Blue Crow being charred black did not materialize. Instead, the electrical current split in two, enveloping the wings on either side of Blue Crow. Indeed, Blue Crow had allowed the current to coat its metallic wings. This was the conductivity of metal. The tactics of the hops have been fully revealed. In an instant, as the electric current enveloped the surroundings, Blue Crow executed a flawless 360-degree rotation in midair. Utilizing its tempered wings and the protective electric currents, it successfully thwarted the attack of the troublesome frog and launched a counteroffensive. The troublesome frog plummeted from the sky. And before Molly could react, the hops had already gestured decisively once more. Raichu, use Psychic, commanded the hops, directing the assault on the slippery little one. Dismantle its defenses. Create an opportunity for Blue Crow to strike. Raichu's large tail swung upward with great force, crashing down upon its own head in the next moment. What followed was a visible wave of purple psychic energy, aimed directly at the slippery little one. The slippery little one could absorb physical attacks and abnormal statuses thanks to its rubber-like, elastic skin. For instance, it could withstand Raichu's Thunder Punch, along with its paralyzing effect. However, it was utterly defenseless against psychic assaults. Let us not forget, Alolan Raichu, a dual-type Pokémon of electric and psychic. Therefore, psychic, with a power of 90, specializes in special attack damage. The effect is to unleash a formidable psychic force upon the opponent, with a chance to lower their special defense. The psychic wave circumvented the fallen troublesome frog, striking the slippery little one directly. Upon impact, the slippery little one felt an intense contraction in its brain, as if gripped by a pair of enormous hands. With a cry of anguish, it instinctively crouched down, clutching its head. As it covered its head, the skin that had been squeezed would naturally sag, allowing the descending Blue Crow to strike with precision, capitalizing on its speed advantage. Blue Crow's steel wings and electric current remained intact, spinning at such velocity that it left an afterimage, akin to a drill piercing the slippery little one. The force of steel, the explosion of electricity, combined with the prior damage from psychic, resulted in a successful hit, rendering the slippery little one unable to continue the battle. The combination technique concluded perfectly. This move, the hops would name it, Extreme Electric Thousand Birds. Next in line is you, troublesome frog. Blue Crow, Raichu. Leave it no room for reprieve. Use Air Slash, amplify the electric power. Blue Crow flapped its wings, generating sharp blades of air that surged toward the troublesome frog. Raichu, with its limbs grounded and tail raised to channel the electric current, struck the ground with great force. Air Slash, with a power of 75, is a flying-type move that deals special attack damage. The effect is to strike with blades of air, having a chance to instill a flinch in the opponent. Electric Surge, with a power of 70, is an electric-type move that also deals special attack damage. Its effect involves launching an electric strike from the ground, doubling in power when the opponent is within an electric terrain. But this is not the end. Molly's emotions surged during the battle, prompting her to issue a serious command to the troublesome frog. Use Dig to evade Raichu's attack. Dig, with a power of 80, is a ground-type move that delivers physical attack damage. In the game, its effect involves burrowing underground in the first turn and launching an attack in the second turn. Much like bouncing, flying, or diving, this skill can be employed to evade the opponent's assaults. In this world, it was no different. As the troublesome frog's hands became enveloped in earthy yellow energy, and it burrowed fiercely into the ground. In that very moment, the air blades unleashed by Blue Jay struck firmly against the back of the troublesome frog. The frog let out a pained cry, its health significantly diminished. Now in the Crimson Zone, but fret not. As long as it can evade the rising electric energy, a counterattack is still possible. Hold on, troublesome frog. Mary exclaimed with excitement. This was the first time since battling her brother that she had been pushed to such a desperate brink. However, it was unfortunate that the current situation was not merely dire, but rather a deadlock. Blue Jay excelled in physical attack skills. So why did Xiaohua command it to employ the special attack of Air Slash? Because the skill's effect could instill fear in the opponent. And indeed, it rendered the troublesome frog unable to move. The frog was now paralyzed by fear, unable to act. The use of its skill was interrupted. Even though Mary's shouts managed to momentarily break the frog free from its fear, Raichu's charge was already complete. As it dug through the ground, a dazzling electric light burst forth. The lightning engulfed the troublesome frog. The skill hit its mark, and the frog lost its fighting capability. It was truly spectacular. Sonia was utterly stunned. The previous battle was an embodiment of exhilaration. The skills were undeniably impressive. Xiaohua's tactical strategies and Mary's emotional expressions were exceptional embellishments. The most thrilling moment was when Xiaohua commanded Raichu to attack Blue Jay. Everyone thought Xiaohua was set on a mutual destruction path, but the outcome exceeded all expectations. Throughout the confrontation, Xiaohua had managed to shield her Pokémon from any harm. Moreover, it must be acknowledged that Mary's tactical command and her Pokémon's performance were equally remarkable. Who would have imagined that the slippery little creature could deflect attacks in such a manner and successfully counter? The troublesome frog was even able to rebound and execute a combination skill. Mary was undoubtedly outstanding, yet she found herself up against the seemingly invincible Xiaohua. A bet is a bet. Here is your milk. Mary approached Xiaohua, her expression serene as she handed over a bottle of Moo Moo milk. She showed no trace of negative emotions from her recent defeat. Xiaohua accepted the milk, and as Mary sighed, she quickly regained her composure and remarked, "Now I understand why Moyabek is reluctant to battle you. You truly live up to the recommendation of the Dan Emperor. I acknowledge your excellence, but I shall defeat you." Xiaohua chuckled lightly, taking a hearty sip of the milk. "If I were to be bested by a beauty such as yourself, it would indeed be my honor. You are equally impressive. The battle just happened to align with my predictions. By the way, what about the 3 bottles of Moo Moo milk we agreed upon? Where are the remaining 2? Xiaohua's initial emotional intelligence was commendable, yet her last remark reverted back to her straightforward demeanor. Mary couldn't help but laugh at Xiaohua's comment, shaking the milk bottle in her hand and imitating her, taking a big gulp as she said, "Since you can guess my thoughts, why not guess why I won't give you the rest? Humph, who told you to bully me so mercilessly?" Chapter 89, Exchange. I have obtained Meow Meow. Ah, what a refreshing swim. Next, as per tradition, I shall down another bottle of milk before challenging the Yalo. Hep wiped his hair with a towel and emerged from the men's hot spring in his bathrobe. "Hey, Master, Sonia, Marley, are you 3 here to enjoy the hot spring as well?" Hep was startled by the sight before him. Xiaohua had turned off the battle arena, merely stating that he had come to summon him, urging Hep to quickly change and challenge the gym. Indeed, there was no need for concern about this lad. Although his thought process seemed somewhat limited, there's an old adage that says, fools have their fortunes. Observing Hep in this manner, along with his earlier remark about a delightful swim, it seemed he had mistaken the hot spring for a swimming pool, having actually swum in it as a warm-up. "Oh, so you haven't challenged yet?" Marley asked, finally grasping the situation. Upon hearing Xiaohua mention that the 3 of them had been tricked into coming, she covered her mouth, letting out a series of adorable giggles. "As for the others, that's understandable, but I didn't think you would fall for it too. I, however, have known from the very beginning that this was a ruse. I only came here to relax after defeating Yalo. This round is mine," Marley declared with a triumphant laugh, lifting her chin proudly before turning to leave. Sonia followed suit, giving Xiaohua a pat on the shoulder as she remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "Ah, this is youth. I feel a bit shy." Xiaohua's head was filled with question marks. "Youth? Shy? Is that your line?" The image of Sonia drinking milk like a mother made Xiaohua shiver involuntarily. After exchanging a few brief words, Xiaohua decided to leave as well. Hep needed to change and face these trainers. Waiting here would be exceedingly dull, and he could return just in time for a sumptuous lunch, rumored to feature roast whole lamb. It is worth mentioning that the so-called roast lamb does not refer to the roasted woolly lambs. As a gamer, Xiaohua was naturally curious whether this world indeed harbored the dark notion of consuming Pokémon. However, over the past few days, he discovered that this world had specialized methods for utilizing Pokémon as food. To put it simply, it involved creating corresponding cloned ingredients through Pokémon genetics, with the most popular being the leek duck. While other regions may remain uncertain, the Galar region undoubtedly possesses this technology. Moreover, it is without question that this is a development by the Marlicoman group. Thus, this world is a remarkably beautiful place, with only the occasional rogue or minor villain appearing to stir trouble. One ought not to dwell in darkness, but instead seek out the beauty this world has to offer. Much like Xiaohua, who embodies sunshine, integrity, and kindness, a true paragon of innocence. Karaki, retreat into the backpack now. Remember, when I battle Yalo, at the snap of my fingers, utilize your assist skill. If necessary, just like last time at the Machinist Arena, we can directly establish a cosmic arena. What constitutes cheating? You are not a Pokémon. This is merely mutual assistance between partners. As an illustrious traveler, having advantages is not a sin, but failing to utilize them is a grave error. I am far from being a pretentious fool. Any ability that can be harnessed should be employed in the simplest manner possible. As a beacon of optimism, integrity, and innate kindness, the character of Hops, alongside her steadfast companion Kira, journeys towards the grass route arena. En route, they engage in amiable discussions regarding the strategies they intend to employ in the upcoming battle. Upon arrival at the grass route arena, the automated doors part to reveal an environment that, unlike the game's uniform arenas, is imbued with the unique charm of Grass Route Town. The walls are adorned with pastoral wallpaper, harmoniously complemented by a verdant carpet. Nearby, a dedicated farming area flourishes with an array of vegetables, allowing both contestants and spectators to freely harvest and indulge. At that moment, Hops observes a young girl named Yuyo plucking a ripe tomato and handing it to a smiling gym attendant. With a few deft cuts and a sprinkle of sugar, the attendant prepares a delightful dish of sugar-coated tomatoes. Yuyo takes a bite, her face radiating pure bliss. Indeed, this place embodies the essence of a true agrarian paradise. The audience buzzes with conversations about their favored competitors, while the participants discuss their forthcoming match against Yalo. Some boast of their badges, while others lament the daunting challenges of the first round. Among them is a tall, enigmatic figure donned in a Pokeball-themed headpiece, distributing Pokeballs to others. "Oh, it's Hyo," Hops exclaims with excitement. This individual, known as Hyo, is a recurring character in the game, encountered in every arena. Engaging with him results in the bestowal of various Pokeballs. Shrouded in mystery, Hyo is regarded as the Pokémon League's mascot. "You must be the trainer Hops. Your performance during the opening ceremony was remarkable. Here, take this friend ball. Pokémon captured with a friend ball will instantly grow close to you," Hyo says, producing a green and white Pokeball from seemingly nowhere and handing it to Hops. As Hops accepts the Pokeball, she muses that this aspect aligns with the game. Grass Route Town offers friend balls, while Water Edge Town likely provides lure balls. Hops has specifically captured a Galarian Meowth, intending to trade it with a child who uses a trading Meowth. In this world, it's conceivable that her Meowth could even achieve Gigantamax form. Oh, the thrill of such a possibility. Upon Gigantamaxing, Meowth's exclusive Gigantamax move, called G-Max Gold Rush, is essential for amassing wealth in the game. The first use of this move tosses 100 coins of the user's level onto the ground. The second use yields 200, and the third, 300. If Hops were to deploy this move during the battle, she might amass a fortune overnight. Lost in these contemplations, Hops is suddenly approached by a small boy who tugs at her pant leg, exclaiming, "I know you. You're that trainer from the television. Big brother must have a Galarian Meowth, right? I hail from a distant region and yearn for one. I am willing to exchange it with my Meowth and my elder brother. Though it may not be very obedient, it possesses the ability to Gigantamax." Its tender voice, innocent large eyes, and the earnest motion of raising the Pokeball are simply adorable. A trade. It can all be traded. My elder brother happens to have the Galarian Meowth you desire. Immediately, I took out the Pokeball and Pokemon box, and both parties placed their Pokeballs inside, subsequently pressing the exchange button. 5 seconds later, the 2 Pokeballs popped out in succession, signifying the completion of the trade. "How wonderful. I have acquired a Galarian Meowth." The young boy cradled the Pokeball and joyfully ran out of the grass route arena, claiming he would show it to his mother. I retrieved my Pokédex and smiled upon seeing the updated Meowth entry. Golden Meowth, level 20, not only capable of Gigantamaxing, but also possessing a Gigantamax level of 5. What a splendid boon for a novice seeking wealth. Wait, this stat value. This is Chapter 90, Muscular Meowth. I instinctively clicked on Meowth's detailed information, a mere habit developed during gameplay. However, to my astonishment, this Meowth was far from the feeble stats one would expect in the game. Instead, it was a muscular feline. I nearly believed my eyes were deceiving me, or that the Pokédex had malfunctioned. Attack, defense, and both special defense stats were nearly maxed out. Either the Pokédex was erroneous, or this Meowth was a Shaolin monk's bronze statue. Truly, it was as if it possessed the prowess of an ironclad warrior. I involuntarily threw the Pokeball, eager to witness this monstrous Meowth in action. Amidst the brilliance, accompanied by a feline cry, I beheld a Meowth bursting with muscles. Sinewy and robust, adorned with a pair of exceptionally cool sunglasses. The golden coin atop its head bore the inscription, "Muscles." What on earth kind of Meowth is this? Should one assert it resembled Arnold Schwarzenegger, the Terminator himself, I would wholeheartedly believe it. "Hey, are you my new trainer?" it exclaimed, seemingly resembling a malnourished bean sprout. The Meowth leapt forth, claws gripping the collar of a frail challenger, its paws pressing against their abdomen, roaring mightily. The booming voice, akin to that of a deep-voiced muscle man, nearly sent the challenger into a faint. A talking Pokémon. Someone shouted this, and nearly everyone present rushed over to witness. They beheld a devilishly muscular cat shaking the frail challenger by the collar, incessantly emitting various low growls. If I were to describe this scene, it resembled a moment from Tom and Jerry, where Jerry, after consuming poisoned milk, transforms into a muscular mouse, vigorously shaking Tom, an uncanny resemblance. even in physique. The only distinction being that the original mouse had transformed into a cat, and the cat had become the pitiable challenger. The already frightened challenger was thoroughly disoriented by the shaking, collapsing backward. In response, Meowth executed a backflip, performing a perfect 360-degree turn in midair, landing flawlessly, 10 out of 10. What an unfortunate situation. Just a few shakes, and I feel dizzy. It appears you are not my new trainer after all. Hey, you all. Who is my new trainer? Step forward, and let me see if you are up to the task. Meowth began to scan the crowd for his target. While Xiaohua wished he could find a hole to hide in, he finally understood why the young boy was so delighted. Who wouldn't he be happy to shake off such a creature? Should we keep it around as a Spartan warrior? With that boy's physique. One kick from Meowth could very well be the end of him. Just as Xiaohua contemplated whether to recall his Pokémon with a Pokeball, Meowth suddenly turned and spotted him. I can sense it. It's you. Without hesitation, Meowth pushed aside 3 people and strode confidently toward Xiaohua. Gulp. Xiaohua swallowed hard. Whether it was merely a trick of the mind or not, with each of Meowth's steps, the ground seemed to tremble slightly. Hey, are you my trainer? You seem rather impressive. Meowth halted before Xiaohua, hands on hips, surveying his new trainer from head to toe, before bursting into a hearty laugh akin to that of a jovial warrior. Haha, how amusing. I can sense a formidable companion nearby, and another sneaky one. Xiaohua was taken aback by Meowth's perceptiveness. What was this? Was it a Pokémon-esque instinct? No doubt the strong companion referred to as Rayquaza, while the sneaky one must be the invisible Jengar. It had vanished after the last battle with the foreman, and to his surprise, it was still lurking by Xiaohua's side. Well, I cannot contend with that strong one, and I can't reach that sneaky fellow either. It's decided. I shall follow you. I want to witness what feats you can achieve. Meowth scrutinized Xiaohua once more, nodding to himself as he uttered those 2 statements, leaving Xiaohua utterly bewildered. What is going on? This creature first candidly admitted it could not defeat Rayquaza nor touch the intangible Jengar. Yet now it expressed a desire to accompany Xiaohua to see what he could accomplish. This personality is rather intriguing. Just as Meowth suddenly took an interest in Xiaohua, Xiaohua found himself equally captivated, standing tall and proud without a hint of embarrassment. After all, gaining the acknowledgement of such a Pokémon brings an inexplicable sense of elation. Xiaohua recalled Meowth with a Pokeball, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. What just transpired? A talking muscular Meowth incapacitated a challenger and then exchanged puzzling words with Xiaohua, after which they became good partners. What kind of nonsensical storyline is this? Moreover, how could Meowth exhibit such behavior? This is a complete deviation from its species norms. The strangest part is, why does this occurrence seem so fitting with Xiaohua? It almost feels as though he is meant to be this extraordinary. Was it the performance of that mutated green caterpillar at the opening ceremony that ingrained this setting into the collective subconscious of the audience? If Hops could hear the murmurs of the crowd, he would undoubtedly assert that this is indeed the essence of the protagonist's aura. As a traveler from another world, possessing 2 legendary Pokémon right from the outset solidifies his role as the quintessential hero. If the exchange had yielded an unremarkable Meowth, it would not only lack brilliance, but also squander the narrative build-up. Yet, instead, he acquires an extraordinary Schwarzenegger Meowth, distinctive, charismatic, and boasting overwhelming prowess. This is the hallmark of a true protagonist. As a connoisseur of flair, Hop's prestige unfolds effortlessly, his silence speaking volumes. At this moment, actions serve as the most eloquent of languages. His mission is clear, to vanquish Alon and let his strength do the talking. Guided by the gym staff, Hops makes his way to the changing room, retrieving his competitive attire, number 666, a dazzling sight to behold. Clad in the fitted uniform, he resembles a superhero. Akin to Clark Kent in his iconic ensemble, his grandeur once again manifesting. Emerging from the changing room, Hops instantly captivates the audience, inciting fervent discussions among the onlookers. Hops has arrived. He is set to challenge Alon. Alas, there is no suspense. He will undoubtedly employ that mutated green caterpillar. What of the mutated green caterpillar? It is a testament to his own prowess in capturing it. Is there any issue with utilizing his own Pokémon? If one possesses the skill, they should refrain from using it, right? What abilities does he possess beyond his Pokémon? I have witnessed Hop's command on Route 4. His capabilities are far more formidable than one might anticipate. Even at the opening ceremony, his strategies were nothing short of spectacular. If that green caterpillar hadn't been so powerful, could those strategies have come to fruition? If you were so protective of him, why not assist him in proving his worth? The disputes among the crowd were swiftly quelled by the gym staff, yet Hops remained silent, refraining from countering his supporters. The reason is simple. The most potent words are those spoken through action in battle. Speaking now would only embolden the critics. What Hops desires is to showcase his true strength, allowing his supporters to proudly point at the screen and silence the opposition. The role of a showman is far more than merely flaunting oneself.